Chapter 1 Rebirth at the Pinnacle. In the year 2016, in Jiangcheng, as dawn broke and the morning dew lingered, Zhou Xing stood on the balcony, feeling the gentle breeze caress his face. Yet, a frown creased his brow, and a look of confusion clouded his features. He had been reborn. He found himself back in the summer before his senior year of high school. What perplexed him was that this world bore no discrepancies from his memories, yet his family had undergone a monumental transformation. His father, Zhou Xing, who once made a living selling fish, had ascended to become a leading figure in the heavy industry sector. From humble beginnings, he had established Jianghan Heavy Industry Group Ltd. With a registered capital of 1 trillion yuan. The company encompassed steel, metallurgy, machinery, energy. A veritable titan in the realm of tangible industries. Though Zhou Xing had never graced the Forbes list, his wealth was conservatively estimated to exceed 300 billion, far surpassing the nominal richest individuals. His financial standing eclipsed that of numerous internet tycoons. Meanwhile, his mother, Zhang Langfang, who used to manage a small convenience store, had emerged as a celebrated elite lawyer in the country, founding Juan, a law firm, one of the nation's foremost legal establishments. Instead of residing in their previous cramped and dilapidated home in the old city, Zhou Xing now found himself gazing at a lakeside villa spanning 2 acres, enveloped in silence. An outdoor heated swimming pool, a sprawling garden, and an expansive garage capable of housing several vehicles, all the luxurious amenities he could hardly fathom in his past life were now at his disposal. His bedroom alone exceeded 100 square meters, larger than his entire former home, complete with a walk-in closet and a private bathroom, adorned with opulent woolen carpets. Everywhere he looked, there were imported designer furnishings he could not name, exuding extravagance. His parents' life trajectories had shifted dramatically, yet the sole constant remained his college entrance examination scores. He had still relied on his exceptional looks to gain admission to the Shanghai Music Academy through the art examination. In this affluent family, perhaps he would not stand out online, but in reality, he had seemingly reached the zenith of his life. His identity was now among the elite in the nation, the epitome of a privileged second-generation wealthy individual. What exactly transpired? Could it be that my rebirth triggered a butterfly effect? Zhou Xing pondered, bewildered. While no one would deny the allure of a wealthy family, for Zhou Xing, who had been accustomed to a modest upbringing for over 2 decades, the sudden shift was challenging to digest. Fate had been equitable. He had acquired wealth. Yet he would also lose his worries. Background check on the host has been successfully optimized. The life optimization system is now activated. The system is dedicated to assisting the host in continuous self-improvement, striving for perfection in their life journey. Suddenly, cold, emotionless mechanical voice resonated in his mind, interrupting Zhou Xing's thoughts. He lifted his gaze, and a pale blue interface materialized before him. Host, Zhou Xing. Age, 18. Height, 185厘米. Attractiveness, 83. Physique, 80. Stamina, 99. Skills, basic driving skills. Zhou Xing's furrowed brows relaxed, and all his doubts evaporated, leaving clarity in their wake. It turned out all of this was orchestrated by the system, the true architect behind these events. He gazed at the attribute panel, nodding slightly. The data was straightforward and easy to comprehend. It appeared to be a percentage system. And at present, his attributes seemed quite favorable, each surpassing the passing mark by a considerable margin. However, the stamina attribute left him perplexed. After a moment of contemplation, his expression shifted as he suddenly realized that he had never had a girlfriend before turning 18. With his potential still untested, how could there be any wear and tear? Zhou Xing's gaze grew complex. In his previous life, he had dated a few girls during university, but those relationships were fleeting. In Jiangchen, the disparity was not as palpable. It was only upon entering university and mingling with classmates from diverse backgrounds that he recognized the vast differences in society. For the first time, he understood that the chasms between individuals could be so profound, akin to a gorge, especially in an art school like the Shanghai Music Academy, where countless handsome men and beautiful women thrived, and the children of the affluent were ever present. The tuition for a year of study for Zhou Xing could hardly match what some spent in a single night at a nightclub. Feelings of inferiority burgeoned, growing uncontrollably. As a result, throughout his 4 years in university, he remained an inconspicuous figure. After graduation, Zhou Xing's sole ambition was to earn money. Yet, after several years of setbacks, he found himself with nothing to show for it. Approaching 30, feeling the weight of lost youth, he begrudgingly entered a relationship. This afforded him the opportunity to finally engage with the world, yet the harsh realities of society dealt him heavy blows. Confronted with exorbitant bread prices, housing, and vehicles, these demands crushed the last vestiges of his dignity. Zhou Xing had to concede that he was merely an ordinary person struggling to make ends meet, while some were born into privilege, surveying him from their lofty perches as if he were an ant. He shook his head, a wry smile crossing his lips. He had never anticipated that he would one day become one of them, rebirth at the pinnacle. Having lost his aspirations, one inevitably transforms into the very semblance of what they despise. He wondered what the encounter would be like if he were to meet those who had once looked down upon him again. It should be amusing, right? Zhou Xing chuckled softly, casting aside those less than pleasant memories, attempting to communicate with the system. In his view, his current life was already quite perfect. What more could be optimized? System. Zhou Xing called out several times, but his voice fell into silence, receiving no response. Just as he was about to give up, the voice in his mind echoed once more. Newbie rewards have been loaded and are being dispatched. Rewards have been successfully sent. Please treat the newbie rewards with caution. The manner in which you utilize them will guide the system's assessments based on your actions. In 3 months, the system will automatically upgrade to provide the host with the most suitable life path. With that, the system fell silent once again. Newbie rewards. Zhou Xing's eyes brightened, glimmering with anticipation. He had already experienced the system's capabilities. Not only had his rebirth been a product of its design, but it had also elevated him to the pinnacle of the second-generation wealthy. Surely, the newbie rewards would not be trivial. Zhou Xing waited patiently. After a long while, impatience got the better of him. What was happening? Where were the newbie rewards? He felt no enhancement to his physique. A simple slide tackle should have sufficed to defeat a large golden tabby cat, rendering him a superhuman beyond human limits. His mind was not honed to its utmost potential, lacking skills such as photographic memory. Zhou Xing was taken aback. Surely the system had not encountered a glitch, causing his newbie rewards to be lost. Zhou Xing felt a sense of urgency. Buzz, buzz. His phone vibrated suddenly in his pocket. He instinctively pulled it out to check. It was a text message. Your account 2963 received a deposit on August 3rd at 6:59, amounting to 347,250,000 yuan. China Merchants Bank. 3,472,500,000. Based on the exchange rate, that was exactly $50 million. Chapter 2, Only 10,000 for you. Zhou Xing opened the China Merchants Bank app. The total assets section displayed a staggering 10-digit figure. Though merely numbers, the impact was overwhelming. Even with 2 lifetimes of experience, Zhou Xing felt a momentary dizziness. After a brief pause, he finally calmed down $50 million. This was no trifling sum. Moreover, it was cash. For those billionaires on the Forbes list, extracting $50 million was not an easy feat. Assets are assets, and cash is cash. The two cannot be compared. $50 million propelled him instantly beyond 99% of the world's population. Even without the system and his present background, this fortune could ensure his financial security for the rest of his life, allowing him to indulge freely in his previous life. Apart from during the Qingming festival, he likely never encountered such a substantial sum of money. Zhou Xing entered the back room and turned on the handscrew faucet, causing a cascade of water to flow forth. He cupped his hands to splash water onto his face, the icy sensation jolting him awake. Gazing into the mirror, he beheld a strikingly handsome visit, radiating youthful vigor, illuminated by the morning sun streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows. He resembled the boy next door, exuding an effervescent energy. Zhou Xing pondered how to spend the $500 million, or, as the system suggested, what path he should embark upon. The bathroom fell into a tranquil silence for several moments. Suddenly, Zhou Xing chuckled, realizing he had been overthinking. In this new life, blessed with an exceptional family and a powerful system, if he could not laugh freely, then what was the point? Following one's heart and yielding to the most primal desires was the true path. With wealth at his disposal, indulgence was in order. To revel in a life of extravagance and opulence was essential. At worst, he could return home to inherit his family's vast fortune. Having reached this conclusion, Zhou Xing wiped his face with a towel and exited the room. He took the elevator down to the first floor, where a round table seating 12 awaited him in the dining room. To his surprise, his busy parents were seated, enjoying breakfast. Zhou Jianping, typically taciturn, was clad in a custom black suit, exuding the authority of someone accustomed to power. Awake? He inquired. Zhang Langfang, impeccably dressed in a tailored women's suit with subtle makeup, beckoned Zhou Xing. Since you're awake, come join us for breakfast. Zhou Xing nodded and pulled out a chair to sit across from her. Though he felt a twinge of discomfort at their transformation, they were still his parents at their core, so he did not feel entirely out of place. Zhang Langfang casually pushed a plate of breakfast prepared by the housekeeper in front of Zhou Xing. He picked up his chopsticks, devoured a whole fried egg in one bite, and then took a generous gulp of milk. Slow down, no one is competing with you. Zhang Langfang chided with a playful frown. You're an adult now, yet you still act so rashly. How will you carry yourself in public? Zhou Xing merely chuckled, saying nothing. In his youth, he might have found his parents' nagging irksome, but with age came an appreciation for its value. Zhang Langfang, at a loss for how to handle Zhou Xing's insouciance, set down her chopsticks. Are you planning to stay home for the entire summer? She queried. You stubbornly refused to study abroad as a child, and now at 18, you still choose to stay cooped up at home. Zhang Langfang sighed. With less than a month until school starts, why not venture out, stretch your legs, and get some fresh air? Even a turtle knows when to change its nest. If you remain idle, you'll become rusty. Zhou Xing blinked in contemplation. He had been curious as to why, despite Zhou Jianping's considerable wealth, none of their children had studied abroad, while he was following the same path as in his previous life. After all, the family business they were destined to inherit was vast, and lacking the requisite capabilities would render them incapable of managing it. The reason for his situation ultimately lay with him. I wish to visit Hu City, Zhou Xing stated, intending to seek their approval for his outing. To his surprise, Zhang Langfang readily agreed, aligning perfectly with his thoughts. Hu City? She nodded. That's fine. My firm has been quite busy lately, and I won't have much time to look after you. It's perfect since your university is there. Getting acquainted with the environment beforehand will prevent any last-minute rush when classes begin. Zhou Xing, who had been silent until now, also concurred. Do you need someone to accompany you? Zhang Langfang inquired. There are many employees from my company in that area who could show you around. With Zhou law firm's branches scattered across China, its presence in a metropolis like Hu City was hardly surprising. No need. Zhou Xing shook his head vigorously. Setting aside the fact that he housed a nearly 30-year-old soul, his trip to Hu City was purposeful. He had no doubts about the system's capabilities. His funding was solid and would withstand scrutiny. However, revealing his circumstances to others could lead to awkward explanations with his parents. Zhang Langfang did not press the issue. Given Hu City's status as an international financial hub, its safety was beyond question. Moreover, they had effectively maintained confidentiality regarding Zhou Xing's identity, ensuring he faced no security concerns. She turned to him and asked, "How long do you plan to stay in Hu City?" "About half a month," Zhou Xing replied after some thought. Although he wished to extend his stay, practicality dictated a return home before the semester commenced. Otherwise, given his parents' personalities, they might very well travel to Hu City to retrieve him. Zhou Xing had a private jet, making it all the more convenient. Zhang Langfang nodded, picking up her phone to make arrangements. After a short while, she set it down, her expression suddenly serious. "Though you're traveling, remember to be frugal. You must learn to manage your resources wisely. While we won't impose excessive expectations on you while you're young, upon graduating from university, even if you do not wish to take over your father's company as a board member, you must understand the importance of prudence in business management. The larger the company, the more vigilance is required. Even a minor error can lead to catastrophic consequences, especially in industry. Financial matters demand meticulous attention, for a single misstep could spell disaster." Zhang Langfang paused. "To cultivate a habit of thriftiness and to prevent you from picking up any bad habits while you're out. I've only transferred you 100,000. You will need to cover your own travel and accommodation expenses. A half month should suffice if you manage your budget well. Do not expect me to send you more money if you run out. Be sensible and return home as instructed." Zhou Xing's expression turned peculiar, sensing something amiss but unable to pinpoint it. 100,000 was insignificant to him in his current circumstances. However, he did not refuse Zhang Langfang, understanding that even the smallest amount had value. "Do you understand?" Zhang Langfang's tone intensified. "Yes, I will heed mother's instructions," Zhou Xing replied with a beaming smile and a playful salute. Zhang Langfang chuckled at his antics, playfully pinching his cheek. "Stop with the theatrics. If you can grasp even half of what I say, I would be grateful. I must take my leave. I have a meeting at 8 o'clock, Zhou Xing said, wiping his mouth. He turned to Zhang Langfang. Upon hearing this, she glanced at her watch, retrieved a compact mirror from her bag to touch up her lipstick, and stood up. "I'll accompany you." Before departing, she reminded Zhou Xing, "When you board your flight, remember to call me and send me your flight information." As Zhou Xing stood at the door, watching the custom bulletproof Maybach drive away, he finally took out his phone to check for the earliest flight to Hu City. Business class tickets were priced at 4,083. He swiftly filled in the necessary details and completed the purchase in one seamless motion.
Chapter 3. Hello, Mr. Zhou. You may now proceed to board. Shall we head directly there? At the airport's serene VIP lounge, a young flight attendant clad in a navy blue uniform, accentuated by a crimson belt, stood gracefully before Zhou Xing with a warm smile. She slightly bowed and spoke softly. Her appearance was striking, enhanced by her makeup, easily placing her in the realm of internet goddesses. In his past life, Such close proximity would have left Zhou Xing blushing and flustered. Yet now, he remained composed and replied nonchalantly, "Let us go now." With confidence stemming from both his family background and the substantial sum of $500 million in his bank account, he felt equipped to handle most situations. "Very well," the flight attendant said, stepping aside with a smile. "Please follow me." Maintaining her cheerful demeanor, she guided Zhou Xing towards the boarding gate. After traversing the dedicated boarding walkway, he quickly found his seat, 2A by the window. Reclining in the plush seat, which allowed him to stretch out comfortably, he finally understood why wealthy individuals preferred to pay exorbitantly for business class. He had no desire to reminisce about the discomfort of cramming his long legs into an economy seat during his previous life. Barely settled in, a tall and even more attractive flight attendant approached him. Her long hair elegantly styled, revealing her delicate features, her face slightly round, radiated a youthful charm. Most striking were her long, slender legs, encased in black stockings, which complemented her graceful figure. Adjusting her skirt, she half-squatted beside Zhou Xing, gazing up at him with bright, expressive eyes that seemed to converse. "Welcome aboard, Mr. Zhou. I'm your flight attendant, Anya. Please, use this towel to freshen up." Anya offered him a steaming towel, her voice soft and soothing, akin to a gentle spring breeze. Zhou Xing accepted it, marveling at the allure of the flight attendants. Any man witnessing this would feel an overwhelming sense of validation. This flight departs at 10:08 a.m. and is expected to arrive in Shanghai at 12:40 p.m. with a total duration of 2 hours and 32 minutes. A meal will be served around noon, and, as a business class passenger, you may choose from a menu located at your right. If you need anything, please let me know. I will bring you some fruit to start with, so please bear with me a moment. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xing waved his hand dismissively. "No fruit, just a bottle of water, please." "Of course. Moments latte." Anya returned with a bottle of Perrier. "Thank you," Zhou Xing said, twisting the cap and taking a sip. "My pleasure," Anya replied with a smile. "I won't disturb you further. Should you encounter any issues during the flight, feel free to call for me. I will do my utmost to assist you within my duties." "And what if it's outside your duties?" Zhou Xing raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Anya remained composed, a playful smile gracing her lips as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "That would depend on the nature of your request." Zhou Xing rested his hand on the armrest, his fingers lightly tapping, his expression calm. "For instance, could I have your contact information?" Anya was momentarily taken aback. It was not uncommon for flight attendants to be asked for their contact details, and she had been trained to politely decline such requests without offending the asker. While she was not surprised by the request, she was taken aback by his demeanor. Most men would fumble awkwardly when asking for her information. But Zhou Xing was direct and at ease, treating it as a mere triviality. His steady gaze met hers without shyness, creating an intriguing contrast with his youthful appearance. Anya found herself flustered, averting her gaze slightly, her cheeks warming. "I'm visiting Shanghai for the first time and would like a guide to show me around. Since you frequently fly there, you must know it well," Zhou Xing proposed with a charming smile. "How about I treat you to dinner, and you can show me the sights?" Anya hesitated. While her words suggested willingness, they both understood the unspoken implications behind such a request. She instinctively wanted to refuse, but found herself unable to voice it when she caught a glimpse of Zhou Xing's handsome profile. The contrast between her and the typically older, less appealing men who asked for her contact information was stark. Although Zhou Xing was forthright, his gaze held a clarity that did not make her uncomfortable. Instead, it sparked a sense of delight within her. She estimated him to be around 20, yet he exuded a maturity beyond his years. And his choice of business class hinted at an affluent background. His direct approach served as a testament to his charm. Recalling the advice shared among her fellow flight attendants, she remembered how they often remarked that their profession was one of youth, frequently moving between cities with a limited social circle. If the right opportunity arose, one should seize it without hesitation, for chances once lost could never be reclaimed. Anya had previously dismissed such notions, but now found herself wavering. "If it's not convenient, then forget it," Zhou Xing stated calmly, interrupting her thoughts. Anya blinked, momentarily stunned, before recalling something that made her cheeks flush even deeper, as if every fine hair on her skin had stood on end. Wait a moment. She glanced around, ensuring the lead flight attendant was not watching, then discreetly scribbled her number on a notepad. Tearing off the page, she slipped it into Zhou Xing's hand. "This is my number. I will be in Shanghai for 3 days," Anya said in a voice barely above a whisper, her shyness evident as she turned away without a backward glance. Left with the neatly pinned digits, Zhou Xing allowed a smile to grace his lips. 2.5 hours passed in the blink of an eye. As the plane touched down smoothly, Zhou Xing stood and made his way towards the exit, enjoying the privilege of being among the first to disembark as a business-class passenger. Traveling light, he carried only 2 outfits and his admission letter, intending to visit the school. Without the letter, entry would be a challenge, but he could procure any additional necessities upon arrival. The flight crew stood in a line at the entrance, welcoming passengers as they disembarked. "Thank you for flying with us today. We wish you a pleasant journey and hope to see you again," they chimed in unison, Anya among them. She feigned nonchalance, smiling and waving goodbye to Zhou Xing, though the tips of her ears betrayed a hint of warmth. Zhou Xing merely smiled in return, choosing not to elaborate further. As he walked away, Anya exhaled softly, feeling a mix of relief and lingering warmth on her cheeks. After giving Zhou Xing her contact information, she couldn't shake the feeling of regret, fearing he might misinterpret her intentions as those of a woman lacking decorum. Merely reminiscing about Zhou Xing's tall and handsome figure, youthful yet imbued with a serene demeanor, ignited a flicker of anticipation within me. After disembarking from the plane, Zhou Xing arrived at the taxi stand. He calmly instructed the driver, "Please take me to the Ferrari Center in Jingen." Chapter 4: The Internet Celebrity Xiaolan Handsome. We've arrived at our destination. The taxi came to a halt at the entrance of the Ferrari Center. Zhou Xing paid the fare and stepped out, gazing at the magnificent prancing horse adorning the building, his heart swelling with excitement. Before embarking on this journey, Zhou Xing had already resolved that his foremost task upon arriving in Shanghai would be to purchase a car. The allure of luxury cars and beautiful women has long captivated countless men, and Zhou Xing was no exception. Brands such as Maybach, Bentley, and Rolls-Royce, which leaned more towards the business sector, were not within his consideration. After all, his household already possessed several of those. His singular ambition lay with supercars. Young individuals need not embody restraint or modesty. Flamboyance is their hallmark. The sleek silhouettes, complemented by the roaring engines, serve to unleash the fervor of youth. While the uniquely styled Lamborghini certainly had its appeal, he found himself more enamored with Ferrari. As the progenitor of sports cars, Ferrari indisputably holds the title of the best, both in history and lineage. The significance of one's first car is always profound. Thus, Zhou Xing felt compelled to select his favorite, leaving other considerations for later. After all, he had no intention of restricting himself to merely one vehicle. The Ferrari building boasted only 2 stories but spanned a vast area infused with modernity. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noticed that the entire façade was constructed of glass, allowing passers-by a clear view of the interior. Inside, a lineup of Ferraris rested in serene elegance, their flawless curves and vibrant red paint exuding an aura of tranquility. Yet, the moment ignition was engaged, they would transform into ferocious beasts, wreaking havoc upon the roads. Upon reaching the entrance, the automatic doors swung open, and a refreshing gust of air conditioning swept over him, alleviating the oppressive August heat of Shanghai. The lobby appeared somewhat desolate. Aside from the parked vehicles, only a handful of staff members were present, each absorbed in their tasks, resulting in an eerie silence that made one hesitate to step forward. Zhou Xing, however, was evidently unfazed by this atmosphere. After all, brands like Ferrari are synonymous with top-tier luxury. The exorbitant price tags, often in the millions, are beyond the reach of ordinary consumers. In his previous life, he lacked even the courage to approach the store's entrance. A sparse clientele was the norm. A bustling crowd would have been an anomaly. This unspoken exclusivity elevated the brand's prestige. Many luxury companies adopt this strategy, allowing only one customer and their companions inside at a time, while others must wait outside in line. Once the current patron completes their purchase, the next may enter, and so forth. This practice, while ostensibly aimed at providing personalized service, serves as a marketing tactic to cultivate a high-end brand image. Otherwise, a cacophony of voices within the store would render it akin to a bustling marketplace, undermining the brand's luxurious allure. Good day, sir. Welcome to the Ferrari Center. May I ask if you have an appointment? Upon entering, Zhou Xing was greeted by a tall young woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Clad in a black suit, a fitted skirt, black stockings, and high heels, her attire accentuated her perfect curves. Despite her youth, she exuded an air of remarkable maturity and sophistication. Xiaolon? Zhou Xing's gaze flickered momentarily. What was she doing here? Though she appeared somewhat younger than he remembered, he recognized her instantly as the internet sensation who would later skyrocket to fame on Douyin, in an era that idolized slenderness. The slightly fuller Xiaolan carved her path to stardom with her perfect S-shaped figure, earning her the title of the most popular female internet celebrity in a matter of days, amassing millions of followers. How did she end up here? Zhou Xing wondered, albeit with a sense of understanding. Before her rise to fame, Xiaolan had merely been a common saleswoman for a furniture brand. In 2016, when short videos on Douyin were just beginning to gain traction, the platform's founder struggled with funding, nearly facing closure. Few were aware of Xiaolan's past. It was hardly surprising for her to become a sales consultant at Ferrari. Sir? Noticing Zhou Xing's silence, Xiaolan looked at him with a hint of confusion. Zhou Xing quickly gathered his thoughts and shook his head, replying, "No appointment." "All right," Xiaolan smiled gently. "May I ask your surname?" "Sir?" "Just Zhou." "Mr. Zhou, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Lan Qianqian, and I'm a sales consultant here at Ferrari. You can call me Xiaolon. I presume this is your first visit to our Ferrari Center? Please have a seat, and I will introduce you to the models we have available for sale. You can take a look and see which one suits you best." As she spoke, Xiaolan began to lead Zhou Xing towards the lounge area. "No need for that," Zhou Xing interjected, waving his hand. "Just take me directly to place an order. I already have a model in mind." Xiaolan paused, turning back with a look of disbelief. "Excuse me, are you saying you want to place an order right now?" Having only been a sales consultant for less than a month, she knew that while commissions on high-end vehicles were substantial, the closing rates were alarmingly low. The typical scenario was that sales would be sluggish for 3 years, followed by a surge that could sustain them for another 3. Zhou Xing's youth, lack of an appointment, and unassuming attire initially led Xiaolan to harbor little hope for a sale. Even if a client expressed intent to purchase, the process could take weeks, if not longer. Seasoned salespeople could often assess a potential buyer with just a glance. The lack of movement from her colleagues indicated that they did not view Zhou Xing as a serious client. As a newcomer, Xiaolan had no grounds to judge her customers, so she simply had to attend to him. His resolute demeanor left her momentarily flustered. Had it really been less than 5 minutes since his arrival? Is it not possible to place an order immediately? Zhou Xing raised an eyebrow. "Of course it is." Xiaolan felt a surge of joy and beamed even more brightly. "Mr. Zhou, please follow me to the configuration room." Zhou Xing nodded and followed her to the configuration room. It was his first time in such a space, and he wasn't in a rush to place an order. Rather, he was intrigued by the surroundings. Carbon fiber steering wheels, leather seats, embroidered gold logos, an array of exquisite options awaited him. Zhou Xing marveled at the sight, unperturbed by appearing inexperienced in front of Xiaolan. After all, only those who cannot afford such luxuries would fear being scrutinized by salespeople. With sufficient funds at his disposal, feeling out of place was merely a reflection of authenticity. Xiaolan patiently waited behind him, and after a while, she took out an iPad and inquired, "Mr. Zhou, which model of Ferrari are you considering for your order?" Zhou Xing replied with a calm smile, "La Ferrari." Chapter 5. Can we discuss now? The Ferrari La Ferrari. It stands alongside the McLaren P1 and Porsche 918 as one of the triumvirate of luxury automobiles, with a global limit of just 499 units. Its base price begins at $22.5 million, including optional customizations, luxury car taxes, and import duties. The total can soar to $50 million, reaching the half-billion tier of opulent vehicles. In his previous life, he could only catch glimpses of such marvels in the news. However, in this life, Zhou Xing possesses sufficient capital. Naturally, he aspires to acquire this half-billion toy, while the online commentary suggests that everyone owns a Ferrari. In reality, the number of Ferraris sold annually in China is astonishingly limited, not exceeding 200 across all models. The LaFerrari, in particular, is even rarer. It only began sales in 2014, and the cumulative sales over the past 2 years have yet to reach 30 units. Therefore, there is no need to worry about the LaFerrari being sold out. LaFerrari? Xiao Lanlan hesitated, appearing as though she was grappling with her words. Is there an issue? Zhou Xing inquired. Mr. Zhou, the LaFerrari is a limited model from Ferrari, and there are specific conditions for its purchase, Xiao Lanlan clarified. I am aware of that. It requires proof of assets totaling 50 million and a clean driving record, correct? Zhou Xing gazed at Xiao Lanlan, having already encountered this information in the news during his previous life. Indeed, Xiao Lanlan nodded, then added, however, there are additional stipulations that differ slightly from your understanding. To purchase a LaFerrari, one must be an existing customer of Ferrari and own at least 2 limited edition Ferraris or 5 flagship models. In this scenario, the asset verification requirement is reduced to 25 million. Zhou Xing frowned. Is there truly such a requirement? Yes, sir. The LaFerrari was designed as a gesture of appreciation for loyal Ferrari customers. It is understandable that you might not be aware of these details on your first visit. Xiao Lanlan smiled. Her tone was tactful, aimed at minimizing Zhou Xing's discomfort. Nevertheless, Zhou Xing felt somewhat at a loss, nearly wearing the label of a novice on his face. Despite being a top-tier heir, with his parents' wealth elevating his upbringing and perspective, he had only just begun to navigate this world anew. In his previous life, he had never encountered such prerequisites in any news articles. It seems my understanding is lacking, Zhou Xing replied. Having encountered an unexpected situation, Zhou Xing did not feel particularly embarrassed. In his past life, his overwhelming sense of inferiority might have made him feel uneasy, but now, with the means to purchase a LaFerrari, perhaps even 10, he was far less sensitive. No witties. Once you become a Ferrari client, you'll naturally learn all of this. Xiao Lanlan said, her smile radiant as she playfully winked at Zhou Xing. Would you consider exploring other models under Ferrari? They are quite impressive as well. Her casual gesture exuded an alluring charm, effortlessly captivating the youthful Zhou Xing. Truly, she possessed an innate magnetism that explained her popularity on social media platforms. If I wish to acquire a LaFerrari, are there alternative options beyond these conditions? Zhou Xing shifted the topic. While other Ferrari models were appealing, he did not wish to settle. If necessary, he would consider purchasing 5 Ferraris at once before ordering the LaFerrari. It felt rather laborious. Xiao Lanlan pondered for a moment, then confirmed, are you genuinely considering ordering a LaFerrari? In truth, when Zhou Xing expressed his intent, she had little hope for this sale. He appeared far too young. While there was a marginal chance for standard Ferraris, the LaFerrari, priced over 20 million, was beyond the reach of most, even in a wealthy city like Shanghai. Of course, Zhou Xing replied without hesitation. You should have no issues with the asset verification, correct? Xiao Lanlan asked cautiously. Rest assured, I can certainly manage the cost of a single LaFerrari. Zhou Xing smiled lightly, showing no concern. Xiao Lanlan observed Zhou Xing, sensing an air of sincerity in his confidence. Then please wait a moment while I consult our supervisor. However, I cannot guarantee anything. I can only inquire, Xiao Lanlan said before turning to leave the customization room. This situation was evidently beyond the scope of a newcomer like her, who had only been employed for less than a month. Before long, Xiao Lanlan returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He approached Zhou Xing with a smile and extended his hand. Hello, Mr. Zhou. I am a supervisor of this establishment. My name is Luo Ming. After their handshake, Luo Ming glanced at Xiao Lanlan and addressed Zhou Xing. I understand from Xiao Lan that you intend to order a LaFerrari, but do not meet the purchase conditions. Is that correct? Zhou Xing nodded. Luo Ming continued. Before finalizing the purchase, we need to conduct an asset verification. This is not a matter of distrust. It is merely a standard procedure. Zhou Xing raised an eyebrow at Luo Ming's demeanor. There was potential here. If a sale were impossible, Luo Ming would not expend such effort, nor would he require asset verification. Clearly, He had a way to bypass the conditions for purchasing the Ferrari. Indeed, Zhou Xing responded calmly. It is all part of the job. Your understanding is appreciated. Luo Ming bowed slightly. Could you please provide a professional report regarding your asset verification? There is no need for such formality, Zhou Xing replied, pulling out his phone. He opened the app for a financial institution in their presence, revealing his total assets. After verification, the balance displayed on the screen. He casually handed the phone to Luo Ming. Upon receiving the phone, Luo Ming glanced at the screen. Accustomed to dealing with the wealthy, he suddenly felt a muscle twitch in his eye, his hand trembling slightly. He nearly dropped the phone. It was merely a device, yet it felt as heavy as a ton. The weight of it was almost unbearable. Xiao Lanlan, curious, leaned over to take a look. In an instant, her pupils dilated, and she held her breath. How many digits were on that screen? Units, tens, hundreds. Husband, father, grandfather, ancestors. Zhou Xing absorbed their expressions with amusement. Now, can we discuss the process of ordering a LaFerrari? Chapter 6. Accompany me for a while when. Of course. Zhou Xing's words jolted both of them from their stupor. Luo Ming nodded repeatedly, his smile widening, his tone imbued with a hint of reverence. Over 3 billion. He had never laid eyes on such an immense sum in his life. Not only could he purchase a LaFerrari, but he could easily acquire the entire dealership. This was all cash. A substantial amount of cash not only signifies wealth, but also serves as a symbol of status. The number of individuals capable of casually producing such an amount in all of Huaxia could be counted on one hand. Zhou Xing, so young yet possessing over 3 billion, undoubtedly had a terrifying background. He was not someone Luo Ming could afford to offend. Compared to the wealthy second-generation individuals he had encountered before, Zhou Xing was akin to a king amongst beggars. Xiao Lanlan rubbed her eyes, realizing it was not a mirage, but rather a genuine 10-digit figure. She couldn't help but gasp in disbelief, staring wide-eyed at Zhou Xing. This seemingly overly youthful and ordinarily dressed handsome young man. What was his true identity? Even the son of the wealthiest man, Wang Xiaocong, could hardly produce such a fortune. Could he? I will attend to this for you right away. Please hold on a moment, Luo Ming said before preparing to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he returned. Tapping his head, he handed his phone to Zhou Xing. I sincerely apologize. I almost forgot. This is your phone. Please take it. His hands trembled slightly as he offered it. As a supervisor, especially a Ferrari, such a blunder was nearly inconceivable. The sheer impact of that balance was overwhelming. The memory still left him feeling uneasy. Zhou Xing accepted the phone, slipping it into his pocket. Are you suggesting that I can place an order for the LaFerrari without adhering to those conditions? Indeed, Luo Ming bowed slightly, demonstrating utmost humility. To order a LaFerrari, we place the order here, send the specifications to headquarters, and once production is complete, it is shipped to the customer. However, during this process, some individuals may abandon their order due to prolonged waiting times or other reasons, failing to pay the final balance. Luo Ming continued, an order requires a deposit, which is non-refundable. To avoid unnecessary financial loss, customers often choose to resell their orders. Fortunately, we have just such an order that has recently become available, and the client has entrusted us to handle it entirely. I see. Zhou Xing comprehended. Ordering a car was inherently a convoluted process, particularly for luxury vehicles like Ferrari. Each car was handcrafted, tailored to the individual specifications, resulting in a uniquely personalized vehicle. Consequently, the timeline could extend significantly, often stretching into months or, for limited editions with higher demands, even years. Such vehicles were not inexpensive, and when financial issues arose, cancellations were not uncommon. However, Mr. Zhou, you need not worry. Although this is a transferred order, it was placed less than a month ago, and production has yet to commence at headquarters, Luo Ming added, seemingly concerned that Zhou Xing might harbor reservations regarding someone else's order. After all, each customer desired to select their preferred specifications to create a car that reflected their personal style, especially for a LaFerrari. Individuals of Zhou Xing's elite stature might have particular preferences. He quickly supplemented, therefore, this is essentially no different from placing your own order. Should you wish, You can adjust the specifications or even have your initials emblazoned on the vehicle. Does that sound acceptable? Zhou Xing nodded. Very well. I will have Xiao Lan assist you in selecting the specifications. Luo Ming stood to the side. Once the configuration is finalized, I will modify the order for you. Xiao Lan hastily tapped on her iPad as the sound system erupted with the roaring of a LaFerrari engine. A red LaFerrari with scissor doors flashed onto the large LCD screen, akin to a bolt of lightning. Mr. Zhou, please take a look at the vehicle's exterior color, Xiao Lan suggested, yet inexplicably felt an overwhelming pressure in the presence of the young Zhou Xing read. Zhou Xing replied without hesitation. That color was the very soul of Ferrari. Carbon fiber steering wheel, what do you think? Select. And the wheels? Select. And the calipers? Select. Xiao Lan felt somewhat numb. Was it truly so simple to live a life of wealth? With configurations reaching tens of thousands. Zhou Xing did not bat an eyelash as he made selections without a hint of hesitation. There was no notion of personalized customization. It was merely an all-out selection. When the configuration list was finalized, she gazed at the figures in astonishment. Mr. Zhou, the total comes to 49,300,000. Here is the configuration list for your review. She handed the list to Zhou Xing. The starting price of over 20 million, coupled with the additional selections, had shaped a LaFerrari. By the time taxes and tariffs were included, the total value of this vehicle could very well exceed 60 million, genuinely placing it at the half-billion level of luxury automobiles. Due to the resale order, you will need to pay 2 million as an order fee along with an additional 2 million deposit, totaling 4 million, Luo Ming reminded from the side. Zhou Xing merely cast a cursory glance at the configuration list before retrieving his card. Please process the payment. Certainly. Luo Ming accepted the card, producing the previously prepared POS machine to complete the transaction. Please enter your password. He presented the POS machine to Zhou Xing. As Zhou Xing prepared to enter his password, he glanced at Xiao Lan, hesitating slightly. As an astute supervisor of Ferrari, Luo Ming grasped Zhou Xing's intent immediately. He smiled gently, explaining, Mr. Zhou, rest assured, Xiao Lan will be responsible for this entire order. All subsequent commissions and rewards will be entrusted to her. Zhou Xing nodded slightly and entered his password. With a beep, the POS machine dispensed the payment receipt, confirming the transaction success. I will prepare the contract and amend the order for you. Please bear with me a moment. Luo Ming respectfully departed the configuration room. Within the confines of the room, only Zhou Xing and Xiao Lan remained. After a moment of silence, Xiao Lan lifted her gaze to Zhou Xing. Thank you. I saw your actions just now. As a newcomer in sales, had Zhou Xing not intervened, her performance would have been swallowed by the supervisor without recourse. The commission from a LaFerrari could amount to hundreds of thousands, an immense sum for her. Just a small matter. Zhou Xing replied casually, not dwelling on the issue, instead inquiring, what inspired you to pursue a career in sales? Well, certainly for the sake of earning money. Xiao Lan responded. I just graduated from university, and I don't possess any particular skills. The only thing I have is, well, I figured I'd start in sales to support myself first. Zhou Xing chuckled lightly, glancing at Xiao Lan, who seemed to possess a level of self-awareness regarding her own attractiveness. In the absence of any remarkable talents, it is only natural to attract a few more customers through beauty, much like her past experiences. Initially, she gained popularity through Douyin, but lacking further abilities left her feeling somewhat inadequate. I am truly grateful to you. With this bonus, I could sustain myself in the city. Otherwise, next month's rent would indeed become a pressing issue. Xiaolan stuck out her tongue, appearing quite composed in light of her circumstances. With your qualifications, there's truly no need to engage in sales. Simply finding a wealthy boyfriend could resolve all your problems, Zhou Xing remarked, raising an eyebrow. How could that be? Xiaolan reacted vehemently. Wouldn't that mean being kept by someone? As she continued, her face flushed slightly, a stark contrast to her appearance in the short videos of her later life. Zhou Xing merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Xiaolan furtively glanced at Zhou Xing, suddenly realizing something. What did he mean by that? Could it be that he harbored such thoughts? The notion startled her, prompting an immediate and absurd shake of her head. Zhou Xing was so young and affluent, his demeanor gentle, even considerate of her modest feelings as a salesperson. He was also remarkably handsome, exuding a sunny and clean aura, embodying the very image of her dream man. On one hand, Xiaolan told herself that this was unrealistic. On the other hand, her imagination ran wild uncontrollably. If Zhou Xing were to ask her to be his girlfriend, would she accept immediately or delay her response? A moment later, Luo Ming entered with a thick stack of contracts. "Mr. Zhou, the order has been revised." He placed the contracts on the table, stating, "Next, you simply need to sign the contracts, and once the vehicle arrives, settle the final payment to take possession of the LaFerrari." After signing the numerous contracts, Zhou Xing raised his head and inquired, "How long will it take for me to receive this vehicle?" "I'll check for you," Luo Ming replied, picking up an iPad and scrutinizing it before stating, "According to the system, it will take approximately 6 months for it to be delivered to our dealership." 6 months. Zhou Xing furrowed his brow. Although he had mentally prepared himself, the prospect of waiting 6 months still felt somewhat interminable. The inability to drive the coveted car immediately left him feeling discontented. Suddenly, he turned to Xiaolan, asking, "Do you have any plans this afternoon?" "Huh?" Xiaolan snapped back to reality. "I still need to work this afternoon. Given that such a significant deal has been signed, a half-day off shouldn't be unreasonable, right?" Zhou Xing's gaze was directed at Xiaolan. Those words were aimed at Luo Ming. "Of course, that's no problem, as long as Xiaolan agrees. I can grant her a day and a half off. She can return to work the day after tomorrow." Luo Ming readily concurred, fully understanding Zhou Xing's intent and eager not to offend the young master. "Then let us go out this afternoon," Zhou Xing said to Xiaolan. "Where to?" she inquired. "To buy a car." Chapter 7. Acquiring a Lamborghini for daily use. At the entrance of Lamborghini, Xiaolan stood there, momentarily lost in thought. She turned to her companion, Zhou Xing, initially believing he was jesting, only to discover he was entirely serious. He had just ordered a luxury car worth $500 million from Ferrari. Now, he intended to purchase a Lamborghini as a temporary vehicle while waiting for the LaFerrari, which had an exceedingly long waiting period. Buying a Lamborghini for daily use? Are you even speaking coherently? Xiaolan thought to voice her incredulity, but lacked the courage, swallowing her words instead. Had she known they would come here, she would have changed her attire. She was still clad in her Ferrari uniform, adorned with its logo. It didn't seem out of place outside, but standing at the Lamborghini showroom, it felt somewhat garish. However, Zhou Xing did not offer her a chance to change. "Let us go," he said as the automatic doors swung open. Reluctantly, she followed him inside. "Sir, may I assist you?" The Lamborghini staff regarded the young man accompanied by a girl in a Ferrari uniform with evident confusion, unsure of their intentions. Zhou Xing bypassed the inquiry and directly asked, "Do you have any cars available?" The staff, momentarily taken aback, nodded. "Yes," he replied, gesturing towards the showroom where 3 Lamborghinis were displayed: a 2016 Huracan in green and white, and a 2016 Aventador LP 700-4 hardtop in Tiffany blue. These 3 are available for immediate purchase. Zhou Xing nodded slightly. The Huracan, aptly named Hurricane, is colloquially referred to as the Little Bull, while the Aventador is known as the Big Bull. He surveyed the 2 smaller models before his gaze settled on the Aventador. The Tiffany blue glistened under the showroom lights, radiating an extraordinary quality. Its low-slung body, scissor doors raised high, massive air intakes adorning its exterior, and the V12 engine visible beneath the glass, epitomized the quintessential Lamborghini style. The car's design exuded power and sharp lines, its front end defined and angular. If Ferrari represented an elegant, galloping stallion, Lamborghini embodied the fierce and aggressive bull, showcasing personality and audacity to the fullest, leaving an indelible impression. Upon first sight, Zhou Xing had already set his sights on the Aventador. Thankfully, it was not the convertible version, which required manual dismantling and was not suited for inclement weather. Imagining the chaos of trying to assemble the cover on a rainy day sent a shiver down his spine. "That Aventador, I'll pay in full. Transfer the ownership and license plates. Can it be done this afternoon?" Although acquiring a Shanghai license plate was not as arduous as it would be in the future, it remained a challenging process. However, Zhou Xing was aware that establishments like Lamborghini had their ways of expediting matters. The staff, having never encountered someone so decisively ready to purchase a car, stared blankly for a moment before instinctively replying, "You wish to buy this car?" Realizing the redundancy of the question, he quickly added, "If you're purchasing, it can certainly be arranged by this afternoon." "Very well, let us proceed with the card payment." Zhou Xing produced his bank card, but the staff hesitated to take it. This vehicle, being a store inventory, has a higher configuration, and the color alone adds several $100,000 to the price. "Are you comfortable with that?" "How much?" Zhou Xing inquired. "The price is $8,800,000, and with insurance, registration, and taxes, it totals over $10 million. "Swipe the card," Zhou Xing commanded. The staff, momentarily stunned, then broke into a beaming smile, respectfully accepting the card. "I will process this immediately." In an instant, the showroom buzzed with excitement as all the Lamborghini employees turned their attention to Zhou Xing, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and curiosity. He became the center of attention, prompting questions about his identity. They had seen wealthy individuals before, often the children of affluent families, exuding an air of privilege. But Zhou Xing's straightforward purchase of a car worth over $10 million in cash left them in awe. Xiao Lanlan stood beside him, remarkably composed, having witnessed such scenes before. If they knew that Zhou Xing had just ordered a LaFerrari worth nearly $500 million, their reactions would be even more intriguing. Under the influence of wealth, the Lamborghini staff worked with exceptional efficiency. They soon approached Zhou Xing with paperwork and a POS machine, detailing various fees totaling $10,700,000. Zhou Xing entered his password on the machine, and the transaction was successful. The sales representative could no longer suppress his joy. 2 hours later, the staff had prepared the venue for the handover ceremony, presenting Zhou Xing with 2 keys and a vehicle certificate. "Mr. Zhou, thank you for your support of Lamborghini, and welcome to our family." Zhou Xing accepted the keys and pulled the cover off the blue Aventador, which stood silently before him. He pressed the unlock button, and the Y-shaped headlights flickered to life. Opening the scissor doors, he entered the cockpit, reminiscent of a fighter jet, filled with an aura of combat readiness. Pressing the brake, he lifted the cover and pressed the ignition button. The V12 engine roared to life, a thunderous sound that resonated throughout the showroom, akin to a beast poised to unleash its power. To Zhou Xing, it was a symphony that surged through his veins, a reminder that a sports car was the epitome of a man's romance. Although not yet seated in the LaFerrari as he had envisioned, this Aventador was a splendid substitute. "Why are you standing there in a daze?" Zhou Xing called to Xiao Lanlan, who remained rooted to the spot. "Get in." Clumsily, she opened the scissor door and joined him, fastening her seatbelt. With a press of the accelerator, the car surged forward, departing the Lamborghini showroom. After driving for a while, Xiao Lanlan sensed something amiss. "Isn't this the wrong way to the Ferrari Center? It's about time for dinner. To express my gratitude for accompanying me to purchase the car, I'd like to treat you," Zhou Xing replied calmly, gripping the steering wheel. "Shouldn't I be the one thanking you? You were the one who signed the order. I merely observed," Xiao Lanlan retorted. But the words faded before they reached her lips. Having graduated from university in an age of abundant information, she was well aware of Zhou Xing's demeanor. Lowering her head, she remained silent, clearly acquiescing to his decision. Chapter 8. Let's stay here tonight at the elegant hot pot restaurant. A brand new Lamborghini roared in and out of the parking lot, immediately drawing a crowd of onlookers. In a city like Shanghai, such a magnificent vehicle was a rare sight. The security guard at the elegant hot pot watched as Zhou Xing struggled to maneuver the Lamborghini into a parking spot, feeling a twinge of anxiety. He wanted to step in and assist, yet the aggressive demeanor of the car made him hesitate, leaving him to direct with gestures. Yes. Turn the steering wheel hard right. Now back up. Straighten the wheel." After an arduous 10 minutes, Zhou Xing finally emerged from the vehicle, locking it with an air of embarrassment. Despite being equipped with a 360-degree camera system, the car's low chassis limited his visibility. Moreover, Zhou Xing was a novice driver. In his previous life, he had scarcely touched a car after obtaining his license and had not purchased his first vehicle until nearly 30. Consequently, his driving skills remained quite unrefined. During the drive, he felt no discomfort, as other drivers graciously yielded the road to him, making it feel as though he were gliding through his own living room. However, Parking proved to be a challenge. Without cash on hand, Zhou Xing resorted to borrowing 200 yuan from Xiao Lanlan, handing it to the security guard with a casual, "Thanks, buddy." The guard accepted the money with a beaming smile, replying, "No need to thank me, boss. Just let me know when you're ready to leave, and I can move some cars out of the way for you." Zhou Xing merely nodded, suppressing his annoyance at being perceived as incapable. Parking might be tricky, but driving out was a task that could be accomplished with eyes closed. He said nothing further and led Xiao Lanlan into a private room at the elegant hot pot. The restaurant had not yet reached the peak of its popularity, but its exquisite flavors and upscale ambience had already garnered a modest reputation. The dining hall was filled with patrons. "I can't believe you're so wealthy, yet your driving skills are so average," Xiao Lanlan quipped, unable to contain her laughter as they settled into their seats. Zhou Xing regarded her with a blank expression. "Do you consider yourself amusing?" "Well, somewhat," she replied, unperturbed by his demeanor, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she gestured playfully. After spending an afternoon together, she had come to understand Zhou Xing's amiable nature. He rarely showed anger and thus felt free to joke with him. Zhou Xing picked up the menu, ordering without consulting her. Xiao Lanlan found this assertiveness charming, appreciating his straightforwardness, especially given the exorbitant prices of the dishes. Having only heard of this place before, she was at a loss for what to order herself. As the dishes arrived, steam rising from the bubbling hot pot, Xiao Lanlan marveled, "Today you've finally shown me what it means to be truly wealthy. The life of the affluent is so liberating." Her brief time with Zhou Xing had completely reshaped her worldview, exposing her to experiences previously unknown to her. Zhou Xing savored a piece of bamboo shoot, chewing thoughtfully before smiling. "So, do you wish to live this kind of life?" "Of course." Xiao Lanlan pouted. Who would want to live the life of the well-off? In a city like Shanghai, wealth is what makes you feel like you belong. Those without money often feel isolated from it. She murmured, her discontent with the city evident. "Given your circumstances, becoming wealthy is quite attainable," Zhou Xing remarked with a gentle smile. Upon grasping the implication of his words, Xiao Lanlan fell into silence. Zhou Xing chose to fill his own stomach before resuming their conversation. The hot pot meal lasted nearly 2 hours. When it came time to settle the bill, which amounted to 621 yuan, Xiao Lanlan exclaimed in disbelief, while Zhou Xing remained unperturbed. As they exited the restaurant, it was nearly 9 o'clock at night, and Shanghai sparkled with lights. The elegant hot pot had grown increasingly lively. Zhou Xing retrieved his keys and unlocked the car as Xiao Lanlan climbed in. In the eyes of envious onlookers, Zhou Xing pressed the accelerator, smoothly pulling out of the lot, leaving the waiting security guard feeling regretful. The Lamborghini unleashed its power on the city streets, and Xiao Lanlan realized they were not headed toward her home, as Zhou Xing had not inquired about her address. The car thundered towards the entrance of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Lujiazui. Upon exiting, a doorman promptly approached to take the keys and park the vehicle. Xiao Lanlan followed Zhou Xing into the hotel. Standing before the charming receptionist, he requested, "Please book me a presidential suite." The receptionist looked at Zhou Xing's youthful face and asked, "Certainly, our presidential suite is priced at 68,000 yuan per night. How many nights would you like to reserve?" "Let us book it for 15 nights, Zhou Xing replied, handing over his card. With the discount, the total came to 720,000 yuan. "Please enter your password," the receptionist instructed, and Xiao Lanlan watched in astonishment as Zhou Xing casually charged such a sum. While she had been taken aback by his extravagant car purchase earlier, this was a stark reminder of the sheer scale of his wealth. It dawned on her that with a 10-digit sum in his bank account, he could likely afford to stay here indefinitely if he wished. Not only Xiao Lanlan, but even the young receptionist felt overwhelmed by the situation. Few would choose to occupy a presidential suite for half a month. Such an expense could purchase an entry-level Porsche. Zhou Xing was undeniably handsome, tall, and the epitome of a perfect man, sparking the receptionist's interest. However, upon noticing Xiao Lanlan beside him, her enthusiasm dimmed. A man of such caliber was bound to attract many admirers, and Xiao Lanlan's beauty surpassed her own. "The room is ready for you, and a staff member will escort you upstairs." The suite includes a 24-hour personal butler who will provide personalized service. There's even a private spa room for guests to enjoy relaxation services without leaving their suite. Welcome to the Ritz-Carlton. We hope you have a pleasant stay filled with unforgettable experiences. The receptionist, suppressing her disappointment, handed Zhou Xing the room key with a smile. Zhou Xing took the key and turned to head towards the elevator, but was suddenly halted by Xiao Lanlan's voice. Since you've booked the room and it's getting late, I'll head home to rest. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Xing grasped her hand. Xiao Lanlan appeared flustered. You don't need to see me off. I could take a taxi back. Zhou Xing simply gazed at her and replied calmly. Let us stay here tonight. Chapter 9. What are we to each other? Zhou Xing's words were calm, yet imbued with an undeniable certainty. Xiao Lanlan refrained from mentioning their return, allowing Zhou Xing to hold her hand as they proceeded toward the elevator. At some point, their grasp had transitioned from holding to entwining. A dedicated attendant awaited them at the elevator's entrance, promptly pressing the button. The presidential suite at the Ritz-Carlton was located on the 51st floor. The elevator ascended swiftly, reaching their destination in less than 30 seconds. Ding! The elevator doors opened to reveal a gentleman in his 60s, his hair peppered with gray. Clad in a butler's uniform, complete with white gloves and black-rimmed glasses. His meticulously combed hair radiated an air of cleanliness and precision. Upon seeing Zhou Xing and Xiao Lanlan emerge, he slightly bowed and greeted, Good day, Mr. Zhou. I am your personal butler. You may call me Butler Wang. Welcome to the Ritz-Carlton. Should you have any inquiries during your stay, please do not hesitate to contact me. I am here to ensure your experience is nothing short of perfection. He presented Zhou Xing with the key to a Lamborghini. Zhou Xing accepted it, casually slipping it into his pocket. I shall escort you to your room, Butler Wang said, gesturing for them to proceed. Zhou Xing nodded, leading Xiao Lanlan toward their suite. They swiped the room card and pushed open the grand door, revealing a breathtaking view of the Bund and the Oriental Pearl Tower, illuminated by the vibrant neon lights of the night. The room, adorned with contemporary decorative art, featured a living room, a dining area for 10, a private study, a library, a walk-in closet, and a master bedroom with a marble bathroom, encompassing over 400 square meters. However, Zhou Xing's attention was not on the dazzling cityscape, but rather focused on Xiao Lanlan. Recognizing the moment, Butler Wang discreetly excused himself, stating, I shall not intrude on your rest. Should you require anything, feel free to summon me via the room phone. With that, he exited, gently closing the door behind him, plunging the room into silence. Xiao Lanlan felt an inexplicable tension rising within her. She swallowed hard and looked up, locking eyes with Zhou Xing. Unlike the clear gaze she had encountered before, his eyes now bore a hint of redness. Instinctively, she turned away, unable to meet his gaze. Zhou Xing stepped closer, wrapping his arms around her. She attempted to break free but found herself utterly restrained by his grip, which felt like iron bands. After a moment of stillness, Xiao Lanlan ceased her struggles, and the room fell into a profound silence, save for the rapid beating of their hearts. I'll take a shower, Xiao Lanlan said softly, giving Zhou Xing a gentle pat. No need, Zhou Xing replied with a commanding tone. I quite like the way you look in this outfit. With a decisive press of a button, the lights in the room dimmed, leaving only faint illumination from the hallway and bathroom. The curtains drew closed automatically, shielding the vibrant city lights of Shanghai from view. The harsh sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Zhou Xing, still groggy, felt a weight upon him. As he opened his eyes, he beheld a slumbering Xiao Lanlan, deeply asleep, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, evidently weary. Checking his phone, he noted it was already past 11. Approaching noon, he marveled at the vitality of youth, feeling invigorated himself. Donning a bathrobe, he ventured into the living room, his stomach growling, ready to call for room service. Just then, he noticed his pants strewn on the floor, a note peeking from the pocket. Rubbing his temples, he recalled nearly forgetting about it. No wonder he had felt as though something was amiss the previous night. He picked up the note, jotted down the number on his phone, and promptly crumpled it into the wastebasket. Then he dialed the front desk. Hello, this is the front desk. How may I assist you? A sweet voice answered. Please send up a lunch for 2. As for the specifics, I leave that to your discretion, Zhou Xing instructed. Certainly. We have an exquisite dual luxury set meal priced at 26,600. Would that be acceptable? Sounds good. Please hold while I notify the kitchen. It should arrive within approximately 30 minutes. Thank you. You're welcome. Zhou Xing ended the call, only to feel someone embrace him from behind. I thought you had vanished when I woke up. Xiao Lamlin's voice chimed with a hint of melancholy. How could that be? Zhou Xing turned around, enveloping her in his arms with a smile. It's getting late. I merely ordered some lunch. You must be hungry too, he added. Xiao Lanlan nodded, pouting playfully. I was awakened by hunger. After a night together, Xiao Lanlan had noticeably softened, beginning to cling to Zhou Xing. All right, after lunch. I can take you shopping to make it up to you, Zhou Xing said with a gentle smile. No need, Xiao Lanlan shook her head. I'm completely drained. I lack the energy for shopping. Then we shall wait until you feel rested, Zhou Xing replied, not pressing further. What exactly are we to each other? Xiao Lanlan suddenly inquired, gazing up at him with earnest eyes. Perhaps we are akin to a couple? Zhou Xing paused, his expression momentarily faltering. He had lived a life of indulgence, unlikely to be tethered by any one woman. Of course, he finally responded, though he refrained from disputing the label. A relationship between a man and a woman, after all, was not legally restricted to just one partner. However, Xiao Lanlin's reaction was not one of joy. Instead, she continued, I know that a man like you, handsome, wealthy, youthful, and skilled at gaming, has many women drawn to him. Zhou Xing raised an eyebrow. You are too perfect. I cannot expect to monopolize you. But at the very least, grant me a label so that I might feel somewhat at ease. Xiao Lanlan bit her lip. This request isn't unreasonable, is it? Not all, Zhou Xing smiled. I knew you couldn't be so straightforward. Xiao Lanlan glared at him, her expression filled with mock indignation. You're such a scoundrel. Zhou Xing, unperturbed, leaned down to kiss her soft cheek, then gently turned her face to meet his gaze. I can promise you that, as long as you wish, you may remain by my side. I can provide you with a house, a car, whatever you desire, should you ever wish to leave. I shall also ensure you receive a sum of money for a peaceful separation. As for love, he hesitated, then added, I can offer that too, though my heart has been fractured many times, so my affections may be somewhat complex. I trust you can comprehend that. I understand nothing of the sort, Xiao Lanlan grumbled, her teeth clenched in frustration. In a fit of anger, she grasped Zhou Xing's arm, threatening to bite down, but as she did, her grip softened to a mere playful nibble. She then released Zhou Xing's arm and nestled into his embrace, whispering softly, I shall not leave you. Just then, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Chapter 10. My woman cannot be measured by money. Xiao Lanlan donned her attire and proceeded to open the door. Butler Wang stood respectfully at the threshold, accompanied by two attendants pushing a dining cart. Good afternoon, ma'am, he greeted with a smile upon seeing Xiao Lanlan. Is it lunchtime? Came Zhou Xing's voice from within. If so, please bring it in, he instructed. Without a hint of doubt, Butler Wang personally accepted the meal and smoothly wheeled it into the reception room. Zhou Xing sat languidly on the sofa, idly scrolling through his phone. Good afternoon, Mr. Zhou. Here is your ordered lunch, prepared by our head chef. I hope it meets your expectations, Butler Wang said, giving a slight bow before unveiling the dishes. The tantalizing aroma instantly enveloped the entire reception area. Delicacies such as private kitchen sunflower chicken, cherry foie gras, ancient method steamed dragon fish ball, handmade noodles with truffle sauce, concubine lobster soup rice, and the final dessert, mango pomelo sago, were presented before Zhou Xing and Xiao Lanlan in a splendid array. Although the portions were modest, each dish was perfectly sufficient for two. Xiao Lanlan was astonished. She had not anticipated that hotel Chinese cuisine could be so luxurious. Gazing at the visually enticing dishes, she unconsciously swallowed, her stomach already protesting. Butler Wang smiled and remarked, as I wasn't certain of Mr. Zhou and this lady's preferences, I prepared a selection of Chinese dishes. If they do not suit your taste, please do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall request the chef to make substitutions. No problem. Let it be as it is, Zhou Xing replied casually. By the way, please bring me a bottle of wine to accompany the meal. Certainly. Do you have a preference for the vintage? Butler Wang inquired. Choose as you see fit. It need not be extravagant. A common bottle worth several thousand yuan will suffice. Zhou Xing responded. He could easily afford bottles worth millions, yet such wines were typically reserved for more formal occasions. Choosing such wine for a simple lunch would not denote wealth, but rather invite ridicule. Fortunately, the restaurant had a 2009 bottle from Chateau Latour priced at 51,000 yuan, which I will procure for you immediately, Butler Wang whispered into his earpiece. Before long, a server arrived, presenting a bottle of Latour. Butler Wang accepted it, showcased the label and brand to Zhou Xing for confirmation, then uncorked it, pouring it into a decanter. As the deep crimson liquid flowed, it released the intoxicating aroma of oak barrels, enveloping the air. Butler Wang poured wine into both their glasses, arranged them before them, and discreetly exited, allowing them to dine in peace. "Let us eat," Zhou Xing said, picking up his chopsticks, only to notice that Xiao Lanlan beside him remained still, perplexed. "Why aren't you eating? Weren't you just ravenous, secretly swallowing earlier?" Xiao Lanlan's cheeks flushed. She had not anticipated Zhou Xing would notice her subtle actions. "I've just never seen Chinese cuisine presented so beautifully. It's too exquisite for me to indulge," she explained. "Spending so much on a single meal feels excessively extravagant, and I hesitate to partake." "What is there to hesitate about?" Zhou Xing raised an eyebrow. "As a Ferrari sales associate, you ought to be accustomed to affluent individuals and such displays. Even if they are wealthy, it does not pertain to me," Xiao Lanlan replied softly. "While I work at Ferrari, it does not imply that I can't afford one myself or have ascended into the upper echelons of society." Zhou Xing was taken aback by Xiao Lanlan's self-awareness. Many employees in the luxury sector often developed an inflated sense of self-importance, believing that their affiliation with wealth elevated their status above others, leading to disdain from many customers. "Do not dwell on such trivialities," Zhou Xing chuckled, playfully tapping her nose. "This is merely a regular meal. It is not extraordinary. Money is just a number. What matters is what you savor." A bottle of wine priced over 50,000 yuan as a dining accompaniment was indeed rather ordinary. Xiao Lanlan gazed thoughtfully. Zhou Xing, unable to suppress his laughter, merely nodded. "Let's eat. Wait, I must take a photo first." Xiao Lanlan snapped several pictures, then casually captured the view outside the window, inadvertently revealing the location of the Ritz-Carlton. After sending the images, she set her phone down with satisfaction. Women are inherently creatures of contradiction. Vanity resides in all, yet Zhou Xing found no fault in her actions. Once they had dined satisfactorily, Xiao Lanlan reclined on the sofa, her figure subtly accentuated by the robe. Zhou Xing, intrigued, leaned closer. "You should rest well. You seemed a bit rusty with the games last night. Allow me to help you practice." "Please, if we continue, I fear I may fall apart," Xiao Lanlan gasped, her face paling at the thought. Yet, unable to resist Zhou Xing, she resumed playing the game. An hour later, feeling sore from their gaming session, Xiao Lanlan shot Zhou Xing a playful glare before covering her mouth and retreating to the bathroom for a shower and to brush her teeth. Moments later, she emerged, surprising Zhou Xing as she had put on yesterday's attire again. Her hair was neatly styled, pulled up, and slightly arranged. "Thanks to you, I can hardly wear this outfit," Xiao Lanlan remarked, pointing to her Ferrari uniform, exasperated. "It's covered in dirt, and I have work tomorrow. I wonder if it will be clean by morning." Zhou Xing chuckled lightly. "Then simply skip work." "That is not an option. My supervisor has granted me a day and a half off," Xiao Lanlan replied, shaking her head. "If I do not go to work, will you support me?" "I'll support you," Zhou Xing said without hesitation. Xiao Lanlan gazed at him for a moment, feeling reluctant to part ways. In the initial stages of their relationship, they wished to be inseparable around the clock. Xiao Lanlan was no exception, but ultimately she said, "If I do not work, I would feel like your pet canary. Only by working do I retain a semblance of self in your presence. Hence, I must return." She rose, casting a wistful glance at Zhou Xing. "This grants you personal space, allowing you the opportunity to flirt with others, while I prefer to remain oblivious." Zhou Xing pondered for a moment, recognizing the validity in her words and offering no objection. "Very well, I shall escort you back." At his words, Xiao Lanlan beamed, planting a kiss on Zhou Xing in gratitude. "You truly are wonderful." Such is the nature of wealthy individuals. Zhou Xing merely smiled in response. They descended to the hotel's underground garage, where they entered the Lamborghini. With a resounding roar, the vehicle surged forth from the garage, heading towards Xiao Lanlin's residence. Half an hour later, they arrived at their destination. Xiao Lanlin's abode was situated in the old district of Wu City. The road was somewhat muddy, presenting a challenge for the low-slung Lamborghini. Activating the lift system, they finally reached the entrance of her complex. However, they could not proceed further. The space ahead was too narrow for the car to enter. "Let us park here. It is but a short distance. I shall walk back," Xiao Lanlan said cheerfully. Zhou Xing, despite his considerable wealth, showed her immense care by personally escorting her home, which filled her with joy throughout the journey. "Thank you, darling." Xiao Lanlan leaned in and planted a kiss on Zhou Xing's cheek before opening the car door to exit. "Wait," Zhou Xing called out to her, swiftly taking her phone to check her banking app. After a moment, he transferred 1 million to Xiao Lanlan directly. Handing her back the phone, he surveyed the neighborhood with a furrowed brow. "The surroundings here are not ideal. Living alone is not particularly safe. You should consider renting a more upscale place. It provides better security and is closer to your workplace, making your commute more convenient." Xiao Lanlan stared at the transfer of 1 million. "Aren't you afraid I might abscond with this money? Your legs are your own. If you wish to leave, how could I possibly stop you?" Zhou Xing retorted. "But this is 1 million. Even if I were sold, I wouldn't be worth that much," Xiao Lanlan pouted. Zhou Xing chuckled. "My woman cannot be measured by monetary value." As Xiao Lanlan gazed at the handsome young man before her, a realization dawned upon her. She had completely fallen for Zhou Xing. However, Zhou Xing's tone shifted. "If you use my money to indulge in frivolous affairs, I won't let you off easily." Xiao Lanlan burst into laughter at his words, playfully punching him on the arm. "You're insufferable. I was genuinely touched just now, and you ruined it in an instant. What naughty boy." After saying this, she turned and wrapped her arms around his. Zhou Xing was nearly the epitome of a perfect man, handsome, tall, and exceptionally considerate towards women. Aside from his flirtatious nature, she found it hard to pinpoint any flaws. If only he weren't so promiscuous despite having only spent a single day with Zhou Xing. She felt an overwhelming urge to marry him and bear several chubby children. Yet, she realized she was being a bit greedy. If Zhou Xing were not so unfaithful, the chance would not fall to her. Having come to this conclusion, Xiao Lanlan nodded. "I'll call the agent when I get home to look at some properties. Now you can rest easy." Zhou Xing nodded in agreement. Although Xiao Lanlan claimed she was leaving, she hesitated, reluctant to part ways. Just as Zhou Xing's hand rested on her shoulder, signaling the start of a playful moment, Xiao Lanlan hurriedly exited the car. Her hair, which she had neatly styled, was now slightly disheveled, and her clothes were wrinkled, particularly at the shoulders where the seatbelt had pressed against her. "Naughty boy," Xiao Lanlan muttered, casting a glance at Zhou Xing, before bursting into a smile, her heart filled with sweetness. "I'm off now." She waved at Zhou Xing, who reciprocated the gesture. Stepping onto the muddy path in her high heels, she wore a radiant smile, her spirits soaring to unprecedented heights. "Lanlan, you have disappointed me terribly." Suddenly, an angry voice echoed in the air. Chapter 11. Do you consider yourself affectionate? A young man appeared before Xiaolan, blocking her path. He appeared to be around 24 or 25 years old, clad in a white tank top and gray shorts. Standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, with a slightly plump physique, his appearance was not particularly striking, falling within the realm of the ordinary. Upon seeing him, Xiaolan's previously radiant smile gradually faded, and she asked in a flat tone, "Li Yilin, what do you want? Shouldn't you owe me an explanation?" The man named Li Yilin regarded Xiaolan, his eyes harboring an undercurrent of anger. "What explanation do I owe you?" Xiaolan replied, her patience waning. "It seems we have no relationship, and we are hardly familiar. Are we? I pursued you for a full 6 years, and you dare say we are not familiar?" Li Yilin looked at her incredulously. "Since my freshman year, I have been chasing after you, but you insisted on focusing solely on your studies, claiming you wouldn't date until after graduation. So, I waited until you graduated, only for you to say that you would consider dating once you secure a stable job. I relocated here for you, waiting for a total of 6 years. As Li Yilin spoke, his emotions intensified. And yet, just after a few days without seeing you, you found yourself a wealthy suitor. Is this what you meant when you said you weren't looking to date? As he returned home from work, The deafening roar of a Lamborghini's engine caught his attention. In this dilapidated neighborhood, it stood out starkly. Few could resist the allure of such a vehicle. Li Yilin found himself drawn to watch, only to witness a scene that shattered his heart. His once unattainable goddess, Xiaolan, who had claimed to have no intentions of dating, was inside the car, being intimately affectionate with Zhou Xing, even initiating a kiss. Li Yilin felt as though the ground had fallen from beneath him, and he was overcome with dizziness. This compelled him to confront Xiaolan, hoping to elicit a reasonable explanation from her. All of this is merely your one-sided affection. I have never asked you for anything, nor have I taken anything from you. Xiaolan had completely lost her patience. And my dating choices are my own freedom. I owe no explanations to anyone, least of all you. If you have nothing to discuss, kindly step aside and do not waste my time. Xiaolan glanced back at Zhou Xing in the car, anxious that he might misunderstand, and attempted to bypass Li Yilin. However, Li Yilin once again obstructed her path. What do you want from me? Xiaolan's expression turned icy as she regarded him impassively. I once believed you were different from other girls, Li Yilin said, disappointment etched on his face. I never imagined you would be so materialistic. You have truly let me down. Have you finished? Before Xiaolan could respond, a voice emerged from behind. Zhou Xing stepped out of the car, standing protectively in front of Xiaolan, his gaze fixed on Li Yilin. Darling, Xiaolan quickly explained, he and I are college classmates. Even though we are not in the same major, he has persistently pursued me since our freshman year. I have rejected him countless times, but he remains undeterred. In truth, we are not familiar at all and have no relationship. Zhou Xing gently patted Xiaolan's back. It's all right. I heard everything from the car. I'll handle the rest. Xiaolan nodded obediently, but then nervously tugged at Zhou Xing's shirt. Be careful. I worry he might act out of line and hurt you. Their conversation reached Li Yilin's ears clearly. Witnessing their embrace was already painful enough. Xiaolan's words pierced him like 1,000 blades. Don't worry, Zhou Xing said with a faint smile, turning his attention to Li Yilin and shaking his head. There have always been infatuated fools. I have no time for someone like you. We are all adults here. There is no need to make things so tense. Stop harassing my girlfriend. What do you mean, your girlfriend? Li Yilin's eyes instantly turned red. I have pursued her for 6 long years, providing meticulous care and attention. Were you during that time? Zhou Xing sighed, realizing that communication with such a person was futile. Let us go. I'll walk you upstairs. He wrapped his arm around Xiaolan's waist, recognizing that continuing the argument was merely a waste of time. There is no need to engage with fools. Besides, Xiaolan is about to move away and will no longer have any connection with you. Yes, Xiaolan agreed without hesitation. Step aside. Zhou Xing approached Li Yilin, towering over him at 185 meters. His tone, though calm, was imbued with a sense of authority. Li Yilin instinctively moved aside. Zhou Xing led Xiaolan forward. But then Li Yilin suddenly reacted, feeling humiliated. He shouted at Xiaolan, what makes him better than me? You're only interested in his wealth, and in the end, you'll find yourself with nothing. Such a man will only play with you and discard you when he grows bored. I am the only one who truly cares for you. I would give everything to make you happy. Wake up, Xiaolan. Don't remain blindly obsessed. Xiaolan and Zhou Xing did not stop. Li Yilin became increasingly frantic. Xiaolan, you will regret this. You dangle me along while seeking out wealthy men. When you are cast aside, don't come crying back to me. Zhou Xing paused momentarily. He had intended to avoid a lengthy debate with Li Yilin, but his expression darkened. He released Xiaolan and turned directly toward Li Yilin. Seeing Zhou Xing approach, Li Yilin felt a twinge of anxiety and instinctively stepped back, his expression shifting. What do you intend to do? Nothing, Zhou Xing replied dismissively, glancing at him. Do you believe yourself to be deeply affectionate? Li Yilin was taken aback. However, Zhou Xing continued unabated. Being poor is not your fault, but being both poor and incapable while hindering others from seeking a better life is a grave error. In this life, who isn't pragmatic. I can provide her with the life she desires, the clothing, the handbags, the home, the car, spontaneous trips, and the freedom to resign at will. What can you offer her? Li Yilin clenched his fists, defiantly asserting, I can offer her love. Is love now so trivial? Zhou Xing scoffed. Self-awareness is a virtue. Before possessing the means, one should focus on self-improvement, striving to earn the life and the partner one desires, instead of blaming others for being materialistic. Love? Do you truly believe this is a fairy tale, where a girl can forego food and drink to live a romantic life with you? If you cannot even support a girlfriend, what qualifies you to speak of love? Zhou Xing's words struck deeply. Li Yilan's expression shifted repeatedly, his demeanor becoming increasingly uncomfortable, yet he remained unwilling to concede before Zhou Xing. Then why did she keep me hanging, not outright rejecting me, but telling me she wasn't dating for now, continuously giving me hope? You're at an age where such naivety is unacceptable. In adult life, a lack of a clear answer implicitly means rejection, Zhou Xing replied disdainfully. She merely wished to preserve your last shred of dignity, but you failed to appreciate it. You are nothing. What gives you the right to think she would wait for you? Li Yilan's anger surged, his fists clenched, and his eyes filled with fury, his teeth nearly grinding together. What did you say? How about it? Do you wish to make a move? Zhou Xing remarked nonchalantly, if I strike you, I can easily depart unscathed. As for you, Zhou Xing, with a playful smile, continued, should you dare to lay a finger on me, your entire lineage would be unable to compensate for the consequences. This is the stark reality. If you find this unacceptable, feel free to test it. Li Yilan's breath grew heavy, his chest heaving as he gasped for air, his fingers turning pale from the tension. Even though fury surged within him, he lacked the courage to confront Zhou Xing, for he understood that Zhou Xing was not someone he could provoke without dire repercussions. Slap! In the next instant, Zhou Xing delivered a sharp blow to his face. Li Yilan was utterly taken aback by Zhou Xing's sudden aggression, rendered motionless as he felt a searing pain radiate from his cheek. The smile that once adorned Zhou Xing's face had vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor. When I grant you a favor, you must learn to accept it graciously. Do not audaciously disregard the respect I offer. Chapter 12. Becoming the villainous young master, you should consider yourself fortunate to have encountered me. Zhou Xing withdrew his hand and nonchalantly shook it off. I merely imparted a lesson. Had it been someone else, they likely would not have been so accommodating. I understand your discontent, but I'm indifferent to it. You are welcome to seek me out at any time. But next time, I may not be so courteous. Zhou Xing stated coolly, being an infatuated admirer is your prerogative, but keep your distance from my girlfriend. With that, he turned on his heel and departed, leaving Li Yilan standing there in a daze, unable to regain his composure for a long while. We should expedite the process of securing a house. Do not concern yourself with the cost. If possible, let's aim to move in by tomorrow, Zhou Xing said, wrapping his arm around Xiao Lanlan. All right, darling, I will take care of it immediately. Xiao Lanlan realized that staying here was evidently not a wise choice. She clung to Zhou Xing's arm, gazing adoringly at his face, smiling foolishly. Darling, you look so handsome just now. Xiao Lanlan had not anticipated that the usually gentle Zhou Xing could unleash such a fervent display of anger. Yet, knowing it was all for her, her heart brimmed with sweetness. Zhou Xing smiled faintly. He hadn't intended to do anything to Li Yilan. Being infatuated is not inherently despicable, nor is poverty a fault of one's own. In this life, even with $500 million, Zhou Xing would not look down upon anyone because of their financial status. In his previous life, he too was an unremarkable young man. Thus, he calmly explained to Li Yilan, hoping he could grasp the underlying truth. However, it was evident that Li Yilan possessed no self-awareness. The subsequent consequences were entirely of his own making. I find myself somewhat resembling the tyrannical young master from a novel. Zhou Xing chuckled softly. Such antagonists in fiction seldom meet with favorable outcomes. Yet this is not a novel. It is reality. Zhou Xing escorted Xiao Lanlan back to her rental apartment and lingered for a while, watching as she coordinated with the agency and arranged for a moving company before he finally chose to depart. Upon arriving at the parking area, he found no trace of Li Yilan. In front of his car, however, stood a young woman perched on the hood, taking photographs. The girl was youthful and quite attractive, yet her face bore a conspicuous hint of artificial enhancement. She donned a mink shawl paired with cream-colored trousers and sported a pair of Gucci slides. With sunglasses perched on her head and a Chanel black handbag in hand, she exuded the aura of a socialite. Zhou Xing raised an eyebrow, but refrained from approaching her, instead standing by with keen interest as she continued her photo session. Noticing she had drawn onlookers, the girl remained unfazed, continuing to act as if she were the center of attention. At that moment, Zhou Xing's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and noted an unfamiliar number before answering. Hello. Hello, is this Mr. Zhou? A middle-aged man's voice came through, polite in tone. This is I. What can I do for you? Good day, Mr. Zhou. I am Lin Yuxing, the branch manager of China Merchants Bank in Jiangcheng. We have detected that you have a deposit of $500 million in your savings account with us. Lin Yuxing continued, expressing gratitude for Zhou Xing's trust in their bank. Given the substantial amount, it qualifies you for our exclusive private banking services, and I would like to extend an invitation for you to join us. May I inquire about your interest in this offer? Zhou Xing was not particularly surprised by the call. $500 million translates to over 30 billion yuan, having purchased 2 cars the previous day. This sum felt trivial in comparison. Banks, ever motivated by profit, would naturally seek ways to retain such a fortune. As long as one possesses sufficient wealth, the bank becomes subservient. That sounds feasible, but I am currently in Huqing, not Jiangcheng, so any meeting will likely need to be postponed. Zhou Xing did not decline the invitation outright. While banks typically offer little more than superficial benefits, the services and privileges they provide could be advantageous. For instance, when wishing to purchase a rare car like a LaFerrari, he could leverage the bank's connections to secure an opportunity. That is not a problem. I, too, am on a business trip in Huqing. I can arrange a meeting at your convenience, Lin Yuxing replied. In that case, there is no reason to refuse. Please make the necessary arrangements, Manager Lin. Might I inquire if you are available this evening? Lin Yuxing's calm demeanor belied a hint of eagerness. Yes, just send me the address. Zhou Xing glanced at the time, realizing it was nearly 6 o'clock. I may be slightly delayed, however. That is quite all right. I will send the address to your phone and await your arrival. Lin Yuxing said, a barely discernible note of satisfaction in his tone. I shall not keep you further, Mr. Zhou. I look forward to our meeting. Goodbye. Zhou Xing ended the call, frowning as he regarded his right hand, recalling the inconvenience of not having a watch. It was time to consider acquiring one for himself. He wasted no time and headed directly to his car. Given that it was rush hour, he preferred to skip dinner, as driving would consume several hours, an unwise trade-off. It was better to arrive swiftly. Unexpectedly, as Zhou Xing approached the socialite, she cast him a fleeting glance. No contact information, please. Also, your earlier act was a bit overdone. If you're going to pretend, at least make it believable. Bumping into a bank manager at random. I've seen that trick far too often. It's utterly outdated and makes you appear foolish. Zhou Xing was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that his phone call would be misconstrued as a feigned attempt to solicit her contact information. Without offering an explanation, he simply replied, "You misunderstand. I must take my leave now." He produced his car key and pressed the unlock button, illuminating the lights of the Lamborghini beneath her. With a flourish, he opened the striking scissor doors and settled inside. The young woman's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this. "I apologize," she said, leaning toward the driver's window, her tone earnest. "Because so many have sought my contact details, I mistakenly assumed you were the same. I had no idea you were the owner of this vehicle." "Understood," Zhou Xing replied with a slight nod, preparing to close the door, only to be stopped by her once more. "What kind of car is this? Though it may not rival your charm, it is still quite impressive." She widened her eyes, attempting to embody an innocent demeanor. "I couldn't help but take a few photos because this car appeared so unique." Zhou Xing regarded her with a bemused expression, his eyes sparkling with amusement, yet he remained silent. Surely, a socialite of her caliber understood the nuances of such vehicles better than he did, ingrained in her very DNA. "I must be on my way now. Would it be possible for you to take me along? It must feel incredible to ride in such a car." The young woman continued, oblivious. "To express my apologies, I would love to treat you to a meal once we arrive. My culinary skills are quite commendable." "No," Zhou Xing replied decisively. "I have pressing matters to attend to." Although he felt a certain aversion towards the socialite, he refrained from being openly confrontational. Even if he inadvertently offended her, it would bear no consequence. "Shall I add you on my contact list?" the young lady inquired, her smile unwavering as she retrieved her phone. "Whenever you have time, come visit me at my home. I am always available." "Perhaps another time." Zhou Xing gestured dismissively, preventing her from continuing, and closed the car door. As he ignited the engine, he pressed the accelerator and the vehicle surged forward, leaving a trail of dust in its wake. The socialite stood rooted in place, frustration evident as she stamped her foot. Women like her aspired throughout their lives to marry into affluent families and secure a wealthy partner. Never had she imagined that an opportunity would present itself so directly, only to be squandered by her own hand. She took out her phone, intending to share a photograph of the departing car in the elite socialite group, but halted mid-action. Instead, she meticulously edited the images and posted them on her social media. "This must be the latest model of Lamborghini, right? Where did my sister find such a remarkable man? Please introduce him to me. The goddess looks stunning. This Lamborghini must belong to you, right? It can't be your boyfriend's, or else my heart would shatter." Before long, numerous comments from her fellow socialites and admirers flooded in. She chose to disregard the sycophantic remarks. As she read the envious comments from her peers, a sense of unparalleled satisfaction washed over her. Gazing at the license plate in the photo, she recalled Zhou Xing's tall and handsome figure. Such a top-tier man was someone she would undoubtedly pursue with relentless determination. Meanwhile, Zhou Xing navigated the highway in his Lamborghini, blissfully unaware that he had caught the attention of a socialite. Shortly after, he received a text message from Lin Yuxing, detailing the location of their dinner that evening, the grand evening banquet. The name sounded promising, especially considering that Lin held the esteemed position of president at China Merchants Bank, which implied a preference for venues of a certain caliber. The distance was not considerable, less than 10 kilometers away. Even in the event of traffic, he would arrive in half an hour. At that moment, he felt no urgency. He found a place to pull over, indifferent to the presence of surveillance cameras, and proceeded to dial a number on his phone. Chapter 13. Support from a close friend. The melodious ringtone of the phone echoed through the air. Moments latte. The call connected, and a familiar voice greeted him. "Hello? Who is this?" It was Anya, the flight attendant whom Zhou Xing had encountered on the flight. "Zhou," he replied. After a brief silence, Anya's tone turned somewhat rigid. "Mr. Zhou, may I ask what matters you wish to discuss?" Despite Zhou's lack of skill in deciphering the female psyche, it was evident that Anya was upset. He rubbed his nose, acknowledging that it was an unavoidable situation. The unexpected appearance of Xiao Lan had caused him to forget his promise, leaving Anya in the lurch. He had intended to treat her to dinner, and yet, a full day had passed before he reached out to her. "Did we not agree on the plane that you would show me around Shanghai, and I would treat you to dinner?" Zhou chuckled. "I believe Mr. Zhou no longer requires a guide, having been in Shanghai for quite some time now. After a day, you must be somewhat familiar with the city, and I am about to fly back to Jiangsheng," Anya replied, her voice tinged with a palpable sense of grievance. "So, there is no time for this. Perhaps another day. I am only now free and thought to invite you for dinner. I reached out as soon as I could." "I haven't eaten anything yet," Zhou explained. "Really?" Anya's resolve wavered slightly. "Of course, it is true," Zhou smiled, seizing the opportunity without allowing Anya to decline. "Where are you staying? I will come to pick you up." "Perhaps it would be best to refrain." Anya hesitated. "I'm staying with my colleagues, and we are about to head downstairs for dinner." She felt a stir of emotions, but was conflicted. Agreeing too easily might lead Zhou to misinterpret her character. "Send me your address. Consider this dinner my apology for keeping you waiting." Zhou's words easily dismantled Anya's defenses. "All right, I will send you the address," she replied, her voice softening. "Okay, I will call you when I arrive." Zhou ended the call promptly. The address arrived on his phone shortly after. He glanced at it. All Seasons Hotel, a 4-star establishment. While it did not compare to the luxurious Ritz-Carlton where Zhou was staying, it was still quite commendable. The airline's accommodation arrangements were rather impressive. Inside the hotel, Anya set down her phone, biting her lip in frustration as she ran her fingers through her hair. She had been unable to resist. Zhou, as the first person to provide her with contact information, had been on her mind since her arrival in Shanghai. Upon reaching the hotel, she had even begun her evening routine, applying her makeup in anticipation. However, when 10 o'clock arrived without a call from Zhou, her anger flared. It seemed that his words on the plane had been nothing but empty promises. He had completely forgotten about her since arriving in the city. Yet, upon hearing Zhou's name on the phone, a flicker of joy surged within her. The irritation of being stood up dissipated with his few comforting words. While internally chastising herself for being so weak, she hurried to the mirror to perfect her look. Her colleague, noticing Anya's frantic preparations, asked curiously, "Anya, we're about to go eat. What are you doing in here?" Anya paused, unable to articulate her thoughts, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "You wouldn't happen to have a date, would you?" her colleague inquired, eyes sparkling with intrigue. "No," Anya protested, her face a deep crimson. "It's just a friend." "Is it a guy or a girl?" "A guy." Anya's voice dwindled. "We all agreed to go out for dinner together. You're abandoning us now and claim he's not your boyfriend?" Her colleague seemed doubtful. "He's not my boyfriend. Truly, he is just a friend." Anya insisted, stamping her foot in frustration. "How did you meet? Is he handsome? What does his family do? He must be wealthy to win over the prettiest girl on the crew. You should introduce him to us." Her colleague's curiosity was insatiable. Anya's words fell on deaf ears as her colleague's inquisitiveness only intensified. "Goodness, Ting." Anya's face was now a radiant shade of red. "If you keep this up, I won't talk to you anymore." Ting rolled her eyes, but ceased her questions. Instead, she pulled out her phone and sent a message to their group. "Breaking news. Anya is dating someone, and he has come to pick her up. Should we all go down and meet him to see what he looks like?" This message detonated like a bomb in their quiet group chat, sparking a flurry of responses, all eager to join in and witness the appearance of the man who had captured their most beautiful colleague's heart, oblivious to the commotion. Anya continued to focus on her makeup. Suddenly, the phone rang. Anya glanced at the screen. Zhou was calling. She quickly answered, "Hello? I'm downstairs. You can come down now." "Okay, I'll be right down." Anya hung up, but noticed Ting eavesdropping nearby. Once caught, Ting simply grinned. "That is your boyfriend calling? Isn't it?" "It's just dinner." "He's not my boyfriend," Anya reiterated firmly. "Not your boyfriend? Then why are you going out alone with him?" Ting countered. Anya was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to reveal what had transpired on the plane without facing ridicule from her colleagues. Her cheeks flushed again. "Let us go. We can't keep him waiting," Ting said, ushering Anya out of the room. "Are you coming too?" Anya asked, surprised. "I'm just going to see. I'll be your lookout," Ting replied mischievously. Anya felt pressed for time, wishing not to keep Zhou waiting. She resigned herself to Ting's presence, conceding, "You can come, but please don't say anything inappropriate. It's really nothing." All right, I understand. Let us hurry down," Ting urged. Anya headed toward the elevator, only to find several colleagues gathered, chattering excitedly. Upon spotting Anya, their eyes lit up, and they swarmed her. At that moment, Anya realized the predicament she was in. She shot an annoyed glance at Ting, who, aware of her misstep, stuck out her tongue in silence. A group of colleagues insisted on joining, leaving Anya no choice but to sigh in resignation. She stood expressionless in the elevator, silently praying that her colleagues would refrain from making any embarrassing comments. Otherwise, she would be mortified, wishing for a hole to swallow her whole. Ding! The elevator arrived at the ground floor. Ting craned her neck, searching the area. "Anya, where are you?" "I don't see him." Anya furrowed her brow, scanning for Zhou's figure. "Anya, over here." Zhou Xing's voice resonated from the entrance. The crowd looked up, instantly engulfed in astonishment. Their gazes were filled with shock as they beheld the striking figure of Zhou Xing, standing at the door, clad in a simple white t-shirt and black athletic pants. At a height of 185 meters, he exuded an aura of cleanliness and youthfulness, his sun-kissed handsome visage making him stand out like a crane among chickens, irresistibly drawing attention. Most notably, he stood before a brand-new Lamborghini, which provided a powerful visual impact. A Lamborghini, one would assume, is worth at least several million, right? Or perhaps more. This seems to be a Gallardo, with a starting price of at least 6 million. How could he be so strikingly handsome and yet so affluent? Oh no, where on earth did you find such an exceptional boyfriend? I'm truly envious. After a brief silence, Anya's colleagues expressed their excitement, their eyes darting between Zhou Xing and the luxurious car. Anya herself had not anticipated that Zhou Xing would arrive in a Lamborghini, although she felt slightly embarrassed. The envious gazes of her colleagues filled her with joy, greatly satisfying her vanity. Approaching Zhou Xing, she shyly remarked, "These are my colleagues. They insisted on coming down to see you, and I couldn't possibly stop them." "It's perfectly fine," Zhou Xing replied with a warm smile, turning to greet them. "Hello. I am Zhou Xing. Hello. You must be Anya's boyfriend." Ting Ting, with her boisterous personality, stepped forward, beaming as she addressed Zhou Xing. "I'm Zhou Ting, Anya's colleague and close friend. You're incredibly handsome. No wonder you managed to win our little Anya's heart." "Ting Ting, please stop. Anya interjected." Her face flushed as she hurriedly covered Zhou Ting's mouth. Turning to Zhou Xing to explain, "She tends to speak nonsense. Please disregard her. It's not like that at all." Anya, visibly flustered, chastised Zhou Ting. "I told you we were just friends." "Just friends?" Zhou Ting looked at Zhou Xing, her face lighting up with amusement. "That suggests you haven't fully won her over yet. Zhou Xing, you need to step up your game. How about treating us to a night out? As your friends, we could certainly help you win her affection." Just as Anya was about to silence Zhou Ting again, her other colleagues joined in the banter. "Indeed, if you treat us well, we guarantee you'll have great success with little Anya. If she resists, we'll just have to help you take her away." Anya was at a loss for words, repeatedly stamping her foot in protest. "If you keep this up, I will truly be angry." To her surprise, Zhou Xing's voice rang out, cheerful and unperturbed. "How about this? After I have dinner with Anya, we can reserve a spot at a bar, and you all can join us." Anya was left speechless, her head buried in her hands as she dared not look up. Her earlobes flushed a brilliant red. Stealing a glance at Zhou Xing, she pondered his words. Didn't this imply he was indeed pursuing her? Was it true? Zhou Ting and the others' eyes sparkled with excitement. Naturally, those capable of becoming flight attendants were youthful and possessed a playful spirit. Of course, Zhou Xing continued, "I'll have Anya send you the location." "It's settled then," Zhou Ting exclaimed, playfully pushing the bashful Anya closer to Zhou Xing. "Since you're being so generous, I'll leave Anya in your capable hands. Please take good care of her." "Ting Ting," Anya protested, feeling increasingly flustered by Zhou Ting's words. Zhou Ting leaned in, whispering conspiratorially, "Silly Anya, I'm helping you. Just look at how handsome Zhou Xing is and how wealthy. Can't you see the envy in your colleagues' eyes? If you hesitate even a moment, someone else might swoop in. Seize this opportunity. Encountering such a remarkable man is a rarity you shouldn't let slip away, or you'll regret it." Anya fell silent, surveying her surroundings. Indeed, several colleagues were fixated on Zhou Xing, their gazes unwavering. As a woman, she understood their intentions all too well. They appeared like ravenous wolves, eager to devour Zhou Xing, yet restrained by her presence. A tightness gripped her heart. She harbored feelings for Zhou Xing. Otherwise, she wouldn't have acquiesced to his request. However, given her personality, taking the initiative felt nearly impossible. Biting her lip, she remained silent as she climbed into the car. Seeing her discomfort, Zhou Xing waved goodbye to Zhou Ting and the others before starting the Lamborghini. The powerful roar of the engine echoed as the car gracefully departed from their sight. Chapter 14. The right flavor in the car, Anya fidgeted restlessly, feeling uneasy. It was only then that Zhou Xing took the opportunity to observe her. Without her airline uniform, her hair styled in a bun, she appeared even more youthful and radiant. Beneath her gray knitted sweater, a white lace top peeked through, highlighting her delicate collarbone. In the dim light of the car, her ample curves were subtly accentuated. Her thighs, smooth and radiant like milk, were visible beneath her stylish shorts. Standing over 1.7 meters tall, she maintained an elegant figure even in flat white shoes. With a light makeup that complemented her cute and innocent demeanor, she also exuded an air of sensuality. Zhou Xing was astonished by Anya's allure, yet his gaze frequently wandered to her legs, which could easily be deemed the most beautiful he had encountered in 2 lifetimes. They were captivating enough to hold his attention for an entire year without becoming tiresome. Anya, already shy by nature, felt a wave of discomfort as Zhou Xing's gaze roamed over her, eventually settling on her legs. She instinctively closed them and shifted her posture, biting her lip in silence. However, Zhou Xing's gaze felt almost tangible, as if invisible hands were gently caressing her thighs. while secretly pleased by her own charm. Anya's shyness made her body feel uneasy. "Have you finished? Can you please focus on driving?" Anya chided, her tone laced with embarrassment. "I thought you were an upright young man, but it seems you're just another lecher." Zhou Xing, unfazed, merely smiled and replied, "It is only natural to admire beauty. Just because something is beautiful doesn't mean one should stare endlessly," Anya retorted, her body trembling slightly as she lowered her head. "You're driving during rush hour. What if something dangerous happens? You'll see for yourself if you look up," Zhou Xing replied enigmatically, prompting Anya to raise her head in confusion. What she beheld was astonishing. During the evening rush, traffic moved slowly, yet the area in front of Zhou Xing's Lamborghini remained clear, as if an invisible barrier kept other vehicles at bay. Cars instinctively kept their distance, creating an inexplicable void around the luxurious vehicle. No one dared to cut in front of Zhou Xing. The high profile of the Lamborghini discouraged any potential mishaps. Anya shook her head in disbelief. Indeed, when one is wealthy, everything around them seems beautiful. "Did you buy this car?" she asked after a moment of silence. "Indeed, I just purchased it yesterday," Zhou Xing confirmed. Anya, puzzled, inquired, "But you just arrived in the city and are about to return to Jiangchen. What will happen to this car?" Zhou Xing kept his eyes on the road. "I start school in September. My university is in this city." "What?" Anya exclaimed. "You're still just a university student?" Zhou Xing, youthful in appearance, carried a calm demeanor that belied his age, making it easy for Anya to assume he was closer to her own age. "I'm just a freshman," Zhou Xing replied indifferently. "How old are you?" Anya ventured cautiously. "Just turned 18, he said with a slight smile, revealing his pearly whites. Anya's heart sank. At 25, she had already graduated from university. Otherwise, she would not have been able to work for the airline. At her age, women often feel sensitive. They're in their prime, yet fear becoming the leftover ones in a few years. The pressure from family and the ticking clock of age had made her contemplate romance, which led her to share her contact information with Zhou Xing. Little did she know that her first contact with a customer would reveal he was only 18. Women in their third year of college seek wealthy partners, she thought. She was 7 years older than Zhou Xing. How many fortunes would she need to gather? By the time he graduated, she would be almost 30. She often teased older passengers about cougars, yet now she found herself in a similar predicament. Anya felt a pang of retreat. If her colleagues discovered Zhou Xing was only 18, how would she face them? Yet, she was reluctant to let go. After all, a young man like Zhou Xing, already purchasing a Lamborghini, indicated a privileged background. Is age really that important? Zhou Xing asked. Isn't it? Anya countered. If they pursued a serious relationship with marriage in mind, age would certainly matter. If you think it is important, then it is, Zhou Xing replied lightly. But if you deem it unimportant, then it holds no significance and will not affect anything. Anya fell silent, choosing not to press further on the topic. Instead, she turned to Zhou Xing and asked, "Where are we going to eat?" "It's dinner time. Many places must be packed, requiring a wait." "No worries. This time someone else is treating us. They've already reserved a table," Zhou Xing assured her, glancing at the navigation. "We'll arrive in about 10 minutes. "You're lying," Anya said knowingly. "This isn't a meal for me. It's just because someone invited you." Zhou Xing explained. "That person has something to discuss with me. I was invited and couldn't refuse, and since I needed a female companion, I brought you along. But we hardly know each other. How am I your female companion?" Anya felt a blush creeping to her cheeks. Zhou Xing did not elaborate, instead resting his hand on her thigh. The warmth of his palm, combined with his slight roughness, made Anya's face flush. She pushed his hand away, attempting to distance him. "Don't do this. We've only just met." Zhou Xing smiled. "This scent, it's just right." A faint aroma of green tea lingered in the air. Yet Anya's tea skills were rudimentary. She was merely a novice. After several fruitless attempts to move his hand, Anya finally acquiesced, biting her red lip in silent acceptance. Before long, the Lamborghini arrived at the venue for the evening's gathering. After parking, the two exited the vehicle, and Zhou Xing took Anya's hand, feeling her initial resistance before she settled in. He then led her toward the entrance. Chapter 15. Small and Micro Enterprises. The establishment, Liangxi Night Banquet, is situated on the ground floor. The architecture exudes an ancient charm while maintaining a grand presence. At the entrance, a young woman clad in a bank uniform is pacing back and forth, occasionally glancing at her wristwatch. As she looks up, she suddenly notices Zhou Xing approaching, and her eyes brighten with joy. "Hello, you must be Mr. Zhou?" She greets him warmly. Indeed, Zhou Xing nods in acknowledgement. "Mr. Zhou, I am Zhang Yin, the client manager from China Merchants Bank. President Lin specifically instructed me to wait for you here." She introduces herself. Anya, standing beside her, listens with mild surprise. She was aware that Zhou Xing was engaged in business discussions, but did not realize he was meeting with a bank president. The status of a bank president is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Yet here they are, hosting a banquet in anticipation of Zhou Xing's arrival. What exactly is Zhou Xing's standing? Zhou Xing takes a moment to assess the young woman before him. Zhang Yin is approximately 165 meters tall, notably shorter than Anya, yet her figure is well proportioned. Her long, thick hair is elegantly styled up, revealing a smooth forehead. Her round face is delicate, and her black and white eyes glisten with clarity, their corners slightly upturned. Even with a neutral expression, her eyes resemble crescent moons, radiating warmth. Her fair and tender complexion gives her a youthful appearance, imbued with a touch of vivacity. The only drawback is her rather unremarkable uniform. The fact that President Lin has sent Zhang Yin to wait at the entrance demonstrates the respect he accords to Zhou Xing. President Lin is inside. "Since you have arrived, shall I escort you in?" Zhang Yin inquires. Zhou Xing agrees, taking Anya's hand as they proceed inside. Upon entering, they are greeted by two young women in elegant traditional kipayos, who bow slightly and welcome them to Liangxi Night Banquet, wishing them a pleasant dining experience. After they enter, the two women close the door behind them. Zhang Yin explains, Liangxi Night Banquet serves only one seating of 12 guests each evening, sharing a private space of 1,000 square meters. Once full, no additional guests are accepted. Today, because President Lin has matters to discuss with Mr. Zhou, we have reserved this table. Anya's eyes widen in astonishment. 1,000 square meters, and only 12 guests for the evening? Surely this is extravagantly luxurious. Zhou Xing, however, remains composed. He had researched the establishment prior to his visit. This restaurant is an immersive cultural sensory dining experience. Inspired by one of China's top 10 famous paintings, the Night Banquet of Han Shizai, recreating the grandeur of the Tang Dynasty. The banquet features a fixed menu of 18 courses, each harmonizing food, visuals, imagery, music, taste, and emotion. As they walk through the entrance, the dazzling lights illuminate the elevated main stage, reminiscent of ancient pavilions. A graceful woman dressed in a vibrant red hanfu delicately plays the pipa, while a panoramic projection in the background complements the music, creating a unique atmosphere. At the table for 12 in the hall, a middle-aged man in a black suit awaits them. "President, Mr. Zhou has arrived," Zhang Yin announces to him. The middle-aged man, Lin Yuxing, stands with a smile and respectfully extends his hand. "Hello, Mr. Zhou, I am Lin Yuxing." "Hello, President Lin," Zhou Xing replies, shaking his hand. "I apologize for keeping you waiting." Though he expresses this sentiment, his demeanor remains calm, devoid of any sign of regret. The bank president is a figure of considerable stature. But to Zhou Xing, this status holds little significance. Not to mention the $500 million he possesses, alongside a family background with a fortune exceeding $300 billion. In the grand scope of things, even the president of the main branch must treat him with courtesy, let alone the branch president of Jiangxing. Not at all. This time coincides with the evening rush hour, so some delays are inevitable. Lin Yuxing responds with a smile, unfazed. "Moreover, I arranged this meeting with Mr. Zhou on short notice, so I hope you won't hold it against me." After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Yuxing turns to greet Anya as well, acknowledging her presence. Noticing her appearance and the fact that Zhou Xing brought her along, he understands their relationship must be significant. He ensures that no one feels overlooked, a testament to his adeptness as a leader. "Please, have a seat." Lin Yuxing gestures graciously for them to sit. Zhou Xing pulls out a chair and sits across from Lin Yuxing, while Anya mimics him, obediently sitting beside Zhou Xing and remaining silent. As they settle in, A waitress clad in a flowing gauze gown enters, presenting the dishes. An array of exquisite culinary creations adorns the table, and the lighting shifts to highlight the vibrant colors of each dish. The dry ice creates a misty atmosphere, making it feel as though they have stepped into a celestial realm. The aesthetic appeal of the dishes is breathtaking, and Anya, having never witnessed such a spectacle, contemplates capturing the moment with her phone. Imagining the envy of her colleagues upon receiving these photos makes her heart race. However, mindful of Lin Yuxing and Zhang Yan, she suppresses the urge to act on her thoughts. I am not well versed in the trends of your generation, so I asked Zhang Yan to assist in making the reservation. I hope this restaurant meets Mr. Zhou's expectations, Lin Yuxing remarks cheerfully. President Lin is very thoughtful. Zhou Xing responds, unfazed. It is clear that his information was thoroughly reviewed, as he is a key client of their bank. Mr. Zhou, you truly are a remarkable young man, possessing such wealth at a young age. It is indeed humbling. Lin Yuxing expresses with admiration. Not worth mentioning, just some savings from my family, Zhou Xing replies with a smile. Oh, may I inquire what business your family is involved in? Lin Yuxing asks, intrigued. Just a modest small and micro enterprise, Zhou Xing responds casually. Although Zhou Jianping's company is a giant in the industry, it remains unlisted. Referring to it as a small and micro enterprise is not entirely inaccurate. Lin Yuxing quickly realizes the implications. A family capable of casually providing Zhou Xing with $500 million must possess considerable business acumen. If he could establish a connection and open an account with them, his ascent in the banking hierarchy would be assured. No wonder this typically astute man momentarily lost his composure. Individuals of such wealth are extremely protective of their privacy. His previous inquiry may have been perceived as intrusive. Had this been someone with a less forgiving temperament, they might have taken offense and departed. Thus, he hastily apologizes. My apologies, Mr. Zhou. My curiosity got the better of me. It's quite all right. Zhou Xing gestures dismissively, not at all perturbed. Lin Yuxing concurs, Mr. Zhou. I did not expect such humility from someone so young, especially with $500 million in your account. It is rare for a small and micro enterprise to possess such financial capability. Meanwhile, Anya, quietly enjoying her meal, can hardly believe her ears. $500 million? How? How much? Chapter 16. The personal secretary, $500 million. Converting this amount into Chinese currency was a daunting task for Anya, as the figure was simply astronomical. In the realm of domestic flights, an airplane typically costs only several tens of millions of dollars, with the most expensive being Boeing, Airbus, and Gulfstream. The Boeing 747, renowned for its capacity, requires a staggering $150 million per unit. Thus, $500 million could easily procure 3 such aircraft. Anya's gaze fell upon Zhou Xing, her expression one of incredulity. She was aware of Zhou Xing's wealth, yet she never imagined that this young man possessed such an extraordinary sum in his account. What business did his family engage in? Could they possibly be counterfeiting currency? This revelation far exceeded Anya's comprehension. He was not merely wealthy. He was a super-rich individual. She felt enveloped in a thick veil of mystery surrounding Zhou Xing, rendering him inscrutable. Not only Anya, but even Zhang Yan, seated beside Lin Yuxing, was astounded upon hearing this figure. Yet, out of professional decorum, she refrained from displaying any reaction. Lin Yuxing merely mentioned that their purpose for the visit was to host a distinguished client from their bank, emphasizing the client's significance, yet refraining from divulging further details. It was then that she realized that this dashing young man before her wielded a wealth that any bank would envy. Zhang Yan regarded Zhou Xing with intense curiosity. Zhou Xing remained unfazed by Lin Yuxing's flattery. He had long since surpassed the initial excitement that accompanied the acquisition of wealth, and at this moment he felt little in terms of emotion. Mr. Zhou, Lin Yuxing began with a slight smile, I believe you are already aware of the purpose of this invitation. Firstly, it is to express our gratitude for your support and trust in our bank. Secondly, I personally wish to make the acquaintance of an outstanding young talent, such as yourself. Lastly, Lin Yuxing paused. I would like to extend an invitation for you to join us as a private VIP client of our bank. Zhou Xing nodded, signaling for him to continue. Our VIP clients are categorized into several tiers. The gold card at 50,000, the gold sunflower at 500,000, the diamond tier at 5 million, the private banking tier at 10 million, and the ultra-high-end private banking tier at 50 million. Lin Yuxing elaborated, given your assets, Mr. Zhou, you would naturally belong to the ultra-high-end private banking category. Each client in this tier is indispensable to our bank. By joining our ultra-high-end private banking, we will do our utmost to safeguard your rights and elevate your status, fostering mutual success and progress. Zhou Xing lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his expression impassive. To speak frankly, President Lin, what you have proposed holds little allure for me. In matters of business, there was no need for pleasantries. The representative before him was merely a bank official. Zhou Xing's identity and status were not something a bank could provide. Those ordinary privileges might seem prestigious to the average person, but for him, acquiring them was as simple as a conversation with his parents. Lin Yuxing appeared to have anticipated this response, maintaining his composure. I understand, Mr. Zhou, that a person of your standing is not in need of the typical privileges banks offer. However, we provide customized solutions specifically for clients like you. You are welcome to present your requests, and we can collaborate to ensure that each client receives a unique and suitable service. He continued, moreover, we will integrate our client resources to create an exclusive communication platform for you. Client resources, Zhou Xing mused. While this private bank may offer such amenities, if I were to choose one of the big four banks, their client resources would undoubtedly be more substantial. He chuckled softly, finishing his tea. Observing this, Zhang Yin promptly rose to refill his cup. Anya, seated nearby, felt somewhat embarrassed. She realized it should have been her role to serve tea, having been trained as a flight attendant. Yet, the astonishing exchange between Zhou Xing and Lin Yuxing had left her momentarily speechless. Lin Yuxing shook his head, pride evident on his face. Our bank boasts the largest number of VIP clients among all domestic banks, with over 863 private banking clients, nearly 10,000 of whom belong to the ultra-high-end tier. To my knowledge, this figure far surpasses that of any of the big four banks. Zhou Xing's eyes flickered. Undoubtedly, connections and resources were what he desired most. In today's society, mere wealth was insufficient. Lacking connections and resources made progress nearly impossible. Having been given a second chance at life, endowed with the most exceptional background, Zhou Xing was determined not to drift aimlessly. He had his own plans. At this moment, connections and resources played a pivotal role. I will be stationed in Shanghai for the foreseeable future, as my university is located there, Zhou Xing remarked, diverting from Lin Yuxing's earlier statements. Lin Yuxing's eyes brightened, a smile gracing his lips. Rest assured, Mr. Zhou, I brought Zhang Yin here to alleviate any concerns you may have. She will serve as your personal secretary at our Shanghai branch, ready to assist you with any needs you may have. You may contact her directly with your requests. Zhang Yin stood up at the opportune moment, presenting her business card. Mr. Zhou, if convenient, please feel free to add me as a contact. I will be at your service 24/7. Zhou Xing did not decline. He retrieved his phone and opened the QR code. He would be interacting with Zhang Yin for an extended period. I have sent the friend request. Please accept it at your convenience. Zhang Yin smiled as she returned to her seat. Having a personal secretary is a rare privilege among our ultra-high-end clients. Only those of the highest caliber, like yourself, receive such treatment, Lin Yuxing explained. Zhou Xing remained silent, exchanging a knowing glance with Zhang Yin, both sharing a smile. They were all astute individuals, and many words were unnecessary. Mr. Zhou, would you care for a drink? Lin Yuxing inquired, picking up his chopsticks to sample the dishes. Shall I have the waiter bring a bottle of red wine? Or perhaps you would like to try some aged Mao Dai? No, thank you, Zhou Xing replied, waving his hand. I have a modest tolerance for alcohol, and I wouldn't want to lose composure in front of the president. The culture of drinking was commonplace in China, yet Zhou Xing felt no need to ingratiate himself through alcohol. In the entirety of China, those worthy of his efforts to please were few and far between. Lin Yuxing's gaze lingered on Anya for a moment, and he quickly understood. He simply smiled. Then, Mr. Zhou, why not sample the dishes here and see if they suit your palate? I wonder if you young people enjoy this cuisine, as the flavors are quite similar to those in Jiangcheng, being in close proximity. After all, President Lin is a native of Jiangxing. Indeed, I'm a true-born Jiangxing native. As fellow townsfolk, Mr. Zhou, let's toast with tea instead. The meal lasted for 2 hours, filled with joy and camaraderie. As they emerged from their gathering, the clock was nearing 10. The vibrancy of the night in Shanghai was just beginning to unfold. Lin Yuxing personally escorted Zhou Xing to the parking lot, grasping his hand with a broad smile. This time, the preparations were rather hasty. Once you return to Jiangxing, Mr. Zhou, I shall make arrangements to ensure you savor the most authentic Jiangxing cuisine. Zhou Xing, equally cheerful, replied, "You are too gracious, Lin. We are fellow townsmen. When I return to Jiangxing, I hope you won't mind my intrusion. Rest assured, my door will always be open for you, Mr. Zhou." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhou Xing pressed the key fob, unlocking the door of his Lamborghini, and gestured for Anya to join him in the car. "I shall take my leave now," he said, lowering the window to address Lin Yuxing and Zhang Yan. Lin Yuxing nodded, while Zhang Yan cheerfully chimed, "Goodbye, Mr. Zhou." The two stood in place, watching as Zhou Xing's vehicle gradually faded from view until it vanished entirely. Inside the car, Anya was filled with confusion. Was it customary for wealthy individuals to conduct business in such a manner? They had been discussing inviting Zhou Xing to join the elite circle, and then suddenly shifted to casual chatter. Had Zhou Xing accepted the invitation, she felt somewhat lost and hesitated to voice her questions, acutely aware of her own naivety in such situations. As a flight attendant, she was often pursued by suitors, and her occupation lent her an air of unattainability in the eyes of some. Yet, in Zhou Xing's presence, she felt a pang of inferiority. "What are you dawdling for? Message your colleagues. We should head out," Zhou Xing suddenly remarked. "Huh?" Anya was momentarily taken aback. "Didn't you agree to invite your colleagues out for the evening? If we leave now, they should be ready as well." Zhou Xing replied calmly. Inviting them to a bar was a minor expense for him, and he was keen to experience the top-tier nightlife of Shanghai, something he had never experienced in his previous life. "Oh, right," Anya nodded, retrieving her phone and preparing to message her colleagues. Then, she raised her head, looking at Zhou Xing with confusion. "Which bar are we headed to?" "TXX." Zhou Xing contemplated for a moment, realizing he had little knowledge of Shanghai's nightlife, but this particular bar lingered in his memory. It was known for its association with the starlet Xili Yibio, and many celebrities frequented it. The high prices, coupled with the allure of celebrity, had made this bar quite renowned. Chapter 17, doubling the price at TXX. Is it too extravagant? Anya hesitated. She had heard of the esteemed reputation of this bar. TXX, located in the heart of the city, is arguably the largest bar around, boasting an expansive area of 3,000 square meters. It features a staggering 70 private booths and a 12-meter-long bar, embodying an industrial aesthetic. Upon its opening, it swiftly became the most sought-after venue, setting the record for the most expensive booth in Asian nightlife, with a minimum spend of 100,000 difficult to secure. Even now, a minimum spend of 20 to 30,000 is required to reserve a table, while on Fridays and Saturdays, it escalates to 40 to 50,000. Anya's colleagues were numerous, nearly 10 flight attendants in total. A night at TXX would easily rack up expenses exceeding 100,000. They were merely jesting. Surely, a more moderately priced bar would suffice. Besides, it's the weekend, and at this hour, TXX is likely packed. "I doubt there is any availability left," Anya remarked. "Don't worry, just send them the address," Zhou Xing said, parking the car by the roadside. His right hand instinctively rested on Anya's smooth thigh, gently caressing it, while his left hand reached for his phone. On the WeChat page, a new friend request had arrived from Zhang Yan. He accepted it. Ding dong. Hardly a moment passed before Zhang Yan sent a message. "Mr. Zhou, I look forward to working with you. For any financial queries, feel free to reach out, and I'm at your service for any personal needs as well." Personal needs, Zhou Xing chuckled softly, deciding to postpone that conversation for another time. Without hesitation, he dialed Zhang Yan's number. The call connected swiftly. "Mr. Zhou, how may I assist you?" Zhang Yan, serving as Zhou Xing's private secretary, had clearly saved his number in her contacts. "Could you please reserve a booth at TXX for tonight?" Zhou Xing was surprised at how quickly he was engaging with Zhang Yan again. For an ordinary person, securing a booth at TXX at this hour would be quite challenging. but with the bank's influence, he was confident she would manage it. Anya, sitting beside him, slightly parted her lips. The ultra-premium VIP service obtained with a $500 million deposit was being used merely to book a bar booth? Perhaps this is the norm among the affluent. Certainly, Zhang Yin replied calmly. Do you have any preferences for the location? Just a booth that's a bit larger will suffice. Understood. I will handle it immediately. It should take about 5 minutes to secure the reservation. When you arrive, just provide your name and phone number. Thank you. Mr. Zhou, you are too polite. It is my duty, she replied before he hung up. He then navigated to TXX and restarted the car, his hand remaining on Anya's thigh as he asked with a composed demeanor, Have you sent them the address? I have. They should arrive in about half an hour. Anya responded, enduring the unusual sensations from his touch. Although she felt a bit embarrassed, Zhou Xing's prompt reservation following her colleague's jest was unexpected. When she shared the news in their group chat, it sparked a frenzy of excitement. TXX? The minimum spend there is several thousand. It's Saturday, and without at least 100,000, I doubt we'll even get in. No way. I can't believe Anya's boyfriend is so generous. He's wealthy and handsome. Anya is so lucky. Thank you, Anya. I've always wanted to see that place, but it's just too pricey for me. I wonder if we'll see a little cheetah inside. It was yet another day of envy towards Anya. Reading their messages, Anya rarely felt the need to refute them. Stealing a glance at Zhou Xing, who was quietly driving, she felt a surge of vanity. Having witnessed Zhou Xing's prowess, her thoughts had shifted from whether to agree to a romantic relationship to contemplating if he would ultimately walk with her down the aisle. The blue Lamborghini glided through the night like a spectral apparition. After less than 20 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of TXX. Before even stepping inside, the thunderous, exhilarating beats of the DJ could be heard, resonating with the pulsating crowd within. The venue was already teeming with patrons, and luxury cars were aplenty. BMWs and Mercedes were no longer impressive. Only Porsches held any significance here, with a few Ferraris in sight. Zhou Xing's Lamborghini remained the undeniable star of the show. He surveyed the parking lot, which was nearly full. Frowning slightly, he realized that even if there was space, it would be challenging for him as a novice to park. He decided to disregard those concerns and parked directly beside the entrance. A vigilant security guard glanced at the car and quietly placed several traffic cones around it. Zhou Xing exited the vehicle, handing the guard his keys along with a few red bills. Thank you. When a spot opens up, please help me park it. To avoid a repeat of the previous incident at the Hot Pot restaurant, he had brought some cash with him today. Money talks, after all. Nothing beats hard cash. The guard took the stack of bills eagerly and respectfully assured him, Sir, you needn't worry. You can leave it here. I will keep an eye on it for you. Zhou Xing didn't insist further and tucked his keys into his pocket. At that moment, another black Mercedes pulled up alongside his Lamborghini. The guard quickly approached to deter it. Sir, I'm afraid parking here is not allowed. The young man in the Mercedes, displeased, pointed at the Lamborghini. Why does he get to park here? The guard glanced at both cars, then back at the young man. Surely, he understood the disparity in their financial standings. Do you not see the difference? This gentleman is several times wealthier than you. He treats our staff with respect and generosity. You, on the other hand, expect privileges without offering anything. Though internally seething, the guard maintained his composure and replied with a smile. Sir, this is an exception. According to our policy, parking here is prohibited. Please find a proper space. The guard stood firm, and the young man begrudgingly drove away. Zhou Xing chuckled at the scene before leading Anya toward the entrance. The marketing staff had already spotted Zhou Xing arriving in his Lamborghini and approached him eagerly. Good evening. Sir, do you have a reservation? Yes, I do. My surname is Zhou. Zhou Xing provided the last digits of his phone number. The staff checked and looked up in surprise. You're Mr. Zhou? They bowed multiple times, their faces beaming with smiles. Please, this way. Your booth is ready. Moments ago, the bar's owner had sent a message to the staff, alerting them that a booth had been reserved and instructing them to treat the guest with utmost care. Though the reason was not disclosed, the staff understood that anyone receiving such attention from the owner was definitely not someone to be trifled with. They were all on high alert. To his surprise, it was the young man before him. The marketing representative respectfully guided Zhou Xing along the path. Although Zhou Xing found the representative's demeanor somewhat perplexing, he surmised that Zhang Yin must have leveraged some connections and resources to secure this booth, which explained the marketing representative's deference. Upon entering the grand doors of TXX, a striking wall adorned with an array of colorful spade A's greeted them, leaving a profound impression. The marketing representative led the way through the dance floor and various booths until they reached the innermost location. He gestured towards the central booth, stating, "This is the reserved spot for you." Zhou Xing gazed at the spacious booth, number 000. Directly in front of it was the DJ stage, occupying the prime vantage point of the bar, capable of accommodating dozens without issue. It was nearly a perfect perch to observe the entire scene. Aside from private rooms, this was undoubtedly the best booth. However, compared to the private rooms, a booth allowed for a more immersive experience of the bar's atmosphere. Feeling a slight headache, Zhou Xing rubbed his forehead, lamenting that he had only asked Zhang Yin to casually book a booth, yet here they were at 000. Nonetheless, he dismissed the thought and turned to the marketing representative, producing 6 red notes and handing them over. "All right, I understand. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. I wish you an enjoyable time." The marketing representative accepted the bills, his smile growing increasingly genuine. After bowing repeatedly, he departed. Zhou Xing and Enya settled into their seats when a man in a white shirt and black trousers approached. "Hello, Mr. Zhou. I am the supervisor here. You can call me Xiao Wang." After introducing himself, the supervisor produced the drinks menu and laid it before Zhou Xing. "Mr. Zhou, here is the drinks menu. Please let me know what you would like." He did not mention the minimum spend for the booth. Being able to secure such a prime location and receiving special attention from the owner indicated that the supervisor was unconcerned about the minimum expenditure. Zhou Xing glanced at the menu, but, lacking familiarity with the offerings, closed it and turned to the supervisor. "You can arrange it for me, approximately 10 people. "Understood," the supervisor replied, taking back the menu and inquiring, "May I ask how much you intend to spend on drinks? What do you think is appropriate?" Zhou Xing countered. Having seldom visited bars in his past life, and this being his first experience in this one, he was uncertain about the costs involved. After a brief pause, the supervisor suggested, "Around 100,000 should suffice. I can present you with a variety of options, and you may choose which ones you prefer. Just call for me when you're ready." 100,000. Zhou Xing furrowed his brow and replied nonchalantly, "Let us double that. Make it 200,000. Chapter 18. A toast to you, Zhou Xiao. When faced with uncertainty, one should simply double their efforts. This inherently cannot lead to an unfavorable outcome. Very well. I shall make the necessary arrangements for you." The supervisor hurriedly replied before departing from the private booth. It seemed rather extravagant. In truth, a casual selection of drinks would suffice, as my colleagues were merely here to observe. Anya grasped Zhou Xing's hand and remarked, "We rarely visit bars. This is my first time." "That's all right, it's my first time as well," Zhou Xing chuckled. "Since we are out for some fun, let's enjoy ourselves." Anya gazed at Zhou Xing, astonished. She had assumed that someone as affluent as he must frequently frequent bars. One would think he had visited numerous times. However, his demeanor earlier seemed genuine, igniting her curiosity about Zhou Xing's background. "Mr. Zhou, several young ladies have arrived outside, claiming to be your friends. Shall I let them in?" The supervisor approached Zhou Xing again, leaning in to whisper. "They must be my colleagues," Anya interjected. Zhou Xing nodded. "They're all my friends. Please let them in." "Understood." The supervisor exited once more. Shortly thereafter, he returned, escorting Gu Ting and 7 or 8 other striking young women, all tall and beautiful, flight attendants. While their appearance might not rival Anya's, they were certainly on par, each one worthy of admiration on social media. The sight of so many beautiful women congregated in a bar was indeed a rarity, drawing the attention of many. Gu Ting and her companions curiously surveyed their surroundings, occasionally gasping in surprise, before being led to the booth. "Mr. Zhou, I have brought your friends. Call for me if you need anything," the supervisor announced before departing. "Hello, we meet again." Gu Ting greeted Zhou Xing with a playful smile. He waved in acknowledgement. "Please, have a seat." Gu Ting settled in first, followed by the other flight attendants, who appeared somewhat reserved in comparison. "Zhou Xiao," Gu Ting exclaimed in surprise. "You must frequent this place often to have reserved table 000. The supervisor appeared quite respectful towards you." The other flight attendants shared curious glances at Zhou Xing and Anya, their expressions tinged with envy. Zhou Xing smiled, offering no explanation. At that moment, a line of servers approached, carrying drinks. The supervisor stood at the forefront, exclaiming, "Mr. Zhou, here are the drinks you ordered, totaling 200,000. He deliberately announced the price, ensuring that all present took note. After all, Zhou Xing had arrived with such a number of young ladies. Even without the owner's directive, a 200,000 expenditure would undoubtedly grant him a measure of prestige. Why do people visit bars? Drinking is secondary. The primary motive is to impress in front of beautiful women. The atmosphere shifted among the flight attendants as their gazes turned toward Anya, filled with admiration and other emotions. 200,000. Although Zhou Xing drove a Lamborghini, they had encountered many wealthy heirs before, well aware that many of them merely flaunted luxury vehicles while their finances were tightly controlled by their families, leaving them barely able to afford gas. Zhou Xing not only had the means to drive such extravagant cars, but also displayed remarkable generosity in his spending. His casual order of 200,000 in drinks confirmed that his family background was extraordinary. They felt a twinge of resentment. Why was Anya able to attract such an exceptional man while they were left to entertain advances from unattractive middle-aged men? Thoughts of opportunity began to brew. Zhou Xing and Anya had yet to define their relationship. Even if they did, without a formal commitment, there remained a chance for them. At the supervisor's signal, a dazzling array of drinks and fruit platters adorned the table. "Mr. Zhou, shall we open all these drinks?" the supervisor inquired. Zhou Xing glanced at him, recognizing his acumen in catering to clients' preferences. It was standard practice for a bar to ensure patrons had a delightful experience, ultimately aiming to retain customers. "Open them all," Zhou Xing replied nonchalantly. The servers promptly proceeded to uncork the bottles. "I shall leave you to it, Mr. Zhou." The supervisor exited, and the booth fell silent once more. After a while, Zhou Xing remarked, 200,000 for drinks. That is quite extravagant. I feel a bit hesitant to drink." "Why hesitate?" Zhou Xing laughed. "We are here to enjoy ourselves. Do not concern yourself with anything else." He raised a glass. Zhou Xing, seizing the moment, stood and proclaimed, "Then I shall not hold back. Here's to you, Zhou Xiao. Thank you for your hospitality." The other flight attendants echoed her sentiment, rising in unison. To Zhou Xiao, "Thank you." The booth erupted into cheerful chatter. Zhou Xing raised his glass, clinking it with theirs. One glass of champagne down. He felt little, but acknowledged that the flavor was quite delightful. Then, for the second toast, Zhou Xing prepared another glass. Grinning mischievously at Anya, "We owe our good fortune to Anya. Here, S to Anya." The others chimed in unison. Anya waved her hands, feeling a bit shy. No need for all this. Yet, ultimately, she could not resist and stood to clink glasses with them. As the drink went down, Anya's fair complexion flushed a delicate pink under the dim lights, enhancing her natural beauty. Sitting there, she maintained a composed exterior while feeling immense satisfaction within. Previously, as a newcomer in her crew, such attention from these flight attendants would have been unimaginable, all thanks to Zhou Xing. She gazed at him with determination, resolved to hold on to him regardless of his age. Zhou Xing looked on, amused, as they drank, casually wrapping his arm around Anya's waist, gradually exploring her back. Anya pushed his hand away, protesting, "Zhou Xing, not so fast. It's too soon." They had only met one evening prior. Despite her attraction, she believed in the importance of making a man appreciate her value. Otherwise, he would not cherish it. Zhou Xing glanced at Anya, recognizing the familiar scent of tea wafting from her. Yet, he was not the kind to be overly eager. Anya's stunning appearance stirred his interest, but it was not a reason for him to act desperate. He discreetly withdrew his hand, his expression indifferent. Nearby, the flight attendants had observed the entire exchange, their eyes lighting up with opportunity. One particularly striking flight attendant with a heart-shaped face and large eyes inched closer, her body almost pressed against Zhou Xing's arm. In a sweet, melodic voice, she said, "Zhou Xiao, may I propose a toast to you alone?" Chapter 19. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Xiao, "I am Luo Qianqian." With a confident declaration of her name, Luo Qianqian raised her glass of champagne and downed it in one swift motion, licking her ruby lips as she swallowed the last remnants of the drink. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with mischief, exuding an irresistible allure. "I've finished mine, Zhou Xiao. Please feel free." Zhou Xing, unperturbed, also finished his drink in one gulp. Observing this, Luo Qianqian seized the moment to pour him another glass, her body inching closer to him under the guise of serving. Noticing Zhou Xing's lack of resistance, she grew bolder, resting her head against his shoulder while her form pressed intimately against him, her movements brushing against his arm. "Zhou Xiao, you are truly wicked," she murmured, her lips inching closer to his ear as she let out a tinkling laugh. Strands of her hair cascaded over Zhou Xing's face, tickling him. Yet she showed no intent to withdraw. Instead, she swayed her hips, nestling deeper into his embrace. Zhou Xing turned to regard Luo Qianqian. Even in the dim lighting, her beauty remained striking. Though she paled in comparison to Anya, she still ranked among the most enchanting women on campus. In his previous life, Zhou Xing had never had the opportunity to interact with someone of her caliber. He felt no discomfort with her advances. After all, one must embrace the spirit of enjoyment when out socializing. Luo Qianqian clearly possessed a grander perspective. In her view, the allure of affection was far sweeter than mere flirtation. Her actions did not go unnoticed by the flight attendants, who cast envious glances at her boldness, simultaneously chastising her audacity while scrambling to toast Zhou Xing, eager to assert their own claims. After toasting, they did not return to their seats, but rather settled beside Zhou Xing, vying for his attention and pushing Anya to the margins. Anya clenched her fists, irritation flaring as she glared at Luo Qianqian, recognizing her as the instigator of this scene. It was clear to her that Zhou Xing and she were meant to be together. Despite their camaraderie as colleagues, the others chose to betray her trust without hesitation. Luo Qianqian, sensing Anya's gaze, lifted her elegant neck and smiled, internally dismissing Anya as someone who took her fortune for granted. They all envied the chance to engage with Zhou Xing, a man of rare distinction among the wealthy. Realizing the scarcity and value of such a man, they were determined to seize their moment. Anya, in her navette, attempted to monopolize Zhou Xing's affections, unaware that he was not one to be easily captivated by beauty alone. Zhou Xing was far from lacking in female admirers, and the moment Anya hesitated, others would undoubtedly take her place. "Anya, are you truly going to sit idly by and watch them pursue Zhou Xing?" Gu Ting, sitting nearby, felt a surge of concern for her friend. The dynamics of attraction were simple. If a woman was willing to take the plunge, the barriers were easily overcome. "Zhou Xing and I are not tied by any bonds. I have no right to dictate his choices," Anya replied, pouting defiantly, though her gaze remained fixed on Zhou Xing. "Are you certain of that?" Gu Ting probed. "Absolutely. Our relationship is merely that of ordinary friends," Anya insisted, unwilling to reveal vulnerability before her closest friend. "If that's the case, then I might just pursue him too. A man like Zhou Xing is a rare find. Even I am tempted," Gu Ting remarked, prompting Anya to react with alarm. "Ting Ting, how could you?" Anya was taken aback, realizing her trusted friend might betray her. Turning her head, she found Gu Ting grinning teasingly, fully aware of Anya's hidden feelings. How can they act this way? Anya felt a wave of injustice wash over her, her eyes welling with tears. As a good friend, Gu Ting's lack of support felt like a betrayal, and she felt unbalanced by the situation. Zhou Xing was undoubtedly aware of her feelings. She had already tacitly accepted them, merely hesitating due to shyness and a desire to take things slowly. She had already shared intimate moments with him. It was only a matter of time before their relationship progressed. She believed that once they reached that point, Zhou Xing would be at her mercy. Yet now, having rejected his advances, he appeared indifferent, ready to entertain others. Did he not harbor any feelings for her at all? Don't blame Zhou Xing. You simply do not understand how sought after he truly is. Gu Ting comforted, though we may wear the badge of flight attendants in the eyes of some. We are merely ordinary service staff. We waste our youth in the air, and once marriage becomes a consideration, we find ourselves aged and overlooked. With a self-deprecating smile, Gu Ting continued, "Marrying a wealthy, balding man would be considered luck for us. A man like Zhou Xing? You'd need to have saved the galaxy in a past life to have a chance with him. Do not fault them for being pragmatic, who wishes to face the fate of being unwanted as they grow old. They merely seek a brighter future. Zhou Xing regarded Anya earnestly. Honestly, if you were not my best friend, I would have rushed to Zhou Xing without hesitation. Anya was taken aback, seeing Zhou Xing in a new light. People were inherently pragmatic. Zhou Xing continued, do not perceive Zhou Xing as an ordinary man. Wealthy individuals like him are not naive, despite his youth. He has encountered more schemes than you have meals. Your tactics are insignificant in his eyes. Do not entertain thoughts of playing games with him. Instead, be obedient and compliant, and your chances will multiply. With a soft sigh, Zhou Xing added, your appearance and figure are your greatest assets, but nothing is guaranteed. Reflect carefully. If you miss this chance, you may regret it. After a moment of contemplation, Anya lifted her head and said, I understand. Thank you, Ting Ting. Her words were sincere. Though Zhou Xing's perspective was harsh, Anya recognized that her friend genuinely wished for her happiness. If I were you, I would hurry and reclaim what is rightfully yours. Zhou Xing remarked that she had yet another statement to make. With your looks and figure, they would feel inferior. Anya glanced over at Zhou Xing, who showed no intention of acknowledging her presence. Although a twinge of disappointment lingered in her heart, she maintained a smile and replied, there's no need for that, Ting Ting. Zhou Xing is merely sulking at me right now. I'll find an opportunity to apologize later. The notion of them stealing Zhou Xing away was utterly implausible. After all, she was the one who had known him first, and he had pursued her of his own accord. Anya radiated confidence, fully aware of her own beauty and physique. It was precisely this self-awareness that bolstered her unwavering assurance. Zhou Xing observed her with a somewhat complex expression, but chose not to pursue the matter further. She had already conveyed her thoughts, and Anya's feelings were ultimately beyond her control. The atmosphere at the VIP table was vibrant and electric, accompanied by pulsating music. The surrounding girls beamed with delight. Zhou Xing lifted his glass, the liquid inside shimmering under the lights, casting a kaleidoscope of colors. In that moment, he began to comprehend why the affluent were drawn to bars. It was not necessarily the quality of the drinks, but rather that their vanity and desire for conquest could be infinitely indulged in such an environment. The intoxicating allure of indulgence was both the most seductive and the most exhilarating way to experience joy. Zhou Xiao, it's your turn to drink. A melodious voice chimed in beside him. Zhou Xing snapped back to reality, flashed a faint smile, and downed the contents of his glass in one gulp. The other patrons at the table, witnessing this scene, seethed with jealousy, their teeth nearly grinding in frustration. Their hearts brimmed with discontent. From a moment the group of flight attendants had made their entrance, they had taken note. All were tall beauties, and, aside from Zhou Xing, the only male present, these women, who were undeniably captivating in their own right, seemed to shower him with affection, even engaging in petty rivalries over his attention. Their eyes glistened with envy. Why was it that Zhou Xing could revel in the company of so many lovely ladies, while their own attempts to gather a few girls, despite their less appealing appearances, were met with reluctance? Suddenly, the lights transformed into a dazzling spectacle. A cascade of colorful confetti descended, accompanied by the thunderous roar of carbon dioxide cannons. A group of servers approached VIP table 005, carrying bottles of Ace of Spades. The music halted, and cheers erupted as the lights illuminated the scene. The DJ passionately announced, "Let us give a round of applause for young Master Huang at table 005, celebrating with 2 sets of 58, 888 little dragons. Show your enthusiasm and let loose." The heavy metal music resumed, reverberating throughout the venue. The ambience intensified as the bar's large screen displayed a live feed of table 005. At the center stood a young man dressed in an LVT t-shirt and sporting a gold Rolex. His physique was somewhat plump, exuding an air of affluence. Yet this did not deter him from being the center of attention. Bottles of Ace of Spades adorned the table, although they were merely little dragons. The total cost exceeded a considerable sum. The striking figure of 117,776 loomed large on the screen. Once the bottles were arranged, the young man hoisted one aloft and strode directly towards table 000, bypassing Zhou Xing and casting his gaze upon the surrounding ladies. With the ace of spades raised high and his Rolex deliberately displayed, he smiled and inquired, having just ordered a few bottles of ace of spades. "May I have the honor of inviting a few ladies to join me at my table for a drink and some games?" Chapter 20. The lavish spending of $1 million. The arrival of the Huang man, the once lively booth, fell silent. The flight attendants ceased their chatter, directing their gazes towards Zhou Xing. The small dragon set worth over 100,000 certainly commanded attention. However, they were all acutely aware that Zhou Xing had discreetly ordered 200,000 worth of drinks without such ostentation. In terms of appearance, capability, and character, this Huang man held no qualifications to compare with Zhou Xing. Anya's disdain was evident, yet they chose to remain silent, as this booth was reserved by Zhou Xing and thus belonged to his domain. The way the other man bypassed Zhou Xing to directly invite them was a clear provocation. They were curious to see how Zhou Xing would respond. Zhou Xing appeared remarkably calm, his expression inscrutable, spending money to showcase economic prowess and attract the attention of the entire venue. Then approaching the women under such circumstances. This was a tactic that would be difficult for regular female patrons of the bar to resist. It seemed that this Huang man was quite accustomed to such maneuvers. Without uttering a word, Zhou Xing gestured towards the manager, standing at a distance. The manager hurried over, casting a brief glance at the Huang man before bowing slightly and leaning closer to Zhou Xing, inquiring, "Mr. Zhou, how may I assist you? What are the price ranges for your dragon sets?" Zhou Xing asked nonchalantly. The manager, noticing the ace of spades in the Huang man's hand, quickly comprehended and began to explain, "We offer the small dragon set for 58,888, the regular dragon set, which includes 6 bottles of ace of spades, for 98,888, and the frozen dragon set for 128,888. Zhou Xing interrupted him. "I'll take 10 sets of the frozen dragon." 10 sets. The manager was taken aback. Having worked in the bar for many years, he had witnessed countless displays of wealth, yet he had never encountered anyone as extravagant as Zhou Xing. The flight attendants seated beside Zhou Xing gasped in astonishment, covering their mouths in disbelief. Each frozen dragon set cost 128,000, making the total a staggering 280,000. This amount could serve as a down payment for a modest apartment in whose city? "Is there a problem?" Zhou Xing countered. "And no," the manager stammered, shaking his head repeatedly. 10 sets total 288,880. "Please swipe your card." Zhou Xing produced his bank card, and the manager respectfully took it, while a nearby attendant promptly brought over the POS machine. "Please enter your password." The manager placed the machine before Zhou Xing, and once the password was entered, a receipt was dispensed. The manager's demeanor became increasingly respectful, his face alight with joy. He knew that Zhou Xing had been singled out for special attention by the boss, indicating an extraordinary background, yet he had not anticipated such extravagance. Spending over $1 million on drinks as casually as if it were a mere 100 was astonishing. As the bar's music shifted, the lights converged in a spectacular display. Patrons momentarily halted their movements, only to grow even more animated, as if anticipating something grand. Suddenly, the entire venue was plunged into darkness. The attendants swiftly sprang into action, covering the drinks with shields. A spotlight illuminated the stage, where a dozen attendants, holding flowers and various bottles of colorful ace of spades, advanced towards the booth. The large screen flickered to life, displaying the staggering figure of 288,880. The 7-digit number danced across the screen, leaving the audience awestruck. The CO2 cannon fired 9 times, showering the room with golden ribbons. Dressed in bunny ears and exuding allure, several glamorous bunnies began to dance atop the booth, accompanied by the music. Booth 000. Mr. Zhou has reserved 10 sets of frozen dragon. Every patron in the bar will receive a complimentary case of Heineken. Let's cheer for his name. Mr. Zhou, may he enjoy himself. The DJ's exuberant voice echoed, prompting everyone to chant Mr. Zhou. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch, nearly bursting the confines of the venue. The screen froze on the displayed number, transitioning to show the attendants arranging the golden pink, and black gold bottles of ace of spades on the table. Zhou Xing's image appeared on the screen, and the crowd beheld the young, handsome face of the man behind the lavish order. His calm demeanor and striking looks sent the women into a frenzy. Handsome and youthful, yet spending millions, whoever could find themselves at this booth would undoubtedly be the center of attention at TXX tonight. Numerous women rushed towards the booth, disregarding the nearly 10 girls already seated there, eager to befriend Zhou Xing and elevate their status. Had the bar not anticipated such a scenario, security would have been overwhelmed, and Zhou Xing would likely have been inundated by a tidal wave of women. Even so, those pursuing him were like fervent fans, desperately attempting to breach the security line, calling out, "Mr. Zhou, let us be friends. UNT regret it. Mr. Zhou, you are so handsome. I want to have your children. Mr. Zhou, let me in. Tonight, I am yours." The brazen declarations took Zhou Xing by surprise. Instead of acknowledging them, he addressed the manager. "Open all these drinks." "All of them?" The manager was astonished, considering the staggering cost. "Mr. Zhou, you and your guests could hardly finish these. It would be quite wasteful. Perhaps I could start by opening a few, and you could store the rest for later?" The manager kindly suggested. "I can arrange for you a platinum membership card for our bar, so you can enjoy your next visit." With Zhou Xing's spending habits, even without the boss's endorsement, he could easily qualify for the highest tier platinum membership. A single night of spending over $1 million made him a veritable gold mine for the establishment. "No need. If we can't finish them, just pour them on the floor." Zhou Xing's calm statement sent waves of excitement through the flight attendants, who instinctively crossed their legs. Should Zhou Xing beckon them, they would eagerly leap onto him without hesitation. Anya, too, gazed at Zhou Xing with a dazed expression, unable to deny the magnetic charm he exuded. She felt herself losing control, wanting to embrace him. Meanwhile, the Huang man had become a mere jester. The ace of spades in his hand, now insignificant in the presence of Zhou Xing's 10 frozen dragon sets. Zhou Xing cast a fleeting glance at him before dismissing him entirely. Engaging in conflict with such a person was the height of folly. Squabbling over trivial matters would only diminish his own stature. They were simply not on the same level. Zhou Xing only needed to make him retreat. The flight attendants, sporting subtle smiles, curiously regarded the Huang man, pondering what thoughts occupied his mind in this situation. Attempting to disregard Zhou Xing with a mere small dragon set while soliciting their attention was a misguided endeavor, especially considering Zhou Xing's discreet order of over $1 million in drinks, all of which were to be opened. From beginning to end, there was no display of any particularly special expression. The distinction between the two was stark. Huang Mingyuan, his complexion shifting, appeared increasingly unpleasant. A regular patron of TXX, he had spent over $1 million here, making him a notable figure among the affluent second-generation clientele, accustomed to being the center of attention wherever he went. Today in the bar, he encountered Zhou Xing. The latter was accompanied by nearly 10 exquisite women, each one strikingly beautiful, rivaling those he had previously entertained. He conceded to feeling a tinge of jealousy, which had sparked the earlier scene. Although Zhou Xing occupied the exclusive booth number 000, Huang Mingyuan dismissed it with disdain. Zhou was dressed in an unassuming manner, devoid of any ostentatious accessories, presenting a clean and unpretentious appearance. While he was not entirely ordinary, he was certainly not comparable to Huang. In the eyes of a local like Huang, Zhou was merely a country bumpkin who, upon acquiring a modicum of wealth, sought to flaunt it. It was likely that he had reserved the booth well in advance, bringing along every acquaintance he could find to display his newfound status. Having indulged in a few drinks and feeling slightly buoyant, Huang, spurred on by his companions, could not afford to overlook Zhou's earlier actions, which he deemed intentional. Deep down, he looked down upon this unsophisticated upstart, and his behavior carried a provocative undertone. What he did not anticipate was that Zhou would completely disregard him, promptly ordering 10 sets of the ice-sealed divine dragon drink, thereby humiliating him in front of a crowd. Huang, a man of some esteem in the city, found himself publicly shamed by Zhou in a bar, with his friends observing closely. The gazes of the women in the booth intensified his sense of humiliation, an experience he had never known before. "What do you mean by this?" Huang Mingyuan glared at Zhou, his tone laced with hostility. He was unfazed by Zhou, despite the latter's extravagant expenditure. So what? A nouveau riche from the countryside. What could he possibly do against someone of Huang's local stature? Zhou, meanwhile, was smiling and engaging in conversation with the women beside him, initially expecting Huang to take the hint and depart. To his surprise, Huang showed no intention of leaving. The smile on Zhou's face faded, replaced by calmness. This is rather trivial. I am ordering my drinks. It seems unrelated to you, does it not? Zhou raised an eyebrow. This is my booth. Kindly return to your own seat. After all, having reserved the small divine dragon set, you should enjoy it promptly and not let it go to waste. Chapter 21. The destitute with a sudden burst of laughter, Zhou Xing, sitting closest, couldn't help but chuckle at the unfolding drama. The other flight attendants nearby wore amused expressions as well. Had this remark been made prior to the extravagant expenditure on drinks, Zhou Xing's words would have been perceived as mere flattery. However, in the current context, the implications had shifted entirely. Are you mocking me? Huang Mingyuan stepped closer, his expression darkening as he fixed an intense glare on Zhou Xing. As a man of esteemed status, the women in the bar typically treated him with utmost respect. Yet here was Zhou Xing, an unexpected contender, openly ridiculing him, and now even this woman, a mere companion, dared to laugh at his expense. Already humiliated, his anger simmered dangerously. No, Zhou Xing replied innocently, shaking her head. I was simply reminded of something joyful. You wretched creature. Huang Mingyuan gritted his teeth, surveying the scene before his gaze landed on Zhou Xing. I remember all of you. A mere country bumpkin dares to elevate himself above me, and even the lowly women accompanying him presume to mock me. Mark my words, this is not over. If you have the gall, reveal your name. I will ensure you can never show your face in whose city again. Huang Mingyuan's fury erupted. His rage palpable, Zhou Xing instinctively leaned closer to Zhou Xing, clutching his arm tightly. Are you embarrassed? Zhou Xing scoffed, remaining seated, his gaze fixed on Huang Mingyuan. Though generally easygoing, he was not without his limits. Did he truly believe that a few superficial gestures could compel everyone to indulge him? Rising to his feet, Zhou Xing planted one foot on the table, locking eyes with Huang Mingyuan. What do you think you are? Is this bar yours? Do you believe you can dictate how much others may spend on drinks? Earn back your dignity on your own. Spending a little money does not grant you the right to act superior. You are nothing but a pretentious fool. Zhou Xing's words pierced through Huang Mingyuan like needles, igniting a furious red in his eyes. As a well-known scion of wealth in whose city, he was unaccustomed to being belittled. He had always been the one to lord over others, and now he was being branded a destitute by Zhou Xing. How dare you? Huang Mingyuan clenched his fists and swung at Zhou Xing's face. Yet, Zhou Xing was quicker. Grabbing the ace of spades from the table, he smashed it onto Huang Mingyuan's head. With a resounding crash, glass shattered, accompanied by Huang Mingyuan's agonized scream as sparkling wine erupted, drenching the booth. Huang Mingyuan fell to the ground, clutching his head, blood streaming from a gash on his forehead. A chorus of shrieks erupted, and security rushed to the scene, surrounding the altercation. Meanwhile, Zhou Xing remained unruffled, casually wiping his hands with a napkin and looking down at Huang Mingyuan sprawled on the floor. I had no intention of engaging with someone as inconsequential as you, yet you insisted on making a spectacle. I will end you. Huang Mingyuan's eyes blazed with fury as he struggled to rise and charge at Zhou Xing, only to be restrained by security. He had lost all rationality. If you have the guts, don't you dare leave. I'll make you regret being born into this world. I'm waiting. Zhou Xing's expression remained impassive. Whatever game you wish to play, I am more than willing to indulge you. But I hope you will not arrive empty-handed, merely seething with impotent rage. Let us compare backgrounds. Let us compare wealth. He had never feared anyone. He had refrained from revealing his own background thus far, deeming it unnecessary. However, should anyone dare to provoke him, he would not hesitate to respond. Even the son of the wealthiest mogul would not dare to speak so boldly in his presence. What was Huang Mingyuan after all? Huang Mingyuan bellowed, wishing nothing more than to obliterate. Zhou Xing blood trickled down his forehead, rendering him a fearsome sight. Yet, Security maintained order, denying him the opportunity to confront Zhou Xing. Mr. Zhou, what transpired? The supervisor, alerted to the commotion, rushed over, glancing at Huang Mingyuan before quietly inquiring of Zhou Xing. You should screen your clientele more rigorously. Don't allow just anyone to enter, Zhou Xing replied coolly. Though he had clashed with Huang Mingyuan, the latter had instigated the trouble. As a customer who had just spent over $1 million, Zhou Xing was well within his rights to voice such concerns. Yes, the supervisor nodded earnestly. I will address this matter immediately, regardless of the circumstances. It is ultimately our bar's fault. I apologize, Mr. Zhou, for not ensuring you had a pleasant evening. This is a failing on our part. Zhou Xing bore no grudge against the supervisor and took a seat. What happened? The supervisor approached security to ascertain the details of the incident. Upon learning the full story, he understood that Huang Mingyuan was at the center of it all. He had noticed him earlier when he was enjoying the extravagant drink. But since Zhou Xing hadn't spoken up, he had refrained from questioning. Are you blind? This scoundrel attacked me with a bottle, and you prevent me from retaliating while allowing him to roam free. Huang Mingyuan, unable to breach the security barrier, vented his frustration at the staff, pointing accusingly. I have spent a fortune in your bar, and this is how you treat me? Let me go. I will annihilate this bumpkin. The supervisor regarded Huang Mingyuan with a detached gaze, disregarding his insults. Huang Mingyuan was a regular customer, known for his decent spending habits, but compared to Zhou Xing, he was a mere shadow, especially given Zhou Xing's connections, which had garnered him special attention from the owner. Huang Mingyuan had instigated the conflict. Every facet of this situation compelled the supervisor to side with Zhou Xing unconditionally. The extravagant expenditure on the drink had drawn considerable attention, and the scene had quickly attracted a crowd. The supervisor approached Zhou Xing. Mr. Zhou, there are too many onlookers. The private rooms are available. Would you prefer to move there to avoid disturbances? I will handle the rest of the situation. He wished to usher Zhou Xing into a more private setting while calming Huang Mingyuan down, hoping to prevent the situation from escalating further. No good could come from it for the bar. No need. Zhou Xing waved his hand dismissively, pointing at Huang Mingyuan. He insists I won't be able to survive in whose city. I want to see just how capable he truly is. The supervisor felt a headache coming on as the crowd grew, unsure how to manage the escalating tension. Are you deaf? I'm speaking to you. Supervisor, get over here. If you don't let me go, I will settle this with this country bumpkin right here. Your bar will never know peace again. Huang Mingyuan continued his tirade. You have offended me. I command all of you to leave. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from behind. Who dares to disturb the peace of my bar with such audacity? Chapter 22. The Young Rascal's Boss. Upon hearing the call, the supervisor turned around to behold a young man, likely in his late 20s, striding toward them. Tall and slender, he appeared to be nearly 6 feet tall, yet weighed perhaps around 100 pounds. Clad in an oversized t-shirt, he resembled a bamboo pole, as if a gust of wind could carry him away. The previously boisterous Huang Mingyuan, upon spotting this young man, found his voice faltering, instinctively retracting his neck. After a brief moment, he managed to regain his composure. Lao Chong, you've arrived just in time, Huang Mingyuan exclaimed loudly to the young man. Take a look at the sort of clientele your bar attracts. I've been beaten to a pulp. He pointed his head, stained with blood. Your security didn't utter a word before stopping me. While that country bumpkin walked away unscathed, and that supervisor of yours seemed deaf to the commotion. Hearing Huang Mingyuan's voice, the young man glanced in his direction, frowning slightly as he approached. After a closer inspection, a smile broke across his face. Oh, it's you, Huang Mingyuan, with all that blood on your face. I almost didn't recognize you. Huang's expression soured, readying to retort, but the young man ignored him, instead addressing the supervisor with a calm inquiry. What is going on here? The supervisor promptly recounted the entire sequence of events, deliberately mentioning, to prevent any misunderstandings, that this Mr. Zhou is the guest you specifically instructed us to treat well. He just ordered 10 sets of the Dragon Special. Upon hearing this, the young man cast a glance toward Zhou Xing and, upon noticing his excessively youthful visage, expressed mild surprise. So it's him. All right, I understand. You may attend to your duties. I shall handle the rest. He nodded and added, remember, First, disperse the onlookers and ensure they do not take any photographs. Should any images surface, recognize his face and promptly blacklist him. Never allow him entry again. The supervisor bowed slightly. Understood, boss. With a wave of his hand, the young man dismissed him. Xiao Huang, how did you end up in such a state? This hardly seems like your usual demeanor, the young man teased, circling back to confront Huang Mingyuan. Some country bumpkin appeared out of nowhere. Thinking a bit of wealth grants him free rein, Huang Mingyuan retorted, seething with anger. As long as he dares remain in Hu City, I will ensure he cannot escape unscathed. However, the young man's expression suddenly darkened. If my memory serves me right, this marks your third incident of causing trouble in the bar. Huang's face shifted, preparing to protest, yet the young man continued. In the previous 2 instances, I cleaned up your mess without seeking accountability from you. But I warned you, should there be a next time, my leniency will vanish. He placed a firm hand on Huang Mingyuan's shoulder, his tone grave. It appears you have dismissed my words entirely, believing I, Chong Wenyu, am powerless against you. At this moment, Huang Mingyuan's earlier bravado dissipated, replaced by a sycophantic smile. Brother Chong, I acknowledge my faults in those previous incidents and have apologized. However, I cannot endure this humiliation any longer. Time and again, I have been ridiculed by a country bumpkin, and after being struck on the head with a bottle, I must retaliate, or how can I continue to navigate Hu City? Brother Chong, we are both from Hu City. Surely, you cannot side with a country bumpkin? Huang Mingyuan pressed earnestly. This is a personal matter between him and me. Rest assured, it will not disrupt the bar's operations. Just stay out of it. You expect me to willingly hand over the patrons of my bar? Chong Wenyu replied, amusement dancing in his eyes. Are you in your right mind? If I cannot protect my customers, who will dare to come to my bar in the future? Huang Mingyuan's countenance darkened. Brother Chong, are you truly prepared to shield that country bumpkin, disregarding our long-standing friendship? I'm a regular patron of your bar. After all, my annual expenditures here are considerable. Chong Wenyu chuckled. Let me clarify. He is not a country bumpkin. It is his first visit, and, cumulatively, you have not spent more than he does in a single night. Furthermore, this altercation was instigated by you. It would be quite generous of me not to pursue this matter further, yet you still seek favors? Do you genuinely believe you are a prominent figure in Hu City? Chong Wenyu turned to his staff. Cancel his membership and bar him from ever stepping foot in my establishment again. Chong Wenyu. Huang Mingyuan had not anticipated that not only would Chong Wenyu refuse to assist him, but he would also sever ties entirely. Leave before I lose my temper. Chong Wenyu admonished without reservation. Get far away. If you're dissatisfied, feel free to contact the authorities or bring your family into this. I'm prepared for that. Let us see if your family's influence can match mine. Huang Mingyuan glared at Chong Wenyu, but ultimately refrained from uttering a harsh word, only letting out a cold snort as he turned to leave. He was acutely aware that, in terms of family background, he could not even carry Chong Wenyu's shoes. To truly cross him would be disastrous. His meager resources would hardly suffice for any reparations. As for involving the police, Huang Mingyuan could not bring himself to take such a step. Among the wealthy, many unspoken rules governed their interactions. Conflicts were to be resolved independently, without entangling their families or resorting to law enforcement. Violating these norms would result in far more than mere humiliation. It would render him unwelcome in Hu City's social circles. Just a petty rascal, trying to masquerade as a ruler of the city, Chong Wenyu scoffed. Turning his back on the unfolding drama, he approached the booth with a smile, addressing Zhou Xing. You are Zhou Xing, the one who reserved a table through the bank today, correct? I am one of the bar's shareholders, Chong Wenyu. Zhou Xing rose to shake his hand. Although the bar had ties to the celebrity Xiao Liebao, he understood that such an establishment could not be run solely on the fame of a single individual. There were undoubtedly others behind the scenes, merely using the star's name for promotion. Today you've opened my eyes, utilizing the bank's VIP service to reserve a booth at a bar. I've been in this business for years, and this is the first time I've encountered such a scenario, Chong Wenyu remarked with a smile. Isn't the VIP service meant to be utilized? It's the same for any reservation. If not, wouldn't that be unfair to the bank as personnel? Zhou Xing replied calmly. Ha ha, you are quite right. Chong Wenyu laughed. When I received the call from the bank, I was curious about the person I would have the opportunity to meet. Now that I see you, you are younger than I had imagined. Yet that is precisely why it is not uncommon for young people to engage in such dealings. Chong Wenyu inquired, shall we become friends? Delighted to oblige, Zhou Xing raised an eyebrow, feeling that this day's events were not his fault and held no bearing on their potential camaraderie. Chong Wenyu took out his phone and added Zhou Xing on WeChat before observing him closely. You appear somewhat unfamiliar, otherwise. A person of your stature would certainly leave an impression on me. Were you in Huqing for long? Yes, Zhou Xing nodded. I arrived early to explore the university here, as classes begin in September. Ah, only 18? Chong Wenyu expressed surprise. It seems you have just been liberated, eager to venture out and indulge a bit. Rich second-generation heirs typically face stringent family restrictions until they reach adulthood. Zhou Xing did not refute this observation. Your family must be affluent. At merely 18, you possess such wealth, spending over $1 million in a single night at a bar. Chong Wenyu was genuinely astonished. Even with his own background, he could not have lived as extravagantly as Zhou Xing at that age, casually producing $1 million. Just a small enterprise, Zhou Xing replied with a faint smile. If you're referring to mines, my family's business does indeed own some. As a leader in the heavy industry sector, we have numerous mines, numbering in the hundreds. Then I certainly chose the right place to be today, Chong Wenyu remarked. With your background, it won't be long before you flourish in Huqing. That Huang Mingyuan, I wonder where he gets his audacity to challenge you. Noticing Zhou Xing's puzzled expression, Chong Wenyu clarified, he's the one you just sent packing with a bottle. Now aware of Huang Mingyuan's identity, Zhou Xing inquired, what sort of person is he? Not much to speak of, Chong Wenyu scoffed. His family engages in construction, sifting through debris to make a bit of money. Altogether, his family is worth only 300 to 400 million. He has a handful of people under his wing and is the sole heir, so he receives a generous allowance. Huang Mingyuan has become accustomed to being arrogant. He's caused trouble in my bar more than once. I thought he was a significant figure, boasting that I wouldn't be able to stay in Huqing. But it turns out he is nothing of the sort. Zhou Xing chuckled derisively. I look forward to seeing what tricks he might employ next. I've already expelled him from the bar, and he will not be permitted entry again. Consider it a favor to you. Chong Wenyu, somewhat gleeful, remarked. Even if he hadn't been expelled, encountering you would have been his misfortune. He truly believes that a bit of wealth allows him to act with impunity in Huqing. He will inevitably meet his downfall. I haven't mentioned your affiliation with the ultra-high-end private banking sector. Otherwise, he would be utterly terrified. His father lacks such prowess. So why would he dare provoke you? This fellow has been a nuisance, trying to cultivate a relationship with me. So, it's just as well he learns a lesson. You are rather cunning. Zhou Xing smiled. Chong Wenyu laughed heartily. You understand me too well. This environment is far too noisy. Let us dine together another time and enjoy a proper conversation. Not going to have a drink here? Zhou Xing inquired. No, I won't intrude on your moment of happiness. Chong Wenyu replied, glancing at the nearly 10 flight attendants seated in the booth, stifling a mischievous grin. But do take care. Despite your youth, do not neglect your health. Get lost. Even if you were to go astray, I wouldn't, Zhou Xing retorted, a hint of annoyance in his tone. Chong Wenyu chuckled. Very well. I shall take my leave. I sent you a message on WeChat. Feel free to call me if anything arises. Before departing, Chong Wenyu summoned the manager. Remember to provide excellent service to Zhou Xing. Do not upset him, and ensure no incidents like Huang Mingyuan occur again. Understood. Chapter 23. Are you wearing a dress from Pinru? Zhou Xing watched as Chong Wenyu departed, a glass of wine in hand, lost in contemplation. He was not naive enough to believe that the two had instantly become friends. Human nature is inherently pragmatic, and this is especially true for the affluent. Had he not chosen to have Zhang Yan reserve a private booth at the bar and spend a considerable sum, Chong Wenyu's demeanor would likely have been markedly different. The inquiries posed by Chong Wenyu were primarily aimed at extracting information, subtly revealing his own circumstances in the process. In Chong Wenyu's eyes, someone like Huang Mingyuan, worth several billion, was scarcely more than a scrap collector, his words laced with contempt. Zhou Xing chose to play along, embodying the youthful bravado expected of him, even displaying a hint of muscle. Both were acutely aware of their unspoken understanding. True friendship could only blossom when they reached mutual comprehension. Thus, to outsiders, Zhou Xing and Chang Wenyu appeared to engage in lively conversation, seemingly enjoying each other's company. Downing the remainder of his drink, a smile danced in Zhou Xing's eyes. This was indeed intriguing. It seemed that Huang Mingyuan's type of debauchery was but a rarity in the circles of Huqing. The majority were astute individuals like Chang Wenyu. When one achieves a certain level of prowess, integration into elite circles occurs organically, much like Chang Wenyu's approach today. Zhou Xing was confident that it would not be long before Chang Wenyu sought him out again. At that juncture, it would not only be him, but also the notable figures within Chang Wenyu's circle. Today's casual exchanges were merely a prelude. To be recognized in that realm would require his presence to be validated. At the booth, the atmosphere had shifted considerably. The earlier mirth dissipated. Luo Qianqian, however, appeared dazed and intoxicated, her soft form leaning against Zhou Xing. She seemed to be inebriated to the point of losing consciousness. Suddenly, Zhou Xing's phone chimed. To his surprise, it was a message from Anya. Zhou Xing. I was wrong. Please don't hold a grudge against me anymore. As he lifted his gaze, he locked eyes with Anya, who, this time, did not shy away but instead bit her lip, her expression one of vulnerability. Zhou Xing offered a faint smile, refraining from replying, and simply tucked his phone away. Noticing his silence, Anya grew anxious, hesitating momentarily with her wine glass before approaching Zhou Xing and subtly squeezing into the space beside him. Zhou Xing, she murmured, leaning against him, her cheeks flushed. Could you give me a ride home later? I've had too much to drink and need a chauffeur. Zhou Xing shook his head. The Lamborghini had only 2 seats, and with a designated driver occupying one, it meant he couldn't take anyone else. Moreover, finding a chauffeur for such a sports car could prove challenging, given the limited interior space. Zhou Xing dismissed the thought, considering leaving the car and returning for it later. We can simply take a cab back, he suggested. Anya leaned closer, her soft voice mingling with her warm breath, causing Zhou Xing's ears to tingle. Then I can let you touch my leg later. At this, Anya blushed profusely. Haven't you always been fond of my legs? Zhou Xing glanced down at her smooth, alluring legs, undeniably captivating. All right, I will take you home. Really? Anya's face lit up with delight. Zhou Xing, you are so kind. She wrapped her arms around his, gently swaying, then cautiously asked, You're not upset with me anymore, are you? Zhou Xing playfully rested his hand on her thigh, smiling as he inquired, When have I ever been angry with you? Anya shifted slightly, not to evade his touch, but to make it easier for him. That's settled then. I will wait for you. After uttering this, Anya returned to her original seat, having exhausted her courage. Zhou Xing chuckled softly, finding no real concern in her actions. Anya's attempts were rather elementary, proving that it was only after proper refinement that the essence of charm truly flourishes. Zhou Xiao, you cannot be so biased, Luo Qianqian, who had been asleep in his arms, suddenly opened her eyes and remarked, Anya sweet talks you, and you readily agreed to take her home. What about me? I am inebriated. With her large, glistening eyes, she feigned vulnerability. A girl alone at this hour is quite unsafe. Zhou Xing chose not to call her out on her act. Responding with a calm demeanor, I will first see Anya home. You can take a cab to my hotel, I'll inform them, and you can simply provide my name, and they will assist you. Zhou Xiao, that is not fair. I want to go back with you, Luo Qianqian pouted. Be obedient, Zhou Xing said, patting her soft shoulder. Reluctantly, she nodded, disappointment flickering in her eyes. She had hoped to seize the opportunity and outpace Anya. Yet it seemed her place in Zhou Xing's heart paled in comparison to Anya's. While she understood she could not monopolize his attention, the reality of the situation still left her feeling disheartened. After all, who wouldn't he want to possess someone like Zhou Xing entirely? Do I need to return to my hotel for something? Luo Qianqian inquired. What would you go back for? Zhou Xing asked, puzzled. To get my work uniform, she replied, her cheeks tinged with shyness as she averted her gaze. Zhou Xing chuckled softly. Are you wearing something for Pinru? What? Luo Qianqian was confused. Nothing, Zhou Xing said, choosing not to elaborate. Yet, gazing at the enchanting Luo Qianqian in his arms stirred something within him. It must be said, their work uniforms were indeed quite alluring. He glanced over at Anya, wondering what a sight she would be in her uniform. Anya, sensing his gaze, smiled sweetly at him. Luo Qianqian, noticing this, pouted in discontent. She's in your arms, yet you're still looking at Anya. Isn't that a bit biased? Zhou Xing merely smiled lightly. Then go back and fetch her outfit. Chapter 24. The intention of the drunken man is not in the wine at the entrance of TXX. The early morning breeze carried a refreshing chill. Zhou Xiao. I shall take my leave now, Luo Qianqian said with a smile, waving at Zhou Xing, casting him a glance that only the two of them could decipher. She turned and, pulling along a close colleague, hailed a taxi at the roadside before vanishing from the crowd's sight. Anya regarded the scene with suspicion. Inside the bar, Luo Qianqian seemed eager to bury herself in Zhou Xing's embrace, never wishing to leave his side. The intentions of Sima Zhao are well known to all. What could have prompted such a sudden change in her demeanor, leading her to decisively depart? Could it be that Zhou Xing had elucidated the situation to her, clarifying that their earlier quarrel had been resolved, leaving her aware of her lack of opportunity, thus choosing to retreat gracefully? Anya was inclined to believe so. After all, Zhou Xing surely valued himself above all else. Otherwise, he would not have invited them to enjoy the night at TXX. His mock affection towards Luo Qianqian was merely a facade, a reaction born from anger. With this thought, Anya felt a surge of happiness. This way, she could relish the moments alone with Zhou Xing, even if it was just a simple act of escorting her home. She approached him with a smile, wrapping her arms around his, her body pressed closely against his, embodying the appearance of a couple deeply in love. What's the matter? Zhou Xing glanced down at her. Nothing. Anya shook her head, grinning. It was surprising to discover that Zhou Xing, who seemed cold on the exterior, had a warm heart beneath. Her position in his thoughts was evidently significant. Though he appeared indifferent, he had discreetly dismissed Luo Qianqian. The realization filled Anya with bliss. A person like Zhou Xing, who could do such things for her, was more than enough to satisfy her. At that moment, a black Rolls-Royce Ghost glided to a stop before Zhou Xing. The supervisor alighted from a vehicle and opened the door for him. Zhou Xiao, our boss instructed us to ensure your safe return, as you have consumed alcohol. Hence, he left his car for you. If you don't mind, please allow me to drive your vehicle back. Zhou Xing acknowledged the supervisor's thoughtfulness. He had been contemplating how to return, but now it appeared that a taxi was unnecessary. All right, he said, handing over the keys. I want to be polite about it. The supervisor chuckled. Mr. Zhou, please get in. Just inform the driver of your destination. Zhou Xing nodded and turned to Anya. Let us go. I'll take you home. Anya complied obediently, climbing into the car under the envious gazes of her colleagues. The honor of being personally driven home by Zhou Xing was something she alone possessed among the crowd. Zhou Xing entered the vehicle, and the door closed automatically. The young driver, clad in a suit, turned respectfully to inquire, Mr. Zhou, where shall we head first? To the Qinji Hotel, he replied. Understood. The driver pressed a button, and a partition slowly descended, creating an intimate space where he could no longer see the back seat. The car glided smoothly out of the bar's entrance, with the supervisor following closely behind in a Lamborghini. The atmosphere inside the car was serene. Anya, legs crossed, stole glances at Zhou Xing, who seemed lost in thought. Gazing out the window, his silence only heightened his allure. Of course, the situation would be even better if Zhou Xing's hand were not resting on her thigh. Yet she had grown accustomed to it. Zhou Xing, do you have any plans for tomorrow? Anya turned to him, her curiosity piqued. What's up? Zhou Xing's gaze shifted from the window back to her. Weren't you saying that you'd take me to explore the city? Anya twirled her hair with a smile. I'm returning to Jiangshan the day after tomorrow, and I have one more day of vacation. If you're available, perhaps we could visit the Bund. It's too late tonight. While the night view of the city is beautiful, I believe the daytime offers more excitement. Zhou Xing regarded Anya, a smile gracing his lips. Anya felt a bit flustered under his gaze, her cheeks flushing slightly. Did I say something wrong? Not at all. Zhou Xing chuckled, withdrawing his gaze. I have no plans for tomorrow. Then it's settled? Anya's excitement bubbled forth as she clung to Zhou Xing's arm, clearly anticipating their outing. She was well aware that Zhou Xing's request for her to be his guide was not merely casual, yet they both chose to ignore the underlying implications. Mr. Zhou, we have arrived, the driver announced as they reached the serene roads of the early morning city. After a brief drive, the car came to a steady halt at the entrance of the Qinji Hotel. Shall I take my leave then? Anya said, feigning reluctance. See you tomorrow, and thank you for bringing me back. Yet, I sense a lack of sincere gratitude. Zhou Xing raised an eyebrow. Anya, sitting in the seat, appeared conflicted. Gazing at Zhou Xing, she steeled herself, closing her eyes and leaning in to kiss his cheek. However, in the next instant, Zhou Xing embraced her, shifting the direction of the kiss. His assertive gesture left her little room to resist, her thoughts becoming hazy as she murmured softly. Minutes passed, and Anya only snapped back to reality when she felt Zhou Xing's hands unfastening her clothing. She swiftly pushed him away, panting, "No, not here." Zhou Xing released her, and Anya gasped for air, glancing toward the partition and realizing it was securely closed, preventing the driver from witnessing their actions. She felt a small wave of relief wash over her. Looking up, she found Zhou Xing smiling at her. If not in the car, then perhaps elsewhere? Anya's face flushed crimson as she bit her lip. "I never said that." Zhou Xing's playful demeanor ignited a rush of blood to his head. He yearned to keep Anya in the car, instructing the driver to return them to the Ritz-Carlton. However, after much contemplation, he decided against it. Patience was key in matters of the heart. Acting too hastily could lead to undesirable outcomes. Moreover, with Luo Qianqian still in his room, it was evidently unwise. Anya raised her fist in mock anger, then gently let it fall onto Zhou Xing's shoulder, her tone a mixture of reproach and shyness. "I knew from the start you had ulterior motives." Without retorting, Zhou Xing merely smiled faintly. "I'll pick you up tomorrow." "All right." Anya adjusted her rumpled clothing and hastily exited the vehicle, feeling her legs weaken, as though Zhou Xing's touch lingered on her skin. The thought of lingering in the car for so long, knowing the driver might have guessed their activities, made her wish for a hole to hide in. Zhou Xing watched as Anya entered the hotel, then turned to the driver. "Please take me to the Ritz-Carlton." "Certainly," the driver replied, his tone as steady as ever. Unfazed by the wait, the car roared to life again, the Rolls-Royce gliding towards the Ritz-Carlton, followed closely by a blue Lamborghini. The thunderous sound of the engine echoed in the night, drawing attention. In less than half an hour, Zhou Xing arrived at his destination. He alighted from the vehicle, while the supervisor parked his car in the hotel's roadside parking lot and handed over the keys with both hands. Zhou Xing accepted the keys and retrieved a bundle of cash from the car, dividing it into two portions. He handed one portion to the supervisor, saying, "Thank you." However, the supervisor hesitated to accept the cash, smiling broadly and replying, "You are a guest at our bar and a friend of the owner. Such trifles are my duty. Take it, you've earned it. Let us settle this matter," Zhou Xing replied coolly. Reluctantly, the supervisor accepted the cash, expressing his gratitude once more. "Thank you, Mr. Zhou. In the future, when you visit our bar, just give me a heads up, and I will ensure you have the best seat, allowing you to enjoy your time." Zhou Xing nodded, then approached the car, placing the remaining bundle of cash inside, despite the driver's repeated protests. "Please extend my thanks to your boss. I appreciate your hard work," Zhou Xing said before making his way towards the hotel. Upon entering the lobby, Steward Wang stood there and slightly bowed, addressing Zhou Xing. "Mr. Zhou, your friend is already waiting for you upstairs." "I understand," Zhou Xing responded as he took the elevator to the 51st floor. Upon opening the room, he was met with complete darkness, an eerie silence enveloping the space. Frowning, he wondered where Luo Qianqian had gone. In the next moment, the lights in the room suddenly illuminated, and Luo Qianqian emerged, clad in a flight attendant's uniform and gracefully striding towards him in high heels. With a flirtatious smile, she approached Zhou Xing, wrapping her arms around him, and, standing on tiptoe, whispered in his ear, "Hello, Captain Zhou. I am Luo Qianqian, the flight attendant for this journey. I will be your companion throughout the flight, and I hope you'll be satisfied with my service." Chapter 25. A mutual pursuit in her flight attendant uniform. Luo Qianqian appeared even more captivating than usual. Zhou Xing wrapped his arms around her, teasingly saying, "You'd better fasten your seatbelt. The plane is about to take off." "Don't worry, Captain. I've been a flight attendant for many years. As long as you can take off smoothly and avoid turbulence, I shall remain unaffected. Luo Qianqian replied with a cheerful laugh. But I wonder, Captain, how skilled you are at piloting. Are you more adept at long-haul or short-haul flights? I have excellent stamina. Most of my flights are international, Zhou Xing responded. That doesn't guarantee anything. If we crash mid-flight, it would be quite embarrassing for the captain, she giggled, her face alight with mischief. You'll find out once we take off, Zhou Xing said, cutting off further banter. He lifted Luo Qianqian effortlessly, and amid her surprised exclamations, he carried her toward the bedroom. After a moment, Zhou Xing gazed at her with a complex expression. You. Despite her seemingly abundant experience and adventurous spirit, Luo Qianqian, like Xiaolan, proved to be quite naive. Is it surprising? She asked, frowning slightly, yet forcing a smile. Did you think someone like me would have been through countless battles? Don't you have any regrets? Zhou Xing inquired after a brief silence. What is there to regret? Luo Qianqian shook her head. I feel fine. At least I have achieved my goals. Goals? Zhou Xing echoed. Indeed, she nodded. My dream is to find a wealthy man and live a prosperous life. If he happens to be handsome, that's even better. You perfectly meet all my criteria, so what could I possibly be dissatisfied with? Zhou Xing remained silent, while Luo Qianqian chuckled self-deprecatingly. Do you think I'm too materialistic, completely obsessed with money? Before he could respond, she continued, I'm 26 this year. In this profession, by my age, opportunities and time are already scarce. If I lose this job, I genuinely wouldn't know what to do other than marry an ordinary man and settle down, squabbling daily over mundane household matters. I refuse to live such a life. With a calm demeanor, she added, the flight attendant profession seems glamorous, but we are just ordinary people. After being accustomed to the company of the wealthy, it becomes challenging to revert to a normal mindset. I understand that aside from my body, I possess little value, which is why I take great care of it. Luo Qianqian draped her arm around Zhou Xing's neck, feigning nonchalance. Fortunately, heaven rewards the diligent. Just as I was about to give up, I met you, and Anya offered me an opportunity, so I took it without hesitation. Do you look down on someone like me? She asked, looking into his eyes. Zhou Xing gazed back at her, and only when her unease grew did a smile break across his face. Of course not. You value money, and I happen to have plenty of it. Isn't this a win-win situation, a mutual pursuit? Luo Qianqian was momentarily at a loss for words at his phrase, mutual pursuit, yet she inquired, will you provide me with the life I desire? That depends on your sincerity. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, Zhou Xing awoke and glanced at the clock. It was already 10 in the morning. After using the restroom and stretching his back, he reflected on the physical demands of 2 consecutive long-haul flights. He opened his attribute panel, and a light blue screen appeared before him. Host, Zhou Xing, age, height, 185 centimeters, appearance, 83, physique, 79, stamina, 92 skills, basic piloting skills. He was not surprised to see a drop in his stamina, but the slight decline in physique was harder to accept. So as stamina decreased, did physique fluctuate as well? Zhou Xing pondered this for a moment. It seemed that a fitness regimen needed to be prioritized. Despite his youth, he could not endure excessive fatigue. Health was the foundation of everything. After all, accumulating wealth would be futile if he could no longer pilot an aircraft and soar through the skies. That was an unacceptable thought. Upon returning to the bedroom, he found Luo Qianqian awake. Propped up on her chin, her fair skin glowed as she smiled at him. Good morning, Captain. It seems you rested well? Zhou Xing glanced at her. Indeed, she replied. After all, this is a presidential suite. Everything here surpasses the countless times I've stayed in hotels. Although she had been accommodated in a 4-star hotel, it was merely a standard room, incomparable to the luxury of the Ritz-Carlton or a presidential suite. Since you're well rested, we should prepare to start our duty. Zhou Xing approached her. You and I worked well together during yesterday's flight, so for the return trip, you will accompany me. Luo Qianqian's smile vanished instantly. Captain, no, Zhou Xing. Please spare me. Long-haul flights are just too exhausting. I haven't fully recovered yet. Did you not question my piloting skills, fearing a crash? I was wrong, Captain. I shouldn't have doubted you. Your piloting skills are undoubtedly top-notch. I've never seen a captain as skilled as you. A crash is utterly impossible, Luo Qianqian pleaded, but the consecutive long-haul flights have left me utterly drained. Can we rest a bit and return another day? If it's really necessary, I could even persuade Anya to join us so we can work together. Hearing this, Zhou Xing felt an undeniable temptation. The image of Anya and Luo Qianqian, both clad in airline uniforms, flashed in his mind, igniting his interest. Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought. Given Anya's personality, it seemed improbable, at least for now. He smiled and chose not to dwell on that topic any longer, tossing a piece of clothing toward Luo Qianqian. Get ready, we're going out. Where to? She inquired, curiosity piqued. To enjoy a meal and let you experience the life you desire. Chapter 26. Balenciaga paired with Valentino, Zhou Xing drove his Lamborghini, taking Luo Qianqian away from the Ritz-Carlton. Soon, they arrived in front of a colossal, streamlined glass structure, Hunlong Plaza, touted as the premier shopping mall in the city. Here, luxury brand abound. Featuring the largest Louis Vuitton store in all of China, undoubtedly a paradise for high-end shopping. Luo Qianqian gazed longingly at the building. Had she been here before? Zhou Xing inquired. No. Luo Qianqian shook her head. I've only passed by before, but never dared to enter. It's not a place I can afford. Zhou Xing remained silent as he drove into the underground parking garage. After turning off the engine, they ascended to the first floor via the elevator. The mall spanned a staggering 788 square meters, yet it felt somewhat desolate. Louis Vuitton, Gucci, Dior, Chanel. These coveted luxury brands filled the ground floor, their dazzling signs beckoning passers-by. Just the names alone ignited a desire to explore. Once on the first floor, Luo Qianqian was captivated, her eyes transfixed on the brands. Few women could resist such temptations. What do you need? Zhou Xing asked. Luo Qianqian looked at herself from head to toe. She seemed to lack everything, yet nothing at all. A place she had once dreamed of visiting. Yet now, having entered, she found herself at a loss as to what to purchase. I don't know, she replied, shaking her head. Zhou Xing, sensing her uncertainty, proposed. How about we play a game? What kind of game? Luo Qianqian appeared puzzled. Zhou Xing spread his palms. Choose 5 stores, and from each, you may select up to 3 items, regardless of price. How's that sound? Luo Qianqian was taken aback by his suggestion, swallowing hard. Are you serious? Absolutely. Zhou Xing continued, but I have one condition. Valentino and Balenciaga must be among those 5 stores. Why? Luo Qianqian asked, somewhat confused. It seemed those 2 brands primarily offered women's clothing. If the condition was met, they could begin the game. Zhou Xing did not elaborate. The pairing of Valentino and Balenciaga had bewitched countless individuals in his past life, with men utterly enchanted by it. Yet in 2016, this combination was still relatively unknown. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Xing was eager to try it out. All right, Luo Qianqian, though still somewhat bewildered, nodded. Then let the game begin. Zhou Xing's lips curled into a faint smile. Which store will you choose first? Chanel. Luo Qianqian surveyed her surroundings and resolutely made her decision. No girl could resist Chanel. Very well, let us go, Zhou Xing said, leading Luo Qianqian towards the Chanel store. Welcome to Chanel. As they stepped inside, a young Chanel sales associate approached with a professional smile. May I ask what you 2 are looking for? Zhou Xing appeared composed and encouraged Luo Qianqian. Feel free to explore. This was Luo Qianqian's first visit, and she felt somewhat reserved, cautiously examining the store. When her gaze fell upon a pale, yellow dress, the sales associate beamed. Madam, you have excellent taste. This is our newly launched S16 blended short-sleeve dress. Though blended, it offers both comfort and exceptional breathability. You won't feel stifled wearing it in summer. I believe it would suit your figure perfectly. Luo Qianqian found the dress indeed beautiful. Wearing it would surely be delightful. How much is it? She inquired. The sales associate, unfazed, replied, Madam, as it is a new arrival, the price is $28,888. Nearly $30,000 for a dress. Luo Qianqian was taken aback, chuckling awkwardly. I'll look around some more. Although Zhou Xing had assured her that there was no limit on spending, she was the type to be overly greedy. Please fetch her an appropriate size for a fitting. Zhou Xing instructed the sales associate. Of course, she replied, proceeding to select a size for Luo Qianqian. Yet Luo Qianqian approached Zhou Xing and quietly gestured, "No need, I'm not particularly fond of this dress." Zhou Xing saw through her reluctance. "It's merely a try-on. What harm could it do?" At that moment, the sales associate returned with the dress in hand. "The fitting rooms are this way. Please follow me." Luo Qianqian had no choice but to comply, entering the fitting room with the associate. Before long, she emerged. Zhou Xing's gaze shifted. He couldn't deny that the dress suited her perfectly. The fabric accentuated her figure beautifully, the pale yellow contrasting with her fair thighs, adding a touch of summer freshness, a delightful blend of cuteness and allure. "Madam, I truly believe this dress is perfect for you. Among our many guests, if you can wear it as beautifully as you do," the sales associate praised sincerely. Luo Qianqian gazed at her reflection in the mirror, gradually warming to the dress. However, the nearly 30,000 price tag still made her hesitate. She cast a pleading glance at Zhou Xing, who remained indifferent, nodding at the sales associate. "We'll take this one." "Very well," the sales associate responded, her smile widening. "Shall I wrap it up for you?" "Wait," Zhou Xing frowned, looking at Luo Qianqian. The dress was exquisite, yet he felt something was missing. Scanning the surroundings, he noticed a handbag displayed on the wall. "Please select a handbag to complement this dress." "Certainly, sir." The sales associate skillfully retrieved a pale yellow handbag. It was small yet appeared quite elegant. Luo Qianqian took it and draped it over her shoulder, adding a playful touch. The sales associate continued, "This is also from our new Chanel collection, the 16-piece spring summer lambskin chain element cosmetic bag, priced at $86,000. Does that suit your fancy?" 80,000. Luo Qianqian's heart raced. She had anticipated that this seemingly insignificant little bag would carry such a hefty price tag. A dress costing over 40,000 paired with an 80,000 bag, totaling over 100,000. This was undeniably extravagant. She frantically gestured to Zhou Xing, who simply nodded. "That's fine. Now let us find a pair of shoes." "Since we're buying, let us complete the ensemble," Zhou Xing suggested. The sales associate presented a pair of Chanel white sneakers that matched the dress perfectly. Compared to the dress and handbag, the shoes were significantly more affordable, priced at $13,600. "All right, let us wrap up all three items," Zhou Xing concluded. "I'll take care of that for you right away." The sales associate beamed, hurrying to the counter, adding, "Madam, your boyfriend is incredibly generous. You're in for a treat." Luo Qianqian felt a twinge of guilt at the remark. She was quite sure if Zhou Xing could be considered her boyfriend, but perhaps he could be. "Good day, sir. The total for these three items amounts to 128,488. How shall we proceed with the payment?" "By card." Zhou Xing presented his bank card. As the two emerged from Chanel, Luo Qianqian felt as though she were walking on clouds, the entire experience surreal. To spend nearly 130,000 on merely three items, none of which she had chosen herself but were dictated by Zhou Xing, left her almost speechless. Yet, his domineering demeanor did not unsettle her. Instead, it evoked a deep sense of gratitude and satisfaction. "I think this is sufficient. Perhaps we should skip the remaining stores. Or would you like to see some clothing and shoes?" Luo Qianqian suggested. Although she was materialistic, she understood her limits, especially after Zhou Xing had so generously purchased her so many items. She felt content. "Let us explore a bit more," Zhou Xing replied nonchalantly. Luo Qianqian opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately followed him into other shops. They acquired a Cartier bracelet priced over 60,000 and a pair of Gucci dad shoes for just over 10,000. The total expenditure approached 200,000. Luo Qianqian carefully carried her purchases, feeling as though they weighed a ton. Only Balenciaga and Valentino remain. Zhou Xing perked up, with a look of confusion on Luo Qianqian's face. Zhou Xing approached the Balenciaga counter and asked, "Could you show me all your stockings?" Finally, Luo Qianqian comprehended his intentions. "Please wrap this one for me," he instructed, pointing at the classic black stockings. "And this one as well. And this one. Wrap them all, black or white. All of them. Enough. Enough." Luo Qianqian was taken aback by Zhou Xing's extravagant purchasing behavior and hastily intervened. With so many stockings, she would take ages to wear them all, especially since even a single pair cost over 1,000 yuan. She had never witnessed such a spectacle. After purchasing a dozen pairs of stockings, Zhou Xing reluctantly decided to halt his spree. Turning to Luo Qianqian, he remarked, "Stockings are consumables, and in my case, they are considered single-use items. This is hardly sufficient." The term single-use items made Luo Qianqian's face pale as memories of the previous night flooded back, leaving her legs somewhat weak. She feared she might perish from the sheer thought of it. "Charge it to my card." The total reached over 40,000. Zhou Xing placed the bags in Luo Qianqian's hands and promptly ventured into Valentino. After acquiring 3 pairs of Valentino heels for her, he finally decided to cease his purchases. Luo Qianqian exhaled in relief. If this continued, her heart might not withstand strain. Zhou Xing immediately proceeded to LV and Gucci, acquiring an entire wardrobe for himself. As if clearing out a warehouse. Given the sheer volume of items, they opted to leave their phone number and hotel address for delivery. Luo Qianqian stood by, scarcely daring to breathe. Merely purchasing clothing cost over 500,000. She would never spend her reward points in such a manner, yet Zhou Xing remained unfazed. After completing his shopping, Zhou Xing was about to exit when his gaze fell upon a brand, Richard Mille. Intrigued, he stepped inside without hesitation. Chapter 27, Am I Being Sponsored? Richard Mille, touted as the billionaire's entry ticket, is a brand that was established only in 2001, yet has swiftly ascended to become the epitome of high-end sports watches. Each timepiece in its collection is exceedingly costly, with an average price hovering around $1.2 million. The entry-level model alone commands a staggering 600,000. Such exorbitant pricing places it beyond the reach of even venerable brands like Patek Philippe. The brand is distinguished by its unique and highly recognizable designs, utilizing premium materials such as nano-TZP ceramic and graphene, which enhance both performance and quality. With top-tier movements and meticulously crafted tourbillons, the intricate mechanical beauty is laid bare, and the attention to detail is breathtaking. This series of attributes underpins Richard Mille's formidable reputation for luxury, coupled with its limited editions. Richard Mille has become a coveted object among countless wealthy individuals and celebrities. A watch can double in price within mere months, making ownership of a Richard Mille an irreplaceable symbol of status. Zhou Xing, however, was not particularly concerned with such matters. He had long desired to purchase a watch and entered the Richard Mille store almost instinctively. The youthful and sporty style of the brand resonated with him. Upon stepping into the store, he was immediately enveloped by an atmosphere of athleticism. Carbon fiber, intricate tourbillons, and elements reminiscent of supercars filled the space, setting the brand apart in a realm typically dominated by high-end elegance. "Welcome to Richard Mille. I am the sales associate when Sherman. May I ask if you have an appointment?" A saleswoman approached him, dressed in formal attire, black suit with white gloves, her hair neatly styled. Zhou shook his head. "No." "May I know your name, sir?" "My surname is Zhou." When Sherman maintained her professional smile, "Very well, Mr. Zhou. Have you previously familiarized yourself with our brand?" "I have heard a bit," Zhou replied nonchalantly. During the era of the internet, even if he had not paid much attention, he frequently encountered news of celebrities or affluent individuals donning Richard Mille watches worth millions. Since Mr. Zhou is acquainted with our brand, I shall refrain from excessive elaboration. You are likely aware that we aim to transcend traditional watchmaking constraints, crafting timepieces that are comfortable, shock-resistant, durable, precise, and lightweight. We are often acclaimed as the Formula One of wristwatches. When Sherman smiled, "Might I inquire if you're looking to customize a watch or if you have a specific model in mind?" "I have no specific model. Please introduce me to some options." Zhou admitted his limited knowledge of Richard Mille's designs. "Not a problem, Mr. Zhou. May I inquire about your preferences and daily activities? This will enable me to recommend a suitable model for you." Zhou furrowed his brow, scanning the display cases. Just as he was about to respond, his gaze fell upon a watch stored separately in a transparent box. It quietly captivated him. The orange strap, the undulating gray lines, the black striped case, and the mechanically alluring dial merged perfectly. Compared to ordinary watches, it resembled a work of art. "What is this watch?" Zhou inquired, pointing at the box. This is our RM50-03, a limited edition watch created in collaboration with McLaren this year, with only 75 pieces globally. It draws inspiration from McLaren F1 racing and incorporates graphene, which boasts a strength 200 times that of steel while weighing merely 1/6 of it. The movement weighs only 7 grams, and the entire watch is a mere 38 grams, making it the lightest watch in the world. When Sherman elaborated, despite its lightness, the technical craftsmanship within is exceedingly complex, featuring our brand's celebrated tourbillon. While lightweight, it can accommodate most sporting scenarios. May I try it on? Zhou asked, glancing at the RM50-03. His luck seemed fortuitous. Encountering a globally limited edition of 75 in the store was remarkable. If his memory served him correctly, Richard Mille watches not only represented timepieces, but also possessed immense collectible value, particularly limited editions which were notoriously hard to acquire. Certainly, when Sherman opened the display case and carefully placed the box on the counter, retrieving a delicate golden key to unlock it. Mr. Zhou, please allow me to assist you in wearing it. When Sherman gently cradled the watch, her expression apologetic, I hope you don't mind, but due to its value, it is safer for me to handle it. Zhou nodded in understanding and extended his right hand. When Sherman unfastened the strap and delicately placed the watch on his wrist. Once she confirmed its proper fit, she released it. Zhou raised his hand to examine the watch closely. The more he looked, the more he admired it. It felt remarkably lightweight, almost imperceptible on his wrist. Without hesitation, he asked, "How much is this watch?" The current price for the RM50-03 is 737,000. Luo Qianqian, standing behind, widened her eyes in disbelief. Had she heard correctly? This seemingly ordinary watch from a brand she had never heard of was priced at over 6 million. That amount was sufficient to purchase a nice apartment in the city. She had thought the prices of her clothes and bags were already extravagant, but this was astonishing, truly a case of minor versus major. Let us proceed with the purchase. Zhou, unfazed by the price, produced his bank card. He considered the price quite reasonable and fair. Once the brand became wildly popular, acquiring an RM watch at retail price would be nearly impossible, with markups reaching into the hundreds of thousands. The adage, the poor play with cars, the rich play with watches, rang true. Watches were a luxury within luxuries, with prices having no upper limit. The wealthy aspired to possess a limited edition timepiece. As Zhou extended his card towards Sherman, she hesitated, momentarily taken aback and slow to accept it. A watch priced over 6 million was not a trifling sum, even for the affluent. Yet Zhou appeared entirely nonchalant about his intent to purchase. Her immediate thought was whether he was jesting, but quickly reconsidered. Those present in the store were certainly not ordinary individuals. A wave of unexpected delight washed over her. Please expedite the process. I have other matters to attend to, Zhou urged. Only then did Sherman regain her composure, a genuine smile illuminating her face as she respectfully accepted the bank card. I apologize. I will process this for you immediately. Please hold on for a moment. Sherman hurriedly brought some Perrier for Zhou Xing and Luo Qianqian. Please take a seat for a moment while I print the receipt and package your watch. No need. I can pay directly. Zhou Xing waved his hand, as he was already wearing the watch. All right, Sherman replied, turning towards the counter. After printing the receipt, she knelt slightly in front of Zhou Xing with the POS machine. Please enter your password. Once the password was entered, the machine dispensed the transaction receipt. Both Sherman and Luo Qianqian exhaled simultaneously, feeling a bit awkward as they exchanged glances and shared a shy smile. Luo Qianqian was astonished by the price of the watch, feeling as though she was wearing a house on her wrist. Meanwhile, Sherman felt relieved that the transaction was successful. Thank you very much for your support of Richard Mille. If you have any questions while using the watch, feel free to visit our store or call for assistance. Sherman retrieved the watch's packaging and placed it in the bag, handing it to Zhou Xing. After receiving the bag, Zhou Xing walked towards the exit, with Luo Qianqian hurriedly following him. As they stepped out of the Hang Lung Plaza, Zhou Xing glanced at the time on his watch, noting it was nearly noon. He decided to find a restaurant with Luo Qianqian. After finishing their lunch, Zhou Xing drove Luo Qianqian back to the Ritz-Carlton. When Luo Qianqian opened the car door and noticed Zhou Xing had no intention of getting out, she curiously asked, "Aren't you coming up? I have things to do this afternoon. I promised Anya yesterday that I would accompany her for a shopping trip." Zhou Xing did not hide his intentions. Though Luo Qianqian was somewhat prepared for this, she couldn't help but display a hint of disappointment. However, she quickly composed herself and said sweetly, "I understand. If you want dinner, you can call room service to have the restaurant deliver it. Or you can go out to eat." "Still no." Luo Qianqian shook her head. "I'm already exhausted from last night, and after buying so many things this morning, I just want to go home and rest." "All right then." Zhou Xing took out his phone and transferred 100,000 to Luo Qianqian. "Just manage it as you see fit." "Am I being kept by you?" Luo Qianqian stared at the transfer on her phone. "What do you think?" Zhou Xing countered. "Of course, if you were my legitimate partner, you wouldn't dare to be so brazenly open about seeing other women this afternoon." Luo Qianqian spoke with a hint of melancholy. "Isn't this the life you desired?" Zhou Xing smiled at her. "Love or bread? You chose bread. So you must be prepared to be a canary, kept in a cage. Do you regret it?" Luo Qianqian recalled the extravagant spending at the mall. It felt surreal, yet it was somewhat addictive. Once experienced, it was hard to let go. "No, Luo Qianqian replay. I'm just a little greedy, wanting a bit of love alongside the bread. That way, you want to discard me so quickly." Zhou Xing smiled lightly. "As long as you don't think of leaving, I want to abandon you." However, Luo Qianqian was skeptical of Zhou Xing's words. "That's easy to say, but once you tire of me and lose interest, you'll probably kick me aside for someone new. I say this to all my women," Zhou Xing replied calmly. Luo Qianqian looked at the man before her, suddenly entranced. She realized Zhou Xing appeared even more handsome in her eyes, and at that moment, she shrugged off the thought of him having other women. Leaning in to kiss his cheek, she suddenly found that being a mistress wasn't such an unbearable situation after all. "Thank you, Zhou Xing. Meeting you is the greatest fortune of my life." Luo Qianqian gazed at Zhou Xing, her eyes filled with emotion. "May I make a slightly excessive request? At least when it's just the two of us. Can I call you hubby?" "Why not?" "Hubby. I love you." Chapter 28. Where to buy the electronic watch. At the entrance of the all-season hotel, a Tiffany blue Lamborghini gleamed under the sunlight, reflecting the brilliance of sapphires. Leaning against the car was Zhou Xing, who, after a shopping spree at Hang Lung Plaza, appeared utterly rejuvenated. He donned a white Burberry printed t-shirt paired with black tapered joggers from Gucci, and on his feet were the white and black Panda Edition sneakers from Louis Vuitton. His right wrist occasionally revealed a distinctive Richard Mille watch. Behind his sunglasses, his youthful and handsome visage, complemented by a height of 185 meters, was undeniably captivating. Although clad in luxury brands from head to toe, Zhou Xing favored simpler, casual athletic styles devoid of ostentatious logos, presenting a clean and refreshing image that elicited admiration. Having spent 2 full days in the bustling city of Shanghai, Zhou Xing noticed a transformation in his own demeanor, instilled with unwavering confidence and composure. His aura exuded a sense of quiet authority. He understood that such a transformation was a gradual process, and in his pursuit of becoming a wealthy individual, he acknowledged that there was still much for him to learn. "Are you alone, handsome?" A delicate voice, laced with a rich fragrance, broke his reverie. Before him stood a young woman, approximately 6 meters tall, adorned in a Chanel-style dress, complemented by high-heeled sandals from the same brand. A white Gucci hat crowned her head, and she beamed at him, feigning shyness as she lowered her gaze, yet discreetly scrutinizing Zhou Xing's attire. The Lamborghini, a recent model, did not appear to be a rental, and his clothing choices strayed far from the basic logo-laden designs. When her eyes fell upon the watch on his wrist, her pupils dilated in shock. Richard Mille, a timepiece that few were acquainted with. Yet she was different. She often delved into the world of high fashion, meticulously studying lesser-known but exorbitantly priced brands to avoid misjudgments. She had seen this particular watch before, awed by its unique design and hefty price tag. To her astonishment, here was someone donning such an exquisite piece, clearly not a standard model, but likely a limited edition worth at least 2 to 3 million. Her excitement surged. Driving a luxury car and wearing designer apparel might not definitively prove one's wealth, but a watch worth over $1 million undeniably signified true affluence. Zhou Xing smirked slightly. Observing her subtle gestures, he realized that she was akin to the socialite he encountered earlier at the entrance of the venue, a quintessential Shanghai elite, albeit of a significantly higher caliber. However, in 2016, the concept of such socialites had yet to be fully developed and popularized, leaving many unaware of its implications. Not alone. Are you half a person? Zhou Xing retorted playfully. Ha ha ha, a simple statement elicited a melodious laugh from the girl as she covered her mouth. You're quite humorous, handsome. I'm actually alone too. With a radiant smile, she continued, would you like to join me for afternoon tea? Let us be friends. Perhaps another time. Zhou Xing declined outright. No worries. Let us add each other as friends. Next time I'm out with my girlfriends, I can invite you along. They're all stunning beauties, you know. Who knows, it might help you enhance your connections. Despite her insistence, Zhou Xing shook his head. He understood that these Shanghai socialites had their own lifestyles. While he didn't harbor disdain for them, he also had no desire to engage. Zhou Xing. Just as he was growing impatient, a soft voice called from behind. Anya, exuding joy, waved at him before quickly approaching, linking her arm with his. She cast a wary glance at the girl before asking, Zhou Xing, who is she? Zhou Xing shrugged at the girl, then looked back at Anya without uttering a word, allowing silence to convey his message. The girl's smile faltered. Standing at 7 meters tall, Anya wore a white dress that showcased her long, flawless legs, and her delicate face, adorned with minimal makeup, radiated elegance far surpassing that of heavy cosmetics. Undoubtedly, she had completely overshadowed the girl before them. I'll catch you next time. The girl managed to maintain a semblance of a smile, though her expression betrayed disappointment. Zhou Xing nodded, not elaborating further, simply stating to Anya, let us get in the car. Okay, Anya chirped, fanning herself as she remarked, it's so hot in Shanghai. I started sweating just after stepping out. She expertly opened the scissor doors and climbed inside. The girl watched the impressive entrance with envy as Zhou Xing slid into the driver's seat and ignited the engine. The cool air from the air conditioning enveloped Anya, allowing her to exhale in relief. Zhou Xing smiled at the sight, the luxury of the car, as air conditioning varied by individual perception. Anya seemed blissfully unaware, while the girl likely would have complained about the heat as soon as she entered. Did you buy a watch? Anya inquired, noticing the Richard Mille on Zhou Xing's wrist. Where did you get it? It resembles a kid's smartwatch, quite stylish. I didn't expect someone like you to buy an electronic watch. I might just get one too. Zhou Xing chuckled at her innocent observation. Anya's candid demeanor stood in stark contrast to the previous girl, and he found himself fond of her unrefined charm. Without offering an explanation, he deftly maneuvered the steering wheel and pressed the accelerator. The car roared to life, reminiscent of an enraged bull as it departed from the all-season hotel. Left standing there, the girl begrudgingly pulled out her phone, revealing a distant photograph of Zhou Xing alongside the Lamborghini and its license plate. She promptly opened a WeChat group named Shanghai Socialites and sent the image, declaring, ladies, I've discovered another exceptional affluent young man. He not only possesses impressive qualities, but is also remarkably handsome. If you encounter him, be sure to take note. Don't say, I never shared valuable resources with you. As soon as she posted, the once quiet group erupted with excitement. Observing the influx of gratitude from group members, she smiled subtly. Zhou Xing's Lamborghini was a striking presence, easily noticeable wherever it went. The group members, each with keen eyes and scattered across various locales in Shanghai, would undoubtedly boast about their awareness of him. With this knowledge, she could easily create numerous chance encounters. After all, what did Anya's beauty and figure matter if she lacked the initiative or the fashion sense to stand out? Chapter 29. The seaside restaurant. The car once again arrived at Hang Lung Plaza. Zhou Xing halted the vehicle. What are we doing here? Anya inquired. As a flight attendant who frequently flew to Shanghai, she had certainly heard of Hang Lung Plaza, a veritable shopping paradise. Weren't you the one who mentioned wanting to buy a couple's watch with me? This is the only place to do so, Zhou Xing replied, resting his hand on the steering wheel while turning to look at Anya. Who wants to wear a couple's watch with you? Anya's cheeks flushed, and she covered her mouth in shock, pointing at the Richard Mille on Zhou Xing's wrist. Did you buy that watch here? a luxury item from Hang Lung Plaza. It was undoubtedly a symbol of opulence. The value of that timepiece was indeed staggering. Anya, feeling slightly embarrassed, asked, "How much does that watch cost?" "Less than 700. Zhou Xing replied nonchalantly. $700? Anya hesitated. "What do you think?" Bowing her head, Anya found the question absurd. A man who casually spent millions in bars and drove cars worth tens of millions could not possibly own a watch priced at $700. Thus, it implied the watch was valued at nearly $7 million. Despite her awareness of the high prices of luxury watches, Anya found it hard to accept. What would it feel like to wear something worth an entire apartment? Recalling her earlier bravado in the car about wanting to buy a watch like Zhou Xing's, her cheeks burned with embarrassment. "Let us go," Zhou Xing said, opening the car door and preparing to exit. "Don't tease me," Anya retorted, both shy and annoyed as she playfully punched Zhou Xing's arm. "I can't possibly afford something worth hundreds of thousands. Even selling me wouldn't be enough." She suspected Zhou Xing was merely jesting, enjoying her discomfort. Zhou Xing chuckled, glancing at Anya's delicate wrist, devoid of any adornment. "Since we're here, why not buy a watch? It seems you don't have one, and isn't it essential for a flight attendant?" As a flight attendant, when communication devices were prohibited on board, a watch became an indispensable tool. Anya indeed owned a watch, though it cost only a few hundred and was worn solely for work, lacking the flair of a designer piece, which rendered it unnecessary for outings. "This place is too expensive. I can't afford it," Anya lamented. Her annual salary would scarcely allow her to purchase even the cheapest watch here. "Let us just take a look," Zhou Xing insisted, pulling Anya from the car and striding into Hang Lung Plaza. Upon entering the plaza, the sales associates from various brands immediately brightened upon spotting Zhou Xing, their demeanor transforming into one of enthusiastic warmth as they welcomed him from afar. In the morning, a young tycoon had graced Hang Lung Plaza, spending over $7 million in less than an hour. News circulated among the sales staff, and they envied Luo Qianqian, who accompanied Zhou Xing. To their astonishment, he returned in the afternoon. Faced with such a wealthy patron, they could hardly let the opportunity slip. The typically aloof luxury sales associates seemed more like eager real estate agents, pouring forth their utmost enthusiasm in Zhou Xing's presence. Anya was taken aback by the spectacle, clutching Zhou Xing's arm, her face a mask of nervousness. Ignoring the sales staff, Zhou Xing led Anya directly towards the Cartier store. Though he had the means to procure any luxury brand for Anya, buying multiple prestigious timepieces without hesitation, he deemed it unnecessary. Elevating a woman's status too high could lead to insatiable desires, so it was better to proceed gradually. Though Cartier was not particularly renowned in the watch industry, its flamboyant designs were highly favored by women. "Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to Cartier. How may I assist you?" The sales associate felt fortunate to serve Zhou Xing, her face radiating joy as she warmly greeted both him and Anya. Zhou Xing gestured towards Anya and instructed the associate, "Find her a suitable watch." "Of course, sir. Please have a seat while I guide this lady to choose a watch," the associate replied, ushering Zhou Xing to sit before fetching Anya to the display counter. Feeling somewhat trapped, Anya hesitated to refuse and reluctantly followed the associate. She initially intended only to browse and find an opportunity to decline. However, upon seeing an array of exquisite, diamond-encrusted timepieces, her gaze became transfixed. The associate presented a stunning lady's watch before Anya, exclaiming, "Madam, how about this one? It belongs to our classic Ballon Bleu collection, featuring a strap made of durable crocodile leather that combines elegance with comfort. The checkered sapphire dial, sword-shaped hands, and 26 diamonds adorning the case will surely enhance the beauty of your lovely, slender wrist." The associate eagerly removed the watch and offered to help Anya put it on. Anya glanced at her wrist, wanting to decline, but the words failed to form. The watch was simply too beautiful. "How much is this watch?" Anya whispered, glancing back at Zhou Xing, who was engrossed in his phone and oblivious to their conversation. With a beaming smile, the associate replied, "The retail price for this watch is currently $136,800. Anya shuddered at the figure, instinctively reaching to remove the watch. Yet, just then, a hand rested on her shoulder. Turning, She found Zhou Xing had appeared behind her without her noticing. Zhou Xing cast a casual glance at the watch and asked, "Do you like it?" After a moment as hesitation, Anya attempted to find fault with the watch. "It seems the strap is a bit tight. It feels uncomfortable." Zhou Xing observed Anya's fair wrist, noting the watch fit perfectly, as the associate had adjusted it beforehand. He chose not to expose her pretense. "It's fine. I prefer it snug. It will loosen over time." Though Anya understood the logic, it still felt oddly off. Her cheeks flushed as she shot Zhou Xing an indignant glare, exclaiming, "You rogue." Even with minimal experience, she was well aware of the implications in this highly connected age. "Swipe the card and settle the bill." Zhou Xing ignored Anya's protest and handed over his bank card. "Certainly, sir," the associate replied, elated as she took the card from him. "I'll attend to this immediately." "Wait, Zhou Xing, this is far too extravagant," Anya implored once the associate had stepped away. "Since you like it, keep it. Consider it a small gift from me." "Of course, I would mind if you treat it as a token of our bond." Zhou Xing smiled, his gaze teasing. Who said we were bonded?" Anya's face reddened as she mumbled, "I haven't agreed to anything yet." With a watch clasped in hand, her eyes arched into crescent moons, and her brows radiated delight and exhilaration. Zhou Xing chose to ignore Anya's remarks and proceeded to input his password on the POS machine. The transaction was successful. The sales assistant retrieved a packaging box and a small gift, placing them into the bag. "Thank you very much for your support, Cartier. We look forward to your next visit." The two exited the Hang Lung Plaza. Anya gazed at Zhou Xing with a look of melancholy. "Didn't you say you would take me out to have some fun? How'd it turn into you buy me gifts? Yet, it seems you are far more familiar with the city than I am, so I hardly need to guide you." Before Zhou Xing could respond, Anya continued, "You must have ulterior motives, plotting something unseemly." Mid-sentence, Anya realized the impropriety of her words and halted. Did that not imply that Zhou Xing's questionable intentions were directed at her? "How do you know I harbor ill intentions?" Zhou Xing retorted with a smile. Anya fell silent, at a loss for words. Subsequently, they opted not to visit another upscale venue, but instead journeyed to the Bund, a place Anya often frequented for relaxation. They savored some ordinary snacks while enjoying the riverside breeze, which felt rather pleasant. Soon, night descended. The banks of the Huangpu River came alive with activity. Skyscrapers illuminated the skyline. On the river, countless cruise ships sounded their horns, preparing to set sail. After an afternoon of fun, Anya, having exerted considerable energy, felt her stomach rumble. She shyly placed a hand on her belly and glanced at Zhou Xing. He said nothing, merely checking his watch. "It's about time. Let us go." "Where to?" "We'll board a ship for dinner." Since they were at the Bund, it was only fitting to experience the Huangpu River night cruise. Renowned alongside the Lijiang and Zhujiang night cruises as one of China's 3 major golden waterways. At Pier Number 3, Number 99, East Mar Road, a magnificent cruise ship was docked. It boasted 4 levels, exuding an air of elegance and grandeur. The white vessel bore the name Crystal Princess, a luxurious 5-star cruise ship. Unlike the ordinary Huangpu riverboats, the Crystal Princess was a remarkable investment of approximately 50 million yuan. Recognized as the first vessel on the Huangpu River to receive 5-star cruise certification and currently the best equipped and most comprehensive sightseeing boat on the river. The Crystal Princess seamlessly blended modern technology with sightseeing and entertainment functions, capable of hosting fashion shows and weddings on water, making it a veritable showcase on the Huangpu River. All of this information was provided by Zhang Yan, who also assisted in securing reservations. Accompanying Anya aboard, they ascended to the 2nd level, arriving at their dining area. As a waterborne venue, it naturally offered meals featuring high-end ingredients. They could choose between a buffet or a la carte, and Zhou Xing undoubtedly opted for the latter. Settled at a window-side table, he relished the unobstructed view of the Huangpu River, illuminated in vibrant lights. He ordered Western cuisine, complemented by fine red wine. The gentle breeze from the river was refreshing, uplifting one's spirits. At 7 o'clock, the Crystal Princess set sail promptly, embarking on its night tour of the Huangpu River. The Oriental Pearl Tower, the Bund, the International Architecture Exhibition. A series of stunning sights unfolded before their eyes. This time, Anya did not miss the opportunity. She stood on the deck, snapping photos for a considerable time before finally relenting. Upon returning to her seat, gazing at the red wine in her glass and the delectable dishes on the table, her expression turned dreamy. Is the life of the wealthy truly this unpretentious? Do you live every day so spectacularly? Of course not. What are you thinking? Zhou Xing chuckled. I'm also an ordinary person. How could I indulge in such extravagance every meal? It's because of you that I specifically chose this venue. I've heard that girls adore such romantic places. This way, my chances of success will be higher. Anya fixed her gaze on Zhou Xing. So you prepared all this specifically to win me over? May I ask, have you succeeded? Guess. Anya replied playfully, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Zhou Xing smiled slightly, feeling the gentle river breeze. The wine may not intoxicate, but the atmosphere certainly did. Chapter 30. What is love, Manager Wang? Please open another room in my name. Zhou Xing discreetly messaged Manager Wang. He then opened Luo Qianqian's WeChat. I've asked Manager Wang to open another room. You should stay there for the night. Together with Anya? Luo Qianqian replied almost immediately. She was astute, quickly deducing Zhou Xing's intentions. Indeed, Zhou Xing confirmed. Honestly, it isn't necessary to make it so complicated. Anya and I are already acquainted. Why not just spend the evening together? Luo Qianqian suggested. Zhou Xing glanced at the message and then at Anya's lovely face. The proposal was undeniably tempting, but it was not the right moment. He would consider treating Anya to some Balenciaga and Valentino later when the opportunity arose. For now, Luo Qianqian and Anya would be together. Zhou Xing typed quickly on the screen. All right, I understand. Luo Qianqian responded promptly. I'm packing up now. Such a heartless man. You said this morning that you wouldn't tire of me, but now that there's someone new, you want to cast me aside. Truly a ruthless man. Zhou Xing recognized that Luo Qianqian's words were merely playful banter. Materialism would not deter him, but a lack of awareness could easily become irksome. Luo Qianqian excelled in this regard. She was perceptive and positioned herself wisely, fully aware of her role. But who can blame me for liking you? Luo Qianqian shifted gears. Anya is inexperienced with long-distance travel. Perhaps you should consider coming to my place late at night. I could assist the captain in returning. Zhou Xing paused momentarily over the screen, unable to deny that Luo Qianqian had a knack for capturing his heart. He felt a stirring of desire. Let's see how things unfold, he replied. All right, I'll leave the door open for you, she said. Zhou Xing thought to himself. Luo Qianqian's ambition was indeed remarkable, and he quite admired it. Who are you chatting with? Anya's voice interrupted him. Zhou Xing slipped his phone back into his pocket. Nothing. Just a friend, he replied. Oh. Anya nodded, somewhat confused. As they watched the Crystal Princess return to the dock, Zhou Xing stood up. Shall we head back? Sure, Anya replied, hastily getting to her feet. Once in the car, Anya looked at Zhou Xing. Are you taking me back to the hotel now? No. To the hotel where I'm staying, Zhou Xing said calmly. Anya fell silent, choosing not to respond further. At 8 a.m., Zhou Xing dropped Anya off at the airport. She was now dressed in her flight attendant uniform, looking dignified yet aloof, a stark contrast to the previous night. She furrowed her brow slightly while walking in heels. The other flight attendants had also finished their preparations, ready to embark on their return journey. Zhou Xing, I'm leaving now, Anya said, disregarding her colleagues and embracing him tightly, her reluctance palpable. Yet, she had to work, and there was no helping it. Zhou Xing reassured her that if she ever wished to quit, he could buy her a house, allowing her to pursue her desires without worry. After much contemplation, Anya legitimately declined. As a student, he needed to remain at school, which meant she would spend most of her time alone. This was not the life she envisioned. While being with Zhou Xing felt effortless, the thought of appearing in the campus setting together seemed inappropriate to her. Thus, she resolved to maintain her current job. All right. Zhou Xing embraced Anya. Call me if you need anything. Got it, Anya said playfully. While you're in Shanghai, you must behave. If I sense anything amiss, you're in trouble. Zhou Xing chuckled. I was just joking. Since his rebirth, the word obedient had never been applicable to him. Isn't anyone going to hug me goodbye? Luo Qianqian chimed in, approaching Zhou Xing with outstretched arms. Qianqian, Anya exclaimed, flüsterte. Luo Qianqian flashed a grin and winked at Zhou Xing before turning to leave. She too had chosen not to resign, simply because Zhou Xing appreciated her for who she was. Zhou Xing stood still, watching the flight attendants enter the airport. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. It was a message from Luo Qianqian, expressing her desire for a hug, accompanied by a pitiful emoji. Zhou Xing couldn't help but smile, replying, "Wait until your next visit to Shanghai. It will be more than just a hug." The emoji depicting a racing heart followed. Despite begging for mercy the night before, Luo Qianqian boldly resumed her teasing online. She knew precisely how to win Zhou Xing's affection. Zhou Xing chose not to respond further, turning away to open the car door and start the engine. After a moment of contemplation, he headed towards the place where Xiao Lanlan was renting. Chapter 31. Return journey. Xiao Lanlan's newly rented abode is nestled in the bustling heart of Jing'an district. It is a luxurious two-story apartment, a significant improvement in terms of environment and safety compared to her previous residence. However, the price is rather steep. A monthly rent of 15,000 yuan, a sum that would deter many. Zhou Xing drove directly into the community and parked below the building. He took the elevator to the 16th floor. The entrance door was equipped with a fingerprint password lock, which Xiao Lanlan promptly shared with Zhou Xing. Upon entering the password, the door swung open, revealing a slightly startled Xiao Lanlan, already dressed and prepared for work. "Darling, what brings you here?" she inquired. Zhou Xing wrapped his arm around her waist. "Just came to see you." "But I have to go to work," Xiao Lanlan replied, glancing at the time. It was nearly 9 o'clock. "Why didn't you let me know in advance?" "Take the day off," Zhou Xing declared, leaving no room for argument as he led her towards the bedroom. The morning was an opportune time for exercise. 2 hours later, Xiao Lanlan was gasping for fresh air, drenched in sweat, with barely enough strength to move a finger. Unaccustomed to such exertion, she struggled to keep pace with Zhou Xing. "Please, darling, let me rest for a moment. I simply cannot continue." After a while, she regained a bit of her strength, but still lamented, "How can you do this to me? I have to work, yet you insist on dragging me out so early. Isn't morning exercise beneficial?" Zhou Xing teased in response. "It is, but not when you push me so hard," Xiao Lanlan retorted. "What if I overexert myself and end up unwell? Are you questioning my expertise?" Zhou Xing replied, rolling over. "It seems I need to give you another personal training session." "Darling, I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted you." Xiao Lanlan quickly capitulated, shifting the subject. "It's nearly noon. Are you hungry? I bought plenty of ingredients and cooking tools. Would you like me to prepare lunch? You can cook?" Zhou Xing raised an eyebrow, surprised. "How was I not aware of this?" "You're oblivious to many things." Xiao Lanlan mischievously winked before entering the bathroom for a quick wash. After changing, she donned an apron and headed to the kitchen. "The ingredients in my fridge are quite ordinary. I hope they suit your taste." "Only tasting will tell," Zhou Xing replied. To his surprise, Xiao Lanlan's culinary skills exceeded his expectations. She transformed simple ingredients into delightful dishes, leaving Zhou Xing thoroughly satisfied. After indulging in a hearty meal, he found himself reluctant to leave and decided to stay a few more days, temporarily disregarding his hotel accommodations. As he sat on the living room sofa, embracing Xiao Lanlan, Zhou Xing contemplated the necessity of purchasing a home. During his 4 years of university, residing solely in the dormitory was hardly sufficient. However, one property seemed inadequate. Anya, Luo Qianqian, and the present Xiao Lanlan warranted at least 3. Zhou Xing was unperturbed. If time permitted, he would procure several properties. For real estate in Shanghai would only appreciate in value. The year 2016 was an opportune moment for investment, with property prices not yet exorbitant. A week swiftly passed, during which Zhou Xing resided with Xiao Lanlan for a full 7 days, occasionally checking in at the hotel. During this time, Anya and Luo Qianqian returned briefly, but their visit was short-lived, with only 1 night of rest granted by their company. After a brief respite, they had to return, leaving Zhou Xing somewhat regretful. However, Anya's longing for Zhou Xing was palpable after a week's separation, making her unusually proactive. Encouraged by Zhou Xing, she agreed to showcase her recently acquired musical talents. Once Anya retired for the night, Zhou Xing hastened to Luo Qianqian's room. As he reflected on his industriousness, he found a certain enjoyment in it. After their departure, his life returned to a semblance of monotony. 3 more days elapsed without any sign of contact from Chang Wenyu. Since their initial meeting at the bar and exchanging contact information, no further communication had occurred, leaving Zhou Xing puzzled. Had he misjudged the situation? With over 10 days past and his impending return to Jiangchang approaching, he felt a sense of urgency. If Chang Wenyu did not reach out soon, time would slip away. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Xing decided to let it go. He was merely curious about this circle, not genuinely seeking to integrate himself. Whether he entered or not bore no consequence. Should Chang Wenyu call before his return to Jiangcheng, he would simply disregard it. He could always revisit the matter upon the start of the new semester. Zhou Xing adopted a reclusive lifestyle, occasionally visiting Xiaolonglon. After 15 days, he made the decision to book a flight back to Jiangcheng. After passing through security, he arrived at the boarding gate, where he spotted a familiar face among the flight attendants, Luo Qianqian. As soon as Zhou Xing sat down, Luo Qianqian approached, offering him a towel and slippers. "What brings you here?" he asked, intrigued. "Am I not welcome?" She pouted. "Then I shall leave and summon another attendant to serve you." "Wait, why didn't you inform me?" Zhou Xing was taken aback. "Someone mentioned yesterday that you were booking a flight back to Jiangcheng, so I requested a transfer to surprise you." "I didn't expect you to be so unappreciative," Luo Qianqian replied, somewhat exasperated. "Since you're here, what about Anya?" Zhou Xing glanced at the crew, only to be interrupted by Luo Qianqian. "Don't look for her. Anya is on another flight and couldn't make it," she stated. Standing there. "Am I the only one here? Are you disappointed?" "Of course not," Zhou Xing replied, touched by her gesture. "Once we arrive in Jiangcheng, let us enjoy some time together as compensation. What do you think?" "Really?" Luo Qianqian asked, her eyes brightening. "Indeed, why would I deceive you?" Zhou Xing assured her. She nodded, albeit secretly musing that he had never lied to her, merely flaunted his interest in other girls before her eyes. "You're certain it's just us? No other girls involved?" "Absolutely," Zhou Xing affirmed, eliciting a bright smile from Luo Qianqian, who leaned down and planted a kiss on his cheek. "You're wonderful. Just remember to wait for me after we land." "Of course," he replied. Luo Qianqian cheerfully turned and left. Passengers seated in the front rows of economy class, witnessing this exchange, were left in astonishment. Such perks in business class? A beautiful flight attendant giving a kiss? Why have we never heard of this before? In that instant, they were filled with regret, wishing they had mustered the courage to purchase business class tickets had they known it would turn out this way. Chapter 32. Husband. "Let us watch a movie at the airport." Luo Qianqian waved at Zhou Xing, then hurried towards him, dragging along a small black suitcase, reminiscent of a fledgling bird returning to its nest. A fragrant breeze enveloped her as she nestled against him. Zhou Xing wrapped his arms around her waist, while Luo Qianqian, unbothered by the gazes of onlookers, clung to his arm, chatting and laughing as they made their way outside. In the absence of Anya, Luo Qianqian appeared distinctly different. Despite being aware of her status as Zhou Xing's kept woman, she still yearned to share a world of intimacy with him. To others, they seemed like a couple deeply in love. After hailing a cab, Zhou Xing chose a local restaurant in Jiangcheng known for its delectable fare. Following their meal, Luo Qianqian proposed, "Husband, shall we catch a movie this afternoon? I've never watched a film with a man before. Would you accompany me?" She pouted playfully. Zhou Xing pondered for a moment but ultimately acquiesced. "All right, today I'll do as you wish. Whatever you say goes." "You're the best, husband. Here's a reward for you," Luo Qianqian declared, planting a kiss on his cheek before whispering in his ear, "Tonight, whatever you desire, I'm all yours." Upon arriving at the cinema, Zhou Xing glanced around. Despite it being summer, August seemed to lack any enticing films. It appeared that the film industry was on the cusp of a boom, with a surge of domestic films poised to break records, ushering in an unprecedented era of prosperity in the entertainment sector. He mused that starting an investment company this year could be a wise choice. "Husband, how about this movie?" Luo Qianqian interrupted his thoughts, pointing to a film that he had no prior knowledge of but could tell was a romance by its title. Zhou Xing nodded. The content of the film was inconsequential to him, as he was not there solely for the movie. "I'll go buy the tickets," Luo Qianqian said enthusiastically, heading to the counter to purchase 2 tickets for the couple's theater, along with a large tub of popcorn and 2 sizable cups of cola. After a brief wait, they were allowed inside. They settled into their seats in row 8, somewhat toward the back. Luo Qianqian placed the popcorn and drinks beside them, then eagerly embraced Zhou Xing. Her anticipation palpable as the lights dimmed and the screen flickered to life. Initially, she managed to focus on the film, but after half an hour, her cheeks flushed and her eyes glistened with a hint of distress. "Husband, please watch the movie. Stop touching me, you've been at it for half an hour," she said, her tone a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Zhou Xing feigned ignorance. Taking a deep breath, Luo Qianqian grasped his hand. "Husband, shall we leave? I don't want to watch anymore." "Leave?" Zhou Xing asked, surprised. "Yes," she affirmed, shaking her head. "Then where shall we go?" he inquired. "What do you think?" she replied, her gaze imbued with both shyness and allure. "Let us go," Zhou Xing decided without hesitation, leading Luo Qianqian out of the cinema. They took a cab and soon arrived at the Sofitel Westlake Hotel. After booking a suite at the front desk, they headed straight to their room. When Luo Qianqian emerged from the bathroom after brushing her teeth, the sky outside had begun to darken. It was just past 5 in the afternoon, and both felt the exhaustion of their long journey weighing on them. They opted to call room service for dinner. After their meal, Zhou Xing returned to his busy schedule, leaving Luo Qianqian feeling somewhat despondent. At 9 o'clock, as Zhou Xing packed his belongings in preparation to leave, Luo Qianqian clung to him. "Husband, I can't bear to part with you. Why don't you take me home with you? I want to meet your parents. Perhaps I could win them over and become the main wife, with Anya as merely a concubine." "Sure, then come with me," Zhou Xing replied calmly, not dismissing her request. "Really?" Luo Qianqian's eyes sparkled with hope. "I never lie," he reassured her. "My parents have been urging me to find a girlfriend since I finished my college entrance exams. If I bring you home, they might just be delighted enough to give you a generous red envelope." "Are you serious about taking me home?" she reiterated, a hint of trepidation in her voice. "Just don't regret it." She laughed, feeling a sense of triumph. "I can't believe I'm the first to go home with you. If Anya finds out, she'll be furious." Yet, as the moment drew near, Luo Qianqian hesitated, her nerves getting the better of her. "I'm not quite ready yet. If I can prepare myself, and you still want me to come home, then I'll go with you. I'm just worried your parents might not approve and send me away. That would be dreadful." Despite Zhou Xing's reassurances, she remained reluctant, and he ultimately relented. This was quintessential Luo Qianqian, boisterous in words, yet quick to retreat when action was required. Zhou Xing left the room and went downstairs, catching a cab. In less than 5 minutes, he arrived at his lakeside villa. "Mom, Dad, I'm home," he announced upon entering, but the house was shrouded in darkness and silence. The housekeeper, having heard his voice, emerged from her quarters and turned on the lights. "Zhou Xing, you're back," she greeted warmly, having cared for him since childhood. She was like family. "Wangi, where are my parents?" he inquired. "I'm not sure," she replied, shaking her head. "They haven't returned since her trip to city. They've been quite busy, and I didn't want to pry." Frowning, Zhou Xing ascended the stairs. "Have you eaten dinner, Zhou Xing? I can whip something up for you," Wangi offered. "No, thank you, Wangi. I've already eaten out," he replied as he made his way to his room, tossing his belongings aside. He then took out his phone and called his mother, Zhang Lanfang. Chapter 33. A coldness of money, lacking warmth. "Hello, son." As the call connected, Zhang Lanfang's voice resonated through the line, accompanied by the rapid rustling of papers and the murmurs of discussions in the background. Zhou Xing remained silent for a moment, then, with a hint of resignation, replied, "Mom, I've already returned to Jiangcheng." "Huh?" Zhang Lanfang sounded surprised on the other end. There was a shuffle as she presumably moved to a quieter spot before continuing. "I've been a bit overwhelmed with work and forgot to mention it. I'm currently at the headquarters in Kyoto, swamped with tasks, and I won't be back for at least a month. Your father has also gone abroad for business and won't return anytime soon." Zhou Xing rubbed his temples, incredulous that such matters could be forgotten. He felt a strong urge to lament whether he was truly their biological son. This had been the case in his previous life, and it seemed no different in this one. Had he known it would be like this, he could have easily stayed in the city, waiting for the semester to commence. There would have been no need to return at all. "I'm sorry, son, but it seems your father and I won't be able to see you off for the new semester," Zhang Lanfang continued. I'll transfer 200,000 yuan to you shortly for your living expenses and tuition. When you come back for winter break, we can celebrate your return." With that, she abruptly ended the call. Zhou Xing listened to the dial tone, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. Ding! A message arrived. Your account 2963 received a deposit of 200,000 yuan on August 18th at 22:01. China Merchants Bank, he set his phone down, feeling a palpable desire to escape this family. There was no warmth, only the chilling presence of money. Picking up his luggage, he turned and exited the villa, quietly hailing a cab towards the hotel where Luo Qianqian was staying. The next day, morning dawned. Clad in her flight attendant uniform, Luo Qianqian awakened Zhou Xing. "I now have serious reasons to suspect you didn't come home for the family, but rather to torment me," she exclaimed, recalling the previous night's misfortunes. Her eyes brimming with tears. Left in the lurch by her family, it was she who bore the brunt of the fallout. After just returning home, she was now compelled to head back to the city again. Although she cherished their time together, such occurrences could not be too frequent. Her body could hardly withstand it. "I hadn't anticipated this," Zhou Xing shrugged. With his parents absent, remaining there felt pointless. Thus, he had chosen to book a ticket on Luo Qianqian's flight, intending to return early. With a few days left before the semester began, he planned to execute his ambitions and establish the company. In this second life, he could not merely indulge in the pleasures of wealth. Growing a formidable business and reaching the pinnacle of the world held its own allure. The opportunity was right before him. He had no reason to decline. "You must guarantee that upon arriving in the city, I get a full day of rest," Luo Qianqian insisted, "or, I swear, I will refuse to accompany you back, even if it means resigning from this flight." "I promise you rest," Zhou Xing replied, prompting a satisfied nod from Luo Qianqian as she wrapped her arms around his. "Now, that is more like it," he remarked with a faint smile, having only promised a day of rest, not specifying how long it would last. Besides, some physical exertion could facilitate better rest. At the airport, Zhou Xing took his seat. To his surprise, the typically sparse business class was now teeming with passengers, all craning their necks in eager anticipation of the flight crew. Luo Qianqian approached him, offering a towel and slippers, her brow furrowed in confusion. "I wonder what special occasion it is today. The business class seems unusually full." Zhou Xing shook his head indifferent. "Let it be," he mused. Even a crowded business class consisted of only a handful of guests. Luo Qianqian only needed to tend to him, as another flight attendant was present to assist as well. As the other attendant approached the business class passengers, one of them straightened up, eagerly watching her. However, she merely executed her duties and moved on to assist another passenger. Wait, the guest was taken aback. Just yesterday, he had witnessed something quite different. The flight attendant had initiated a kiss. Hence, he had splurged nearly a month's salary to secure a seat in business class, yearning to experience that same sensation. "Have you forgotten something?" The guest called out to the flight attendant. "I'm sorry, sir. Is there anything else I can assist you with?" She replied with a professional smile. "Isn't there supposed to be a kiss included with the business class?" He pressed, no longer concealing his frustration. "Sir, you seem to be mistaken. Our crew is solely responsible for ensuring your safe arrival at your destination," she stated, her expression subtly tightening. "While we provide services, it is strictly within the bounds of safety protocols. Such interactions are entirely out of the question. No domestic airline offers such services." The guest was incensed, pointing at Luo Qianqian. "That is not true. I saw her kiss a passenger in business class yesterday while I was seated in the front row of economy. Are you referring to me?" Zhou Xing rose, glancing at the guest before pulling Luo Qianqian into his embrace and kissing her cheek. "I apologize, but she is my girlfriend." Luo Qianqian smiled shyly at the guest. The passenger sat in stunned silence, nearly choking on his own disappointment. What had he been expecting? The realization that he had spent almost a month's wages for this flight, only to gain nothing in return, left him feeling a deep sense of loss. He glared at the flight attendant. "I will sue your airline for fraud." The plane landed smoothly at Pudong Airport. Zhou Xing waited for Luo Qianqian as usual. The previous events merely a fleeting interlude in their lives. Luo Qianqian was unconcerned about potential repercussions from the airline for her apparent favoritism. Even if she were dismissed, she would still thrive. She maintained her position solely to win Zhou Xing's affection. "Darling," Luo Qianqian called as she quickly approached him, pulling her suitcase along. Together, they walked towards the parking lot where his Lamborghini had been left during his brief return to Jiangcheng. Initially intended to stay for about half a month until the semester began. Little did he expect that only a day had passed. As Zhou Xing prepared to start the car, his phone rang. Chapter 34, Activity Caller ID Chong Wenyu. Zhou Xing remarked, somewhat surprised. When he returned to Jiangcheng, he had already put the matter out of his mind. He initially thought the other party would contact him soon. However, days turned into weeks without any news, leading Zhou Xing to believe his assumptions were flawed. Perhaps the other party did not think much of it at all. He was indifferent and without hesitation chose to return to Jiangcheng. "What's wrong?" Luo Qianqian inquired curiously. "Nothing." Zhou Xing shook his head and promptly answered the call. "Brother, what have you been busy with lately?" Chong Wenyu's laughter resonated through the phone. "Is your health still good?" "Not bad. After all, I'm only 18. Zhou Xing replied. "Damn," Chong Wenyu retorted with mock annoyance. "Relying on your youth to do as you please. Huh? Just wait until you reach my age, and you'll understand. Being too indulgent in youth is not necessarily a good thing. What's this? Are you starting to need a thermos to brew goji berries?" Zhou Xing raised an eyebrow. "Shut up." Chong Wenyu laughed. "At 80, I'll still be as sharp as ever. How could I not be fine? Besides, I'm only 27, in the prime of my youth. Why the sudden call?" Zhou Xing chuckled. "Weren't you always busy? Unlike you, I can't just frolic around for 4 years in college." Chong Wenyu lamented. "Cherish your remaining college years. Once you leave school, you'll realize. Being a rich second-generation isn't that easy." After a moment of reflection, Chong Wenyu continued earnestly. "Last time at the bar, weren't we supposed to grab a meal together and chat? Tomorrow, there's an event, and our group is gathering. Do you have time? If so, come along. I'll introduce you to a few friends." Zhou Xing pondered for a moment before asking, "What kind of event?" "Hee." Chong Wenyu chuckled mysteriously. "I assure you, it will not disappoint. It will definitely broaden your horizons." "All right, send me the time and place, and I'll be there tomorrow." Zhou Xing responded. "You certainly have a knack for timing. I just returned from Jiangcheng and am currently at the airport. Doesn't that prove we are fated?" Chong Wenyu laughed as well. "Who has fated with you? I never expected you to enjoy this sort of thing." "Shut up. I'm a steadfast man, the kind forged from steel. Don't discuss me. Who knows? After all, you wealthy folks seem to indulge quite extravagantly. Well, it seems you're not one of them." After some playful banter, Chong Wenyu concluded the topic. "Let us leave it at that. We'll catch up tomorrow." "Good." Zhou Xing hung up the phone. Sitting in the car, gazing ahead, lost in thought. It seemed his initial suspicions had not been unfounded, merely postponed. As for the event Chong Wenyu mentioned, he chose not to dwell on it. He would find out tomorrow. The wealthy second-generation circle in Shanghai was deemed enigmatic by outsiders. For him, as long as he wished, he could seamlessly integrate into any circle, particularly the most exclusive ones. This confidence stemmed from his background and the system that supported him. His friendship with Chong Wenyu was merely born out of curiosity, a desire to explore. Beyond that, contemplating such matters was less practical than deciding what to have for lunch. Zhou Xing started the car, carrying Luo Qianqian, and once again arrived at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. After effortlessly securing a room, he opted for lunch within the hotel, having the restaurant prepare the meal and send it up. "Mr. Zhou, thank you immensely for your continued support of the Ritz-Carlton. Here is our Diamond membership card, which you can use at any of our global hotels. Not only does it provide discounts upon check-in, but it also comes with numerous privileged services." Butler Wong respectfully presented a dazzling diamond card. "The Ritz-Carlton will strive to offer you superior service, ensuring a delightful experience during your stay." Zhou Xing accepted the membership card, unfazed. The hotel had its own system for assessing client memberships, primarily based on consumer capacity, potential, and loyalty. Zhou Xing's buying power and potential were unquestionable. Thus, on his second stay, the Ritz-Carlton had readily presented him with a membership card. He neatly tucked the card away, and Butler Wong discreetly withdrew, refraining from interrupting their meal. After a satisfying meal, Luo Qianqian lay back on the bed, a look of contentment on her face. "This is the kind of life one should pursue. The more I experience this, the less I want to return to work." Luo Qianqian expressed her frustration. Working is exhausting, especially as a flight attendant. Every day, I face countless bizarre passengers. Many times I just want to throw the food in my hand at their heads. Yet she refrained from doing so, knowing that such actions would signify the end of her career. Not only would she be dismissed from her current airline, but the news would also spread throughout the industry, making it impossible for her to gain employment elsewhere. You could easily do that, Zhou Xing replied. Previously, Luo Qianqian refrained from such actions because she relied on her job for survival. Now, with him by her side, she felt emboldened to consider it. Still no. Luo Qianqian shook her head. With this job, you're more interested in me. If I were to quit, perhaps you'd grow bored and kick me to the curb. That would truly be a fall from grace. I'd lose my job too. I can't compare to Anya, so I must use this method to keep your heart. Luo Qianqian propped her chin on her hands, gazing at Zhou Xing. I truly am pitiful. Even as a mistress, I must diligently work. Are you doubting your own charm? Zhou Xing approached. Without this profession, it wouldn't matter much to me. That's a lie. Luo Qianqian rolled her eyes. Some people get so excited when they see me in my flight attendant uniform. Hey, what are you doing? Luo Qianqian suddenly felt uneasy as Zhou Xing moved closer, his hand resting on her. Let us experience the truth of my words. Luo Qianqian's face paled. Didn't you promise to let me rest? But I never specified how long you should rest. Zhou Xing replied nonchalantly. Besides, you've rested long enough. It looks like you're completely refreshed. No, I still need a rest. No, you don't. If I believe you again, I'll be a dog. Woof, woof, woof. Chapter 35. Jealousy causes my disconnection. Zhou Xing opened his eyes to the blinding sunlight. A glance at the clock revealed it was nearly 1 in the afternoon. He rose, rubbing his slightly swollen head. Zhou Xing looked at the still sleeping Luo Qianqian, her breathing steady. He nudged her gently, informing her that it was time to wake up for lunch. However, Luo Qianqian merely furrowed her brows, mumbling incoherently before turning over and drifting back to sleep. Zhou Xing chuckled softly, deciding not to disturb her further. He proceeded to freshen up and then made his way to the dining room, where he casually consumed a light meal to satiate his hunger. Afterward, he instructed Butler Wang to prepare a meal for Luo Qianqian to be delivered once she awoke. Naturally, Butler Wang complied, estimating the time to ensure that the chef would be ready, guaranteeing that Luo Qianqian would receive the freshest and most delectable cuisine, a privilege afforded to esteemed guests of the hotel. Having resolved these matters, Zhou Xing descended the stairs and found his Lamborghini, settling into the driver's seat. Time was of the essence yesterday. Chong Wenyu had already communicated the time and location to him, 2:30 p.m. at the Bund. Zhou Xing started the engine, the car roaring to life as he exited the hotel and headed toward the Bund. Following the address, he arrived at a dock by the Bund, which left him somewhat perplexed. Wasn't this a gathering for an event? Why had he come to a dock? Brother, over here. As he prepared to call Chong Wenyu, he heard his voice. Looking up, he spotted a group of individuals standing at the dock, next to a 3-tiered white yacht. Chong Wenyu approached him, exclaiming, Brother, you finally made it. Wasn't it set for 2:30? There's still 5 minutes to go. Zhou Xing glanced at his watch, his tone unfazed. Well, you're quite punctual. Chong Wenyu gave Zhou Xing a thumbs up, then glanced at his watch in surprise, exclaiming, Richard Mille? You recognize it? Zhou Xing was equally taken aback. Did you think I was some unsophisticated bumpkin? With a look of mock sorrow, Chong Wenyu replied, though this brand may not be widely known. It has gained considerable popularity in recent years. Many of my friends have purchased one. I wish to acquire one myself, but alas, they are prohibitively expensive. Chong Wenyu then inquired, How much did you pay for that watch? Just over 600, under 700, Zhou Xing explained, a limited edition collaboration with McLaren. You certainly know how to spend, Chong Wenyu remarked, not making the same mistake as Anya in assuming the measurement was a mere piece. It seems you have a penchant for watches? He wasn't particularly surprised. After all, the aspirations of the wealthy often revolved around luxury cars and prestigious timepieces. It's all right, but I prefer luxury cars a bit more, Zhou Xing replied. Chong Wenyu, eager to place his arm around Zhou Xing's shoulder, realized their height difference and withdrew his hand, saying, Then you've come to the right place today. You will surely be amazed. He left them in suspense before adding, let me introduce you to these friends. This is my recent acquaintance, Zhou Xing, from Jiangcheng. Chang Wenyu introduced, pointing to Zhou Xing. Despite being only 18, he is already a private high-end banking client at China Merchants Bank with a personal secretary. Upon hearing this, the eyes of those present flickered with intrigue. Chang Wenyu continued, introducing Zhou Xing, indicating a young man in green attire with a slightly plump physique. This is Chang Tong, my cousin. Like me? He has a passion for watches. Hello, my friend. Chang Tong greeted warmly, displaying a down-to-earth demeanor that belied his affluent background. Hello. Zhou Xing replied with a smile and a slight nod. Wow, a Richard Mille, the McLaren edition, if I'm not mistaken, must be close to 700,000, right? Chang Tong remarked, raising an eyebrow. 670, just under 700, Zhou Xing corrected him. That is still quite a sum, Chang Tong said, his curiosity piqued. What does your family do to afford such a cash flow at just 18? When I was that age, I begged my family for a Ferrari, but they flatly refused. Chang Wenyu chimed in. He just bought a Lamborghini. Chang Tong's expression immediately soured. Jealousy causes my disconnection. Zhou Xing smiled faintly, explaining from the sidelines. I engage in some industrial ventures, specifically in the energy sector. As far as I know, those in the energy field are often titans of industry. Chang Tong exclaimed, eyes wide. Your family must be the wealthiest in Jiangcheng. No wonder you can afford a nearly 700,000 Richard Mille and are a high-end private banking client. Just a small micro-enterprise, nothing worth mentioning. Zhou Xing shook his head. Chang Tong's eyes widened further. Are we perhaps misunderstanding each other? By your logic, is tobacco also a micro-enterprise? That's exactly it, a slender, tattooed young man interjected with a grin. To this day, what they have registered in the Industrial and Commercial Bureau is still a micro-enterprise, with fewer than 40 employees enjoying tax benefits for small businesses. Wow, Chang Tong said in disbelief, pulling out his phone to verify. Upon seeing the information, he remarked, it's true. He then added with a smirk, that's quite a thick skin. The headquarters has fewer than 40 employees, yet the subsidiaries exceed that number. Be careful, your broad statements might hit home. Most of us here could be affected, the slim young man cautioned. My apologies, Chang Tong said, turning to Zhou Xing and then addressing the group. I take back my previous statement. The micro-enterprise you mentioned is entirely different from what I understood. My sincere apologies, esteemed gentlemen. Do not hold it against this humble junior. The group erupted in laughter at Chang Tong's antics. Zhou Xing joined in, amused. No witties. Chang Tong was undoubtedly a lively character, explaining why Chang Wenyu had chosen to bring him along. With him around, the atmosphere would never grow dull. This is someone you should know, Chang Wenyu continued, introducing the young man who had just spoken. The young man turned to Zhou Xing, who nodded and smiled, saying, of course I recognize you. After all, you are quite a renowned figure in whose city. Chapter 36. How can you speak so maliciously? The young man smiled gently and extended his hand towards Zhou Xing, saying, hello, I am Qin Fun. The slender youth before him was indeed the renowned Qin Fun, famously dubbed the Emperor of Shanghai. His notoriety primarily stemmed from a viral photograph of him calmly, sitting in a car, engrossed in his phone amidst the rain. With a privileged background and a handsome visage, he became a dreamboat for many young women. His origins were a topic of much speculation. Some claimed he was the son of a bank director worth billions, while others suggested his father ran a casino with staggering cash flow. He was even compared to the son of the wealthiest tycoon, Wang Xiaozong. Zhou Xing, however, was aware that Qin Fun's background was not as enigmatic as it seemed. Before his rebirth, he had already uncovered the truth about Qin's family. His father had amassed wealth through gambling, yet this did not diminish his affluent circumstances. In this era, possessing substantial assets was the true measure of capability. Emperor of Shanghai, greetings. I am Zhou Xing, he replied with a smile. Qin Fan waved his hand dismissively. I cannot accept that title. There are many more formidable individuals in Shanghai. It is merely a fabrication of bored netizens. I am just from an ordinary family. Now I see that you wealthy individuals are all quite adept at posturing. Chang Tong remarked, somewhat tongue-in-cheek. Qin Fan retorted, what do you mean by you wealthy people? Do you imply that you make a living by scavenging? Rich people come in all sorts, Chang Tong laughed. With a meager fortune from my family, I am hardly a match for you, he added, chuckling. Qin Fan shot him a glance. You are the best at putting on airs. Chang Wenyu then introduced Zhou Xing to two others, Lin Feng, a second-generation wealthy heir in the construction business, and Xie Pan, who owned a jewelry store. After the introductions, Chang Wenyu suggested, "It is about time. Let us discuss further on the boat." On the boat? Zhou Xing glanced at the yacht docked ahead. Given the weather, boarding the vessel was indeed the most enjoyable option. Yet, he felt a tinge of disappointment, having anticipated something more extraordinary than a mere yacht excursion. Had the boat been filled with models clad in bikinis, he might have felt a flicker of interest. However, surrounded by a group of men, he found little allure. "Do not fret. Once aboard, you'll understand." Chang, when you reassured him, "Aren't you interested in supercars? We have those on board as well. Today, we are not alone. There's another group with us." Noticing Chang Wenyu's continued teasing, Qin Fan interjected, "You know, some items like supercars, especially limited editions, are quite rare." Zhou Xing nodded. "I just ordered a LaFerrari. I must wait 6 long months. It is quite unbearable." "You too appreciate the LaFerrari?" Qin Fan's eyes sparkled with a mysterious light. "Not just the LaFerrari. I admire all supercars. They embody a man's romance," Zhou Xing remarked with a smile. It appeared he had found a kindred spirit. They would delve into this shared passion once on the yacht. Qin Fan continued, "So, periodically, we organize events akin to auctions, much like today's gathering. Individuals showcase their treasured items for bidding, and the highest bidder wins. Thus, here, you can acquire limited edition supercars and witness rare collectibles that hardly circulate in the market." Zhou Xing understood the advantages of networking. The desires of wealthy heirs could not be fulfilled through conventional means, leading collectors eager for cash to part with their prized possessions. This symbiotic relationship resulted in mutual satisfaction. "I genuinely had no idea. I thought it was merely a standard yacht outing, unaware of the treasures it held," Zhou Xing confessed. "You are still young, just venturing out from home. It is natural not to have encountered such things yet. With time, you will naturally come to learn." "Just as I did," Qin Fan replied without surprise. Chang, when you chimed in, "Old Qin, you've spoiled the fun." I intended to keep this a secret from Zhou Xing to surprise him later. It would have been entertaining, and I could have used it as a humorous anecdote. "What has Zhou Xing not seen?" Qin Fan countered, "Be cautious. Once aboard, he may very well put you in your place. With his height and build, you might find yourself at a disadvantage. But you will be there." Chang, when you looked at Qin Fan, "You are my strongest ally. After all, this is our territory, and we can easily handle Zhou Xing." "I suspect it will be us who are outmatched," Qin Fan replied nonchalantly. "That may be true." Chang, when you assessed Zhou Xing's imposing height of 185 meters, which certainly exuded a sense of authority. He scratched his head sheepishly, realizing his chances of embarrassing Zhou Xing had likely vanished. "Otherwise, I would have found little interest in joining you gentlemen," Zhou Xing jested, beginning to anticipate the auction aboard the yacht. "Your words wound. My brother," Chang Wenyu feigned a melancholic expression. "Women are merely embellishments. The real joy lies in the camaraderie between men." "Goodness, Chang Wenyu, something is off with you." Qin Fan regarded him warily, then turned to Zhou Xing. "You must be cautious of this fellow. With your youthful looks, if he sets his sights on you, it could spell trouble." Zhou Xing played along, indeed. "I have been wary. I sensed something amiss when he called me yesterday." Chang Wenyu sighed in exasperation. "In broad daylight, you both dare to slander me." The three continued their banter as they made their way onto the yacht. Standing on the deck, they gazed down at the scenic view of the Pujiang River, noting the distinct charm of daytime compared to the evening. The yacht's engines roared to life, gradually departing from the dock. The river breeze swept through, refreshing the air and alleviating the heat of the day. Soon, the yacht reached the center of the river, steering towards a secluded area until no other vessels were in sight. Only the emerald waters gently rippled around them. The yacht then began to decelerate. "When does the auction commence?" Zhou Xing inquired from Chang Wenyu, who wore a mischievous grin. "Patience," Chang Wenyu replied, exchanging a knowing glance with Chang Tong. The latter nodded in understanding, chuckling as he stood and called out into the cabin. Moments later, a group of stunning young women clad in bikinis emerged, one after another, from within the yacht. There were no fewer than 10 of them. With smiles adorning their faces, they stood side by side upon the deck. Their alabaster skin gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight, creating a dazzling spectacle that was somewhat blinding. Chapter 37. Additional funds? Did you prepare all this? Qin Fen inquired, somewhat astonished. As he looked at Chang Wenyu, this situation had certainly caught him off guard. Of course, Chang Wenyu replied, his face brimming with pride. I had the foresight to arrange these precautions aboard the yacht. Otherwise, you two might have turned white into black. If word got out, how could I possibly navigate my future? This should effectively silence your mouths, shouldn't it? However, Qin Fen, stroking his chin, turned to Zhou Xing and remarked thoughtfully, this is rather insufficient, don't you think? I concur, Zhou Xing added. With just these few, the foreigners next door might think we can't afford to play. Well, if old Chang is this insincere, we can't be blamed for our lack of courtesy. Qin Fen replied with a mischievous grin directed at Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing nodded, returning the smile. Let us promote him when we get back, encouraging the boys to steer clear of him. Old Qin, old Zhou, you two are my good brothers. Don't do this to me, Chang Wenyu exclaimed, his composure faltering. Especially you, old Qin. We've known each other for so many years, while you and old Zhou have only just met. And now, you both conspire together against me? Have you forgotten whose side you should be on? That is not an option, Qin Fen replied, shaking his head. We share a bond akin to that of brothers, dear friends. We need additional funds, Zhou Xing echoed. Exchanging knowing glances, they erupted into laughter at Chang Wenyu's exasperation. Enough teasing old Chang, Qin Fen said, adopting a serious tone. If we continue, he might just lose his composure. Zhou Xing, why don't you choose first? Having someone accompany you will make the activities less dull. Affluent. Such scenes were commonplace for them. Zhou Xing, uninterested in pretense, surveyed the row of girls. He selected one who stood in the center, though not particularly tall. She had an exquisite figure and an adorable appearance, her hair styled into a bun. She'll do, he declared, upon realizing Zhou Xing had chosen her. The girl's eyes sparkled, and a sweet smile graced her face. Without waiting for instructions, she approached him eagerly. The other girls looked on with envy, aware that those aboard the yacht were not ordinary individuals, super-rich heirs of the metropolis. Among them, Zhou Xing stood out like a crane among chickens, his tall stature and handsome features drawing attention. Your taste is remarkably sharp, Chang Wenyu remarked, eyeing the girl he had also fancied, surprised she had been taken by Zhou Xing. However, he felt no resentment. Rather, it validated their shared appreciation. He promptly introduced her. His surname is Zhou. You could just call him young Master Zhou. He is quite significant. So treat him well and keep him pleased, and you shall reap the benefits. Yes, yes. The girl responded obediently, gazing at Zhou Xing with her large, gentle eyes. She took the initiative to grasp his hand. Young Master Zhou, you can call me Tong Tong. Zhou Xing smiled, pulling Tong Tong into his embrace. Though she appeared slightly bashful, she offered no resistance, snuggling closer to him, exuding an air of delicate charm. Once Zhou Xing had made a selection, Qin Fen and the others began to choose as well, eventually leading to Chang Tong and Xiepan. Such minute details revealed their goodwill, especially since it was his first visit. Chang Wenyu and Qin Fen held a higher status within this circle, occupying positions of leadership. Within the hierarchy of wealthy heirs, the stratification was stark. Otherwise, how could Huang Mingyuan, who was so audacious before Zhou Xing, dare to show even an ounce of insolence in front of Chang Wenyu? Let us go relax, Qin Fen suggested, wrapping an arm around a tall, bikini-clad beauty, beckoning Zhou Xing to follow. Zhou Xing obliged, moving ahead. They arrived at a spot laden with water guns. In such sweltering weather, especially on the Pujiang River, water play was a necessity. The group seized water guns filled to the brim, and with mischievous grins, they aimed at the girls. As water splashed onto the girls, their clothes instantly clung to their forms. Oh dear, young Master Qin, how naughty! The girls squealed, retreating in playful disarray, their voices tinged with feigned vulnerability, creating a picturesque scene on the deck. Witnessing this, Zhou Xing's perception of the yacht transformed. If given the opportunity, acquiring a yacht and hosting a grand party upon the seas would be an unparalleled experience. You're not going to join them in their fun? Tong Tong asked curiously, glancing at Zhou Xing. What, do you wish to join them? He raised an eyebrow. Tong Tong shook her head vigorously after observing the flustered girls. I'd rather stay by young Master Zhou's side. Whatever you say goes. Zhou Xing chuckled softly, offering no further reply. After half an hour of playful antics, Qin Fun and Chong Wenyu began to tire, opting to retreat with a girl each towards the rooms. Chong Wenyu approached Zhou Xing casually, stating, I'll head inside first. There are plenty of rooms. If you go in later, just look for one with an unlocked door. Qin Fun and Chong Tong exchanged farewells with Zhou Xing before entering. As the deck grew increasingly empty, only Zhou Xing and Tong Tong remained. After a moment of observing the scenery, Zhou Xing found it somewhat uninspiring and suggested, Shall we go inside as well? Tong Tong, her cheeks slightly flushed, lowered her head and responded softly. 2 hours later, Zhou Xing emerged from the room to find Qin Fun and the others chatting comfortably in the living room. Upon his arrival, all eyes turned toward him. You didn't fall asleep in there, did you? Chong, when you teased. It's perfectly fine. We're all men here. No need to put on a brave face. We understand. Zhou Xing merely maintained a tranquil expression and replied, I just went to the restroom. Wait, I'll go with you, Chong Wenyu said, rising to accompany Zhou Xing. The yacht's restroom facilities were exceptionally luxurious, resembling those of a five-star hotel, albeit slightly smaller in scale, featuring only 2 urinals. As they stood side by side, Chong Wenyu prepared to relieve himself, but inadvertently glanced at Zhou Xing, his eyes widening in shock. You're a damn donkey, aren't you? Chapter 38. McLaren P1 Chong Wenyu returned to the living room with a slight toothache, his gaze filled with indignation. Why, that young scoundrel Zhou Xing. Not only was he youthful and handsome, but he also utterly crushed him in terms of masculine dignity. Is it about time? Qin Fun glanced at his Patek Philippe watch and looked up at Chong Wenyu. Yes. Chong Wenyu nodded in frustration. It's about time to begin. Chong Tong, sensing the atmosphere, stood up. I'll go upstairs and fetch them. Zhou Xing took a seat, and Qin Fun, curious, inquired, Where's your companion? Why isn't she joining us? She probably needs more time to rest. This guy's like a donkey. Who can stand him? Chong Wenyu's voice echoed with a hint of melancholy. Really? The eyes of Qin Fun and the others immediately turned to Zhou Xing, their female companions casting curious glances filled with envy. You seem rather unassuming, Qin Fun remarked with a smile. Zhou Xing appeared quite composed, offering a slight smile without uttering a word. Before long, 3 impeccably dressed individuals descended the stairs. A young woman, followed by a middle-aged man, and lastly, an elderly gentleman with a few strands of gray hair. Good afternoon, everyone. The young woman, standing at the forefront and wearing white gloves, smiled at them. If there are no objections, shall we commence the event? Zhou Xing furrowed his brow. This seemed quite different from the auction he had envisioned, somewhat rudimentary and rather casual. Do you think it appears a bit lacking in formality? Qin Fun noticed Zhou Xing's frown and chuckled. Indeed, Zhou Xing nodded. That's quite normal. This isn't truly an auction in the traditional sense, but rather a hastily organized event. The individuals you see here are all participants from the auction. The solemn and grandiose auctions you imagine only occur during significant events with exorbitant items or commercial bidding. In reality, auctions also require profitability. If such monumental scenes were commonplace, the auction houses would have long since gone bankrupt. They possess considerable resources, hence private auctions occur, but to maintain the prestige and exclusivity of their auctions. These private events are kept within a limited circle. We can keep it casual since we're all young people. Rest assured, although the setting appears modest, the treasures within will not be lacking. Zhou Xing finally felt reassured. It seemed the dramatized portrayals on television could not be taken literally. Wealthy individuals also preferred a less formal atmosphere. A more relaxed auction accompanied by their companions would be much more enjoyable. Let us begin, Chong Wenyu said nonchalantly. Very well. Since everyone is ready, we shall not delay your precious time. The young female auctioneer smiled. The first auction item is the McLaren P1, reputed to be one of the 3 divine cars, with a global limit of 375 units. This vehicle is nearly brand new, with a total mileage of less than 100 kilometers since purchase. The starting bid is 15 million, with increments of no less than 100,000. Upon successful bidding, the auction house will contact the buyer and deliver the vehicle to your hands within 3 days, along with the transfer of ownership. Noticing it was Zhou Xing's first time participating in such an auction, the female auctioneer kindly added, "Rest assured, our auction is fully guaranteed by the auction house and supervised by the Banking Regulatory Commission. The authenticity and security are beyond doubt." The McLaren P1. Zhou Xing raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this vehicle, a model that had ceased production and could no longer be purchased officially. He hadn't anticipated its appearance here. He surveyed the room, only to find Qin Fun and the others showing no intention of bidding. As a guest invited by Chang Wenyu, it would be quite inappropriate for him to draw attention to himself immediately. If you wish to bid, please do so. This is an auction. There is no need to consider our feelings. After all, we all understand the rules. The highest bidder wins. Sensing Zhou Xing's hesitation, Qin Fun reassured him. Even if you take something we like, we won't hold any grudges. If you have sufficient cash, you can buy everything in this auction, and we would only admire you. Qin Fun's words dispelled Zhou Xing's concerns. In that case, I shall place a bid of 16 million. Zhou Xing stated to the young female auctioneer, raising his bid by $1 million directly. This vehicle at 16 million is certainly not reflective of its true value. For a limited edition, a divine car that could be considered a collector's item, its worth will only appreciate over time. Then I shall not hold back. Qin Fun smiled, raising his hand, 17 million. After placing his bid, he glanced at Zhou Xing. I too have a passion for cars. It seems we are to compete. I'm game. Zhou Xing shrugged. Let us see who loves cars more. Qin Fun replied with a grin. 18 million. Zhou Xing countered. Qin Fun, refusing to back down, declared 19 million. 20 million. Zhou Xing responded promptly. With the final word barely out, Zhou Xing spoke again. Qin Fun hesitated for a moment, but said 21 million. Zhou Xing felt that increasing the bid by $1 million was too slow and declared 25 million. The gentleman bids 25 million. Are there any further bids? The female auctioneer's spirits surged as she scanned the room. Chang Wenyu and the others exchanged glances. I'm too intimidated to speak. Is this what a battle between big shots looks like? Chang Tong quivered. You two are quite ridiculous. How can a car be inflated to 25 million? Chang Wenyu remarked. You know nothing. Qin Fun retorted sharply at Chang Wenyu, then added with a laugh. Damn it. I somewhat regret discussing this with you. 25 million. How do you not blink an eye? The McLaren P1 isn't worth that much. I believe that for something one loves, the question of worth becomes irrelevant. Zhou Xing replied with a smile. I agree. Only true car enthusiasts can grasp this. How could these fellows, with their minds solely on women, ever understand? Qin Fun nodded, taking a jab at the others present. I wonder where you acquired such wealth. I can't compete with you. This car is yours, Qin Fun stated calmly. After all, 25 million was not a trivial sum for him. Do take care, don't spend it all at once. If something better comes along, you'll just be left anxiously staring. Qin Fun laughed heartily. Then I can't help you there. Rest assured, if possible, I'd gladly consider acquiring some of your prized possessions from your garage. Zhou Xing had taken a keen interest in Qin Fun's garage, aware that Qin Fun was also a car enthusiast with an impressive collection of rare and customized vehicles at home. Depart at once. Do not entertain the notion of seizing my vehicle. Qin Fun regarded Zhou Xing with an air of vigilance. Ha ha, Zhou Xing, do not even think about it. Taking Qin Fun's car would be more distressing for him than snatching away his wife. Chang Wenyu interjected with a sly remark. Get lost. Qin Fun retorted with irritation before addressing Zhou Xing. Once you have acquired the car, do remember to allow me to touch it for a moment. It would be no trouble, would it? Not at all, Zhou Xing replied eagerly. With no further bids, congratulations are in order for this gentleman, who has successfully auctioned the McLaren P1 for a price of 25 million. The female auctioneer handed Zhou Xing a winning card inscribed with the number 001. Upon receiving it, Zhou Xing heard the auctioneer's soft explanation. After this auction concludes, please present this card for settlement. Zhou Xing nodded in acknowledgement as the female auctioneer returned to her position with a smile. Next, a middle-aged auctioneer stepped forward, donned in white gloves, and produced an exquisite small box alongside a document stamped with an official seal, inscribed entirely in English. The middle-aged auctioneer opened the box to reveal a meticulously crafted watch, adorned with numerous sparkling diamonds, quietly resting within. The next item up for bid is a timepiece from one of the top 10 watchmakers in the world. Patek Philippe, the king among watches. This particular piece is the Patek Philippe Grand Complications Limited Edition, Model 6104G001. Chapter 39. Dost thou hear the words of man? The auctioneer cautiously presented the exquisite timepiece, cradling it in his hands for all to admire. The deep blue dial gleamed, adorned with 3 lustrous discs crafted from sapphire crystal, encircled by an oval ring that depicted the night sky of Geneva, twinkling with stars. This watch was a limited edition in platinum, embellished with 108 diamonds set in 18K white gold, complemented by a luxurious alligator leather strap. Both the front and back of the piece resembled an impeccable work of art. The name Patek Philippe required no further introduction. The authenticity of this piece was indisputable, supported by the certificate of authenticity. The starting bid was set at 10 million, with increments of no less than 100,000. The middle-aged auctioneer returned the watch to its box, smiling at the audience. "This watch is remarkable," remarked Qin Fun, to which the others nodded in agreement. The unanimous recognition among them signified its extraordinary appeal. Zhou Xing's gaze remained fixated on the timepiece, captivated by its design that aligned perfectly with his tastes. Eschewing an outdated appearance, it embraced a youthful, deep blue hue, paired with the celestial dial, making a dazzling spectacle. Even when worn, it commanded attention, a true testament to Patek Philippe's craftsmanship. Let the bidding commence. As per tradition, the highest bidder prevails, Qin Fan declared. 1,050, he quickly added. 1,001, called out Chong Wenyu. 1,002. 1,003. The two continued until they reached 1,005, their expressions wavering as they exchanged glances, waiting for the other to concede for a chance at securing the coveted Patek Philippe. 1,006. Zhou Xing's voice rang out unexpectedly, causing both men to turn in surprise. They had assumed he would not participate, yet he emerged at the last moment. "I see your competition is rather intense, so allow me to intervene to ease any potential disputes," Zhou Xing said with a smile as he felt the weight of their gazes. He desired the watch too. While Richard Mille was commendable, it paled in comparison to this Patek Philippe. "How shameless," Chong Wenyu retorted. 1,005 is my limit. I withdraw. I too withdraw. Qin Fan shrugged in resignation. Who can blame you for being affluent and capricious? In a brief span, Zhou Xing had already spent over 40 million. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, Qin Fan couldn't help but wonder just how much cash Zhou Xing possessed. "Then I shall graciously accept it," Zhou Xing said with a smile as he took the number 002 paddle. Following closely, the next item was a painting auctioned by the elderly gentleman. Zhou Xing glanced at it and lost interest, opting not to bid, as it was purchased by Qin Fan for 5 million. Subsequent lots included numerous rare collectibles, yet none captured Zhou Xing's attention, leaving him somewhat bored. As the auction progressed, the evening sky darkened. By 5 o'clock, the event was nearing its conclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, the final item of today's auction is about to be unveiled. Zhou Xing, who had been languidly seated, instantly perked up. The last item typically held a special significance, often being rare and precious. His curiosity piqued. He wondered what it might be. The elderly auctioneer paused briefly before announcing, "We present the license plate to a 66666 and who E88888. He raised his iPad, showcasing the 2 blue license plates to the audience. Both plates had a starting bid of 5 million, with increments not less than 200,000. "I trust you will all wish to acquire these 2 plates," he added with a smile. The significance of license plates was self-evident. A fine steed deserves a fine saddle, and these plates were the epitome of that saddle. While acquiring a luxury car may merely require wealth, procuring a desirable license plate was a far more challenging endeavor, often hinging on fate. Thus, license plates became symbols of status and identity. In a bustling metropolis like whose city, a purely numerical plate was already exceedingly rare, let alone the auspicious combinations of 5 6s or 5 8s. One might drive an extravagant vehicle, yet others might dismiss them as a mere scion of wealth. However, paired with a prestigious license plate, the perception would shift to one of respect and admiration. Good license plates have always been a scarce resource, even more so than McLaren P1. Thus, the auctioneer was confident. Before him sat a collection of affluent heirs, each with an array of luxury cars. Who would desire an exquisite license plate to signify their status? The auctioneer, astute in his approach, presented only 2 plates, allowing for self-negotiation among the bidders. Confident that the auction house would not incur losses. Zhou Xing, do you have any thoughts? Qin Fen inquired. Indeed, Zhou Xing replied candidly. Surprised, Qin Fen recognized that license plates were not merely a matter of wealth. The apparent 5 million price tag belied the deeper issue of social standing. The true challenge lay in maintaining that status. Without the requisite societal stature, possessing such items could lead to complications. He noted that Chong Wenyu and the others remained discreetly silent, understanding the implications. Thus, Qin Fen instinctively asked Zhou Xing, not expecting him to respond affirmatively. Yet Zhou Xing, without hesitation, expressed his intention to acquire one of the plates. Having interacted briefly with Zhou Xing, Qin Fen understood that despite his youth, he was not a naive fool, but a remarkably astute young man. Such a quick rapport with them could only be achieved by someone perceptive. Therefore, Qin Fen had faith that Zhou Xing comprehended the ramifications of acquiring the license plate. His calm demeanor indicated a certain confidence, deepening Qin Fen's curiosity about Zhou Xing's true background. What plate are you interested in? Qin Fen asked. Zhou Xing stroked his chin thoughtfully. The one with 5 sixes. The 5/8 seem a bit ostentatious. The 5 sixes are more understated and suit me better. The group exchanged incredulous glances. Did Zhou Xing misinterpret the concept of subtlety? 5/8s are indeed ostentatious. Does that mean 5 sixes are not equally impressive? This is in the city of Shanghai. Even in a small county, 5 sixes would still attract attention. Very well, we shall refrain from bidding. Qin Fen nodded and declared, this 5/6 license plate is yours for 6 million. As for the 5/8, I shall claim it for 6 million. He glanced at Chong Wenyu and the others, who all nodded in agreement, indicating no objections. Thus, these 2 license plates were successfully auctioned to Mr. Qin and Mr. Zhou, respectively. The elderly man announced, with that, this auction concludes splendidly. We thank you all for your support. You may now proceed to settle accounts and sign contracts. All items that cannot be delivered on-site will be excluded, while the rest can be taken home. As the 2 principal players of this auction, Qin Fen and Zhou Xing, stepped forward, presenting their tags to the young auctioneer. After verifying Zhou Xing's items, the auctioneer produced a POS machine and said, Mr. Zhou, you have successfully bid on 3 items, totaling 47 million. Please proceed with your payment. Zhou Xing retrieved his bank card and entered his password. The machine dispensed a payment receipt. Here is your Patek Philippe 6104G001 watch along with its certificate. Please keep it safe. As for the license plate and the McLaren P1, we will contact you within 3 days. Once you receive our call, please arrange a time for the transfer. Zhou Xing accepted the Patek Philippe box and nodded, feeling assured that a prestigious auction like this would not lead to any misappropriation of his remaining funds. Mr. Qin, here is we shall take our leave now. So as not to intrude further, the elderly gentleman smiled at the crowd on the deck and led the remaining 2 auctioneers off the yacht toward the dock. As the auction was drawing to a close, the yacht had already anchored at the pier. Shall we disembark? Zhou Xing inquired. Indeed, it's time for a meal. Qin Fen and Chong Wenyu agreed. After spending the afternoon together, especially following the auction, Zhou Xing had successfully gained their recognition. His status had experienced a qualitative leap. Even without knowledge of Zhou Xing's family background, his unintentional display of prowess was sufficient to place him on par with them, if not surpassing them. While Qin Fen and Chong Wenyu remained composed, Chong Tong and his 2 companions began to treat Zhou Xing with a newfound respect. The other young women, however, were less contemplative. They simply understood that Zhou Xing held a central position among the group, with a high status and considerable wealth, having casually spent nearly 50 million. He was young, tall, and handsome, their gazes fixated on Zhou Xing, akin to famished wolves eager to devour him. Tong Tong felt a mix of envy and admiration. Qin Fen had been observing Zhou Xing closely and, noticing his furrowed brow after disembarking, immediately inquired, What troubles you? Is there something on your mind? Without lifting his head, Zhou Xing replied, the small payment limit from the bank is too low. I must input my password each time, which is quite bothersome. I was wondering if I could persuade the bank to raise the limit for me. Qin Fen looked at Zhou Xing, and even he felt a shiver. Do you consider nearly 50 million a small amount? Do you hear what they say? Chapter 40, 500 million. Just in dollars inside the private dining room of the restaurant, several individuals were seated around the table. Shall we have a drink? Qin Fen glanced at Zhou Xing. Let us save it for another time. Zhou Xing declined. He wasn't a heavy drinker. He only indulged occasionally during leisurely moments. In his youth, he prioritized taking care of his health. He couldn't afford to exhaust himself as he did in his past life, where he earned nothing and approached 30 with a body worn down, worse off than some retired officials. All right, Qin Fen did not press further. Drinking here seems pointless. We might as well continue at my bar later. I'll bring out some of my prize collection. I assure you it will satisfy everyone. Chang Wenyu chuckled, and Qin Fen, with a subtle smile, inquired, Old Chang, do you intend to remain at your bar indefinitely? Or do you have other aspirations? I don't wish to merely linger at the bar and wait for death. I aim to expand my business, Chang Wenyu replied with a hint of resignation. Unfortunately, opportunities have been scarce. The good prospects have been snatched up by those higher up, and we are fortunate to glean any scraps. Indeed, Qin Fen nodded in agreement. Many of my plans have not fared well either. How is the investment sector looking these days? Zhou Xing, noticing their discussion of business, casually asked. Qin Fen turned to him. Are you interested? I am, Zhou Xing admitted, feeling no need to conceal his intentions. Establishing an investment company was only a matter of time, and in whose city it was impossible to keep such plans under wraps. Being candid might even yield valuable resources and insider information from them. No way. You're only 18 and already thinking about starting an investment company? Chang Wenyu exclaimed incredulously. You just spent so much. Do you really have the funds for this? Or are you joking? This was precisely the question on Qin Fen's mind as well. He had already surmised that Zhou Xing came from wealth, but he never anticipated it to be to such a degree. 18 years old, a freshman this year. Spending nearly 50 million at the auction was one thing, but contemplating the launch of an investment firm was extraordinary. An investment company was not something an ordinary person could manage. It required substantial capital. Without billions in cash, one wouldn't dare to utter the words investment company. I still have some funds on hand, and since I have the time, why not start an investment firm? The current outlook seems promising, and it wouldn't hurt to try. Zhou Xing raised an eyebrow and took a sip of the apple vinegar from his glass. As he set it down, Tong Tong promptly refilled it for him. Old Zhou, do share with us. How much capital do you actually possess? Qin Fen could no longer contain his curiosity. Zhou Xing's identity was shrouded in mystery. They knew he was capable, but the extent of his resources remained unclear. Yet, one could sense the confidence that came from substantial funds. He undoubtedly had considerable assets, being a top-tier private banking client, complete with a personal secretary. He must have deposits exceeding 100 million. Observing Zhou Xing's ease during the auction earlier, it was likely he had around 400 to 500 million. Chang Wenyu looked at Zhou Xing with envy. Zhou Xing chuckled lightly. Old Chang is correct. It is indeed 500 million. Both Chang Wenyu and Qin Fen were momentarily stunned. However, that is in US dollars, Zhou Xing added, causing their eyes to widen in disbelief. $500 million. Chang Wenyu and Qin Fen could hardly maintain their composure, let alone the likes of Chang Tong, Lu Feng, and Xie Pan, whose wealth paled in comparison to theirs, placing them at a junior level in this circle. They had already regarded Chang Wenyu and Qin Fen with admiration. Yet they never imagined a more astonishing figure lay hidden among them, a formidable tycoon. I've been trying to guess, but I didn't expect you to be even more remarkable than I imagined. Qin Fen regarded Zhou Xing with a complex gaze. He had no doubt about the authenticity of Zhou Xing's claims. At this level, there is no need to boast about one's family wealth to garner attention. They were more concerned with the benefits that such assets could bring. All of them were second-generation wealthy, and their family situations would eventually be unveiled. The amount of liquid capital they possessed would inevitably be discernible. Continuing to feign modesty would serve no purpose. $500 million. The The total cash assets from his own family barely amounted to that figure. Although their net worth exceeded 100 billion, much of it was illiquid. 100 billion net worth, in whose city was particularly rare. Qin Fan knew several individuals in that bracket. However, he had never encountered anyone capable of casually producing $500 million in cash. Not even the son of the wealthiest man, Wang Xiaocong, could manage that. Zhou Xing, do confess, does your family run a mint? Chang Wenyu exclaimed in shock. Surely, your family's wealth isn't generated as quickly as that. I had no idea such a big player existed in Jiang City. It seems I've been quite ignorant, Chang Wenyu admitted with a self-deprecating laugh. Qin Fan echoed his sentiment. Zhou Xing's revelation left them profoundly shaken. However, the energy industry indeed harbored many hidden magnates, of whom they were entirely unaware. For instance, there was a young heir in the north who inherited a fleet, holding significant industrial assets while remaining low-key. Gradually regaining his composure, Qin Fan remarked, had it not been for the news, we might never have known. We could have easily underestimated you upon arriving in whose city. Old Zhou, do you intend to play the fool, like in a novel, waiting for someone like me to provoke you, only for you to retaliate fiercely and devour my family? Chang Wenyu eyed Zhou Xing warily. Fortunately, I didn't do anything to cross you back then. Otherwise, I might be kneeling before you now, begging for forgiveness. Have you been reading too many novels? Zhou Xing looked at Chang Wenyu as if he were foolish. In reality, where is there so much face-slapping drama? If I were to do that, would I be spending millions at your bar? Initially, when they first encountered Zhou Xing, they perceived him as intelligent. Little did they know he also had a sense of humor. True enough, Chang Wenyu chuckled. Meanwhile, Qin Fan was deep in thought. At first, he had been skeptical when Zhou Xing mentioned his intention to start an investment company. However, once Zhou Xing revealed his 500 million in cash, the situation transformed entirely. What began as a casual venture now suggested a profound and inscrutable background. If his family could provide him with such a significant cash flow and allow him to spend it freely, it indicated their utmost confidence that there would be no issues with the funds. Could it be that Zhou Xing had access to special channels, granting him insider investment information? Qin Fan fidgeted in his seat. Old Zhou, you mentioned the investment landscape looks promising. What exactly is going on? Chapter 41, Standing on the Wind. Even pigs can fly. What Qin Fan was unaware of was that Zhou Xing, seated before him, possessed a unique channel of information. This insight did not stem from his family, but rather from the experiences he had accumulated in his previous life. Zhou Xing smiled lightly and remarked, isn't it quite evident? The domestic internet era is flourishing. Since the advent of 4G, nearly every industry has undergone a significant reshuffle. Turmoil often heralds opportunity. Just look over the past few years. How many billionaires have emerged from this landscape? Qin Fan nodded, encouraging Zhou Xing to continue. He was certainly aware of these truths, having previously attempted to intervene in the digital realm, but the internet era had long been under the scrutiny of those industry giants. His own capacity was insufficient to penetrate that realm. Yet, the landscape of the internet had already solidified, firmly guarded by the three major tech companies. It was not so easy for ordinary individuals to gain entry. Over the years, I have not observed any other internet companies that could stand out and escape the control of the three giants, Qin Fan queried. With such a vast population in Huaxia, the internet age is akin to an inexhaustible gold mine. It is not that opportunities do not exist. Rather, the right avenues have yet to be discovered. Zhou Xing wore a mysterious smile. In a few years, you will no longer pose such questions. The standing of the three major tech companies is not unassailable. When Douyin emerged, the entire network was set ablaze. The introduction of shared bicycles sparked a nationwide frenzy, even with Tencent dominating half of Huaxia's gaming sector. Genshin Impact swiftly captured the domestic market through strategic exports, rising to prominence as a new force in Huaxia's gaming landscape. Qin Fan felt somewhat bewildered. What direction do you plan for your investment company? Which industry do you intend to focus on? The plethora of industries available for investment was overwhelming. Even investment firms with substantial capital could not manage investments across all sectors. They typically selected fields in which they excelled or specialized in one or two areas. Initially, Qin Fan believed Zhou Xing was merely experimenting with starting an investment firm, a youthful folly where failure would bear no consequence. However, it was evident that Zhou Xing exuded immense confidence, as if victory were assured. I find the film and streaming industry quite promising, Zhou Xing concluded, raising a glass of apple cider vinegar, refraining from elaborating further. The entertainment industry indeed possesses great potential, Qin Fan acknowledged. The internet era has rejuvenated it, leading to staggering earnings for celebrities. Qin Fan added with a tinge of disdain, in the past, a few thousand yuan could easily garner favors, yet now they feign purity. Putting on an air of moral superiority, it is utterly nauseating. However, Qin Fan shifted his tone. But hasn't the streaming industry begun to decline? The rampant expansion of capital has led to a dilution in the quality of internet celebrities. The government has intervened with laws and regulations to reform the industry, which has resulted in severe repercussions. It seems to be struggling to regain its former glory. He mentioned Wang Xiaozong, a friend with whom he had a good rapport. Old Wang's Gubao TV isn't faring well either. Despite investing a significant sum, the project is barely alive. Wang recently confided in me about his struggles, feeling utterly overwhelmed. As Qin Fan spoke, he kept a keen eye on Zhou Xing, yet the latter remained inscrutable. At merely 18, Zhou Xing exhibited the cunning demeanor of a seasoned fox. Indeed, Chang Wenyu nodded in agreement. These internet celebrities, who lack substance, are hardly capable of generating significant value. Old Zhou, while you may have wealth, it would be unwise to squander it. The film industry is worth exploring, but the streaming sector is fraught with challenges that are not suited for the average person. I know several families that ventured into this domain, only to lament their missteps. Zhou Xing smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. Little did they know, the very internet celebrities they deemed unworthy possessed an explosive potential after the rise of Douyin. The profitability of live streaming e-commerce was astounding. Even ordinary MCN agencies reaped substantial rewards. Adapting to the evolution of the times allows one to soar to great heights. Even a pig can fly when positioned on the right wind. Yet, how many possess the acumen to seize fleeting opportunities? Zhou Xing understood that not everyone shared his clarity regarding the future, having been reborn with foresight. Qin Fan posed a few more questions, all of which Zhou Xing deftly sidestepped, leaving Qin Fan feeling both intrigued and helpless. He finally remarked, "Well then, should you establish your investment company, do not hesitate to inform us. We shall lend our support, saving you considerable effort. Let's discuss this later. I must focus on my studies for now," Zhou Xing replied, his expression calm. Establishing an investment company was a long-term plan that warranted careful consideration. With the school term approaching, he could not afford to divert his attention to this endeavor. "All right, once school begins, we shall gather again to discuss further," Qin Fan suggested. "If this venture proves reliable, I would like to invest as well, sharing the benefits with my friends." "You wouldn't mind, would you?" "Of course not," Zhou Xing chuckled. "There is plenty of wealth to be made. As long as you are willing, we can certainly collaborate. Just ensure you do not dismiss my humble beginnings when the time comes." With that, their meal approached its conclusion. In the parking lot, Zhou Xing stood at the center, flanked by Qin Fan and Chang Wenyu. Subtly, Zhou Xing had become their focal point, with both Qin Fan and Chang Wenyu instinctively considering his perspective. "Are we heading to the next venue, or?" Chang Wenyu inquired, embracing a model. Qin Fan gestured toward Zhou Xing, who shook his head. "I'll head back to rest first. We can meet again next time. Luo Qianqian is still waiting for me at the hotel. A fast food meal is sufficient occasionally. Too much can be overwhelming. Besides, ISNT Luo Qianqian, whom I've nurtured quite appealing. Very well, I also have matters to attend to." Qin Fan replied to Chang Wenyu. "Let us plan to visit your bar next time." Zhou Xing opened his Lamborghini, retrieving 10 stacks of cash and placing them in Tong Tong's embrace. "I won't see you off. You should head back. I have some matters to attend to." Though Tong Tong felt a twinge of disappointment as she clutched the cash, she nodded obediently. "I understand. If possible, I would prefer to accompany you back." After all, Zhou Xing was not only handsome, but also the most capable among their circle. If one could ascend to such a prominent figure, even a mere hint of favor could ensure a worry-free existence for the rest of their days. The other women gazed in awe, captivated by the allure of cash, which possesses a far more immediate impact than mere bank transfers. Tall, handsome, and youthful, he displayed a generosity that left them entranced. Each one swayed her hips, casting flirtatious glances at Zhou Xing, hoping to capture his attention. Were it not for the fear of offending the affluent companion, they would have flocked to him in droves. Yet, Zhou Xing remained oblivious, promptly opening the car door. He started the vehicle and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, drove away with grace. What remained were a group of disappointed women, their gazes filled with envy as they regarded the cash in Tong Tong's possession. Chapter 42. School enrollment August 31st marks the commencement of another academic year. The entrance of Shanghai Music Academy buzzes with activity. An array of luxury vehicles gracing the scene. Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, Porsches, and Mercedes-Benz. Countless newcomers, filled with anticipation for their educational journey, arrive at the enrollment office accompanied by their parents. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of engines pierces the air, drawing the attention of many. A striking white vehicle, with a sleek silhouette and a massive rear wing, emits a powerful growl from its exhaust, resembling a predatory cheetah, bold yet undeniably elegant. The distinctive black McLaren logo and the eye-catching license plate, a 66666, stand out prominently. Despite the plethora of luxury cars present, this McLaren shines with an unparalleled brilliance. Wow, a local plate from Shanghai, and 5 sixes at that. Who is this prominent young master? One might ponder, is that a McLaren P1? One of the 3 great supercars, starting at over 10 million? Considering the current market, with the plate, it must exceed 20 million. With that amount, one could easily make a down payment on a property in the prestigious Thompson Riviera. This is undoubtedly a major player. I never imagined our school would host such a student, someone I had never heard of before. Could he really be a freshman? It's hard to believe someone so formidable is just starting college. Under the gaze of the crowd, the door on the driver's side of the white McLaren P1 gracefully ascends, reminiscent of a butterfly spreading its wings, an emblem of McLaren's pride. From the vehicle emerges Zhou Xing, a tall and handsome young man. He is clad in a black LV t-shirt, graffiti-patterned blue jeans from Balenciaga, and blue and white Gucci sneakers. On his right wrist, a Patek Philippe watch glimmers with its deep blue dial adorned with celestial motifs. The dazzling diamonds reflect the sunlight, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Overall, he exudes a fresh and clean aura. His youthful physique, enhanced by weeks of fitness training, radiates vitality and energy, embodying the exuberance of youth. A serene demeanor envelopes him, a result of a brief accumulation of experiences during the holiday. Zhou Xing's mannerisms have begun to diverge from his former self. With a black shoulder bag slung across him, he strides toward the enrollment office. The queue of students instinctively parts to grant him passage. Most are preoccupied with their phones, capturing his image incessantly. So handsome. Could he really be a freshman at our school? He acts like a character straight out of a novel, a domineering CEO brought to life. Wealthy, attractive, and fit. Could he possibly have stepped out a comic book? Just looking at him makes my knees weak. My ideal partner has appeared, and he is just a freshman. Upon reaching the enrollment desk, several upperclassmen suddenly feel a rush of nerves. Are you a freshman too? Inquires a bespectacled, slender senior. Zhou Xing nods. I'm Zhou Xing, a freshman majoring in music performance. Before the senior could ask further, he is pushed aside by a group of eager female students, who enthusiastically surround Zhou Xing. Hello, junior. Please fill out this form, especially your contact information. It's crucial. It's quite hot today. Would you like a bottle of ice water? No rush. Let us take our time filling it out. They chime, their enthusiasm palpable. The slender senior stands by, astonished. Just moments ago, these girls were visibly impatient with other newcomers, yet their demeanor has undergone a complete transformation. Where are you from? Why are you alone for enrollment? Don't worry, it's your first time, and we're here to help. They continue, their bodies inching closer to Zhou Xing as they engage him in conversation. By the way, you're quite handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? After Zhou Xing completes the form, one of the female seniors stand in front of him. Your assigned dormitory is a bit far, and with this heat, it might be tough to find alone. Allow me to escort you. She clutches his dorm key. No need. I can manage on my own. I've been here before and have a general sense of the layout. Zhou Xing smiles. Not at all. It's no trouble for me. It's on my way, she insists, gently pushing him toward the exit. Zhou Xing, caught off guard, concedes, well then, thank you. You're welcome. As seniors, it's our duty to assist you juniors, freshmen. By the way, I'm Li Xing. No need to be so formal. You can just call me by my name, or Xing, if you prefer, she replies, leading Zhou Xing toward the dormitory, her figure gradually disappearing from view. How infuriating. That sly Li Xing got ahead of us. The remaining two female seniors lament, stamping their feet in frustration. However, they quickly notice Zhou Xing's completed form, which clearly displays his phone number and contact details. In unison, they extract their phones, discreetly saving his number. With his contact information, they would no longer worry about losing touch with Zhou Xing. Astonishing. On the day of enrollment, a mysterious young heir arrives in a luxury car worth tens of millions. The McLaren P1, limited to just 375 units globally, currently valued at 15 million. Coupled with the Shanghai license plate featuring 5 sixes, what is the true identity of this freshman? As Zhou Xing departs, his photos and videos begin to circulate wildly on the internal forum of Shanghai Music Academy. Chapter 43. The newcomer. The internal forum of the Shanghai Music Academy was abuzz with activity as the new semester commenced, drawing heightened attention. In this age of digital connectivity, within mere minutes, photos and videos of Zhou Xing began to circulate widely across the platform. The presence of a multi-million-dollar McLaren, adorned with the license plate who A66666, was a testament to Zhou Xing's elevated status. This newcomer was no ordinary student, and speculation about his background ran rampant. Some claimed to know him personally, asserting that he was the son of the chairman of the Bank of Communications, a wealthy scion returning after spending over a decade abroad. Others suggested he hailed from a prominent oil family, standing at the pinnacle of social hierarchy. There were even whispers of him belonging to a reclusive family with a fortune in the trillions, rendering the so-called tycoons mere amateurs in comparison. Amidst the cacophony of conjecture, rather than dampening the enthusiasm among the students, it only intensified their desire to become acquainted with Zhou Xing, handsome and affluent. How could such a paragon exist in this world? Did anyone notice the exquisite watch adorning his wrist? It was a limited edition Patek Philippe, encrusted with diamonds, valued at no less than 10 million. This was not merely wealth. It was an extravagant display of ostentation. My destined prince has arrived. Who can help me obtain his contact information? I have significant rewards to offer. This is my husband. You may as well give up. He is currently treating me to bubble tea. Another chimed in. I wish to race with him in a racing game, so he can continuously surpass me. As the posts proliferated, Zhou Xing stirred a tempest among the female demographic. The majority of students here hailed from affluent backgrounds, with many boasting fortunes in the millions. Yet Zhou Xing's presence eclipsed them all, igniting dreams of grandeur. Some were even willing to pay exorbitant sums to acquire his contact details. Initially offering 5,000, the reward soon escalated into the tens of thousands, continuing to soar. I unilaterally declare him the number one among this year's newcomers. Who agrees? Who disagrees? I have no objections. Neither do I. On the first day of classes, within half an hour, Zhou Xing had become universally acknowledged as the most remarkable newcomer. The new campus heartthrob. In the girls' dormitory, an ordinary-looking girl with black-rimmed glasses excitedly exclaimed, "Look, this year's newcomers have produced a super-rich second-generation heir, arriving in a limited edition McLaren with a license plate of 5 sixes, and he's quite handsome. I've seen him. He truly is striking." Such wealth, echoed her roommates. If I could marry him, I would truly become a wealthy lady, living without worry and drawing attention wherever I go. Do you really think he would look our way? One retorted. If it were sure, perhaps there might be a chance. Sure. Did you see that newcomer on our school forum? The girl named Sure sat quietly, her black hair cascading down. With a porcelain complexion, she resembled a blossoming lotus. Beneath her loose robe, her remarkable figure was evident. Upon hearing the conversation, she glanced at her iPad, contemplating. I saw him. He is indeed quite handsome. She then switched off the iPad and placed it on the table. stretching her body to reveal her stunning silhouette. Her roommates, despite having seen her countless times before, were captivated. Sure, you possess an angelic face and a devilish figure. If you were to appear before that newcomer, he would surely be enchanted. Sure chuckled softly, refraining from further comment as she turned to retrieve clothes from her wardrobe and entered the bathroom. Moments later, she emerged in a crop top paired with a light blue shawl, accentuating her curves. Denim shorts and white sneakers showcased her long, fair legs, exuding an alluring blend of innocence and desire. Even without makeup, her beauty was radiant. Sure, on such a hot day, where are you off to? Her roommates inquired with curiosity as they noticed her preparing to leave. I've been in the dorm too long. It's rather stifling. I thought I'd take a stroll and grab something to eat in the cafeteria before it gets too crowded with newcomers. I dislike large crowds. That makes sense. Today is orientation day, so the cafeteria will be bustling. Wait for me. I'll join you. The girl with black-rimmed glasses quickly changed her outfit. I want to go too. Perhaps I might encounter that boy from the forum. With his status and wealth, how could he possibly dine in the cafeteria? But what if we cross paths on campus? As a newcomer, he must be unfamiliar with the layout. I could offer him guidance as a senior and perhaps add him as a friend. Stop daydreaming. You have no idea how many girls are vying for his attention. You hardly stand a chance. The remaining two girls began changing clothes. Sure, arms crossed, leaned against the doorframe of the dormitory, watching their animated conversation, her lips curving into a mysterious smile. Meanwhile, outside the boys' dormitory, Li Xin pointed to the 6-story building and said, Junior, we've arrived. This is your dormitory, Building 11, Room 601. Be sure not to get lost. Let me accompany you upstairs, Li Xin volunteered. You'll need to clean and organize your room while others have their parents helping them. It might be challenging for you alone, and I can assist. That's all right, Senior, Zhou Xing replied, unaware of his burgeoning fame on the campus forum. You've already been so kind. I wouldn't want to trouble you further. Very well, Li Xin said, a hint of disappointment in her voice as she pulled out her phone. Let us add each other as friends. Zhou Xing accepted her request, and she shyly reassured him. Feel free to reach out on WeChat if you have any questions or just want to chat. I have time. As she spoke, Zhou Xing's gaze fell on the keys she held. Reluctantly, she handed them to him. Well then, Junior, I'll be on my way. Li Xin turned back several times, but upon noticing Zhou Xing's indifference, she sighed softly and departed. Holding the keys, Zhou Xing gazed at the familiar dormitory building and room number, a faint smile gracing his lips as he stepped inside. Chapter 44. Who allowed you to touch my things? As Zhou Xing approached the door of dormitory 601, he could hear voices discussing matters within. He pondered the appearance of the last remaining roommate. Why concern himself with such trivialities? If they could get along, then everything would fall into place. If not, there was no need to force himself into their circle. As long as they refrained from being overly meddlesome, treating every little affair as their own business, they could all be good friends. Today, the campus was abuzz with stunning beauties. He had already spotted at least a dozen who scored above 80 in looks. The Shanghai Conservatory of Music truly lived up to its reputation as a haven for lovely women. Should he tidy up a bit? Perhaps the brothers could venture out later to seize some opportunities. Zhou Xing reached the threshold and found 3 young men seated inside, smoking and laughing heartily. The room was thick with smoke, causing Zhou Xing to frown. He had no particular aversion to smoking. After all, in his previous life, he occasionally indulged to relieve stress. As long as his roommates had his consent or respected his space, choosing to smoke on the balcony, which provided better ventilation, was perfectly acceptable. Yet, it was clear that these 3 roommates lacked such awareness. A cold smile played at the corners of Zhou Xing's mouth. In his past life, they had brazenly smoked in the dormitory, disregarding his advice and even provocatively discarding their cigarette butts on his side. The reason was simple. All 3 were locals from Shanghai, hailing from relatively well-off families. They quickly banded together, showing little patience for Zhou Xing, an outsider with modest means. They treated the dormitory not as a shared space, but as their private garden, never bothering to clean up, which Zhou Xing found intolerable, prompting him to take matters into his own hands. Instead of helping, they merely watched and mocked him. Zhou Xing's refusal to accept their invitations due to his modest background had dampened their spirits. He felt powerless against their camaraderie. He had considered moving out or requesting a transfer, but his finances were insufficient to support renting elsewhere. The counselor, preferring to avoid complications, was unlikely to assist him. Thus, after graduation, Zhou Xing naturally severed ties with them, though it was apparent they would not miss him. Zhou Xing narrowed his eyes. The three before him, utterly oblivious to the fact that he had returned to this era, completely transformed. With a stoic expression, he stepped into the dormitory, shouldering his bag. The three immediately noticed his presence. "Hey!" One of them, a tall, bespectacled boy, scrutinized Zhou Xing with suspicion before suddenly leaping to his feet. "You are Zhou Xing?" "Of course I am," Zhou Xing replied coolly. "Isn't my name on the table?" The boy, Yang Jinlong, hailed from a far less affluent background than the others, residing with his family in a dimly lit, cramped apartment in the old city of Shanghai. Initially appearing quite self-conscious in the dorm, he had quickly sought the support of the other two roommates, obeying their every command and, in turn, ostracizing Zhou Xing. When conflicts arose between Zhou Xing and the other two, Yang Jinlong was the first to side with them, eager to demonstrate his loyalty. Wait. Yang Jinlong stammered nervously, standing before Zhou Xing. "Are you the new student who reported today?" Zhou Xing cast him an impatient glance. "Are you sick? Who in this room isn't reporting today?" Instead of anger, Yang Jinlong appeared exhilarated. "You are the one who drove in with that McLaren worth over 10 million. The license plate is 56s from Shanghai. Don't you know? You're all the rage on the school forum. Everyone's talking about you. They say you're the top freshman, and many girls are willing to pay handsomely just to get your contact information. I can't believe you're my roommate." Upon hearing this, the other two roommates exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. They quietly pulled out their phones, logging onto the campus forum. Indeed, the screen was filled with news about Zhou Xing, complete with his photos and videos. Their faces paled when they saw the McLaren P1 and its license plate. Both hailed from well-off families, having profited from early demolition projects that left them with several million in assets. Yet, the arrival of a more astonishing roommate left them feeling a sense of inadequacy and disbelief. The car Zhou Xing casually drove was worth more than their entire family's fortune. "Zhou Xing, are you also from Shanghai?" One of the boys, sitting near the door, rose with a somewhat handsome face, adorned with conspicuous luxury brand logos, as if he feared others wouldn't recognize his wealth. "That's perfect. All four of us in the dorm are locals. It'll be easier to connect. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Gong Yiluan from the Pudong district. Since we'll be living together for 4 years, let's look out for each other." Zhou Xing shrugged. "I'm afraid I'm not from Shanghai." Gong Yiluan's smile faltered momentarily, but he quickly recovered, forcing a grin. Not being a local ISNT an issue, the school has students from all over. "Exactly," Yang Jinlong chimed in, nodding in agreement before curiously asking, "Zhou Xing, if you're not from Shanghai, how come your car has a Shanghai plate? Your family must have business here." Gong Yiluan interjected. "I'm curious what business your family is in to afford a McLaren P1 as a freshman. When I asked my parents for a BMW during the start of school, they flatly refused." Yang Jinlong gazed at Gong Yiluan with envy. In response to the flattery, Gong Yiluan looked at Zhou Xing with a smile. "You're in a good position, but I'm not doing too shabby either." Zhou Xing, uninterested in engaging with them, shook his head in disappointment. He had anticipated provoking them, providing himself with a reason to retaliate, but they had clearly been intimidated by his background. Even Gong Yiluan, who couldn't stand others doing well, wore a smile, not to mention the money-hungry Yang Jinlong. Wow, a slightly chubby boy, who had been silent until now, stared at Zhou Xing's wrist as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. His eyes widened in astonishment, and he quickly stood up, reaching out to touch Zhou Xing's watch. "Is this a limited edition Patek Philippe? Or perhaps the Geneva Star dial, encrusted with diamonds? It must be worth over 1 million. Zhou Xing shot him a glance. This boy was named Zhang Su. Coming from a well-off family, he has always had an affinity for luxury items, particularly watches, and often showcases his beloved Rolex Submariner in the dormitory. Therefore, it comes as no surprise that Zhou Xing can recognize a Patek Philippe. With a subtle smile, He had been yearning for an opportunity to express his emotions to his roommates, and now that it has presented itself, he feels no obligation to hold back. Seizing Zhang Su's hand, Zhou Xing swiftly delivered a sharp slap across his face. Who permitted you to touch my belongings? Chapter 45. Revenge on the spot. Zhou Xing's expression was frigid as he stared at Zhang Su. Neither Gong Yiluan nor Yang Jinlong anticipated Zhou Xing's sudden outburst. The dormitory fell into a heavy silence. Zhang Su covered his face, acutely aware of the searing pain radiating from his cheek. Clenching his fists, he glared at Zhou Xing. In his previous life, Zhang Su's family background was undoubtedly among the finest, a fact he had subtly revealed through his demeanor and comments. His family was likely worth over 100 million. Even the ostentatiously wealthy Gong Yiluan paled in comparison to him. As the only child, he had been cherished and protected at home, and others outside were wary of his family's status, showering him with flattery. He had never endured such humiliation, and being struck in public filled him with uncontainable rage. Yet, as he gazed at Zhou Xing, he hesitated to retaliate. Had it been Gong Yiluan or Yang Jinlong who struck him, he would have acted without hesitation. But before Zhou Xing, he felt utterly undermined. His so-called family background seemed trivial in the eyes of others. With a luxury car worth millions and a watch worth thousands, Zhou Xing truly embodied the essence of a privileged elite. To offend someone like him would incur devastating consequences, not only for Zhang Su, but also for his family's reputation. Zhang Su could not bear such retribution, and thus he faltered. I apologize for my offense. I merely noticed your watch, which I happen to admire. I couldn't help myself, Zhang Su mumbled, his voice muffled as he covered his face. Indeed, Zhou Xing, see. Old Zhang was merely eager and had no intention of taking your belongings, Gong Yiluan interjected, stepping forward with a smile to ease the tension. We're all roommates here. Zhang Su was a bit reckless, but it's of no great consequence. We have 4 years ahead of us together. Since he has apologized, why not let bygones be bygones? After all, it's said that one must fight to truly know one another. Let us go out for a drink together and remain good friends. We need to stand united in school to avoid being bullied by others. Yang Jinlong, intimidated, dared not speak, recognizing that he was in the presence of formidable figures. He could only nod in agreement. Zhou Xing flicked his hand dismissively, a look of disappointment crossing his face. He had hoped these individuals would muster some courage and stand up to him, making university life less tedious. Although he had never intended to reside in the dormitory, occasionally returning to toy with his roommates was a delightful diversion. Yet, these 3 roommates were nothing more than sycophants, completely devoid of the arrogance they once displayed. Approaching his bed, Zhou Xing casually tossed down his black messenger bag. I dislike the smell of smoke in the dormitory, he remarked coolly. Understood, rest assured. It was before you arrived, but now that you're here, we will certainly respect your preferences. After all, the dormitory is a shared space, and we will be more considerate when smoking in the future, Gong Yiluan hurriedly assured him. Yang Jinlong eagerly chimed in with his agreement. Zhang Su hesitated momentarily, but ultimately chose to comply. I will smoke on the balcony. I hope you remember this. Zhou Xing cast him a glance. Don't make the dormitory a mess. I'll take care of the cleanliness. Yang Jinlong thumped his chest proudly. I'm a clean freak. I usually clean at home, so I'll take charge of the dormitory cleaning from now on, ensuring it stays spotless. Observing the 3 of them acquiescing to his demands, Zhou Xing lost any desire to continue provoking them. His anger had subsided. He finally understood why the wealthy maintained such a calm demeanor. They could retaliate on the spot without any reservations. Life was naturally more pleasant when one was kind to others. Zhou Xing did not believe that all the affluent were simply kind-hearted individuals. The accumulation of capital was often a bloody process, without exception. Losing interest in them, Zhou Xing shook his head and prepared to leave. Yang Jinlong, noticing this, asked, Zhou Xing, where are you going? I'll join you. I've been cooped up in the dormitory for too long. It would be nice to get some fresh air. He did not think Zhou Xing had done anything wrong. Rather, he found Zhou Xing's display of dominance impressive. With a single slap, Zhang Su had appeared arrogant before him. Yet now he dared not utter a word in Zhou Xing's presence. Zhou Xing was the true authority in this dormitory. If he could forge a good relationship with him, his own status would surely rise. His intention was to cling to Zhou Xing's coattails. I'll go out alone. I have some matters to attend to, Zhou Xing replied coolly. Zhang Su, feeling rejected, awkwardly rubbed his nose. All right, you go about your business. Whenever you have time, we can gather again. As Zhou Xing exited the dormitory, Zhang Su's voice rang out. Yang Jinlong, what is your intention? You weren't this enthusiastic with us. But the moment you see Zhou Xing, you act as if you want to cling to him. Are you hoping to ride on his coattails and look down on us? Yang Jinlong quickly defended himself, that not it. But before he could finish, Gong Iluan interrupted. I recall neither of us has wronged you, right? We're all locals from whose city, and we even spoke of unity. Yet, upon encountering Zhou Xing, you were ready to conspire with him against us? You should take a good look in the mirror. Zhou Xing hitting me was well-deserved. I provoked him. Zhang Su's voice brimmed with anger. Do you think you're qualified to cause us trouble? It's not like that. Yang Jinlong's voice lowered, clearly lacking any authority between the two. Forced to grovel for understanding. Zhou Xing paused for a moment, then a cold smile graced his lips. These two were indeed unchangeable in nature. Only the targets of their bullying had shifted. They could not afford to provoke him, so they would take their frustrations out on Yang Jinlong. It was predictable that Yang Jinlong's life in the dormitory would not be enjoyable from now on, but that was of no concern to Zhou Xing. Yang Jinlong had brought this upon himself. The scenario of dogs biting dogs was rather pleasing. Chapter 46. A brief introduction. Zhou Xing strolled through the campus, his demeanor transformed by the experience of living a second life. Returning to university, his perspective had completely altered. University life is the last carefree reminiscence of one's existence, a time devoid of burdens. Upon graduation, one is often overwhelmed by the sudden onslaught of societal pressures that can be suffocating. In his previous life, Zhou Xing had deeply felt this weight. Although he now bore no such concerns, he yearned to truly savor the 4 years of university life, unwilling to let them slip away in vain. Upon arriving at the registration area, Zhou Xing's presence immediately stirred a commotion. Whispers erupted among the crowd. Is that Zhou Xing? He doesn't look that impressive. Just a bit more handsome than me. Don't you realize how handsome he is? You're soft all over, but your tongue remains sharp. So handsome. No wonder he's the top freshman. It's just because he's rich. If I had that car, I'd be the top freshman too. A sour tone echoed from afar, revealing the presence of a jealous admirer. The staff at the registration area also took note of Zhou Xing. Upon seeing him, Li Xian immediately stood up, her cheeks slightly flushed as she shyly gazed at him. Junior, are you here to see me? Zhou Xing smiled, revealing the car keys in his hand. Li Xian's expression flickered with embarrassment and a hint of disappointment, but she maintained her smile. Junior, have you settled into your dorm? Yes, I just wanted to take a stroll around campus. Zhou Xing replied with a nod. Li Xian's eyes sparkled. Then let me accompany you. I've been here for 2 years and know the place well. There's a milk tea shop in the southern canteen that's particularly delightful. I can take you there. No need, senior. I have some matters to attend to. I'll treat you to milk tea next time, Zhou Xing said, feeling a bit overwhelmed by Li Xian's enthusiasm and quickly waved his hand in refusal. Despite his attraction to beautiful women, it seemed that he was more in demand than he anticipated. All right then, Li Xian sat back down, still smiling. But don't forget, you'll start military training tomorrow as a freshman. You won't have time then. Zhou Xing acknowledged her reminder and pressed the unlock button on his car keys. He opened the butterfly doors, and amidst the envious gazes of many, he slipped inside. With a roar, the car came to life, resembling a beast awakened from slumber. Its sleek body darted away like a cheetah, disappearing from view. Meanwhile, the other girls responsible for the freshman registration, observing Li Xian's lack of success, secretly rejoiced. They took out their phones, refreshing WeChat multiple times, only to be disheartened by the absence of successful friend requests. The silver lining was that Zhou Xing remained aloof towards Li Xian's advances, showing little interest. The unfortunate news was that he exhibited the same indifference towards all the girls. They discreetly noted down his phone number in hopes of adding him on WeChat, but all friend requests vanished into the void without a trace. Yet they did not lose hope. As long as Zhou Xing remained single and they possessed his information, opportunities would arise. As night approached, they planned to call Zhou Xing once more. It was difficult for a man to pursue a woman, yet the reverse held more promise. as long as they were willing to humble themselves. Zhou Xing's McLaren P1 raced along the tree-lined paths of the campus, swiftly arriving at the dining hall. He ordered several dishes, reminiscing about his youthful days, and found a secluded table to sit down. Upon tasting a mouthful of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, tears streamed down his face. The taste was as familiar as it was disappointing, even in this second life. He could not fathom how the chefs in the university dining hall could produce such cold, unpalatable food with their 37-degree hands. After hastily finishing his meal, Zhou Xing began to clear his plate, preparing to leave the dining hall. At that moment, a stir erupted within the hall. Countless boys craned their necks towards the entrance, where a girl stood surrounded by 3 roommates. With long legs and an impressive figure, her delicate features were framed by a sun hat. Her presence commanded attention, exuding an aura that felt both inviting and intimidating. "Who is she?" a curious freshman inquired. "Don't you follow our campus forum?" Someone with excitement exclaimed. "That's Min Cixi, the goddess of the music department, a junior. Since her freshman year, she has consistently ranked among the top 10 goddesses in student votes, though not first. She is a regular at various school events. She plays the piano and is also skilled in dance, rumored to study ethnic dance. What's more, she has never dated in 3 years of college, maintaining an ice-cold demeanor towards men, which has led countless admirers to venerate her as their goddess. Upon seeing her in person, many agreed she was even more stunning than her photos. I hereby declare her my goddess for the next 4 years. If she were to be my girlfriend, my life would be complete." Numerous freshmen gazed at Min Cixi with hopeful anticipation, adjusting their hairstyles and striving to present their best selves, wishing to capture her attention. Min Cixi lingered at the entrance for a moment, her gaze scanning the room as if searching for something. Suddenly, her eyes landed on a particular freshman who became exhilarated, pointing at himself. "Is she looking at me?" Indeed, she was approaching him. The freshman cleared his throat, attempting to calm his racing heart, and stood up, extending his right hand with what he believed to be the most gentlemanly smile. "Hello." Before he could finish, Min Cixi gracefully brushed past him, moving toward the back of the hall. His gesture froze mid-motion, leaving him with a look of utter embarrassment. Zhou Xing, however, remained largely indifferent to the commotion in the dining hall. After placing his plate back on the counter, he turned to leave, only to find Min Cixi standing directly in front of him. Her fair, delicate face radiated a warm smile as she extended her slender hand. "Hello, you must be Zhou Xing. I am Min Cixi from the music department, a junior. Shall we get acquainted?" Chapter 47. Am I not beautiful enough? The cafeteria was enveloped in an eerie silence, yet countless hearts of the young men shattered within. Min Cixi, the undisputed goddess of whose city music academy, had never entertained the notion of romance throughout her 3 years of university. She remained indifferent to the male gaze. Yet now, she stood before the newcomer Zhou Xing, radiant as a blooming flower, extending an invitation to initiate a friendship. Their worldviews were profoundly shaken. Was this truly the Min Cixi they knew? Zhou Xing regarded Min Cixi as she proffered her delicate hand, but he remained motionless, his expression unperturbed. "I apologize, senior, but I'm not particularly inclined to make friends," he stated. He acknowledged that Min Cixi was indeed strikingly beautiful, her allure surpassing that of the girls he was acquainted with, Anya, Xiaolan, and Luo Qianqian, all of whom were in their prime and radiated feminine charm. Yet, Min Cixi possessed a youthful exuberance that set her apart. However, this did not imply that Zhou Xing was compelled to forge any connection with her. There were countless women in the world, and even with his wealth, he could not possibly win them all over, nor did he possess the energy for such endeavors. Confronted by Min Cixi's unexpected approach, Zhou Xing was uncertain of her intentions. Thus he chose not to indulge her. Min Cixi's smile faltered slightly at his words. She had not anticipated such a decisive rejection from him. Without a hint of hesitation, she maintained her composure, her hands still suspended in the air. Junior, being too reclusive is not advisable. One should engage with others. Every individual possesses a unique personality. Just because you may not have liked those you've met before does not mean that the current ones will be the same. She lifted her hand once more. Perhaps I could be that special friend who alters your perspective. Besides, Getting to know someone doesn't necessarily mean you have to become friends. What's the harm in trying? Min Sishi's smile remained radiant. So what do you say? Would you like to give it a shot? No, thank you, Zhou Xing replied impassively. I don't have the time or energy for that, so I must take my leave, senior. He turned to exit. However, Min Sishi stepped into his path. Confusion etched on her face. Why? Why what? Zhou Xing inquired, his brow furrowed. Min Sishi pointed to herself. Is it because I'm not beautiful enough? You are indeed beautiful. Zhou Xing replied candidly. Then why do you refuse me? Min Sishi gazed at him, her curiosity piqued. Is it because I have offended you in some way? Or do you simply not like girls? My refusal has nothing to do with my preferences regarding women, Zhou Xing stated coolly. Your beauty is your own affair. It does not compel me to engage with you. While I do appreciate attractive women, I do not possess such triviality. I do not reduce my thoughts to mere physicality. He was not the type to be rendered immobile by mere looks. No matter how stunning someone might be, it bore no significance to him. If he was truly interested, he would pursue her, but he would never demean himself by hoping to win a woman over through mere attention. The dynamics between men and women often hinged on who held the upper hand. Having an advantage allowed one to take the initiative. While women typically wielded power in most romantic encounters, this did not pertain to Zhou Xing. He exuded a confidence and stature that set him apart. He looked down at Min Sishi, his expression unchanged. So, senior, apart from this, do you have any other matters to discuss? If not, please step aside. I have things to attend to. Min Sishi stood in silence for a moment before raising her gaze. Is it impossible even to get acquainted? I've made my stance quite clear, Zhou Xing replied, his brow slightly knitted. Without uttering another word, Min Sishi stepped aside, allowing him to pass. Zhou Xing cast her a fleeting glance before departing, leaving no trace of sentiment behind as he exited through the cafeteria doors. As the roar of the engine echoed, Zhou Xing drove away in his McLaren P1, leaving Min Sishi standing there, contemplating the vacant entrance. Reflecting on their exchange, she felt no trace of discouragement. Instead, her smile grew ever brighter. Zhou Xing was nothing like she had imagined, more intriguing and yet more elusive, which only intensified her curiosity about him and solidified her resolve to get to know him. With a smile that betrayed no embarrassment over her rejection, she approached her 3 roommates, as if nothing had transpired. Shall we go see what there is to eat? Her roommates exchanged puzzled glances. This behavior was utterly unlike the Min Sishi they knew. They had lived with her in the dormitory for 3 years, during which countless suitors had been turned away. Never had they witnessed her show any interest in a boy. Today, she had merely suggested a casual outing, and yet her target had been Zhou Xing, and she had approached him so boldly, remaining unfazed by the rejection. For a moment, her roommates struggled to comprehend the situation, but they instinctively nodded and followed her to the counter. As the 4 of them placed their orders, the other patrons in the cafeteria slowly returned to their senses, astonished by what they had just witnessed. What had just transpired? The school's goddess, Min Sishi, had sought out Zhou Xing, only to be callously rebuffed. Who was this Zhou Xing, that he could elicit such boldness from Min Sishi while remaining indifferent? Were they in their shoes? Even the faintest smile from her would have left them elated for ages. Yet, Zhou Xing had the audacity to refuse her. In a bustling cafeteria, such an extraordinary event involving 2 prominent figures, a campus goddess and a newly arrived heartthrob, had unfolded. Without a doubt, this news would swiftly ascend the ranks of the school's forum, becoming a hot topic of discussion. Chapter 48. I would be quite frustrated if Zhou Xing were to be taken away the post-title goddess. Min Sishi pursues freshman Zhou Xing, but is met with rejection. On the Shanghai Music Academy's campus forum sparked a tremendous response. Within less than half an hour, the replies had surged into the hundreds. Oh, the goddess is confused. Zhou Xing, you truly deserve to be cursed. I am so envious that my teeth might shatter. This is more painful than death. Goddess, let us be realistic. If you sought me, I would never turn you down. Countless hearts shattered among those secretly enamored with Min Sishi. Their unattainable goddess showed such initiative towards Zhou Xing, a blow of considerable magnitude to their aspirations. They had previously perceived Min Sishi as a celestial being, untouched by worldly affairs. only to discover her pragmatic side upon encountering Zhou Xing's wealth. The ensuing ridicule was relentless. 3 years without a boyfriend? It turns out she was merely waiting for someone affluent. She deserves the rejection. Does she really think that her looks alone could attract a wealthy partner? After 3 years of pretense, her true nature has finally been revealed. This so-called goddess is merely a woman dazzled by money. With this incident, Min Sishi's reputation at school was irrevocably tarnished. It seemed unlikely she could remain there for long, having drawn unwanted attention to herself. Amidst the cacophony of insults, the majority came from fellow female students, whose jealousy towards Min Sishi had long simmered beneath the surface. Though they claimed her 3-year abstention from relationships was merely a fade, they secretly envied her multitude of admirers. Why should Min Sishi be held in such high esteem? Each time the campus goddess was voted upon, she garnered an impressive number of votes, consistently ranking at the top in the eyes of male students, while they struggled to find even a decent partner. Now, with Min Sishi's reputation severely damaged, they seized the opportunity to strike, leaving scathing comments beneath the post. Even bystanders could no longer remain silent and joined the fray to defend Min Sishi. In the dormitory, a bespectacled roommate scrolled through the campus forum, her face a mask of anger. How can they say such things about Sishi? It's utterly outrageous. She hasn't done anything wrong. Min Sishi, however, lay on her bed, seemingly unfazed by the vitriol, her demeanor calm and collected. Her roommate, noticing this, asked, "Sishi, aren't you at all upset by their insults?" "Upset? What is there to be upset about?" Min Sishi replied evenly. "Their mouths are their own. I cannot stop them. A few insults won't cost me anything." "But," her roommate interjected, "the number of people criticizing you is growing. You should at least come forward to clarify. If this continues, your reputation at school will be irreparably damaged." "What good would clarification do?" Min Sishi's eyes flickered with disdain. "Those who wish to criticize will always find reason. I suppose they have long been waiting for an opportunity to vent their frustrations. If I were to post now, wouldn't that spoil their fun? Besides, even if I explained myself, who would listen?" Her roommate fell silent for a long moment before sighing heavily. She looked at Min Sishi with a mix of emotions. "Sishi, what you did today was indeed a bit rash. You shouldn't have acted this way." To her, even if Min Sishi's actions today appeared somewhat materialistic, it was not entirely unjustifiable. Yet, the blatant manner in which it was done, openly in the cafeteria without a shred of discretion, had drawn significant backlash. Rash? Min Sishi shook her head. "I don't think so. I found Zhou Xing quite intriguing. At least today's experience was meaningful." With a smile in her eyes, she continued, "Otherwise, if I miss out on a chance for a relationship during these 4 years of university, it would indeed be a regret." "But why him?" her roommate queried, puzzled. "There are so many outstanding boys at school. With your qualities, you could easily find someone who meets your expectations. Why pursue a freshman? What does it matter if he is a freshman?" Min Sishi countered nonchalantly. "He is handsome, young, and comes from a good background. Any girl would desire such a boyfriend. Since I've encountered him, why not be a little bold? Why wait until it's too late to regret?" Min Sishi spoke with an air of confidence, showing no signs of shame. Her words left her roommate speechless, uncertain of what to say next. She felt as though, after 3 years of sharing university, she still barely knew Min Sishi. The persona she exhibited today was entirely foreign, almost alien to her. Suddenly, a sharp beeping interrupted their conversation as Min Sishi's alarm went off. She glanced at the time, silenced the alarm, and then rose to retrieve a set of dance attire from her wardrobe, making her way towards the dormitory door. Her roommate watched her with an expression of hesitation. Finally speaking up, "Sishi, are you off to teach dance classes again? You've already taught over 20 sessions this week, and still have your part-time job at the milk tea shop in the evening. You really need to rest. There's no rush." Moreover, her roommate hesitated before adding, "Given the current wave of criticism from students, I isn't it a bit unwise to go out now?" Min Sishi paused momentarily, then turned to her with a gentle smile, one that even made her female roommate's heart flutter. "If I don't earn some money now, how can I bring Zhou Xing water during military training? I would be quite frustrated if Zhou Xing were to be taken away from me," Min Sishi concluded, striding out with purpose, leaving behind a quiet dormitory. She remained the same Min Cixi, ever so carefree and direct. Chapter 49. Inevitable consequences the following day as dawn broke. Zhou Xing yawned and drove his McLaren towards the school. Although he held little regard for the three in the dormitory, who dared not challenge him and obediently followed his lead, he had never intended to stay in the dormitory. Hence, he opted to spend the night at Zhou Lanlin's house. The two engaged in lengthy conversations until late into the night. Having slept for only a few hours, Zhou Xing still felt somewhat drowsy. It seemed he would need to consider purchasing a few properties. He pondered this. Residing at Zhou Lanlin's place indefinitely was not a viable option. He needed a personal space, particularly for the convenience of discreet encounters. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Xing's car had already driven through the school gate and entered the campus. He glanced at his wristwatch. It was 5:30. There was still time. Today marked the first day of military training, commencing at 6 o'clock in the morning. Initially contemplating skipping class, Zhou Xing reconsidered and ultimately abandoned the idea. After all, one only lives this life once. Moreover, the intensity of military training at Hu's City Music Academy was not particularly daunting. For someone like Zhou Xing, who had diligently maintained his fitness for half a month, it felt more like a leisurely activity. Enjoying campus life during military training seemed quite appealing. Once classes commenced, he would soon find himself engulfed in a whirlwind of responsibilities. Before long, Zhou Xing arrived at the 6th floor, standing before room 601. The dormitory door swung open, revealing Yang Jinlong and the others, already awake and dressed in their military training uniforms. Zhang Su and Gong Yiluan were chatting animatedly about the attractive girls they might encounter post-training, laughter echoing in the air. Yang Jinlong, however, sat to the side, watching them enviously but too hesitant to join the conversation. "Zhou Ge, you're back." Yang Jinlong's eyes lit up upon seeing Zhou Xing at the dormitory entrance, his face breaking into a wide grin as he approached. After yesterday's incident, he had been isolated by Zhang Su and Gong Yiluan, who completely ignored him, leaving him restless in the dormitory. The only solution was to foster a good relationship with Zhou Xing to fully integrate himself. After waiting all night without a glimpse of Zhou Xing, he seized this opportunity with gratitude. Pointing to the neatly folded military uniform on Zhou Xing's desk, he smiled. "Zhou Ge, I knew you'd return for your uniform. I was worried you might be pressed for time, so I took the liberty of folding it for you." Zhou Xing responded coolly, expressionless as he picked up the uniform and headed to the bathroom to change. He accepted Yang Jinlong's flattery without a shred of sympathy. It was all his own doing. Seeing Yang Jinlong's attempt to curry favor with Zhou Xing go unacknowledged, Zhang Su and Gong Yiluan exchanged smirks, their eyes glinting with mockery. They refrained from voicing their disdain. Mindful of Zhou Xing's presence, Yang Jinlong scratched his head, perplexed about his misstep. His efforts seemed to leave Zhou Xing unfazed, as he remained indifferent. Upon reflection, Yang Jinlong realized he hadn't offended Zhou Xing. Perhaps it was simply Zhou Xing's inherently aloof nature. This thought provided him some comfort. If Zhou Xing's demeanor was indeed cold, then earning his recognition would mean he had successfully allied himself with a potent ally, forging a bond far stronger than mere friendship. Fueled by newfound determination, Yang Jinlong cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Su and Gong Yiluan, mentally noting their actions. He resolved that once Zhou Xing acknowledged him, he would repay their treatment 100-fold, 1,000-fold. A few minutes later, Zhou Xing emerged from the bathroom, clad in his military uniform. Standing at 6 feet tall, he held himself with pride, his muscle definition subtly visible beneath the fabric. His tranquil demeanor exuded an air of confidence, captivating those around him. "Wow!" Gong Yiluan exclaimed, raising his thumb in admiration. "Only you could pull off a military uniform with such style. You look more like a soldier than the soldiers themselves. It's a shame you don't pursue a career in entertainment with that face." Zhang Su chimed in, "Yet, with your capabilities, I doubt you'd even consider the entertainment industry." Both Zhang Su and Gong Yiluan sought to ingratiate themselves with Zhou Xing, and despite their previous friction, Zhang Su believed it was trivial in the grand scheme. Zhou Xing's status was leagues above theirs. If they could align themselves with him, any resources he might offer could exponentially enhance their family fortunes. As roommates, They had ample time to cultivate this relationship, and thus, they were not in a rush. Shortly, Zhou Xing arrived at the military training square of Hu City Music Academy. The expansive area could accommodate all the new students, eliminating the need for off-campus training sites like those at other schools. The square was already bustling, filled with students in blue and white military uniforms, making it difficult to discern individuals. Zhou Xing began searching for his designated squad. Suddenly, someone called out, "Zhou Xing." Many heads turned in his direction, intrigued by the renowned new student whose name echoed throughout the academy. Whispers erupted among the crowd. "That's Zhou Xing. He doesn't seem particularly extraordinary, just 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth. He's incredibly handsome. It's no wonder he's the top freshman. Even in a military uniform, he looks amazing. I wish I could get his contact information, but his demeanor is so cold." Even Min Sishi was turned down. If I were rejected in public, it would be utterly humiliating. Cold? Hearing that only makes me more excited. He truly resembles a domineering so straight out of a novel. To be honest, I spent over an hour last night obsessing over Zhou Xing's photo. I can now understand Min Sishi. Who could resist a man so handsome and wealthy? Ignoring the chatter, Zhou Xing continued towards his squad. Just then, a melodic voice called out, "Zhou Xing, over here." He turned to see a girl in a flowing white dress, her long hair cascading down her back, smiling and waving at him from beneath the shade of a tree. Chapter 50. I want to pursue you, Min Sishi. Zhou Xing furrowed his brow. Why had this person come again? His rejection yesterday had been rather unyielding. Yet Min Sishi appeared this morning as if nothing had transpired. She was there, waving at Zhou Xing, but he showed no intention of approaching her. Min Sishi pouted, a hint of frustration evident as she covered her petite skirt and trotted over to Zhou Xing. By the time she reached him, she was slightly breathless, her breathing uneven. A fine sheen of sweat glistened on her fair forehead. Even at 6 in the morning, the temperature in Hu City remained uncomfortably high. What brought Min Sishi here? After being so ruthlessly criticized online yesterday, she still had the audacity to seek Zhou Xing? It was rumored that her seemingly aloof demeanor was nothing but a facade. She had allegedly been supported by wealthy individuals since her high school days. I had read a post claiming that anyone with money could sponsor her. No wonder she approached him again after being rejected. Her persistence seemed to validate the rumors. Some seniors mentioned that Min Sishi came from a modest background and often took part-time jobs, even working at the milk tea shop on campus, likely in dire need of money, hence her materialistic tendencies. How could such an outwardly innocent senior harbor such a persona? Who truly knows the heart behind the facade? The new students preparing for military training also took notice of the scene. When they spotted Min Sishi's reappearance, whispers erupted among them, although their voices were hushed. Both Min Sishi and Zhou Xing heard them. Min Sishi appeared unfazed, as if she had not heard the murmurs, tilting her head to gaze at Zhou Xing. "I called you just now. Why didn't you respond?" "I had no choice but to come over myself." Zhou Xing regarded Min Sishi's unadorned, yet charming visage and pointed toward the gossipers, inquiring, "What are they saying?" He had never paid attention to the campus forum, hence remained oblivious to the recent events. However, from the snippets of conversation, he discerned that Min Sishi had indeed faced criticism, and it was closely tied to him, specifically, the incident that had occurred in the cafeteria the previous day, which had sparked a flurry of discussions. With a bright smile, Min Sishi responded, "Are you concerned about me?" He. She feigned shyness, lowering her gaze, her tone laced with delight. "I feel a bit embarrassed." Without giving Zhou Xing a chance to speak, she produced a cup of milk tea from behind her and presented it to him. "I know you have military training today. The first day is probably quite tough. So I prepared this milk tea for you to help you cool down. Hurry, take it. It's a bit cold since I've held it for a while." Zhou Xing stared at the steaming cup of milk tea, but did not extend his hand. Instead, he asked, "What exactly do you want?" He voiced the question that had lingered in his mind. Min Sishi's behavior was rather unusual. She was neither a mere gold digger nor an infatuated girl. On the contrary, she appeared quite astute. A girl as clever and beautiful as she was had no need to be so proactive. Typically, girls like her were adept at waiting to be pursued. Thus, Zhou Xing found it difficult to decipher Min Sishi's intentions. "I want to pursue you." Min Sishi declared with an air of assurance. Is it not obvious enough? Yet, I have already made it clear. I know, Zhou Xing began. But Min Sishi interrupted him. As you said yesterday, whether I am attractive or not is my own concern and has nothing to do with you. Likewise, my pursuit of you is my own affair. As long as I do not disturb your normal life, it is permissible. She blinked playfully, her demeanor lively. Whether you agree or not does not affect my pursuit of you. Moreover, I am your senior. It should be quite an achievement for a boy to be pursued by someone like me, right? Min Sishi continued, I haven't disrupted you. I merely brought you a cup of milk tea. Surely, you wouldn't decline? She urged, if you don't accept it, I'll gain weight from drinking it. And it would be a waste. Zhou Xing gazed at Min Sishi, who maintained eye contact, her face still radiating a captivating smile, akin to a blooming sunflower. Eventually, Zhou Xing's resolve softened. He extended his right hand and accepted the milk tea. Thank you. Min Sishi observed the cup in his hand, her throat unconsciously swallowing. She inserted a straw into it. Zhou Xing took a sip, the icy sweetness of the milk tea flooding his mouth. Having skipped breakfast, a cup of milk tea before military training was indeed a splendid choice, invigorating him considerably. How is it? Is it tasty? Min Sishi inquired eagerly upon seeing Zhou Xing accept her offering. I carefully selected the flavor. It's quite delightful, though I wonder if you like it. Zhou Xing was not a saint. Facing a vivacious and striking young woman trying to please him, he felt a stir within. It's quite good. Zhou Xing's tone softened slightly. As long as it's good. Min Sishi's eyes turned crescent-shaped with joy, visibly elated. If you like it, I'll continue to bring it for you. No need, Zhou Xing instinctively replied, but Min Sishi paid him no heed. Then it's settled. I'll bring you milk tea again. I won't disturb your military training any longer. Min Sishi waved her delicate hand in front of him. I'll take my leave now. With a flick of her head, her long hair danced in the air, leaving Zhou Xing with only her retreating silhouette, hands clasped behind her, joyfully disappearing from his sight. Zhou Xing held the milk tea, his expression somewhat complex. He said little more and turned back to his formation. Suddenly, recalling something, he picked up his phone, accessed the campus forum, and unearthed a post. He scrutinized it, then locked the screen, expressionless as he tucked the phone back into his pocket. The events had originated from him. Yet, Min Sishi appeared unaffected. Whether it was due to her indifference or an innate female ability to mask her feelings remained uncertain. As Zhou Xing pondered, their instructor had already appeared before them. Chapter 51. The incomplete imitation of humanity. The instructor stood before the crowd with his hands clasped behind his back. His skin was a deep shade of brown, rendering his age indiscernible. With a stern expression, he fixed his gaze upon the students, who instinctively fell silent and straightened their postures. Some cast furtive glances at the instructor, a blend of trepidation and curiosity swirling within them. However, Zhou Xing knew better. This man was not a genuine soldier. He was Huang Hui, a third-year member of the instructor team at Hu City Music Academy. Every year, the academy formed a cadre of instructors to undergo militarized training and management, who would then oversee the military training of the incoming freshmen the following year. Most instructors were fellow students, approachable and devoid of any pretense, fostering an amiable atmosphere. Over the course of the 15-day training, deep bonds of friendship could blossom, potentially leading to lifelong camaraderie. Nevertheless, there were those among them who harbored inflated egos and reveled in belittling the newcomers to assert their superiority. The more the freshmen squirmed, the more delight these instructors derived from their discomfort. Huang Hui was a prime example of such behavior. In a previous life, when tasked with overseeing Zhou Xing's formation, he wielded his authority to the fullest, mercilessly oppressing the newcomers under the guise of his role. A slip-up would invite thunderous retribution. Push-ups and laps around the field became the norm. Physical punishment and public humiliation were common, often crushing the student's self-esteem. He was particularly harsh towards ordinary-looking girls, yet would seize any opportunity to make physical contact with those possessing a modicum of beauty, cloaked in the guise of instruction. The freshmen, oblivious to the fact that their instructor was merely a student like them, felt intimidated by his presence and typically chose to endure his excesses. Many hailed from affluent backgrounds. Having never encountered such treatment, and would rebel in indignation. Yet, Huang Hui would unite with other instructors to mete out punishment, reporting any dissent to the academy, which could lead to severe consequences, including expulsion. Huang Hui's cruelty escalated without pretense, subjecting the so-called troublemakers to relentless torment. As the saying goes, those with a modicum of power are often eager to exert it. While they failed to learn the essence of humanity, they mastered the art of tyranny with alarming proficiency. Following the military training in his past life, the disgruntled freshman, upon discovering Huang Hui's true identity as an ordinary third-year student, were inflamed with rage, perceiving it as a profound insult. Consequently, he was inexplicably assaulted and spent over a month recuperating in the hospital. Upon his recovery, he was again attacked, which left him terrified, ultimately leading to his decision to withdraw from the academy, after which he vanished from the public eye. However, that was after the military training had concluded. Zhou Xing pondered for a moment, having arrived at a resolution. After the morning training session, he would devise a plan to escape. Huang Hui surveyed the freshman from his elevated position, remaining silent for an extended period before finally speaking. Greetings, everyone. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Huang Hui. From this day forth, I will be your instructor for the next 15 days of military training. Under my command, there exists but one imperative: absolute obedience to my orders. His voice boomed with authority. If I instruct you to proceed east, you shall not venture west. If I declare you to be pigs, you shall not claim to be dogs. Do you understand? A few murmurs of acknowledgement emerged from the crowd. Huang Hui's expression darkened. It appears my words have not resonated with you. Very well then. All of you shall run 10 laps around the field. Immediately, a ripple of unrest coursed through the assembly. The youthful crowd exchanged glances, brimming with indignation. 10 laps around the university's standard track, measuring 800 meters per lap, would be an arduous feat, certainly taxing enough to leave them breathless. One young man, sporting dyed blonde hair, stepped forward defiantly. Other instructors allow their teams to introduce themselves and engage in games to foster camaraderie. Why are we being ordered to run 10 laps from the outset? Many of the girls have not even had breakfast. This is unreasonable. His sentiments were echoed by the crowd. We are here for military training, not to be treated like dogs. Even if you're the instructor, this is absurd. Huang Hui's countenance darkened further. Are you questioning my authority? Who is the instructor here? You or I? Remember, you are under my command, not in another formation. If you're unwilling to stay, you're free to leave at any time. But be forewarned, no other group will accept you. Should you find yourselves expelled, do not blame me when your academic future is jeopardized. His blatant threat bore significant weight among the freshmen. After all, even the most privileged students would face severe repercussions at home if their expulsion were revealed. Observing the students gradually quieting down, Huang Hui's disdain grew more pronounced. If you choose to remain here, you must comply with all my commands. I care not for the whims of others. Here, my word is absolute authority. Pointing at the blonde youth, he declared, since you are so eager to be in the spotlight, you shall bear the punishment for all. You will run 10 laps. Why should I? The blonde protested, glaring at Huang Hui. In a sudden, explosive motion, Huang Hui closed the distance, striking the boy squarely in the face with a punch, followed by a fierce kick to his abdomen. The youth crumpled to the ground in pain. Huang Hui, hands still clasped behind his back, regarded him coldly. You have two choices. Either run your 10 laps obediently or leave the formation. I will report your refusal to fulfill your military training obligations to the school in detail. Chapter 52. Have you forgotten something? Huang Mao lay on the ground, his fists tightly clenched, veins bulging on his forehead, glaring at Huang Hui. Ever since his childhood, he had been accustomed to a life of privilege. Never before had he endured such treatment. However, he dared not gamble his future diploma against Huang Hui's temper. After a moment of silence, he declared, just wait. Rising to his feet, he tossed the words at Huang Hui before choosing to run 10 laps around the playground, gritting his teeth. Who knows who will be waiting? Huang Hui watched Huang Mao's retreating figure, a cold smirk curling his lips. He was a man who harbored grudges. 15 days was ample time to thoroughly deal with Huang Mao. Turning away, he noticed the new students shivering in fear. They had not anticipated Huang Hui's audacity to resort to violence against a newcomer, and this scene left them utterly stunned. Huang Hui, observing the trepidation in their eyes, wore a satisfied smile. This was the effect he desired. I know, deep down you must feel indignant. Huang Hui surveyed the crowd, acknowledging that most of those present hailed from affluent backgrounds. As far as he knew, some had even arrived on the first day in lavish supercars, flaunting their wealth. You have lived lives of luxury and privilege, but here, none of that matters. Do not presume that your affluent background grants you the right to act with impunity. With a smirk, Huang Hui continued, no matter how privileged your upbringing, it holds no weight here, for this is a university, a sanctum for education and development, not a stage for you to showcase your wealth and attract the attention of the ladies. Even if you feel wronged, keep it to yourselves. Do not let me catch wind of it, or I shall not hesitate to educate your families on the importance of humility, allowing you to focus on your studies. Huang Hui bellowed, do you hear me? The new students remained utterly silent, their gazes converging on the last row where Zhou Xing stood. Though Huang Hui's remarks were directed at all of them, any discerning observer could tell they were primarily aimed at Zhou Xing. One was a drill instructor, while the other was a rising star among the newcomers, shrouded in mystery. They were eager to see how Zhou Xing would respond. If he could suppress the instructor's arrogance, they would wholeheartedly support him. Thus, they awaited the unfolding drama with bated breath. Zhou Xing's demeanor grew cold. He had been a silent observer, knowing well that someone would eventually put Huang Hui in his place. He had no desire to intervene, as he planned not to return in the afternoon. Yet, he had not anticipated that Huang Hui would disrupt his peaceful morning. Did you hear me? Huang Hui raised his voice once more. The crowd turned to Zhou Xing, who furrowed his brow in silence, joined by others who chose to remain mute. Zhou Xing stepped forward. Huang Hui's gaze was icy, locking onto Zhou Xing at the back of the line. Zhou Xing remained rooted to the spot, refusing to comply. Huang Hui, now visibly angered, approached Zhou Xing. I told you to step forward. Are you deaf? Zhou Xing merely cast a dismissive glance in his direction. The utter disregard of his gaze pierced Huang Hui's pride deeply. Coming from a modest background, Huang Hui felt out of place among the wealthy elite, which had fostered his feelings of inferiority. Thus, he had chosen to enlist in the rigorously demanding instructor team, channeling his insecurities into aggression during military training. He realized that those he once viewed as untouchable, the affluent, were merely ordinary individuals who, in his presence, were submissive. Huang Hui's vanity was greatly satisfied. As a result, he grew increasingly tyrannical, with the wealthy students choosing to endure his antics, only bolstering his arrogance. During military training, he had become an absolute dictator, wielding control over all. Zhou Xing was someone he had long taken note of. Min Cixi was the object of Huang Hui's secret affection. On the first day of university, he had developed feelings for her, but, paralyzed by his insecurities, had never mustered the courage to speak to her over the course of 3 years. Witnessing Min Cixi's pursuit of Zhou Xing, only to be rejected, infuriated him. Why should these wealthy individuals effortlessly attain what he yearned for but failed to appreciate? This only intensified his animosity towards the rich. When he saw Zhou Xing's name on the roster he was responsible for, Huang Hui felt a surge of excitement. He intended to crush Zhou Xing beneath his heel, demonstrating to everyone, including Min Cixi, that Zhou Xing, despite his wealth, was no match for him. Thus, even before military training commenced, he was impatient to assert his dominance. Yet, all his efforts were met with Zhou Xing's calm indifference. The look in Zhou Xing's eyes conveyed neither contempt nor disdain. Instead, it bore a weight of indifference, as if he were merely observing an ant scurrying about. All the confidence Huang Hui had garnered over 2 years in the instructor team crumbled under that gaze, leaving him feeling as helpless and insecure as he had on his first day at school. Enraged, Huang Hui barked, "You disrespect the instructor's orders and treat military training as a joke. Now get down on the ground and do 100 push-ups. I want to see your hands raw and bleeding." Zhou Xing let out a cold laugh. He had no intention of engaging with such a pitiful clown, knowing that someone else would inevitably deal with Huang Hui. It was not his place to intervene. What? Huang Hui froze, believing he must have misheard. Since joining the instructor team and overseeing military training, No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Draped in military training gear, did Zhou Xing truly believe he was a soldier? Zhou Xing chuckled derisively. Huang Hui, have you forgotten something? You are merely an ordinary student in the music department of Hu City Music Academy. Do you really think that wearing this uniform for an extended period makes you a genuine soldier? Chapter 53. The bedbug just crushed it upon the utterance of these words. A wave of astonishment rippled through the newcomers. Their eyes reflected shock as they realized that this domineering instructor was not a genuine military figure, but merely an ordinary university student like them, masquerading under a title. Huang Hui, seething with rage, felt as though he had been doused in ice water, instantly calming down as disbelief washed over him. How did Zhou Xing know? The school had always kept their identities and any information regarding the instructors strictly confidential to instill a sense of reverence in the new students during military training. Last year, Huang Hui's misdeeds had gone unpunished, and he had even received commendation from the faculty, which only inflated his ego and allowed him to act with impunity this year. Yet, a single statement from Zhou Xing had stripped him of that facade. I do not understand what you are saying. Huang lui retorted, astidi asserting. I only know that my current identity is your instructor, and you must obey my commands. His voice lacked the initial conviction, revealing an underlying trepidation. All his confidence stemmed from his role as an instructor, and now that identity was rendered ineffective, leaving him merely as an ordinary student. And one of the weaker ones at that. Zhou Xing chuckled lightly. It matters not if you refuse to acknowledge it. He patted Huang Hui on the shoulder and leaned in to whisper, I'm fully aware of the kind of person you are. We could have coexisted peacefully. Your actions, though repugnant, were of no concern to me. For these 15 days of military training, you could have relished the vanity your title affords you. To crush a bedbug like you would only leave me feeling nauseated. However, your behavior has compelled me to reconsider. Since you were a bedbug, it would be best to crush you outright. Zhou Xing's expression remained calm as he released his grip and gazed down at Huang Hui. Get lost. In a moment of dazed realization, Huang Hui instinctively stepped aside, allowing Zhou Xing to remove his hat and stride off the training ground. Huang Hui stood frozen, his mind racing, only to find that Zhou Xing had already vanished. When he turned to the newcomers, he was met not with the initial fear he had anticipated, but rather an array of mocking expressions. A sense of foreboding gripped his heart as he felt a pang of regret. He could not discern any difference between Zhou Xing and the affluent students from previous training sessions. After all, whether it was 100 million or 1 billion, both figures were equally beyond his reach. Thus, he had assumed that, regardless of Zhou Xing's wealth, he would pose no threat. It was only now that he realized the extent of his grave miscalculation. Zhou Xing possessed an intimate understanding of him, something far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary wealthy individual. Reflecting on Zhou Xing's words, anxiety began to creep in. Surely not. Huang Hui quickly reassured himself. While Zhou Xing was indeed wealthy, he was not a relative of the principal, so how could he possibly influence the school's stance? Even if he had overstepped, the school would not penalize him for it. In fact, he could report Zhou Xing's insubordination to the school, and the latter might face disciplinary action. With this thought, Huang Hui felt a slight relief wash over him. Clearing his throat, he adopted a stern demeanor before addressing the newcomers. Zhou Xing has repeatedly defied the instructor and has spoken nonsense, disregarding military training. Such disorganized and undisciplined behavior will be reported to the school, and he will face consequences, possibly even expulsion. Remember my position. I am your instructor. Unless you wish to end up like Zhou Xing, expelled, you will obey me. After his proclamation, silence enveloped the group. He had hoped to salvage his earlier blunder, but having witnessed his true nature, the newcomers regarded him as a mere jester. Music department, dean's office. Zhou Xing stood at the door, knocking softly. Enter, came a voice from within. Zhou Xing pushed the door open and stepped inside. The office housed a middle-aged man, around his 40s or 50s, slightly portly, with thinning white hair and black-framed glasses. He sat with his head bowed, engrossed in documents. Zhou Xing seated himself comfortably on the sofa, patiently waiting. After a while, the dean lifted his gaze, and upon recognizing the youthful face of Zhou Xing, a flicker of curiosity crossed his features. Who are you? Hello, Dean. I am Zhou Xing, a freshman. Zhou Xing rose and introduced himself. A freshman? The dean furrowed his brow. Shouldn't you be participating in military training right now? What brings you here? Indeed, Zhou Xing replied with a subtle smile. Though I'm a new student at Hu City Music Academy, my brief time here has deeply impressed me with the school's principles and values, igniting a strong sense of belonging. As my alma mater, I wish to progress alongside the institution during my 4-year tenure here. I happen to possess some resources, and I would like to offer a modest contribution to the school. Zhou Xing continued nonchalantly. I intend to donate 5 million. As a token of my respect for the institution, I am unsure how to proceed, which is why I have come to seek your guidance, Dean. 5 million? The dean's eyes widened slightly, and he scrutinized Zhou Xing more closely. Nodding in appreciation, he remarked, as a student, your generosity is commendable, and the school would undoubtedly be grateful. However, the dean inquired subtly, is this donation your initiative or your parents'? It is entirely my own decision. And your parents? Zhou Xing smiled. Rest assured, Dean, I can manage this amount independently without needing my parents' consent. I have full authority over this matter. The dean's eyes brightened, and a hint of a smile crept onto his face as he rose to sit across from Zhou Xing tentatively. He asked, is there any particular expectation tied to such a generous donation? Indeed, there are a few expectations, Zhou Xing replied candidly. Primarily, I wish for the school to flourish. Oh, the dean responded, intrigued. Please elaborate. Chapter 54. Insatiable greed. The dean, Zhou Xing began. My family has provided me with some funds to engage in a small business during my university years, allowing me to explore this endeavor. I trust you are aware. He glanced at the dean. Once a business becomes bustling, leisure time diminishes significantly, and it may become challenging to balance my studies. I hope for your understanding in this matter. The dean immediately grasped Zhou Xing's intention. He sought to avoid military training. This did not come as a surprise. Each year, numerous freshmen approached him regarding this issue. These affluent scions, accustomed to a life of leisure, found it unbearable to endure the rigors of military training. Merely to exempt themselves from it, they would contribute vast sums, like 5 million. The dean was taken aback, discreetly eyeing the exquisite Patek Philippe watch on Zhou Xing's wrist. Its dazzling diamonds, almost blinding. He licked his lips, a fleeting glimmer of greed flickering in his gaze. To Zhou Xing, parting with 5 million was evidently effortless. If only he could extract even more from him. Such a considerable amount, though unlikely to reach Zhou Xing's hands, would be entirely managed by the school. Perhaps a donation ceremony would even be organized in his honor. However, as long as the funds passed through his hands, it would be akin to retrieving meat from a refrigerator and placing it back, untainted yet still leaving traces of grease on his fingers. The dean's thoughts began to churn. The larger the sum, the more substantial his own gains would be. He contemplated this internally, yet his exterior remained composed, maintaining a smile reminiscent of a genuinely caring educator. The matter of military training may indeed prove difficult. As a member of our institution, you must understand that our school's president hails from a military background, thus instilling this ethos within the institution, nurturing the spirit of the military in education. Zhou Xing nodded. He was well aware of this. That is why we have established a corps of instructors, managing students in a militaristic manner, aiming to serve as role models, instilling discipline even in those pursuing artistic careers, honing their wills and fortifying their physiques. The dean continued, the spirit of military education is embedded in our school's philosophy, and military training is of utmost importance. The Shanghai Music Academy has adhered to this principle for decades, ingraining it in the hearts of its students. The dean furrowed his brow. Seeking an exception is exceedingly challenging. Zhou, your request is indeed rather difficult to accommodate. Yet, within the dean's words, Zhou Xing detected a hint of insight. Difficult to accommodate implied that it was not impossible, merely insufficient leverage. He gazed at the balding dean, a cold smile creeping into his thoughts. 5 million was inadequate to satiate his appetite. His greed was excessive. Zhou Xing felt displeased, but masked it with a slight smile. Since you mentioned the Corps of Instructors, I have another matter to discuss. The president's original intention in establishing this corps was undoubtedly commendable, selecting exemplary students to enhance the cohesion among the student body. However, he shifted his tone. In a vast forest, one encounters all sorts of birds. Not all students are dedicated to their studies and striving for progress. Within the Corps, there are several unsavory elements who, wielding their authority as military training instructors for freshmen, act with impunity, subjecting students to abuse and humiliation, transforming the sacred military training into a stage for their own displays of power, an utterly deplorable conduct. Zhou Xing asserted, "I must trouble you to report this matter to the school and conduct a thorough investigation of the Corps. Such individuals must not be allowed to exist. Otherwise, the meticulously organized military training will yield no benefit and instead incite great resentment among students, detrimental to the unity of the institution." The dean's expression grew solemn. Is there truly such a situation? Zhou Xing remained silent, having previously been uncertain. But now he was nearly certain the dean was aware of something, yet chose to ignore it. Perhaps, for his own benefit, he might even encourage such behavior among the instructors, colluding with them. Without sufficient backing, how could someone like Huang Hui dare to confront freshmen? Did he not fear a complete uprising among them, causing chaos? In his past life, Zhou Xing had no interaction with the dean and knew little of his character. Now, after a brief exchange, it became clear that this man was no paragon of virtue. Compared to the brazen Huang Hui, the dean was truly a predator that devoured without leaving bones behind. If the school can thoroughly investigate the Corps and implement strict personnel selection, I am willing to contribute an additional 5 million, totaling 10 million, as a donation to the school, with no inquiries into its use. Zhou Xing declared. 10 million. The dean's eyes glinted, clearly intrigued, yet he ultimately composed himself. Even without any donations, rest assured, I will report this to the school for action. This concerns all freshmen and our educational philosophy. We cannot allow any issues to arise. The dean spoke with righteous fervor. As the dean, it is my duty to prevent any scoundrel from harming our freshmen. Suddenly, the dean sighed. I must admit, it is regrettable that such a situation has arisen. It should have been my responsibility. I cannot allow this corrupt atmosphere to persist. He feigned concern. However, the Corps is directly managed by the school, and as dean, I have no authority to intervene. Reporting this may take an indeterminate amount of time to yield results. Zhou, although you are willing to donate 10 million, I must express our gratitude on behalf of the school. Students like you, who genuinely care about the institution, are exceedingly rare. The dean sighed again, regrettably. While this sum may seem substantial, it is but a drop in the ocean for the entire school, hardly sufficient to capture the school's attention. Otherwise, you could have taken the opportunity to raise concerns about the Corps, and they would have likely acted immediately. Oh, Zhou Xing reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs. Then, Dean, how much should I donate to prompt the school to take notice and rectify the Corps? A smile adorned his face, yet his eyes were icy. This dean's insatiable appetite exceeded his expectations. His patience had been entirely exhausted. The dean pretended to ponder for a moment before shaking his head. This should not fall upon you. It is ultimately the school's responsibility. Rest assured, even if it requires a lengthy period, I will report it to the school. The Corps will certainly undergo restructuring, restoring clarity and order for all newcomers. Zhou Xing chuckled. The dean's bureaucratic rhetoric was truly masterful, honed to perfection. By the time he initiated any restructuring, it would likely be after graduation, with no information to show for it. Not a problem. Zhou Xing waved his hand dismissively. Dean, please specify the amount I can feasibly contribute. Upon hearing this, the seasoned dean struggled to suppress his inner delight, his facial muscles twitching before he extended his hand. 50 million should suffice. Zhou Xing's expression instantly darkened. He leaped to his feet, placing a foot on the coffee table, and seized the dean by his collar. His gaze frigid. I wonder if I have granted you any favor, you old fool. Chapter 55. Let's see who exits first, the insatiably greedy old rascal, thinking that a mere hint of compliance would grant him the audacity to run a dye house. Do you truly believe everyone is so foolish as to be ensnared in your web? You assume my patience is limitless, do you? Zhou Xing seized the collar of his adversary, yanking it with considerable force. The sitting dean stumbled, nearly collapsing in a disheveled heap upon the ground, utterly mortified. This was not his intention. The rampant corruption within the campus, the tyrannical instructors, these matters scarcely concerned him. The intricacies involved were far too convoluted. Yet, the dean's demeanor was something he could no longer tolerate. Huang Hui was indeed contemptible. The extent of his actions was limited to bullying freshmen during military training. However, this oily, rotund, middle-aged man, as a dean, oversaw the entire music department, managing thousands of students. His every action and utterance bore direct relevance to the students. In his position, he neglected his responsibilities, merely occupying space without purpose. He possessed no thoughts of how to benefit the students. His mind was consumed with sordid schemes for profit. Such a person was nothing short of a malignant tumor within the institution. The world outside already harbored sufficient injustices. Here was a figure meant to be a role model, extending his hand towards students, further tainting this ivory tower with foulness. Even Zhou Xing, having lived 2 lives, found it impossible to remain indifferent in the face of such a character. Anger surged within him. The dean was taken aback by Zhou Xing's sudden outburst. Regaining his composure, he struggled to free himself. Yet, aged and out of shape from indulgence and vice, how could he possibly contend with the youthful vigor of Zhou Xing? Zhou Xing's grip was akin to iron, unwavering despite the dean's futile attempts to escape. The dean's face flushed crimson, but to no avail. Such audacity! His expression darkened as he slammed his palm against the sofa, fury boiling over. I am your dean. As a student, you show no respect for your teachers and dare to lay hands on me. This is the epitome of misconduct, and I must report you to the school for disciplinary action. Do you truly think you are deserving of such authority? Zhou Xing retorted with scorn. As a figure of authority, you turn a blind eye to the rampant bullying of freshmen by instructors, failing to advocate for the students' welfare, preoccupied only with amassing wealth. Zhou Xing lightly patted the dean's face. Did you truly believe I was oblivious to your ulterior motives? 50 million? Do you possess the capacity to consume such a sum? You should fear bursting from your greed. Upon hearing this, the dean's expression shifted dramatically. Gradually regaining his composure, he sighed deeply. Zhou, my dear student, I believe there may be a misunderstanding. The 50 million I mentioned was merely an attempt to address your grievances. After all, this is a donation, managed entirely by the institution, with no connection to me. The dean spoke earnestly. As a new student, how could I profit from your situation? My duty as dean is to resolve issues for the students. I assure you, I have no intention of concealing the matter concerning the instructors. It is not that I am unwilling to intervene. Rather, I am powerless in this regard. I deeply regret this and promise to escalate it to the administration. As for their response or the duration of the process, I am but a dean without the authority to enforce resolution. He continued, moreover, the decision to donate rests solely with you, and I have no right to interfere. Ultimately, you presented your demands, and I merely sought to assist you. I would never dream of exploiting your contributions. Taking a deep breath, the dean added, of course, I bear some responsibility for this misunderstanding. Perhaps my words were not carefully chosen, leading to your anger. As a young man, it is natural to be hot-headed. I understand that well from my own experiences. If we could sit down and discuss this calmly, I'm sure we could resolve any misunderstandings. Please let go. If the donation does not materialize, we can explore other solutions together. What do you think? Zhou Xing regarded the dean's performance with cold amusement. A misunderstanding? It is no surprise you have been a dean for so long with such a masterful practice of evasion. Your words reveal no flaws. The inexperienced might even question whether they truly misjudged you. But I'm not so easily deceived. You have not grasped your responsibilities and excel in shirking them. Most would likely fall for your rhetoric, but not me. Zhou Xing, the dean, noticing his words had no effect, grew increasingly irate, his tone sharpening. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions and their consequences? You have invaded my office and laid hands upon me. I am your dean, a figure of authority, and this alone is sufficient grounds for severe penalties, even expulsion. Your parents sent you here to learn, not to show disrespect to your teachers and act recklessly. The dean, now desperate, added, if you release me now, I shall overlook this incident. Young people make mistakes, especially freshmen. This is entirely normal. However, should you remain obstinate, do not blame me for imposing harsher consequences. Surely, you do not wish for your parents to witness your expulsion or a permanent record of misconduct. Zhou Xing narrowed his eyes slightly. The soft approach has failed, and now you resort to threats? Zhou Xing, do not stray further down this path. The dean's expression darkened once more, losing patience. I am issuing you a warning. Before he could finish, Zhou Xing clenched his fist, magnifying its presence before the dean. With a powerful strike, he landed a blow squarely on the dean's face. A sickening crack echoed as the dean's nose shattered, blood gushing forth. His shrieks of agony pierced the air, for he had never anticipated Zhou Xing would dare to strike him. Clutching his nose, blood streamed through his fingers, the pain igniting an inferno of rage within him, his finger trembling as he pointed at Zhou Xing. You dare lay hands on a teacher? A student like you, devoid of respect and discipline, is unworthy of our institution. I shall have you expelled. Keeping someone like you here tarnishes our school's reputation. Furious, the dean declared, I shall call the authorities, ensure you face legal repercussions, and we shall see which institutions would dare accept a scoundrel like you. Security, the dean bellowed. Someone come quickly. With a resounding slap, Zhou Xing cut off the dean's threats. His gaze was piercing. It was absurd that this man still believed he could intimidate him, treating him as though he were a mere child. With a casual shove, the dean crumpled to the ground as if discarded refuse. Breathing heavily, bloodied, and looking utterly fearsome, Zhou Xing straightened his attire, ensuring no stains marred his clothing. He then calmly seated himself on the sofa, gazing at the dean with an air of tranquility. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Zhou Xing, and my father is Zhou Jianping. Whether you are familiar with him is inconsequential. I will grant you time to acquaint yourself. Of course, you may also use this time to call the authorities or seek disciplinary measures against me. However, let's put it to the test and see who exits the school first. Chapter 56. Overprotective parents. Zhou Xing was genuinely enraged. Since the dean sought to exert pressure, Zhou Xing decided to engage him in this game, eager to uncover whose backing was more formidable. His family, though not overwhelmingly powerful within Huaxia, was more than sufficient to handle a mere dean. Zhou Xing swaggered out of the dean's office, and as he stepped through the door, he retrieved his phone and dialed Zhou Jianping. The phone rang 3 times before being answered. What brings you to call me suddenly? Zhou Jianping's voice echoed from the other end. Is it that you're short on cash and didn't dare approach your mother, so you're looking to me? Father, it's about that. Zhou Xing recounted the events of the day in meticulous detail, leaving nothing concealed, including his confrontation with the dean. Once he finished, there was a moment of silence from Zhou Jianping before he inquired, Are you hurt? No, Zhou Xing shook his head. That's good. Zhou Jianping muttered softly. All right, I understand. Zhou Xing responded affirmatively, and the call ended. A slight smile graced Zhou Xing's lips. The communication between father and son was refreshingly straightforward, rarely extending beyond a few minutes. As long as the message was conveyed, there was no need for further worry. Zhou Jianping's intent was clear. Zhou Xing could focus on his studies while he would personally handle the ensuing matters. With Zhou Jianping's intervention, everything would undoubtedly settle down. From a moment Zhou Xing contemplated this course of action, he had considered the implications. He had positioned himself on solid ground. Even if his parents were to learn of the incident, Zhou Xing was confident they would unreservedly support him. He had not misjudged. Zhou Jianping, though succinct in his words, saw nothing inappropriate in Zhou Xing's actions. Regardless of how their life paths may have diverged, they remained those protective parents, unchanged. In the dean's office, the dean, bloodied and disheveled, rose with a menacing appearance. Yet his injuries were not life-threatening. Rather, he was consumed with fury. How dare a new student lay hands upon him? And to such an extent, it was utterly intolerable. Instinctively, he reached for his phone to call security, intending to detain Zhou Xing to prevent his escape, and then deal with him at leisure. For a dean, it was exceedingly simple to deal with a new student. However, just as he dialed, he hastily hung up, replaying Zhou Xing's parting words in his mind. The young man's composure had surpassed his expectations. To treat him with such audacity, devoid of any hint of panic, suggested either an unfounded confidence or a deranged mind. Based on his interactions with Zhou Xing, he found him neither foolish nor simple-minded. The Patek Philippe adorning Zhou Xing's wrist further attested to his significant background. The dean felt a throbbing in his head, overwhelmed by the implications. Initially, he had assumed Zhou Xing was merely a wealthy upstart, but it now appeared far more complicated. He hurriedly sat at his desk and opened his computer, dismissing his injuries to conduct a search. Zhou Xing. After pondering for a time, he hesitantly typed the name into the search bar and pressed enter. The internet connection was sluggish, the browser spinning endlessly, making the wait feel interminable. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the page loaded. Zhou Xing, born in 1975 in Hangzhou, chairman of Jianghan Heavy Industries Group, with diversified interests spanning steel, metallurgy, machinery, and energy sectors, including aerospace materials. The group has been repeatedly recognized among Huaxia's top 500 companies, often ranking within the top 100, although not yet publicly listed. The company's valuation is estimated to exceed 1 trillion. Furthermore, the shares held by Chairman Zhou Xing are valued at no less than 300 billion. The dean nearly toppled from his chair at the revelation. 300 billion. This amount could firmly establish him as Huaxia's wealthiest individual. Beyond this staggering wealth lay countless implications, far beyond his capacity to endure. The dean was not afraid of wealthy individuals, for he operated within an academic institution in Shanghai, where the principal's standing was also considerable. Ordinary affluent individuals could hardly meddle in such affairs. Thus, he had dared to covet Zhou Xing's donation, even proposing 50 million, even if discovered by students. He believed there would be little they could do. However, Zhou Xing was evidently not an ordinary wealthy man. 300 billion. At a certain threshold, wealth transforms into something else entirely. The adage that money can move mountains held profound truth. Given Zhou Xing's background, he was no one the dean could afford to offend. Most significantly, Zhou Xing operated in heavy industry and was involved in aerospace, an implicit indication of formidable connections. It was not merely a matter of capability. It underscored Zhou Xing's considerable clout, with ties that spanned all of Huaxia. While most could not intrude upon his domain, Zhou Xing surely could, potentially displacing the dean from his position. No wonder Zhou Xing exuded such confidence, dismissing the dean with ease. Even as he departed, he bore the air of assured victory. This was not merely a matter of encountering an obstacle. It was akin to striking a steel plate. The dean sat in stunned silence, his complexion pale, unable to collect his thoughts. He remained transfixed by the information displayed on his screen regarding Zhou Xing. Drip, drop, blood trickled onto the desk. The pain from his fractured nose bridge was excruciating, yet he found no time to tend to it. His thoughts no longer revolved around revenge against Zhou Xing. Instead, he was preoccupied with how to navigate this crisis and preserve his position. He contemplated seeking the principal's assistance. A spark of hope ignited in the dean's eyes, only to be swiftly extinguished. If this matter reached the principal, he would no longer be able to conceal it, and it would inevitably come to light. Moreover, even the principal might struggle to placate Zhou Xing. After deliberating for over half an hour, the dean despondently realized he had no viable means to address this predicament. Before such a powerful figure, he felt as insignificant as an ant. Ultimately, the dean slumped in his chair, devoid of spirit, a visage of despair. He suddenly recognized at this time, it seemed he was doomed. Chapter 57. Every incident has its cause as the sun ascended high in the sky. Its rays filtered through the verdant canopy, casting a warm glow across the entire campus. Within the principal's office, Principal Fu Zhoupu sat at his desk, his military background evident in his upright posture and stern demeanor, even as he approached his 60s. A nameplate before him bore his name, Fu Zhoupu. This year, the military training for the new students is fully prepared, he stated, addressing the school director who stood before him, holding a report. Except for those with special circumstances or health issues, all new students will participate in military training in an orderly manner. The school director nodded and replied, medical personnel are on standby. Should any student suffer from heat stroke, We will provide immediate assistance. You can rest assured, Principal. Very well, Fu Zhoupu said, a hint of satisfaction breaking through his serious expression. Just as he was about to conclude the meeting, the desk phone rang. Hello, this is Fu Zhoupu, he answered. Xiao Fu, it's me, came a hoarse voice from the other end. Old class leader. Fu Zhoupu's face lit up with joy. It has been years since we last met. What brings you to call me now? I'm reaching out to remind you, the voice continued. As the principal of Hu City Music Academy, you must recognize the weight of your responsibilities. The students in our schools represent the future of society. We cannot afford any negligence. Fu Zhoupu paused, a look of concern crossing his face, before he nodded and replied, Rest assured, old class leader. I'm well aware of this. During my tenure as principal for over a decade, I have adhered to the teachings of others and have never allowed myself to become complacent. Cough, cough. The old class leader cleared his throat before adding, Your awareness is commendable, yet not sufficient. The school is a sanctum, and you must impose strict discipline on your subordinates. We cannot permit corruption or malfeasance to infiltrate our campus. If the children are influenced, what will become of society? Old class leader, have I fallen short in some way? Has something occurred? Fu Zhoupu furrowed his brow, realizing that if he could not grasp the implications of the old class leader's words at this moment, he would be unworthy of his position. The old class leader, once his commander in the military, had transitioned into the education system, while Fu Zhoupu had entered politics. Their current standings were substantial, and the old class leader would not call without reason, delivering what seemed to be pointless admonitions. Every incident has its cause, the old class leader explained. It is not that you are insufficient. However, within such a large institution, certain pests may inevitably arise. As principal, it is unrealistic for you to monitor everyone alone. You must exercise greater control over your staff. Should you identify any issues, they must be addressed immediately to prevent them from escalating and affecting your position, he advised. Old class leader, what precisely is the issue at hand? Fu Zhoupu sensed the gravity of the situation from the old class leader's tone. Do not inquire further. I have merely received some forewarning. It is prudent for you to review your operations, dismiss those who should be dismissed, and discipline those who should be disciplined, the old class leader sighed. Do not wait for higher authorities to intervene. By then, it will be too late. Fu Zhoupu's heart raced. This was evidently more serious than he had anticipated. Yet, the old class leader's words were vague, and he had not heard any rumors within the vast campus. What could have transpired to warrant such scrutiny? Old class leader, since you have guided me since I enlisted, I have always cherished your kindness. However, I truly do not know what is happening this time. Could you provide me with a hint to assist me? After a moment of silence, the old class leader spoke again. There is a young gentleman from the Zhou family who has just enrolled in your school. It appears he has had some friction with the department head. What was originally a minor issue escalated when the Zhou family's representatives contacted higher authorities, accusing the school of rampant corruption. The situation is being taken very seriously. Corruption. Fu Zhoupu's eyes widened in shock. The higher authorities maintained a zero-tolerance policy toward corruption in educational institutions, as it jeopardized the future of society. If this situation were to escalate beyond a personal conflict, it would take on a far more serious nature. If the higher authorities were to investigate and uncover any evidence, even if he were innocent, he would still bear the consequences. The principal's position would not only be jeopardized, far graver penalties could ensue. A chill ran down Fu Zhoupu's spine as he realized the potential severity of the matter. Were it not for the old class leader's timely warning, he might have remained oblivious until it was too late. Old class leader, I am truly grateful. Without your guidance, I might have faced dire consequences. When the National Day arrives, I shall bring 2 bottles of fine wine to express my gratitude, Fu Zhoupu said earnestly. The old class leader replied, Let us set this matter aside for now. Focus on addressing your current issues. The Zhou family placing their child in our school is a testament to their trust in us. You must not disappoint them. Understood. I will act promptly, Fu Zhoupu responded, his expression serious. However, could you provide a hint regarding the Zhou family? I wish to address this appropriately to avoid any dissatisfaction. The Zhou family. Which other Zhou family could it be in Huaxia? Think of Jiansheng, the old class leader suggested hesitantly. It pertains to the heavy industry sector. It struck Fu Zhoupu with a sense of foreboding. Chapter 58. A thorough investigation. After hanging up the phone, Fu Zhoupu appeared calm on the outside. Yet his heart raced with trepidation. Jiang Cheng, the surname Zhou, yet another figure in the heavy industry sector. Aside from Zhou Jianping, he could scarcely conceive of anyone else. At a glance, this individual seemed merely to be the chairman of a heavy industry group. However, to mistake him for an ordinary businessman would be a grave error. Zhou Jianping rarely graced the public eye, yet his status and influence far surpassed those ostentatious tycoons. Particularly as he operated within the system, he comprehended the profound implications represented by Zhou Jianping and the Jianghan Heavy Industry Group. Just a single phone call had stirred the higher-ups, prompting the establishment of supervisory measures. This alone spoke volumes. Principal, what has transpired? Upon witnessing Fu Zhoupu's solemn expression, the school director promptly inquired. Fu Zhoupu, however, refrained from responding, his mind racing back to the conflict involving Zhou Jianping's son at the school, which also entailed issues of embezzlement and corruption. A person of Zhou Jianping's caliber would not act without cause. Therefore, the involved dean must be embroiled in significant trouble. Although he was unaware of the specific dean in question, the thought of his own precarious position ignited a furious blaze within him, leading him to slam his palm vehemently on the table. Conduct a thorough investigation. Leave no stone unturned, even if it means digging 3 feet underground. We must restore purity to our campus. Armed with information provided by the former class leader, they quickly zeroed in on the new student, Zhou Xing, under Fu Zhoupu's directive. There was no other reason. His notoriety was simply too immense. Driving a multi-million-dollar McLaren and possessing 5 coveted license plates from whose city? Fu Zhoupu was nearly certain that he was indeed Zhou Jianping's son. Having ascertained Zhou Xing's identity, he resolved to follow the trail further. There exists no wall that does not allow the passage of sound. The conflict between Zhou Xing and Huang Hui, followed by Zhou Xing's visit to the music department's dean's office, was a matter of public record, easily falling into Fu Zhoupu's grasp. As Fu Zhoupu perused the detailed report, documenting the entire incident, he noted the students' evaluations of Huang Hui and the dean. The record of Huang Hui's misdeeds was glaringly evident. Fu Zhoupu's fury reached a boiling point. The instructor team, which he had proposed and established, had once been a source of pride. Yet, unbeknownst to him, this body, originally intended as a model for students, had devolved into a den of corruption. These instructors had bullied freshmen mercilessly during military training, leaving the newcomers in unbearable distress. As the dean, he had turned a blind eye to it all. No wonder Zhou Jianping had lashed out, denouncing the institution as rife with misconduct and rampant corruption. With his intellect, Fu Zhoupu could easily deduce the unfolding situation. Rage coursed through him, causing his hands to tremble. How could he have been oblivious to such occurrences beneath his very nose? Scoundrels! Trash! Fu Zhoupu ground his teeth in ire, unable to contain himself any longer. He led a cadre of school leaders directly to the dean's office. With a resounding kick, he flung open the door, discovering the dean slumped in his chair, eyes vacant, his face bloodied. The loud commotion roused the dean from his stupor, and as he looked up to see Fu Zhoupu standing there with a stormy expression, he stammered in alarm, "Principal, what brings you here?" Fu Zhoupu paid no heed to the dean's injuries. His teeth clenched as he spat out words almost through gritted teeth. "Huang Dahai, you truly are something. I appointed you as dean to ensure you fulfill your duties, not to indulge in corruption." Fu Zhoupu's voice thundered with indignation. Huang Dahai's face contorted, panic flashing in his eyes as he stammered, "Principal, what are you talking about? I am unaware of any such matters." At this juncture, Fu Zhoupu's fury could no longer be concealed. He bellowed, "You still wish to keep secrets from me?" With a thud, Huang Dahai collapsed in fright, his face ashen, realizing that the truth could no longer be concealed. The news had traveled swiftly to Fu Zhoupu's ears. Zhou Xing's influence far exceeded his expectations. "Principal, please save me," Huang Dahai pleaded, grasping at straws. "This is my first transgression. I have never acted this way before. I had no idea that new student had such a powerful background. Give me a chance to apologize to him. If I can just be spared, I will do anything. As a member of the educational system, committing such an error was far more than a mere suspension. It could very well lead to a lifetime of regret. Huang Dahai's entire career could be ruined. Thus, he found himself in despair. Fu Zhoupu scoffed coldly, his gaze toward Huang Dahai icy. Whether this is your first time will be determined after the investigation. He ordered. Security, restrain him and hand him over for further inquiry. The security personnel acted swiftly, pinning Huang Dahai to the ground as he writhed in vain, tears and snot streaming down his face. He understood that as long as he remained before Fu Zhoupu, there was a glimmer of hope, but once the investigation commenced, his already tarnished reputation would not withstand scrutiny. It was a foregone conclusion. Fu Zhoupu, devoid of any sympathy, harbored lingering rage against such a parasite, who had nearly brought him down as well. Were it not for the former class leader's warning, he too might have faced dire consequences. He felt no inclination to show mercy toward Huang Dahai. Ignoring his cries, security swiftly escorted him out. Huang Dahai's expression was one of profound sorrow, knowing that his illustrious career was destined for an abrupt end. Reflecting on Zhou Xing's composed demeanor, he realized that he would be the one to exit the school first. Had he known Zhou Xing's formidable background, he would never have acted so recklessly. Regret consumed him. Yet alas, there exists no remedy for such remorse in this world. Fu Zhoupu turned to the school director, commanding, "Now disseminate a notice. All military training is to be suspended." Suspended? The school director gasped in astonishment. Indeed, Futsupu affirmed. Military training will resume tomorrow, and all members of the instructor team are to assemble. We shall conduct a thorough investigation of the entire instructor team. We must root out every last scoundrel and parasite. Even if it requires scouring the entire campus, we shall not hesitate to eradicate the source of this filth. Chapter 59. One's own sin leads to one's own destruction. Shanghai Music Academy. Military Training Square. Under the scorching summer sun, the other formations had opted for the shade, allowing the new students a brief respite. However, the formation led by Huang Hui remained steadfast, motionless in the heat. Following the revelation of Zhou Xing's identity, the freshman exhibited little fear towards him, even daring to confront him on occasion. While one or two instances might be manageable, a collective uprising could spell disaster for him. After a moment of trepidation, Huang Hui realized that Zhou Xing had merely departed without any consequence, which eased his anxiety. It was likely that Zhou Xing's words were just bluster. If he truly possessed the authority to command the school, he would not be present in the military training ranks. Huang Hui breathed a sigh of relief, regaining his confidence. He had various methods to handle these freshmen, choosing to let them bask in the sun and test their endurance, distinguishing who truly held power. As for Zhou Xing, after the morning's military training concluded, he would naturally report any infractions, and Huang Hui would bear the consequences. Huang Hui felt a sense of pride. Offending him would only lead to self-inflicted hardships. After enduring the relentless sun for the entire morning, the freshman would soon be begging for relief. He could already see a few girls struggling to maintain their composure. The time was ripe for him to demonstrate his authority. Just then, a fellow instructor, unable to watch any longer, approached him with concern. Huang Hui, however, remained dismissive. Today's freshmen are far too unruly, spoiled, and coddled. We endured far harsher training back in the instructor's ranks. This is nothing compared to that. I am doing this for their benefit, to toughen their wills, lest they crumble under the pressures of military training. Yet, do not push it too far, the instructor cautioned. Wang Yu scoffed. You aren't worried that I might train these freshmen so well that they surpass your first formation and jeopardize your chances of being recognized as an outstanding instructor, are you? The instructor, seeing Huang Hui's obstinacy, chose to say no more, offering a sympathetic glance at the freshman before turning away. Acting out of goodwill, he resigned himself to the fact that if something went awry, it would not be his fault. Huang Hui, watching the instructor leave, felt a dark satisfaction. He could not let these freshmen off the hook. He had lost face earlier and intended to reclaim it 100-fold through their suffering. Just as he reveled in his self-importance, several middle-aged men in dress shirts approached him, led by a man in his 40s, wearing glasses and possessing a square jaw. Upon recognizing them, Huang Hui's heart sank. The department head, Why were they here? In front of students, he was a commanding instructor, but in the presence of faculty, he dared not exhibit any arrogance. "Good day, director," he quickly bowed and greeted. The director, however, offered no response, staring at him impassively. "You are Huang Hui, correct?" "Yes, I am." "Is there a problem, sir?" Huang Hui inquired cautiously. The director furrowed his brow, gesturing towards the new students under the sweltering sun, and scolded him. "In such heat, while other teams are either resting or engaging in indoor activities, why have you left them standing here? What kind of instructor are you? If anything happens to them, can you take responsibility? You fool." A barrage of reprimands left Huang Hui momentarily stunned. He struggled to find words, his anxiety mounting as he stammered, "Director, Enough." The director impatiently interrupted. "You will come with us. The principal wishes to see you. Whatever the matter, you can discuss it with him." The principal. Huang Hui's eyes widened, dread flooding through him as he broke into a cold sweat. He could not fathom why the principal would summon him. The image of Zhou Xing flashed in his mind. Could it possibly be related to him? He quickly dismissed the thought. It was inconceivable that a mere freshman could involve the principal. "Director, what could the principal want with me?" Huang Hui mustered the courage to ask. "You know full well," the director replied with a cold snort, his gaze icy. "I never imagined that a person of your unremarkable appearance would have the audacity you display today. If I hadn't come here, I would never have known just how brazen you are. Seize him. Prevent this rascal from making any further mischief." The director's command rang out. Security personnel stepped forward, swiftly restraining Huang Hui and leading him towards the principal's office. Even Huang Hui, usually slow to catch on, understood that the director's aggressive demeanor was not a good sign. Terror gripped him as he struggled against their hold, but his limbs trembled with fear, rendering him powerless. Dragged away like a hapless dog, he bore none of his previous bravado. The freshmen, witnessing the scene, felt as though they had bitten into a chilled watermelon on a summer day, relishing the sweet relief. They despised Huang Hui, and the more he suffered, the more delighted they became, wishing for nothing more than for him to be expelled from the academy. The director ignored Huang Hui and turned to the freshman, his expression softening slightly. "You may return to your dormitories for now. Military training is suspended for today. The school will notify you of further developments." Long live the director. The freshmen cheered, their excitement palpable. Some astute students, having observed the director's treatment of Huang Hui, began to piece together the situation, reveling in the misfortune that had befallen him. Huang Hui had truly brought this upon himself, provoking Zhou Xing. Now, it seemed the matter had escalated beyond repair. As Huang Hui was escorted away by security, surrounded by curious onlookers, he felt utterly lost, oblivious to the unfolding events. When he spotted the director advancing, hope flickered in his eyes as he called out, "Director, what is happening? I have always upheld the school's rules and diligently trained the freshmen as part of the instructor team. Last year, I was even recognized as an outstanding instructor, leading the first formation in the entire school. Where did I go wrong?" The director regarded Huang Hui's frantic demeanor, incredulous that a student could become so twisted, had it not been for the principal's inquiry. Moments later, they arrived at the principal's office. The director knocked on the door. "Enter." The voice of Principal Fu Zhoupu resonated from within. As the door swung open, Huang Hui, who had been struggling against his captors, fell silent, fixated on the young figure seated on the sofa. Zhou Xing, how could he be here? Upon seeing Huang Hui, Zhou Xing's lips curled into a knowing smile, a hint of amusement in his expression. "What is this? Your surprise at my presence is quite palpable, isn't it?" Chapter 60. I feel it is just right. Huang Hui's legs weakened, collapsing to the ground as if all his strength had been drained away. His greatest fear ultimately came to pass. Fu Zhoupu did not spare a glance at Huang Hui, instead engrossed in the reports in his hands. These documents contained evaluations from students regarding Huang Hui, deliberately targeting freshmen, public humiliation, exploiting his authority as an instructor to take advantage of female students, and deceiving them. The more Fu Zhoupu read, the more his internal fury intensified. The accounts were riddled with misconduct. There was hardly a shred of positive feedback about him. He could scarcely fathom that the team of instructors he had painstakingly built harbored such a character. Huang Hui was not alone in this. Many instructors shared similar traits. However, Huang Hui was the archetype, acting without restraint, employing any means necessary to assert his dominance, showing complete disregard for the freshman. A chill swept over Fu Zhoupu. Thankfully, during the previous military training, despite Huang Hui's outrageous behavior, no freshman had suffered from heat stroke or injuries. Otherwise, even with his extensive capabilities, he could not have retained his position as principal. The repercussions for Huang Dahai and the instructor team would be dire if word got out. It could easily lead to his downfall. Had it not been for the reminder from the old class leader, he would still be in the dark. He never imagined that his career would be curtailed by the instructors and Huang Dahai. Wang Yu, Fu Zhoupu thundered. Do you realize your mistakes? Wang Yu is Lipskiver, attempting to justify himself, but he found himself utterly powerless, trembling in fear. The school allowed you to join the instructor team, to cultivate your skills, to emulate soldiers, and to set an example for the freshmen, not to let you abuse your minor authority recklessly. Fu Zhoupu continued, his anger escalating. You act with such arrogance as an instructor. If you were to become principal, would all the students suffer under your tyranny? Do not forget, you are merely a student. How could our school produce someone like you? Your class advisor, the captain of the instructor team, all share the blame. With a disdainful snort, Fu Zhoupu turned to the school director, stating, have Huang Hui's class advisor write a thorough 10,000-word reflection and submit it to my desk by tomorrow. Understood. The school director nodded. As for the captain of the instructor team, Fu Zhoupu furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before declaring, suspend him pending review, and disband the instructor team for now. I will personally select the new members. This time, he was resolute, prepared to completely overhaul the instructor team. He could not allow his pride to be tarnished by such a blemish. Very well, I shall relay this immediately. The school director glanced at the crumpled Huang Hui on the floor and inquired, how should we handle him? Fu Zhoupu cast a glance at Huang Hui before swiftly averting his gaze, his eyes filled with disgust. He found him repugnant. As a man of military background, he held a steadfast character, unable to tolerate even a grain of sand in his eye. Huang Hui, as a member of the instructor team, not only lacked the consciousness of serving the people, but imposed his personal desires upon the freshmen. Had he behaved this way in the military, execution would be a fitting consequence. Expel him from the instructor team immediately and never allow him to be reinstated, Fu Zhoupu stated coldly. He will receive a significant disciplinary record. Our school does not welcome students of his ilk. Principal, I'm sorry I was wrong, Huang Hui cried, mustering the strength to rise. But his legs betrayed him, leaving him half kneeling on the ground, weeping profusely. I will never dare again. Please grant me another chance. His greatest reliance on the identity of an instructor had vanished, leaving him vulnerable. With expulsion, he felt as if he might faint from the weight of despair. Huang Hui, inherently timid and self-deprecating, came from a humble background. Otherwise, he would not have inflated his ego so quickly through his position. Without the identity of an instructor, he still had a glimmer of opportunity. He could endure within the school for another year until graduation. Armed with a diploma, he might secure a decent job. But if expelled without a diploma, he would be left with nothing but a high school certificate. At that point, he would truly have lost everything. He repeatedly bowed his head, pleading for clemency. Fu Zhoupu remained unmoved. As principal, having occupied this position for decades, he could see through Huang Hui's faade. Even now, Huang Hui showed no signs of genuine remorse. He acknowledged his mistakes only because expulsion was an unbearable punishment for him. He feared being expelled, not because he understood where he had gone wrong. Perhaps he stubbornly believed he had merely committed trivial transgressions. Fu Zhoupu sighed deeply. As principal, he considered all these individuals as students. If he could extend a hand to nurture them, he would gladly do so. However, he realized too late that once a person strayed too far, correction became exceedingly difficult. Allowing Huang Hui to remain would be unjust to the other students. Thus, he had to go. If only I had known this day would come, I would have acted differently, Fu Zhoupu uttered coldly before gesturing to the school director, who promptly signaled to the security personnel to escort Huang Hui out, regardless of his protests. Seeing this, the school director felt a pang of sympathy and asked, Isn't expulsion a rather severe punishment for Huang Hui? After all, expulsion is the most stringent penalty a school can impose. Even with his numerous faults, he has risen through the ranks of teaching, and deep down, he still wishes to assist students. It would be ideal if we could salvage him. Fu Zupu remained silent, turning his gaze to Zhou Xing, who had been seated calmly throughout. Much of what he had done today, though driven by his own frustrations, was also to present a show for Zhou Xing, seeking his approval. Therefore, Zhou Xing's opinion carried greater weight. Student Zhou, do you think this punishment is too harsh? Zhou Xing chuckled lightly. Harsh? I find it quite appropriate. Chapter 61. Interests are the strongest foundation. The downfall of Huang Hui. The outcome of Huang Hui is evident for all to see. Having discarded his identity as an instructor and university student, once the school makes an official announcement, he will surely be infamous. Like a hyena stripped of its teeth. His abilities and character predict a bleak future ahead. Is it pitiful? Zhou Xing does not believe so. In both his past life and the present, all of Huang Hui's misfortunes are self-inflicted. As an adult, one ought to take responsibility for one's actions. The school's decision not to pursue criminal charges against him is already a lenient handling of the matter. In society, others would not afford him such leniency. A mistake is a mistake. They are not his parents and would not indulge him. His end will only be more tragic. The school should maintain a degree of tolerance towards its students, guiding them gently, yet also wielding authority, lest they further enable individuals like Huang Hui. Zhou Xing remarked, "This is not a favorable situation for the school." Indeed, Fu Zhoupu nodded, his gaze towards Zhou Xing filled with admiration. Who would have thought that a student of your age could possess such profound insights? It appears we have found a gem at our school. It is merely my shallow understanding, Zhou Xing replied with a smile. Do not be modest, Zhou. When it comes to principles, there is no such thing as shallow or deep. Fu Zhoupu waved his hand dismissively. School governance should be thus. We cannot allow someone like Huang Hui to escape punishment. He is a student, and the ones he harmed were also students, were they not? The school director fell silent, no longer speaking. Zhou, I must genuinely thank you this time, Fu Zhoupu said, stepping closer to Zhou Xing, somewhat emotional. Had it not been for your timely intervention in exposing these individuals, I would still have been kept in the dark. The harm inflicted on those students cannot be undone, but thankfully, no further harm ensued. Otherwise, I would have spent my entire life unable to make amends. His gratitude towards Zhou Xing was heartfelt. Zhou Jianpei's phone call had stirred the higher-ups to establish an inspection, simultaneously ringing alarm bells for him. Without this reminder, allowing Huang Hui and Huang Dahai to run rampant within the school would have rendered any future actions futile. At least now, Zhou Xing provided him with an opportunity for timely rectification, allowing for a thorough cleansing of the campus environment, preventing him from feeling like he was sitting on pins and needles in the principal's chair. The principal is too kind. As my alma mater, maintaining the campus is also a means of helping myself. Zhou Xing smiled. Your concern already touches me deeply, the principal sighed. This school is like my child. I have devoted decades to nurturing its growth. If only all students cared for the school as you do, such incidents would not occur. Fu Zhoupu shook his head. Ultimately, I bear responsibility for this matter, allowing others to tarnish this child. Zhou Xing glanced at the principal, amused. Old man, taking advantage of me, are you? Yet he maintained a composed smile. The principal has a multitude of responsibilities, managing tens of thousands of students. Such occurrences are inevitable. What matters is addressing problems promptly. Rest assured, Zhou, I will strengthen management in the future to ensure that my students do not face any issues, leaving a peaceful environment for all students to learn. Don't say that. Zhou Xing's eyelids twitched slightly. Principal, regarding my intention to donate to the school, I presume you are now aware. The discussions with Dean Huang were not particularly pleasant, which caused the process to stall. Since you are here, I would like to inquire about the best method to transfer these funds to the school's account. He has always adhered to the principle of reciprocating kindness. The matter has been resolved. It is only fitting to return the favor. Fu Zhoupu's courteous treatment of him is largely due to his father's influence. However, social status is ephemeral. True stability lies in mutual interests. Fu Zhoupu invited him to his office, personally witnessing the resolution of these issues. Courtesy has been extended, and Zhou Xing naturally feels compelled to respond. Fu Zhoupu smiled at Zhou Xing. The conversation was not particularly pleasant. It was more than just uncomfortable. It had broken the bridge of trust. However, he did not dwell on it. Individuals like Huang Dehai are hardly worthy of lamentation. Zhou, let's not speak of the donation any further. Fu Zhoupu frowned slightly. Having such an incident occur, I, as the principal, feel unworthy to face you students, let alone accept your donation. This is merely my personal intention, Zhou Xing calmly asserted. He had anticipated this reaction and remained composed. Regardless of what has transpired, my intention to donate has not wavered. Therefore, I am prepared to contribute 10 million. While 10 million may not seem substantial, as a member of the school, being able to assist within his means is sufficient. Futsupu Sai Davidi. Having a student like you is a tremendous honor for both the school and myself. 10 million is no small sum. If utilized wisely, it will benefit the entire institution immensely. Since you are so insistent, I shall graciously accept this donation, Fu Zhoupu continued. The school is indeed in need of funds, as many facilities require renovation. On behalf of the school and all students, I express my gratitude. Fu Zhoupu's expression then turned serious. Rest assured, Zhou, in due time, when you are free, I will arrange a donation ceremony to formally inject the funds into the school. Each source of funding will be transparent, and you are welcome to investigate at any time, ensuring that your contribution is not wasted. There is no need for such formalities. A private donation suffices, and there is no need for the entire school to be informed. Zhou Xing directly declined. This money was not intended for public display. Besides, he had no desire to seek recognition in front of the entire school. I trust your character when it comes to the use of these funds, Zhou Xing smiled. Futsupu regarded Zhou Xing doubtfully, unassuming and gracious, undeterred by setbacks. Conducting oneself with humility and respect. Students like you are truly invaluable. The younger generation indeed surpasses the older, becoming increasingly outstanding. That credit belongs to you and your generations of nurturing. Without dedicated teachers like you, it would be challenging to cultivate exceptional students, Zhou Xing replied nonchalantly. Compliments cost nothing. Even if Fu Zhoupu was merely a minor character in his family's narrative, he was still a local authority deserving of respect. Facilitating others is equivalent to facilitating oneself. Zhou Xing chuckled. Fu Zhoupu laughed heartily, clearly pleased by Zhou Xing's remarks. Principal, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Don't rush off. Stay a while longer. In the future, feel free to visit my office to keep this old man company. Fu Zhoupu responded warmly. As one ages, loneliness begins to creep in. I, too, revel in engaging with the youth, as it enables me to connect with them and learn to nurture their growth. Is that not quite appropriate? Zhou Xing raised an eyebrow. What does it matter? I'm not as busy as you might imagine. I have ample time. Very well then, I hope you won't find my presence bothersome in the future, Principal. There's no need for such formalities. I'm many years your senior. If you don't mind, simply address me as Uncle. Then I shall graciously accept that, Uncle Fu. Chapter 62. What does this have to do with Zhou Xing? Huang Dehai, the dean of the music department, has severely violated the political, organizational, integrity, and personal conduct disciplines during his tenure. He has repeatedly engaged in embezzlement and bribery, resulting in extremely serious repercussions. The school has since suspended him and referred the matter for investigation. Huang Hui, a junior music student and a military training instructor, not only failed to unite his classmates and promote positivity, but instead abused his authority to oppress fellow students, creating a profoundly negative impact. His actions have been deemed serious in nature, leading the school to impose a major demerit and expel him. The emergence of this incident reflects the school's dereliction of duty, and the administration extends sincere apologies to the student body, hoping that all students may learn from this cautionary tale. Upon the release of this announcement, the entire school was thrown into an uproar. Most students were completely unaware of what had transpired. It felt as if an earthquake had shaken the campus, with the dean and members of the instructor team being swiftly punished. Had I missed something significant? The campus forum buzzed with inquiries as bewildered students expressed their confusion, even suspecting that their internet connection was slow, causing them to miss crucial updates. Yet, many others chimed in, admitting their lack of understanding as well. At that moment, someone stepped forward to explain. This matter is indeed connected to Zhou Xing. If it weren't for him, the school would not have acted so decisively. Others were puzzled. The name of Zhou Xing, the freshman who ranked first in his class, was not unfamiliar to them. It resonated strongly. However, how could the deans and instructor teams' suspension and expulsion be related to him? One who claimed acquaintance with Zhou Xing elaborated, stating that after a conflict with Huang Hui, Zhou was seen heading directly to the dean's office, and shortly thereafter, the announcement was made. Ponder this. Who else could it be but Zhou Xing? Now, every classmate had become an admirer of Zhou Xing, acknowledging that without him, their lives over the past 15 days would have been unbearable. This explanation quickly gained traction on the hot topics list. Concurrently, more students from Zhou Xing's class came forward to corroborate the account, affirming that the claims were truthful. The situation was validated, leaving students on the campus forum deeply shocked once more. Alas, had I been too narrow-minded? I thought Zhou Xing was already remarkable. Little did I know, his prowess was beyond mere greatness. It was as if a small cow had taken flight. I suddenly began to understand Min Sishi's sentiments. Were it not for my gender, I would be inclined to dedicate myself entirely to him. Zhou Xing is extraordinarily handsome. Huang Hui, my instructor from last year, had been a source of irritation for the entire cohort, and now justice had finally been served. Zhou Xing had indeed eliminated a menace. Zhou Xing strikes at my heart, perfectly aligning with my aesthetic sensibilities. His charm elevates my spirits like a gushing fountain, thrilling and breathtaking. What is Zhou Xing's true origin that he could effortlessly topple the dean at the Who's City Music Academy? There is no grand background. He is simply my husband. The assignments given by Zhou Xing are exceedingly numerous. The humidifier he purchased for me has arrived, ensuring we won't wake up dry-throated at night. Once again, the campus forum erupted with excitement. Classmates felt the impact most acutely, as they were direct beneficiaries of Zhou Xing's actions. Thus, rather than harboring any resentment, they could only express gratitude towards him. The content shared was remarkably fair, predominantly supportive of Zhou Xing, while also enhancing his image. A mere conflict in their narrative transformed into a dramatic portrayal akin to that of a domineering CEO in a television drama, especially among the female students. Their vivid accounts incited admiration for Zhou Xing. The students, brimming with youth and a sense of justice, often found themselves powerless in such situations, forced to swallow their grievances. Zhou Xing, however, emerged as a hero and role model in their eyes. The number of girls infatuated with Zhou Xing grew ever larger, elevating his reputation to that of one of the most popular boys in the entire school. Moreover, with a mere gesture, he prompted the school to swiftly address the situations involving Huang Dahai and Huang Hui. Coupled with his impressive license plate number, speculation about Zhou Xing's background intensified, shrouding him in an air of mystery that captivated countless hearts. Zhou Xing closed the campus forum, his expression somewhat complex. What began as a whimsical way to pass the time turned into an overwhelming flood of posts about himself. The replies were at times distressing, particularly from the female students, who, hidden behind the anonymity of the internet, revealed their true natures without restraint. Their unabashed comments left little room for male ego, and even someone like him, who had weathered countless trials, found it hard to bear. While viewing the posts could be entertaining, the object of such attention was himself, which was less than pleasant. Shaking his head, he chose to disregard those thoughts. Estimating that the time was nearing, he recalled that today's military training had been abruptly canceled. Given the style of the military instructor, Fu Zhoupu, it was likely that normal training would resume shortly. After all, military training is not a trivial matter. It carries significant meaning, and they could not afford to grant excessive days off. Zhou Xing pondered for a moment, initially planning to head to the cafeteria for dinner. However, upon reconsideration, the cafeteria's offerings dissuaded him. His standards for food were not excessively high. He could enjoy luxurious meals just as easily as street food. Yet, the cafeteria's cuisine had an almost surreal quality, unlike anything he had encountered in his years in society. Some dishes were best sampled only once. Resolute, he made his way towards the dormitory building, where his car was parked below. Shortly thereafter, he approached his McLaren, retrieving his keys and preparing to unlock the vehicle when someone tapped his shoulder from behind, their voice brimming with excitement. Zhou Xing, I searched for you all afternoon and couldn't find you. I didn't realize you were here. Chapter 63. What brings you here? Zhou Xing turned around. And what caught his eye was a striking figure with bright yellow hair. It was the same person who had been punished to run 10 laps by Huang Hui during morning military training. The young man appeared somewhat exhilarated as he scratched his head and said to Zhou Xing, I came to your door to look for you, but didn't find you. So, I thought I might try my luck here by your car, and unexpectedly, I actually ran into you. What brings you here? Zhou Xing, slightly puzzled, replied, Do you need something from me? Ah, you've avenged me, and I must express my gratitude, he said with a beaming smile. That scoundrel Huang Hui attacked me the moment he arrived and made me run 10 laps. I was utterly humiliated, and now that I have this score to settle, I was planning on how to get back at him. Little did I know that you would do me such a great favor. The young man was particularly enthusiastic, saying, Regardless of anything else, I must treat you to a meal in appreciation. It's just a small matter, Zhou Xing replied with a faint smile. Huang Hui will eventually face retribution. Without me, he would have been dealt with sooner or later. Indeed, the mention of Huang Hui made the young man grit his teeth. I never imagined that a mere junior student would dare to act so brazenly in front of me. I was planning to confront him properly after military training. If only he and run so fast. Otherwise, I would have made him pay. Zhou Xing raised an eyebrow, looking at him with suspicion. Could it be that in his past life, the one who confronted Huang Hui was indeed this fellow? Are you from Beijing? Zhou Xing inquired, noticing his accent. In their previous life, although they were in the same class, they hardly interacted, as Deng Jian rarely attended class. Zhou Xing had only a vague impression of him because of his conspicuous yellow hair, which drew attention. He had heard from others that Deng Jian came from a wealthy family, but beyond that, he knew little. That's right. I just arrived in whose city, completely unfamiliar with the place. I thought that scoundrel was a military instructor sent by the school, so I didn't dare to speak up. I ended up running 10 laps, nearly exhausting myself. Deng Jian exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Almost forgot to introduce myself. Deng Jun. He extended his hand, saying, Since we're classmates now, I'll be sure to help you out whenever you need, considering what you did for me today. Let us go. Let me treat you to a meal. Zhou Xing shook his head. No need for that. It was nothing. I was merely standing up for myself. He was not one to seek recognition for his actions. This incident was for his own sake, and Deng Jian had merely benefited from it. Regardless, let me treat you to a meal as a token of our camaraderie, Deng Jian insisted. Let us eat outside. I'd love to experience your McLaren P1. I wanted to buy one, but my family wouldn't agree. Today, I can finally indulge. Deng Jian's vibrant personality shone through as he spoke, showing no signs of restraint around Zhou Xing. Let us just go to the cafeteria, Zhou Xing replied, feeling it unnecessary to go out for a meal. It's too much hassle. It's nothing. While my family wealth may not compare to yours, I can certainly afford a meal out, Deng Jian said with assurance. You must be somewhat familiar with whose city. Why don't you choose the place? I'll cover the bill. What do you think? The food at the cafeteria isn't meant for humans to eat. I can't ask you to treat me there. Zhou Xing chuckled, realizing they shared similar sentiments about the cafeteria food. Let us go to the cafeteria then, Zhou Xing decided. There's no need to be extravagant. Indulging in delicacies too often can make one forget the essence of simplicity. Deng Jian's eyes widened in disbelief, as if questioning Zhou Xing's reasoning. Are you joking? You, a wealthy young man, accustomed to fine dining, have never experienced it, while I have. Deng Jian made a face, lamenting, I was just released from home, eager to explore the world, and now you're dragging me back to reality. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, Zhou Xing smiled, choosing not to elaborate further as he unlocked the car door. Let us get in. All right, Deng Jian nodded in agreement. As the impressive butterfly doors opened, Deng Jian's expression shifted from disappointment to sheer excitement as he marveled at the car. Gazing at the luxurious interior, he exclaimed, No wonder it's one of the top 3 cars. I must find a way to persuade my father to buy me one before I graduate. No, definitely before my sophomore year. With a roar, the engine started and they drove off. Although they couldn't go fast on campus, Deng Jian was still brimming with enthusiasm, exclaiming in delight. Before long, they arrived at the cafeteria. Deng Jian reluctantly left the car, feeling a bit elated under the curious gazes of others. He attempted to put his arm around Zhou Xing's shoulder, only to realize he was half a head shorter. He withdrew his hand sheepishly and said, "Come on, Zhou Xing, order whatever you like. The cafeteria can't cost more than 50. Zhou Xing raised an eyebrow. "From your tone, one might think you're inviting someone to a grand banquet." "Not at all," Deng Jian grinned, revealing his bright white teeth without a trace of embarrassment. "It's not my fault you chose to come to the cafeteria instead of dining out. Next time, I'll treat you to something nice." Together, Zhou Xing and Deng Jian headed into the bustling cafeteria, now crowded due to the mealtime rush. Deng Jian handed Zhou Xing a tray and stood behind him, waiting to pay. Zhou Xing casually glanced at several food stalls but paused at one that stood out. Unlike the others run by older vendors, here stood a young woman with a graceful figure, her ponytail swaying as she moved. Even in a simple t-shirt, her captivating figure was hard to miss. The traditional apron she wore added an air of unpretentious beauty to her appearance. As she looked up, their eyes met, and a radiant smile broke out on her face. "Zhou Xing, what brings you to the cafeteria?" Chapter 64. The remarkable beauty of handsomeness. Zhou Xing couldn't help but marvel at how small the world truly is, as he unexpectedly encountered Min Cixi once again. Their first meeting had taken place in the cafeteria, and here they were, reunited in the same setting. "What brings you here?" Zhou Xing inquired. "I work here," Min Cixi responded nonchalantly, wielding a ladle in her hand. There was no hint of embarrassment about her part-time job. She spoke with complete composure. "I used to work at a milk tea shop, but there have been quite a few controversies recently, so the owner suggested I take a break." Min Cixi expressed her frustration. "I had no choice but to find a temporary job in the cafeteria." Zhou Xing remained silent, fully aware of the controversies she referred to, which indeed had a significant connection to him. "However, the work here is not too demanding. It's only busy during mealtimes, leaving me ample time for other pursuits," Min Cixi said with a cheerful smile. "Though the pay is somewhat lower than at the milk tea shop, I can always take extra dance classes to make up for it. Would you care to try some of my dishes? They are quite delicious, and I can sneak you a little extra," she added, glancing at Zhou Xing. "You're quite tall. You should eat more. You seem a bit thin." Zhou Xing furrowed his brow, realizing he found it increasingly difficult to read Min Cixi. In his previous life, he had only a vague acquaintance with her. He remembered that when he first entered university, she was already a senior on the verge of graduation. His memories were hazy. He recalled that throughout her 4 years in college, there had never been any rumors about her dating. Her icy demeanor had intimidated many boys, with some even suggesting she preferred the company of girls, leaving many to lament their unrequited interest. Thus, when Min Cixi approached him, expressing a desire to get to know him, Zhou Xing's first reaction was one of surprise, followed by a decision to decline. He was unsure of her intentions and felt that he had no time to indulge in her whims. Furthermore, her behavior was far too atypical compared to the Min Cixi he remembered. Something unusual must be afoot. While she was undoubtedly beautiful, Zhou Xing was aware that there were many attractive women around. Perhaps she was motivated by the materialistic sentiments discussed on campus forums. Yet if that were true, why had she never had a boyfriend throughout her college years? With her looks, finding a wealthy partner would have been remarkably easy. There would have been no need for her to take a part-time job in the cafeteria, earning less than $2,000 a month, far less than other girls might make from a few nights out. Yet, here she was, approaching him with an unwavering determination. Even after being rebuffed, cheerfully delivering him milk tea on the first day of military training. Despite his good looks, Zhou Xing was not so vain as to believe that she had fallen for him at first sight. He rubbed his temples, perplexed by her intentions. Why was it that in this life, Min Cixi, who had consistently shown disinterest in boys, was so resolutely pursuing him? "What are you talking about?" Deng Jian approached, balancing a plate brimming with food. "I've finished getting my dishes, and you haven't even started." He eyed Zhou Xing suspiciously before glancing at Min Cixi, his eyes widening in realization. "No wonder you've been so quiet. You were enthralled by such a stunning beauty." Am I interrupting something? Deng Jian chuckled. Winking at Zhou Xing hello, Min Sishi greeted warmly, waving at Deng Jian. Are you Zhou Xing's friend? Sort of. Deng Jian scratched his head, casting a shy glance at Zhou Xing. At least I consider him a brother. So, do you two know each other? Or are you in a relationship? Deng Jian asked curiously. Observing their dynamic, it appeared that they were more than just acquaintances. Not yet, Min Sishi replied, a hint of blush creeping onto her cheeks. But I will do my best to win Zhou Xing over. What? Deng Jian's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as disbelief washed over him. He could hardly believe what he had just heard. The reality was entirely different from what he had assumed. He thought Zhou Xing had initiated the interaction, but it was actually Min Sishi who was pursuing him. Zhou Xing seems a bit uninterested in me. As his friend, could you help me out? I'll treat you to a meal, Min Sishi said, raising her ladle with hopeful eyes directed at Deng Jian. Deng Jian felt as though he had been stabbed in the heart. He turned back to Zhou Xing, disbelief etched on his face, as if to say, this stunning beauty is chasing after you, and you're rejecting her? Zhou Xing, you really ought to be ashamed. Deng Jian managed to mutter through clenched teeth. He was baffled as to why Zhou Xing, having just entered campus life, was already the center of attention for so many girls, while he, with his freshly dyed blonde hair, had received little to no interest from the opposite sex. Being handsome is truly remarkable, Deng Jian remarked, casting a derisive glance at Zhou Xing's face. He turned just in time to catch Min Sishi gazing intently at Zhou Xing, her eyes never wavering. He instantly felt disheartened. Being handsome is indeed a gift. Don't take her words seriously, Zhou Xing replied, exasperated. Most of what she says is mere jest and should not be taken to heart. Huh? Deng Jian looked up, only to find Min Sishi giggling, her eyes crescent-shaped as she watched Zhou Xing. She neither contradicted nor confirmed his statement, leaving Deng Jian perplexed as to who was speaking the truth. Surely, it must be Min Sishi's jest. Perhaps they were just close friends, thus her playful banter. The idea of her pursuing him seemed far-fetched. With this thought, Deng Jian regained his vigor, feeling a renewed sense of confidence. So what if he is handsome? He's still just a single guy like me. Deng Jian smirked at Zhou Xing, finding solace in his own circumstances. Let us go, Zhou Xing announced, carrying his plate past Min Sishi's counter. Where to? Deng Jian was momentarily taken aback. Where else would they go but to eat? Faced with Zhou Xing's incredulous gaze, Deng Jian, ever the social butterfly, felt a twinge of embarrassment and lowered his head. Goodbye. Min Sishi waved at them, then turned to Deng Jian. Remember to persuade Zhou Xing for me. Absolutely, Deng Jian replied with a smile, fully aware that he had been caught in a web of intrigue. Chapter 65. I was too innocent the next day. Deng Jian observed Zhou Xing from a distance beneath the shade of a tree. Min Sishi cheerfully approached Zhou Xing, offering him a cup of chilled milk tea with her delicate, fair hand. Deng Jian was momentarily taken aback, as he overheard others murmuring, "Why is she back again?" Intrigued, he turned to a companion and inquired, "Brother, what is going on?" The other person, somewhat surprised, replied, "You don't know? Aren't you on the campus forum?" Deng Jian admitted, "Honestly, I have no idea." He chuckled, "Brother, elaborate, please." Min Sishi, the campus goddess for 3 consecutive years, had openly pursued Zhou Xing, only to be rejected. Since then, she had persistently delivered milk tea to him. The classmate shook his head and said, "She was here yesterday too. Didn't you notice?" Deng Jian's expression shifted to one of confusion. What had he been doing yesterday? It seemed that upon arriving, he had immersed himself in conversation with friends, completely oblivious to Zhou Xing. As he watched Zhou Xing accept the milk tea, he noted the elation on Min Sishi's face. A chill swept over him, and he instinctively clutched his chest, feeling as though he had been stabbed. It dawned on him that Min Sishi was genuinely pursuing Zhou Xing, who had turned her down. After Zhou Xing's denial yesterday, he had felt a sense of relief, believing Min Sishi was merely toying with him. Indeed, the more beautiful the girl, the more deceitful she could be. He had vowed never to fall for her words again. Yet, in the end, he had become the true fool. Tears threatened to spill as he thought, "Zhou Xing, you are truly despicable. I should never have believed your nonsense." A nearby friend remarked, although Min Cixi is stunning. Zhou Xing is not lacking either. Seeing Deng Jian's reaction, the onlooker was taken aback. She is pursuing Zhou Xing. You needn't react so dramatically. But Deng Jian felt an overwhelming urge to cry. He recalled boasting in front of Zhou Xing just yesterday, claiming he had seen through Min Cixi's falsehoods. He had only been playing along, basking in his own arrogance, while Zhou Xing's knowing gaze lingered in his memory. Now his stomach twisted with regret. I was so naive. Even as an extroverted person, Deng Jian found it difficult to bear this mortifying reality. Under the tree, Zhou Xing took a sip of milk tea and pulled out his phone, asking, "What's your WeChat number?" "Huh?" Min Cixi exclaimed, surprised. "After 2 days of bringing you milk tea, have I finally moved you to my contact?" She confidently retrieved her phone. Zhou Xing glanced at it. It was a white phone, looking rather worn, the model's inscriptions faded. However, Min Cixi had taken good care of it, and it appeared clean and undamaged. She opened WeChat without hesitation, though the phone was somewhat sluggish. After a while, the app finally loaded. Min Cixi, using her delicate fingers, tapped the screen, displaying her QR code for Zhou Xing to scan. Without a word, he scanned it and added her as a contact. Quickly, Min Cixi's phone chimed, indicating acceptance. "Ding!" she exclaimed, her anticipation palpable, only to discover it was a red envelope. "What does this mean?" Her smile faltered. "Nothing much," Zhou Xing replied nonchalantly. "I've had several cups of milk tea from you. It wouldn't be fair to let you pay." He added, "I'm not in the habit of asking girls to pay. Just accept this envelope." He raised the milk tea in his hand, saying, "Thank you for the milk tea. But please don't bring it anymore. I'm not fond of sweet drinks, and it's unnecessary for you to come so early every day. After all, you have your own affairs to attend to." "Oh." Min Cixi's beautiful eyes dimmed slightly as she murmured, "I thought you would enjoy this milk tea, since I find it quite delightful." She swallowed hard and lifted her head, saying, "All right, I understand." With that, she lowered her gaze, seemingly lost in thought, before departing. At noon, Min Cixi appeared again, beaming as she held half a watermelon and offered Zhou Xing a spoon. He was taken aback, asking, "Why are you back again?" "Ah," Min Cixi responded, confused. "Didn't you say you dislike milk tea? I brought you half a watermelon, chilled. It's perfect for cooling off after your military training. You don't dislike watermelon too, do you?" Her small face scrunched in concern. "That would be such a waste. Why not just have a few bites?" Zhou Xing sighed in exasperation. Was that really what he meant this morning? He had been clear, even sending a red envelope to discourage her from returning. Looking at her bewildered expression, he was uncertain whether she genuinely didn't understand or was feigning ignorance. "How much was it?" "I'll transfer you." He sighed, reluctantly accepting the watermelon. "Not much," Min Cixi exclaimed, her joy returning as Zhou Xing accepted the fruit, and she skipped away, not allowing him a moment to speak further. Zhou Xing resigned himself to her whims. During the subsequent military training, Min Cixi appeared punctually before Zhou Xing every day, presenting him with various items, fruits, beverages, while others looked on with envy. Though the gifts were modest in value. The sender was the campus goddess, Min Cixi. Deng Jian stood there, a picture of despondency. As days passed, the newcomers had come to recognize Min Cixi. Her reputation on the campus forum began to shift. After all, even if one was materialistic, maintaining such persistence was no small feat moreover. Zhou Xing indeed had an irresistible charm, prompting many to keenly observe the unfolding drama. 15 days of military training passed in the blink of an eye. When the instructor announced its conclusion, the crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. As the group dispersed, Zhou Xing prepared to leave. True to form, Min Cixi approached, holding a bottle of mineral water out to him, then glanced at Deng Jian, apologizing, "Sorry, I forgot about you again." "It's fine," Deng Jian forced a smile, accustomed to Min Cixi's neglect over the past 15 days. Zhou Xing accepted the water, took a sip, and turned to Deng Jian, saying, "You head back first. I have some matters to attend to. Come with me, Min Cixi." With that, Zhou Xing strode toward the parking area. Chapter 66. Michelin restaurant. Zhou Xing retrieved his car keys, unlocking the vehicle. The distinctive crescent-shaped headlights illuminated. He opened the door and settled inside, only to notice Min Cixi standing there, frozen in place. "What are you dawdling for?" Get in, Zhou Xing urged. However, Min Sishi, entwining her hands nervously, replied, I don't know how to open the door. Zhou Xing couldn't help but smile. It was surprising to see the usually poised Min Sishi exhibit such shyness. There's a groove beneath the window. Just place your hand there, and the door will automatically pop open, Zhou Xing explained. The McLaren S door mechanism was touch-sensitive, devoid of physical buttons. Min Sishi tentatively followed his instructions. As her hand glided across the surface, the door lifted gracefully. She gasped in astonishment. This was quite a novelty for her. Cautiously, she entered the car and closed the door, gazing at the interior. Turning to Zhou Xing, she inquired, "Where are we headed?" Zhou Xing remained silent, pressing the ignition button. The car roared to life, its powerful growl resonating through the evening air as they glided through the campus towards the exit. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Bund, stopping in front of a building. Zhou Xing parked the car and stepped out. Min Sishi mimicked his actions, standing beside him, looking somewhat bewildered. "Let us go," Zhou Xing said calmly as he began to walk. "Where to?" Min Sishi asked, puzzled. "During military training, you gifted me so many things. It would be rather ungracious of me not to treat you to a meal," Zhou Xing replied with a light chuckle. "Are we eating here?" Min Sishi pointed at the old European-style building before them. It appeared somewhat worn, but exuded character. Being in the Bund, it was evident that a restaurant in this location would not be inexpensive. "If you insist on treating me, the cafeteria's spicy hot pot is quite delightful. There's no need for such extravagance," Min Sishi hesitated. "Not to mention, it's likely more affordable and tastier than here." Zhou Xing shot her a glance. 6 yuan for hot pot? What? Min Sishi was taken aback. "Nothing," Zhou Xing smiled, striding into the building. In truth, many choose expensive restaurants not solely for the food, but for the ambience. Even the priciest dishes may not deliver the anticipated satisfaction. It is the elegance and refined environment that attract the affluent. Seeing Zhou Xing had no intention of leaving, Min Sishi reluctantly followed in his wake. They took the elevator to the 3rd floor, where a string of French words greeted them. Min Sishi was utterly perplexed. "Welcome to l'atelier Joël Robuchon. Do you have a reservation?" A server approached as they neared the restaurant. "Yes, my surname is Zhou," Zhou Xing replied. He had prearranged the reservation through Zhang Yan. This Michelin-starred establishment was helmed by the renowned French chef, Zhou Robuchon. "Good afternoon, Mr. Zhou. You have a reservation for 2?" The server confirmed, guiding them into the restaurant. Zhou Xing entered with a composed demeanor while Min Sishi took in the surroundings. The interior, adorned in rich mahogany hues, felt warm yet sophisticated. The lighting was spectacular, and the central bar area was elegantly designed. Surrounding them were chairs and fine dining utensils, and at the center stood a middle-aged foreign man with blue eyes, impeccably dressed in a chef's coat. Once Zhou Xing and Min Sishi were seated, the chef beamed at them, engaging in conversation, all in French, which Zhou Xing could not comprehend. The server leaned in, translating, "Hello, Mr. Zhou. This is our head chef, Mr. Zhou Robuchon, the founder of this restaurant. He extends his greetings and inquires about your culinary preferences, as all dishes are prepared on-site by the chef." After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Xing replied, "Let the chef decide the menu for us." "Certainly." The server translated Zhou Xing's request to Robuchon, who immediately brightened and gave Zhou Xing a thumbs up, expressing gratitude for the trust placed in him. "Also, please bring me a bottle of wine," Zhou Xing added. "A liqueur will suffice. I enjoyed it during my last stay at the hotel. Currently, we have a 1997 liqueur available at a price of 116,800. Would that be acceptable?" The server inquired. Min Sishi's eyes widened. A bottle of wine, over 110,000, nearly 120,000, just for a meal accompaniment. Zhou Xing nodded slightly, and the server turned to fetch the wine. After a brief moment, she approached carefully, cradling a bottle of liqueur, presenting it to Zhou Xing, preparing to uncork it and pour it into a decanter. Observing the server, Robuchon became animated, speaking rapidly. "What is he saying?" Zhou Xing asked. The server smiled discreetly. "Mr. Robuchon praises your discerning taste. This wine is indeed perfect for dining." Zhou Xing chuckled softly. "What is so amusing?" Min Sishi asked, perplexed. Zhou Xing glanced at the enthusiastic Robichon and replied, "What discerning taste." He.S. just happy to have a profitable sale. In reality, Michelin restaurants are not so dissimilar from street stalls. They merely cultivate a facade of grandeur. The so-called taste and discernment pale in comparison to the power of wealth. The server, pouring wine, hesitated slightly, nearly spilling it as she absorbed Zhou Xing's words. However, she chose not to relay this to Robichon, knowing it would be futile. Robichon, meanwhile, busied himself in the kitchen. Soon, 2 exquisite small plates were placed before Zhou Xing and Min Sishi. The server introduced, "This is an appetizer, caviar paired with lobster jelly and cauliflower puree. Please enjoy." Zhou Xing picked up a spoon and turned to Min Sishi, saying, "Dig in." Chapter 67. A limited perspective. Min Sishi gracefully picked up the spoon beside her, scooping a bite and placing it in her mouth. The lobster jelly served as a base, complemented by the exquisite meat of Alaskan king crab and ossetra caviar. The flavors melded together in a pristine harmony, the original beauty of these 3 exquisite ingredients unfurling in her mouth. A sudden wave of embarrassment and shame washed over Min Sishi as she reflected on her earlier comments. Such ingredients, prepared with only the simplest of techniques, offered a taste far beyond anything a cafeteria could provide. The stark contrast in ambience was palpable. Here she sat, indulging in high-end delicacies sourced from across the globe, while admiring the restaurant's elegant decor, her gaze drifting to the breathtaking view of the Bund outside. It was a dual feast for the spirit and the body. A realization dawned upon her. There was a valid reason for the exorbitant prices at such establishments. Previously, she had been perplexed by the seemingly extravagant habits of the wealthy, vowing that if she were ever affluent, she would not partake in such lavish indulgences. Now, however, a vague understanding began to take shape. The rich were not fools. Cherry cold soup accompanied by pistachios and frozen milk cheese. New Zealand lobster ravioli. Roasted black cod paired with Malabar black pepper sauce and coconut-infused cabbage. Slow-cooked egg with Parmesan mousse. French foie gras drizzled with grape juice, port wine reduction, and beef consomme. Min Sishi marveled at each dish, its name barely grasped, her eyes wide with wonder. It turned out dining could be this elegant, devoid of the rush to consume food in a cacophonous environment. Only when they had savored the previous dish would the chef begin to prepare the next, ensuring that it was always served at its freshest, right from the kitchen. Soft piano melodies serenaded her ears while the food danced upon her palate. Min Sishi took small, cautious bites, glancing sideways at Zhou Xing. His handsome profile, illuminated by the warm glow of the lights, showcased his youthful, fair complexion and composed demeanor, rendering her momentarily entranced. The only flaw in this exquisite scene was his apparent indifference to the delicate dishes before him. He casually speared a piece of foie gras with his fork, tossing it into his mouth without a second thought, chewing with a somewhat greasy air. He then tore off a chunk of bread, munching heartily. His carefree attitude betrayed no awareness of the expected etiquette befitting a fine dining experience. Initially, Min Sishi assumed the chef would be displeased by such behavior. To her surprise, the chef beamed with delight, giving Zhou Xing a thumbs up and nodding in satisfaction. The waiter explained, "The chef says he feels honored to see Mr. Zhou enjoying the meal so heartily. It brings him a sense of accomplishment." Min Sishi pondered. The wealthy were not as portrayed in dramas, adhering to rigid protocols. Instead, everything was guided by desire, following one's own happiness. She felt hesitant to overstep in this refined establishment, her inexperience making her acutely aware of her surroundings. In contrast, Zhou Xing exuded confidence, viewing a Michelin-star restaurant as no different from a street-side eatery. He had no need for pretenses. He simply presented his authentic self. A wave of self-doubt washed over her. Previously, she had naively thought that the lives of the affluent were merely about superior food and luxury, akin to a farmer dreaming of an emperor wielding a golden plow. Her perspective had been too narrow. The true essence of wealth lay in the calm confidence with which the affluent approached every situation, something that those less fortunate could never emulate. Min Sishi chuckled at her own naivety, realizing how myopic her understanding had been. No wonder so many aspired to marry into wealth, hoping for swift ascent into a life of luxury. It was clear now why her advances toward Zhou Xing had been met with indifference, not due to her looks or his disinterest in women, but rather because she had underestimated him. A person like him had seen it all. Appearances were likely the least valuable currency in his world. Those attractive women who captivated wealthy men, becoming mistresses or wives, were simply not wealthy enough themselves. True wealth, like Zhou Xing's, exuded a subtle warmth. Yet the unintentional air of exclusivity he projected was enough to keep others at bay. As the evening unfolded, Min Cixi felt as though she were in a dream. The experience so surreal. When Zhou Xing settled the bill, the number nearly reached 200,000, with an additional 10% service charge, a stark reminder of reality. "Shall we go?" he asked, wiping his mouth and rising from the table. "Back to school?" she inquired instinctively. "No, let's take a walk," he replied. "The night view at the Bund is quite lovely, and since I've had a bit to drink, a stroll would do me good." He was not one to engage in reckless behavior, such as driving under the influence. The more affluent the second-generation rich, the more cautious their demeanor. One could be carefree and indulgent, but that freedom must not cross certain boundaries. Otherwise, no matter how powerful one was, they would not stand long against the mechanisms of the state. The more one flaunted their freedom, the harder the fall could be. Min Cixi nodded, following Zhou Xing as they made their way to the elevator, escorted by the waiter who pressed the button for them. Upon reaching the ground floor, the vibrant lights and neon of the city enveloped them. The heat of the evening had dissipated slightly, replaced by a refreshing breeze. Min Cixi gazed up at the riverbank, where laughter and joy filled the air from those aboard the cruise ships, yet she felt a profound distance from it all. Zhou Xing stood before her, but she found herself feeling less familiar with him, replaced instead by a sense of estrangement. As they strolled along the riverbank, a silence settled between them. Zhou Xing remained quiet, while Min Cixi kept her gaze lowered, lost in thought, her earlier vivacity seemingly waning. "What are you thinking?" Zhou Xing suddenly asked, stopping to lean against the railing, his gaze fixed on the river ahead. "I'm just realizing that perhaps I've been daydreaming," Min Cixi replied, playfully brushing aside the strands of hair caught by the wind, offering a candid smile. Zhou Xing turned to her, meeting her gaze for a moment. "Now, can you share your thoughts with me?" Chapter 68. I desire wealth, yet you possess too much. What are your thoughts? Min Cixi smiled. "I have mentioned it before. I simply wish to pursue you, devoid of any ulterior motives." Zhou Xing remained silent, merely gazing at her. After a moment, Min Cixi turned her head slightly, feeling somewhat uneasy. "Forget it. There is nothing more to say anyway. I am prepared to give up." "Give up?" Zhou Xing raised an eyebrow. "Indeed," Min Cixi nodded, her beautiful eyes fixed on Zhou Xing, a complex expression within them. "Tonight's dinner has made me realize that my aspirations were merely fanciful. Even with you standing here, there exists an insurmountable chasm between us. Since hope is lost, why continue?" Zhou Xing, however, looked at her with keen interest. "Then why did you take action in the first place?" "For money," Min Cixi replied candidly. "From the very beginning, I knew on the campus forum that you were quite affluent." Zhou Xing was not surprised by this. While he was indeed handsome, he did not consider himself to be of such allure as to drive Min Cixi to madness. "Since it is for money," Zhou Xing furrowed his brow in confusion. "Why must it be me? With your qualifications, finding someone wealthy should be quite simple." "Not all simple." Min Cixi shook her head. "Because I need a great deal." "How much?" 400,000. Zhou Xing coughed lightly, having expected a far more astronomical figure. 400,000. Logically, given Min Cixi's beauty, it should be effortless for her to find someone willing to pay that amount, especially in a city like your city. Spending 100,000 a month to support a female college student is considered quite a bargain. "What do you need that money for?" Zhou Xing could not help but inquire out of curiosity. Min Cixi turned back to look at him intently before asking, "Are you certain you want to hear my story?" "It's rather cliché." Zhou Xing nodded. Min Cixi took a deep breath. "I'm actually a local of Hu City. Ordinarily, my family background should be quite decent, and indeed it was when I was young. My family could afford my piano and ethnic dance lessons. However, everything changed during my middle school years. My father was involved in a drunk driving accident, leaving him paralyzed from the waist down. The subsequent medical expenses were astronomical. My mother had no choice but to sell our house and take on several jobs to make ends meet. However, not long after, my mother collapsed from exhaustion. At the hospital, the doctors diagnosed her with kidney failure, but there was no suitable donor available, leaving her relying on dialysis while waiting for a match. Then, a year ago, the doctors informed us that a compatible kidney had been found, but the surgery would cost $400,000. Min Cixi blinked and smiled at Zhou Xing. Isn't it ironic? When a donor was finally available, we couldn't come up with that amount, and in the end, my mother came to comfort me. She told me that everyone has their fate and that our destinies are predetermined. She urged me to study hard and not worry about these matters, warning me not to consider selling myself for money, or else she would rather die. Min Cixi paused. After that, I came to a realization. I needed to find a wealthy man, not just to help my mother with her surgery, but I was also tired of this life. I longed for the lifestyle of the wealthy, not wanting to sleep only 5 hours a night to find time to earn my tuition and living expenses. I didn't want to eat plain porridge in the cafeteria for an entire month, nor did I want to feel ecstatic for half a month just because my roommate gifted me an iPad for my birthday. I didn't want to work at a milk tea shop only to end up unable to afford a cup of milk tea. Min Cixi smiled at Zhou Xing. Every time I brought you milk tea, I longed to taste it myself. I heard from others that it was delightful, and watching you drink it made me swallow several times. But when it came to seeking out those older men, I just couldn't bring myself to do it. I know I have no right to negotiate, but I am simply a greedy and sentimental girl. Now that you have finished your story, you must find it rather mundane, right? Zhou Xing remained silent for a moment, refraining from judging Min Cixi's experiences, before asking, "So you sought me out?" Precisely. Min Cixi squinted her eyes and smiled. When I first saw you on the forum, I was somewhat intrigued. You were handsome and wealthy, and as a freshman, you were likely easy to deceive. I never anticipated that you would reject me so publicly, which left me a bit distressed and sparked a flicker of curiosity about you. My competitive spirit pushed me to try harder, and before I knew it, half a month had passed. After persisting for so long, suddenly deciding to give up feels a bit disconcerting. Zhou Xing raised an eyebrow. If you've persisted for so long, why suddenly give up? Weren't you keen on living a wealthy life? Who knows? Maybe in a few days I might change my mind. These things are not out of the question. I want to be wealthy, but you are too wealthy. Min Cixi shook her head. Tonight's dinner has enlightened me. Aside from my appearance, I possess little else, and few would be willing to bear the burden of someone like me, especially considering my family's predicament. You, being such a wealthy individual with a good character and handsome looks, you deserve better. No matter how hard I try, I can never quite measure up. Min Cixi smiled. To be honest, even if it were not for money, during our time together, I might have found myself infatuated. A sweet romance might have blossomed. I am not as wonderful as you imagine, and I cannot offer you a sweet romance. Min Cixi nodded. I understand. With your qualities, it is likely that numerous women flock to you. You probably have several by your side. Zhou Xing remained silent, choosing to acknowledge her statement. Before I met you, I was already mentally prepared for this. Min Cixi chuckled self-deprecatingly. Someone like me can only wish for such good fortune as your unwavering devotion. However, even if I were to be supported by you, I would not dare to be so extravagant in my expectations. After all I have endured, I felt no inferiority while working part-time, nor when I was pointed at while drinking porridge in the cafeteria. But upon meeting you, I felt small. Min Cixi continued. You have shown me that the disparity between people is not merely a matter of distance. What is the status of your mother's kidney situation? Zhou Xing suddenly shifted the topic. Such matters are left to fate. The doctors mentioned that a batch will arrive next week, but whether it will match is still uncertain. Min Cixi sighed. Moreover, even if a match is found, I cannot possibly afford such expenses. I will cover your mother's surgery costs, Zhou Xing stated calmly. Ah. Min Cixi momentarily faltered, unable to comprehend. Zhou Xing smiled and added, Since you have such thoughts, supporting you financially is no different. You have persisted for so long. I ought to provide some form of response. Chapter 69. Does this give you the feeling of being supported? Zhou Xing was initially perplexed by Min Cixi's true intentions. It was only after everything became clear that he refrained from passing excessive judgment on her experiences. From his perspective, at the very least, her actions were commendable. He knew he could not have done better than Min Si sure. The cost of a kidney transplant, amounting to 400,000, was indeed astronomical for an average family, capable of overwhelming countless individuals. He felt no regret in spending such a sum, as saving a life was undeniably worthwhile. Moreover, he was gaining the affection of a beautiful senior, an undeniable perk. After all, enduring 15 days of military training was made significantly more pleasant by having a strikingly attractive girl, brimming with youthful vigor, attending to him, offering water and fruit. It would be disingenuous to claim that he was unmoved. Rather than witness Min Si-she's despair and surrender to societal pressures, he preferred to assist her financially. After all, he had more than enough wealth to spare. "Do you pity me?" Min Si-she's smile faded as she calmly regarded Zhou Xing. "Why would you say that?" He countered. "If you do pity me, then please just forget it," she replied, shaking her head. "After all this time, I have managed to survive, and I do not feel sorry for myself. Thus, I do not require anyone's pity. The only valuable possession I have is my body, and I cannot think of any other means." Zhou Xing, "Truly, I implore you, we have known each other for a while. I have already lost my dignity in front of you and have spoken my mind. Please allow me to retain at least a shred of my pride." Min Si-she's candid nature was tinged with a hint of desperation. As time passed, feelings blossomed. This phrase was not mere rhetoric. Having been in contact with a handsome, amiable, and affluent young man for so long, it was difficult for any girl not to develop feelings. Min Si-she was no exception. She endeavored to present herself as less sorrowful before Zhou Xing, for even she did not wish to lose all her dignity in front of someone she admired. Thus, after dinner that evening, she felt a wave of inferiority, aware of the chasm between them, and ultimately chose to concede. "The money for your mother's kidney. While I genuinely wish to help, it is primarily because of you," Zhou Xing stated. "Are you implying that you have some feelings for me?" Min Si-she hesitated. "You may interpret it that way." Zhou Xing nodded. "You're not trying to spare my feelings, are you?" Min Si-she expressed disbelief. "I never lie," he replied. "Then why did you previously treat me with indifference?" She questioned, puzzled. "Are you not already aware?" Zhou Xing smiled. Min Si-she understood that Zhou Xing had been wary of her, and only when she revealed her truth did his demeanor shift. "Do all wealthy people possess such a strong sense of caution?" She muttered. "That is partly due to your rather unusual behavior," Zhou Xing remarked with a light chuckle. "I do not possess the delusion that I could captivate the campus goddess at first sight and have her pursue me. In truth, I find you quite handsome. It's easy to be drawn to you," Min Si-she stated candidly. Zhou Xing smiled in silence, while Min Si-she, feeling a twinge of guilt, lowered her gaze. "All right. Although my initial approach was influenced by your wealth, being with you has been pleasant, despite your aloofness. Otherwise, I would not have persisted for so long without giving up." Zhou Xing remained silent, yet Min Si-she, intrigued, inquired. "So does this mean I am being supported by you? It feels somewhat off." "What feels off?" Zhou Xing pondered before responding. "Follow me." Min Si-she, perplexed, trailed after Zhou Xing as they strolled along the Bund, surrounded by a plethora of shops. He paused in front of a store adorned with the Apple logo, which was not an official Apple store, yet that mattered little to him. He led Min Si-she inside and addressed the staff directly. "I'd like a complete Apple bundle." "Sir, do you need the iPad Pro, iPhone 6s, and MacBook?" the staff member asked, momentarily taken aback. "Indeed," Zhou Xing affirmed. "Please confirm the memory configuration and select a color," the attendant requested politely. "What color do you prefer?" Zhou Xing turned to Min Si-she, who was momentarily taken aback. "Never mind." Zhou Xing continued without waiting for her response. "Select the maximum memory. The tablet should be black, the phone rose gold, and the laptop silver." "Certainly. Please hold on while we prepare your order," the clerk replied, guiding Zhou Xing to the checkout. "Hello. The total for your selected items is 54,664 yuan, the attendant announced. Zhou Xing presented his bank card, and after the transaction was completed, another staff member brought forth the unopened devices. "Here are the items you selected. Please check for any issues." Zhou Xing examined the items laid out before him, stroking his chin in contemplation. The 2016 Apple bundle felt somewhat outdated. While AirPods had been showcased at the recent launch event, They were yet to be available for purchase. Nevertheless, these devices would suffice. What are you still waiting for? Take your things, Zhou Xing urged Min Si-Shi, who appeared momentarily stunned. Are these for me? She asked, pointing at herself. Who else would they be for? He retorted, preparing to leave without an intention to carry any of the items. Min Si-Shi glanced between Zhou Xing and the neatly packaged devices, ultimately taking them into her hands. The weight was considerable, especially with a laptop among the items, making it a bit challenging for her to manage. Zhou Xing, these are too heavy. Could you help me carry them? Min Si-Shi pleaded playfully. Zhou Xing paused, accepting the heaviest laptop from her grasp. Min Si-Shi shook her hands to relieve the strain and looked up at him, puzzled. Why are you suddenly buying me so many things? Didn't you say that receiving an iPad from someone made you happy for half a month? Now that I'm giving you a complete bundle, you should feel delighted for quite a while. Zhou Xing chuckled. So how does it feel? Do you sense that you are being supported? Chapter 70. Admiring your dance? Min Si-Shi gazed at the bustling street and instinctively attempted to cover Zhou Xing's mouth. However, her stature proved inadequate, and she could not reach him. Frustrated, she stamped her foot and murmured, Don't mention the idea of being supported. It sounds so unpleasant. It would be quite embarrassing if others overheard. Turning her attention to the latest smartphone and tablet in her hands, she added with a hint of concern, Moreover, it's not like being supported by someone like you. What if I were deceiving you? Wouldn't your money be wasted? Just moments ago, she had praised his vigilance. Yet now she worried about his naivety, cautioning, Be careful. Don't let other women swindle you out of your wealth. You wouldn't want to end up destitute. Zhou Xing stroked his chin, contemplating the potential loss of his $500 million. If he were to be defrauded at $5 million per incident, he wondered how long it would take for such a scheme to unfold. Adding Zhou Jianping's assets into the equation made the calculations even more complex. He frowned slightly, but ultimately chuckled. No one had yet dared to deceive him. You ought to exercise caution, Min Si-Shi remarked. By the way, may I inquire how many girls are around you? 3. Zhou Xing replied without hesitation. Min Si-Shi pouted her lovely face. Isn't that rather excessive? Are you regretting it? Not at all, he replied, shaking his head. She widened her beautiful eyes and asked, Well, since I'm here, you wouldn't deceive me, would you? Wasn't it you who wanted to know? Zhou Xing countered, puzzled. I don't lie. Oh, you really don't understand the female heart, Min Si-Shi teased. Girls are complex creatures. Even if they know you're lying, as long as you make them happy, nothing else matters. Just indulge me a little to lift my spirits. Zhou Xing smiled. I don't deceive, especially not my own women. I've told them before that if they ever wish to leave, they're free to do so. I would provide them with a substantial sum of money, including you. We each fulfill our needs, so you may be candid with me, and I shall not conceal anything from any of you. Min Si-Shi pouted her delicate lips, feeling somewhat gloomy. However, she quickly regained her composure and suddenly asked, So, among those 3 girls, is there anyone from school? No, why do you ask? Zhou Xing inquired curiously. Good, then, she sighed, placing a hand on her heart, feeling a wave of emotion. That means I'm your only female companion at school. Her mood brightened suddenly, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy as she gazed at Zhou Xing. Then, can I consider myself your girlfriend at school? After all, you spend most of your time there, and your other girls are not around. Zhou Xing found her reasoning amusing. Isn't that a form of self-deception? I don't care, Min Si-Shi insisted, playfully shaking his arm. Just agree to it. Otherwise, it would be so awkward if word spread that I'm your little wife. Didn't you claim not to care about such things? Zhou Xing questioned, recalling how she had faced harsh criticism on the forum without showing much reaction. Who can truly remain unaffected? It's all an act. She rolled her eyes, slightly miffed. Being criticized is certainly uncomfortable, so just agree. That way, I can return with a sense of satisfaction, showing them that while I may be the little wife at school, I'm openly your girlfriend. Ha ha, suit yourself. Zhou Xing chuckled, amused by her antics. Did you agree? Min Si-Shi asked, surprised. I never denied it, he replied nonchalantly. He had already given the title of girlfriend to several others, so one more would not make a difference. Besides, while others might worry that having a girlfriend would deter other women, he knew that even if he were married, there would be few who would refuse him if he desired. Min Si-Shi beamed, linking her arm with his. Who says there is no sweet romance? This is it, isn't it? Zhou Xing glanced at her. Perhaps this was her true nature. The carefree demeanor she often exhibited was simply a facade born out of life's pressures. After all, how many young women, in the bloom of youth, were not lively and adorable? The two strolled leisurely, placing their belongings back into the car. Zhou Xing summoned a chauffeur and hailed a vehicle to the Ritz-Carlton. To the Ritz-Carlton, he instructed the driver. As the car set off, Min Cixi sat beside him, still holding his hand. However, upon hearing the name of the hotel, she inexplicably tightened her grip, remaining silent for a while, her heartbeat quickening. Before long, the car came to a smooth stop at the Ritz-Carlton entrance. The chauffeur parked and handed the keys to Zhou Xing, who took them and led Min Cixi inside. "Good evening, Mr. Zhou. Your room is ready." Wang, the butler, greeted them eagerly, presenting the room card. Having stayed at the hotel for quite some time, Zhou Xing had added Wang on WeChat. A simple message sufficed for room arrangements. Thus, he had informed Wang in advance. "Thank you," Zhou Xing acknowledged. "You're most welcome. You are our esteemed guest at the Ritz-Carlton, and it is our duty to serve you," Wang replied with a slight bow. With a smile, Zhou Xing guided Min Cixi towards the elevator, while Wang discreetly remained in the lobby. Ding! The elevator doors opened, revealing the familiar 51st floor. Zhou Xing approached the suite's door, swiped the card, and entered. Switching on all the lights, Min Cixi was momentarily awestruck by the opulence of the room, her eyes wide as she observed every detail. "How much does this cost for one night?" she marveled. "Not much," Zhou Xing chuckled. "I can't believe you," she retorted playfully. "You can easily spend nearly 200,000 on a meal. To you, perhaps these figures seem trivial. Would you like to take a shower first?" Zhou Xing inquired lazily from the sofa. "Shower? For what?" Min Cixi's face flushed crimson, her ears burning as she feigned ignorance at a suggestion. "You mentioned you study ethnic dance, so I thought I might enjoy your performance." Chapter 71. "Zhou Xing is my boyfriend," a resounding roar echoed as a white McLaren glided into the campus. It was already class time, and the school was bustling with students. However, upon spotting the McLaren, they instinctively parted to create a pathway, their gazes tinged with envy. They all knew that the owner of this exquisite vehicle was Zhou Xing, a freshman this year. The car did not halt by the teaching building, but proceeded directly towards the girls' dormitory. Before long, the McLaren came to a stop at the entrance of the dorm. At that moment, the area was lively with students, many girls clutching their textbooks, hurrying toward their classrooms. Upon noticing the car and recognizing it belonged to Zhou Xing, they paused, excitement bubbling within them. The car door swung open, and Zhou Xing stepped out, prompting a wave of exhilaration among the girls. "So handsome! No wonder Zhou Xing is the talk of the campus. Zhou Xing, let us play King of Glory together. I'll be Meng Tian, and you can be Ji. I can't chat now. My boyfriend is here to take me to class. Can you believe it? Zhou Xing is at the girls' dorm. Isn't he afraid I might propose right here?" The chorus of gasps from the girls echoed through the air. As the vanguard of gossip, they were far more attuned to the forum discussions than the boys. Thus, they were well aware that a highly acclaimed freshman had emerged during military training this year. Wealthy, handsome, and with the audacity to nonchalantly oust the dean and the instructor from the school. Such a man was enough to fuel their fantasies within the dormitory. Now, witnessing him in person filled them with uncontainable joy, akin to a starstruck fan gathering. But just then, the door to the passenger seat opened as well. Min Cixi stepped out, her brow slightly furrowed as she descended from the car. A hush fell over the group as disbelief washed over them. How could Min Cixi and Zhou Xing be together? Moreover, the fact that Zhou Xing personally escorted her back to the dorm implied that they had spent the night out together. The girls' hearts shattered. They seethed with envy. How could this woman possibly win Zhou Xing's affection? It should be noted that many of the disparaging comments about Min Cixi on the forum had originated from their ranks. Seeing Zhou Xing with her was more painful than a death sentence. In the face of such scrutiny, Min Cixi merely smiled triumphantly and trotted over to Zhou Xing, rising on her toes to plant a kiss on his cheek. Then, beaming, she opened the car's trunk to retrieve the Apple gift box that Zhou Xing had bought for her the previous day. "I'll head up first," she called, waving at Zhou Xing with a sweet voice. "All right, Zhou Xing nodded, then turned and returned to the car. Min Cixi, undeterred by the various gazes of the girls, hugged her gift and ascended the stairs. She had never felt so liberated before. Zhou Xing had given her so much. Upon entering the dormitory, her roommates were already awake, engaged in their morning routines. Seeing Min Cixi return with her bags, they exclaimed, "Cixi, you've struck gold. Why did you suddenly buy so many Apple products? And all the latest models?" "No, this is a gift from Zhou Xing," Min Cixi replied with a smile. Zhou Xing. Her roommates halted their activities and stood before Min Cixi, questioning her in unison. "What is going on? Didn't he reject you?" "That was in the past. Now Zhou Xing is my boyfriend," Min Cixi stated confidently after receiving Zhou Xing's affirmation. Wow. Her roommates' eyes shimmered with envy. "No wonder you didn't come back last night. You were on a date with Zhou Xing. Is he as impressive as they say?" "Very impressive." "How impressive?" "Honestly, the three of you combined might not stand a chance against him. When can we all go out to dinner? We want to meet this legendary handsome freshman." "I'll ask him when he is free," Min Cixi replied. "Wow, Cixi, you've truly hit the jackpot. He is not only incredibly handsome and wealthy, but he also treats you so well and is remarkable. It's enough to make us envious." One roommate inquired, "You must be so happy being with him." Of course. They could see from Min Cixi's radiant smile as she entered the dorm that she was indeed ecstatic. "If I had a boyfriend like Zhou Xing, I would be over the moon." Min Cixi merely smiled, clutching her phone, within which lay the 40,000 yuan that Zhou Xing had transferred to her the previous night. Being with him was not only blissful, but also reassuring. Zhou Xing parked the McLaren P1 in front of the classroom building. After securing the vehicle, he made his way upstairs. The military training had concluded, and today marked the first day of classes. Having spent 4 years in this environment in a previous life, he was thoroughly familiar with its layout. He soon arrived at the classroom on the 3rd floor, only to realize he was slightly late. A man in his 30s, the class instructor, was addressing the students. Zhou Xing knocked on the door. "Sorry, teacher, I'm late." The instructor paused upon noticing Zhou Xing at the door, momentarily taken aback. "No worries, Zhou Xing. Please come in and find a seat. If you're late again, just enter without knocking." As a teacher, he was well aware of Zhou Xing's reputation. After all, even the dean had been ousted by him. Initially, he had been wary of Zhou Xing joining his class, fearing he would be difficult to manage. Yet, seeing Zhou Xing's respectful demeanor towards him, the instructor was instantly charmed. Zhou Xing nodded and began searching for a seat, when he noticed Deng Jian waving from the back row. "Old Zhou, over here. I saved you a spot." Zhou Xing made his way to the last row and sat beside Deng Jian. "All right, everyone is here. Let me introduce myself. I'm Lu Lei, your class instructor. We will be spending the next 4 years together." Just as Lu Lei began to speak, a clear bell rang through the quiet classroom, drawing everyone's attention to its source. Zhou Xing felt his phone vibrating in his pocket, and he sheepishly pulled it out. His expression shifted slightly as he glanced at the screen. He gestured apologetically to Lu Lei, who smiled and waved it off. Zhou Xing then left his seat and walked out into the hallway to answer the call. Chapter 72. Bite Dance. "Old Zhou, what have you been busy with lately?" On the other end of the phone, Qin Fen's voice came through. "Considering the days, your military training should have concluded, right? Just finished. Finally, it's over. I've been waiting for you so long that I'm about to sprout." Zhou Xing replied with a smile. "What's up? Is there something you need?" Zhou Xing inquired. "It's about the investment company you mentioned last time. I've already found a location for the office. When will you come by to take a look?" Qin Fen remarked, unable to resist teasing. "I've never seen someone asking for help while making others wait. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't bother." "All right, thanks. I'll treat you to a meal," Zhou Xing responded, unfazed. He had contemplated establishing an investment company even before his military training began. During that time, he had called Qin Fen to assist in locating an office space. Once that was settled, they could proceed with registering the company and start hiring. "A meal won't suffice. With your wealth, I suppose I should expect a lavish feast," Qin Fen joked. Zhou Xing chuckled, but soon heard Qin Fen speak seriously. "By the way, let me give you a heads up." "What is it?" Zhou Xing asked, intrigued. Qin Fen replied mysteriously, "Remember the company you mentioned you were optimistic about during our dinner? According to insider information, it seems they're struggling and preparing for their 4th round of financing." "Bite Dance? Zhou Xing raised an eyebrow. Precisely, Qin Fin confirmed with a smile. It appears they haven't been faring well lately, unable to find a revenue direction. This news seems to have been released by ByteDance themselves, creating quite a stir. I'm curious why you're interested in this company. Stop teasing and get to the point. Just spill it already. Are you starting to mimic Zhang Wenyu? Zhou Xing retorted playfully. Haha, I only recently caught wind of some rumors. I've heard they're offering quite a significant amount of shares this time. Do you know how many shares? Zhou Xing's interest was piqued. ByteDance was a future giant. If there were an opportunity to get on board. With the release of Douyin, they had essentially dominated the internet, spreading globally. Before his rebirth, there were whispers that ByteDance was gearing up for an IPO, with estimates of its market value ranging from 3.7 trillion to 5 trillion yuan, though much of that was likely inflated. Nevertheless, ByteDance had undeniably emerged as a formidable presence in the internet landscape. Anyone would jump at the chance to invest. I'm not sure about the exact number. The news is rather vague, Qin Fin pondered. But with such significant movements, it must be close to double-digit shares. It seems ByteDance is gearing up for a last-ditch effort, aiming for over $1 billion in direct financing. Are you interested? Of course, Zhou Xing replied without hesitation. Can you manage that? Qin Fin asked incredulously, initially thinking he was joking. $1 billion in financing for a project that lacked a clear future? How could Zhou Xing possibly afford that? I may not have it, but my father does, Zhou Xing said with a light chuckle. Are you out of your mind? Qin Fin exclaimed, this is over $1 billion in USD. If it fails, you could lose everything. I mentioned during dinner that I consider ByteDance a promising project, Zhou Xing said. I believe it has the potential to soar. It just hasn't reached that moment yet. They haven't even found a profitable direction, and you think it's a safe bet? This is real money at stake, riskier than gambling. If ByteDance doesn't succeed, that $1 billion, over 60 to 70 billion yuan, would just vanish. Your father would surely kill you. Zhou Xing chose not to elaborate further. He kept those thoughts tucked away in his memory. He smiled and said, are you interested in investing alongside me? I assure you, you will reap great rewards. I think I'll pass. I don't have your resources. If I invest and it tanks, I'd be in real trouble, Qin Fin replied, somewhat regretfully. Zhou Xing didn't press the issue further. Discussions about money required a delicate touch. It was prudent to tread lightly. Since Qin Fin was not inclined to invest, it spoke to his rationality. Yet often, to expand one's wealth, one must undertake actions that appear wildly reckless to outsiders. I'm actually quite intrigued by that investment in internet celebrities you mentioned last time. At least if it fails, I can still enjoy the spectacle of online fame. Zhou Xing mused. Qin Fin smiled and asked, are you really planning to start an investment company in the realm of internet celebrities? Isn't that obvious? Otherwise, why would I ask you to find an office? Zhou Xing replied, somewhat exasperated. Regarding that investment opportunity you mentioned, is there potential? Give me the scoop. If it seems promising, I'd like to join you, Qin Fin said, uncertain. Zhou Xing paused for a moment. With investments, I can't guarantee anything. You know as well as I do, investing can be akin to gambling. I merely believe this industry holds promise and has worthy investment opportunities. Qin Fin listened to Zhou Xing's words and chuckled. I'm not mistaken in calling you a wealthy patron. I'm genuinely curious. Does your family print money? Because it seems you can't stop spending. When you're free, I'm serious. Let us meet to discuss your office and these matters further. If it's feasible, I'd like to get in on a share, even if it's a small one, Qin Fin added, feeling a twinge of envy at how Wang seemed to bask in internet fame daily. Let us meet tomorrow, Zhou Xing considered for a moment before suggesting. I'll come see you in the morning. Sound good? We'll discuss it in detail when we meet, Qin Fin agreed without objection. Zhou Xing hung up the phone, exhaling softly before returning to the classroom. As he stepped back inside, he noticed all eyes were on him. Then, Deng Jian led the applause, and soon the entire class joined in, including Lu Lei, who was smiling and clapping. Zhou Xing was taken aback. What was going on? Chapter 73, Mastering the Power of Life and Death. Zhou Xing. During your brief absence, I conducted the class committee election. Lu Lei explained with a smile. The votes for your position as class monitor far outnumber the others. Everyone welcomes you. It seems you possess quite a commendable reputation among your classmates. I have faith in your abilities to fulfill this role with distinction. Deng Jian, standing nearby, raised his eyebrows playfully. As class monitor, you must lead us well. Otherwise, we may stage a rebellion. Zhou Xing couldn't help but feel somewhat speechless. Was there anything more absurd than this? He had not even been present during the election, yet the position of class monitor had somehow fallen to him. Teacher, perhaps we should reconsider the role of class monitor. I tend to be rather busy. Zhou Xing promptly declined the offer without a second thought. To an average student, the role of class monitor may seem enticing. He had felt similarly in a past life. Unfortunately, he had been aware that he was not suited for the position, and thus had refrained from participating in the election. It was only after entering society that he realized the role of class monitor was utterly ineffectual. While it appeared impressive in school, in reality, it was merely a collection of trivial matters. Not only was it a busy and thankless job, but upon graduating and seeking employment, companies would not elevate their regard for you simply because you had once held the title of class monitor in university. He had more pressing matters to attend to and no inclination to involve himself in the responsibilities of this position. Lu Lei, however, waved his hand with a grin. Your engagements outside indicate your capabilities. Those who are able should take on more work. Do not refuse the position of class monitor any longer. The support from your classmates is overwhelming, and your continued refusal may hinder class unity. Class monitor, class monitor, class monitor. Deng Jian was the first to initiate the chant, and soon others joined in. Despite their unfamiliarity with Zhou Xing after a mere 10 days of military training, they had come to understand his temperament. He was not overly imposing and could take a joke. As long as they did not cross his boundaries, he was quite amiable. With no other option, Zhou Xing resigned himself to returning to his seat. Enough of this nonsense, he retorted, noticing Deng Jian still stirring up excitement. I suspect you are the mastermind behind this class monitor ordeal. Not at all, Deng Jian chuckled. It is simply the will of the people. Your charisma is undeniable. Before I could even voice my opinion, everyone insisted on you becoming class monitor. Being class monitor is not so bad. It carries a certain prestige. You would have the chance to interact with many girls in class. With your charm, a mere wave of your hand might make them swoon, just like Min Sishi. Deng Jian's words trailed off, leaving him pondering his own amusement. For some reason, a pang of sorrow struck him. Being class monitor is so appealing. Why don't you take the position? Zhou Xing shot him a glance. I would love to, but alas, I'm also bound by responsibilities and cannot assume the role of monitor. You should dutifully take on this mantle. Deng Jian patted Zhou Xing on the shoulder. Since you cannot refuse, might as well lie back and enjoy it. What position do you hold? Zhou Xing inquired, curious about Deng Jian's candidacy. Given his background from the capital, it was no surprise. He was quite the conversationalist, effortlessly engaging with anyone. Standing on stage to campaign for a committee position would likely yield a substantial number of votes. I am a vice monitor. Deng Jian grinned broadly, revealing a set of pearly whites. You are the monitor, and I am the vice monitor. From now on, the order of this class rests in our hands. We wield the power of life and death, and we are good brothers. Perfect. Go away. Zhou Xing felt an even greater sense of dread at Deng Jian's words. The burdens of being class monitor were already daunting. He had hoped for a charming vice monitor to collaborate with. Instead, he was left with Deng Jian. His interest quickly waned, concluding the first day of school with a sense of ennui. Yawning, Zhou Xing exited the classroom, with Deng Jian trailing behind. Come, let us grab a bite. Before he could finish, he spotted Min Sishi standing at the door, her smile radiant as she looked at Zhou Xing. As he emerged, she swiftly approached, linking her arm with his and planting a kiss on his cheek. Darling, class is over. Shall we go eat together? Oh, Deng Jian, you're here too. Want to join us? Deng Jian's expression turned uncertain as he scanned the scene between Zhou Xing and Min Sishi. Then, with a woeful face, he lamented, what did you two get together behind my back? Zhou Xing, you are truly despicable. This is more painful than death. I'm not going. You two go ahead. Deng Jian waved his hand dismissively, turning to leave, his back appearing somewhat forlorn as he muttered curses about Zhou Xing having a girlfriend. He gradually faded from their sight. What's wrong with him? Min Sishi asked, puzzled, looking at Deng Jian. Zhou Xing chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. Let him relish in his own mischief during class. Now he was facing the consequences. He did not dwell on it. Knowing Deng Jian was carefree enough not to let it bother him for long. Tomorrow, he would be back to his usual spirited self. Shall we go eat? What do you feel like having? Zhou Xing inquired. I'm fine with anything. Whatever you choose, darling. Min Sishi replied with a playful smile. Let us have the 6 yuan spicy hot pot. Zhou Xing suggested with a grin. Actually, let us skip it. I was a bit too worn out from dancing last night. How about we just grab something for a yuan? I can't handle anything more right now. Once I recover, we can order something more substantial. Sound good? Hee hee. You're so sweet, darling. I'll reward you with a kiss. By the way, my roommate mentioned wanting to meet you for a meal. Would that be convenient for you? I might be a bit busy lately. Let us discuss it later. All right, I'll follow your lead. The next morning arrived in a flash. At the Ritz-Carlton presidential suite, Zhou Xing glanced at Min Sishi, still peacefully asleep, before gathering his clothes and heading to the bathroom for a wash. He then made his way downstairs, casually enjoying a light breakfast. By the time he reached the lobby, it was already 9 in the morning. The sun shone brightly, almost blinding him. Zhou Xing stretched his body and squinted as he stepped out of the hotel lobby. At the parking area, a girl was already waiting. Upon seeing Zhou Xing approach, she quickly bowed. Good morning, Mr. Zhou. Chapter 74. The air conditioning is not quite right. A woman with her hair elegantly styled in a bun revealed her smooth forehead and exquisite features. With a light touch of makeup, her height of just over 1.60 meters gave her a remarkably perfect proportion. Her legs were shapely and well-rounded, complemented by black stockings, presenting a unique charm. She was Zhang Yan, the private secretary of Zhou Xing at the Bank of Communications. Today, they needed to finalize the office building and then proceed to register a company, tasks that required Zhang Yan's assistance. To Zhou Xing's surprise, Zhang Yan was already waiting by the car, having arrived without sending him a message. This is troublesome, Zhou Xing remarked. Not at all. It is my duty to serve you well, Zhang Yan replied with a slight bow. There's no need to be so formal, Zhou Xing waved his hand. We are of similar age. Let us keep it casual. I'm not that demanding. Understood, Zhang Yan nodded, her professional smile unwavering. Zhou Xing, feeling somewhat helpless, inquired. How long have you been here? If this happens again, you needn't wait outside. Just send me a message. If you faint from the heat, I would have a hard time explaining it to President Lin. I haven't been here long, Zhang Yan smiled. Actually, it's nothing. When I first joined the bank, I often spent entire days outside in nearly 40-degree heat, hustling for business. Moreover, you are a VIP of our bank. I should. Stop right there. Zhou Xing interrupted, glancing at her in surprise. He had initially assumed she was brought in by Lin Yuxing and had some connections within the bank. Perhaps she was even related to Lin Yuxing. Hearing Zhang Yan speak this way made him realize that she had started for the grassroots level. Have you had breakfast? He asked. I already had some on the way, she replied. All right, let us get in the car then, Zhou Xing said, unlocking the vehicle and sliding into the driver's seat while reminding Zhang Yan about her driving style. As Zhang Yan settled into the passenger seat and closed the door, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Not all, he replied, starting the car. The roar of the V8 engine filled the air. Zhang Yan curiously examined the interior of the McLaren P1, her brow slightly furrowed. It appeared quite different from her expectations of a luxury car. The interior seemed rather simplistic, lacking the opulence one would associate with a vehicle of such a price. In contrast, President Lin's usual ride, a Mercedes S-Class, was considerably more luxurious. The seats felt a bit stiff, lacking comfort. Isn't it strange that a sports car's interior is not as lavish as I imagined, appearing almost rudimentary compared to even cars worth hundreds of thousands? Zhou Xing noticed Zhang Yan's expression and chuckled. Is it uncomfortable to sit in? What? No. She quickly waved her hand. Even if it were, it wouldn't matter. Zhou Xing smiled. That's just how sport cars are. They look great and come with a hefty price tag, but manufacturers cut corners to reduce weight and enhance performance, which results in interiors that are somewhat unsatisfactory. In terms of comfort and interior quality, they cannot compare with luxury business vehicles. Is that so? Zhang Yan blushed slightly. I wasn't aware of that. Then, she continued with curiosity, her bright eyes fixed on Zhou Xing. Why do men still adore sports cars, given that they prioritize performance over comfort? You don't know? Zhou Xing laughed. Driving a sports car is about looking cool, and also, the air conditioning is not quite right. The air conditioning is not quite right? Zhang Yin was puzzled. I think the air conditioning is perfectly fine. You work in a bank and have seen many wealthy individuals. You must understand that sports cars are also a symbol of status. In plain terms, it's a form of flaunting, Zhou Xing explained. Zhang Yin nodded, resonating deeply with Zhou Xing's words. Wealthy individuals have countless means to display their status, each beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Zhou Xing continued. So when you drive a distinctive sports car, you're not only showing off, but also hoping to attract the attention of more women. Do you understand what I mean? Zhang Yin immediately grasped his intent, her cheeks flushing slightly. Given the context, how could she not understand, especially working in a bank with countless wealthy clients? Some of the bank's tellers, particularly those who were more attractive, were often swayed by monetary temptation. During her tenure, she had witnessed several bank tellers resign to become someone's mistress willingly. Wealthy individuals are not inherently different from ordinary people. They simply have more resources and the time to put on a FA day. Ultimately, they're still driven by human nature, Zhou Xing added. Zhang Yin chuckled at his remark, realizing it humorously reflected on him as well. Relaxing in his presence, she remarked, Mr. Zhou, such statements are quite inappropriate. You're a wealthy man yourself. Therefore, I am no exception. My reasons for driving a sports car are the same, Zhou Xing replied with a faint smile. Zhang Yin, taken aback by his words, cast a surprised glance at him. She had encountered many wealthy individuals, but more often than not, they were hypocritical. She had assumed Zhou Xing, with his $500 million, must have come from an extraordinary background. Thus, she had felt some unconscious tension in his presence. Yet to her surprise, Zhou Xing was quite approachable, engaging in delightful conversation and exuding a friendly demeanor, making her feel at ease. He bore no airs of wealth, instead resembling a friend in casual conversation. His candidness about driving a sports car solely for the sake of impressing others, without any pretense, made her feel less constrained, allowing her to speak more freely. She grew increasingly curious about Zhou Xing, who embodied youthful vitality and humor while also exhibiting a maturity beyond his years. Coupled with his affluent status, it sparked her desire to understand the environment that shaped such an exceptional young man. As their conversation flowed, the McLaren arrived at their destination, parking beneath an office building. Chapter 75, the Whose City Central Tower. As Zhou Xing disembarked, Qin Fun and the property manager were already awaiting his arrival. Good day, Mr. Zhou. I am Chen Maohua, the property manager here. You may call me Xiao Chun. The property manager, a man in his 30s clad in a gray suit, stepped forward with enthusiasm to greet Zhou Xing, extending his hand for a handshake. Zhou Xing nodded and reciprocated, Hello, Manager Chun. I'm glad to finally meet you. Qin Fun approached Zhou Xing casually and caught sight of Zhang Yin standing behind him. And who might this be? He inquired. This is Zhang Yin, my private secretary from China Merchants Bank, Zhou Xing introduced. Zhang Yin stepped forward to greet Qin Fun. Hello, Mr. Qin. E.M. Zhangqian. Pleasure to meet you. Qin Fun replied with a smile, before redirecting his focus back to Zhou Xing. Shall we proceed to inspect the office building I selected for you? Given Zhou Xing's considerable wealth, the presence of a private secretary like Zhang Yin was hardly a surprise. Very well, Zhou Xing agreed. Mr. Zhou, Mr. Qin. This way, please. Chen Maohua promptly led the trio into the building. Upon reaching the elevator, he pressed a button. With a chime, the doors opened, and Chen Maohua stood aside, allowing the three men to enter before he joined them. He turned to Zhou Xing and Qin Fun, seeking their thoughts. Shall we start by visiting the higher floors? Zhou Xing had no objections. He had certainly heard of the Whose City Central Tower, renowned as the tallest in China. The prospect of working in an office high above the clouds, overlooking all of Whose City, promised a unique experience. All right, Zhou Xing affirmed. Chen Maohua pressed the button for the 106th floor, and the elevator ascended swiftly. Inside, it felt remarkably stable and quiet. Mr. Zhou, I appreciate your support for our central tower. Allow me to share some details. Chen Maohua broke the silence with a smile. Our Whose City Central Tower is situated in the Lujiazui Financial Center and is recognized as one of the three iconic buildings. Not only is it the tallest among them, but it also stands as the highest skyscraper in China and the second tallest in the world, soaring to a height of 632 meters. From its summit, one can gaze upon the sprawling cityscape. The office spaces are exquisitely decorated and fully equipped, with a front desk providing daily reception services, along with high-end multifunctional conference rooms, tea rooms, lounges, and smoking areas. Working at the pinnacle of whose city offers unobstructed views and unparalleled scenery. Additionally, the transport links are exceptionally convenient, with the second basement connecting to Metro Line 2 and the soon-to-be-completed Line 4. The central tower is interconnected with the global financial center, Jinmao Tower, and Guijin Center. Should you choose to establish your office here, I assure you an extraordinary experience. Zhou Xing could not dispute this. The environment and amenities here were indeed among the best in whose city. When selecting a location for an investment company, an impressive facade was essential. After all, first impressions mattered greatly, and a lackluster appearance would hardly inspire trust in potential clients. Let's first examine the office space, Zhou Xing suggested lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, the elevator doors opened to the 106th floor. This way, Mr. Zhou Qinmaohua directed them towards the designated area. In a short while, they arrived before a spacious office. Qinmaohua entered a password, and the glass doors slid open automatically. Zhou Xing stepped inside and was met with an expansive area, almost entirely composed of 270-degree glass curtain walls. Approaching the glass, he was enveloped in mist, with the entire panorama of whose city laid out before him, evoking a sense of elevation above the entire metropolis, a feeling of immense satisfaction and accomplishment. Working here would undoubtedly be a refreshing experience. How large is this space? Zhou Xing inquired of Qinmaohua. Mr. Zhou, this office measures 1,800 square meters. Zhou Xing nodded. 1,800 square meters would suffice. What about the rent? He asked further. In terms of rent, since you are a good friend of Mr. Qin, we will certainly offer you a favorable price. Additionally, our central tower has just completed construction earlier this year, and we are eager to welcome renowned enterprises with attractive discounts, Qinmaohua explained. At the original rate, the rent is 15.9 yuan per square meter per day, with a management fee of 20 yuan per square meter per month. The annual rent starts at 10,735.200 yuan. If you decide to proceed, I can offer you a discount of approximately 20, bringing the annual rent to around 8.58 million yuan. This is indeed a very competitive and reasonable price. Qinmaohua continued. This is the best offer we can extend. What are your thoughts on this price, Mr. Zhou? Zhou Xing stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment. An annual rent exceeding 8 million yuan was indeed quite reasonable, especially for one of the top office buildings in whose city. The location, environment, and services were all impeccable. Without much hesitation, he replied, agreed. Let us proceed with this arrangement. Excellent. I will prepare the contract for you immediately, Qinmaohua said, a hint of joy flashing across his face. Please allow me a moment to show you to the lounge for a brief rest. No need, just prepare the contract. I will remain here, Zhou Xing responded. Understood. Qinmaohua acknowledged, promptly turning to head toward the elevator. What do you think of the office I selected for you? Qin Fan smiled at Zhou Xing, clearly taking pride in his choice. Your taste is commendable, Zhou Xing replied with a smile. Indeed, you should consider how much effort I exerted to find this office for you. You seem to be enjoying yourself while I ran around for nearly 20 minutes to finalize this. Qin Fan crossed his arms. I ought to treat you to a lavish meal for this. This is merely a small matter, Zhou Xing remarked, glancing at Qin Fan. By the way, when exactly did you mention the financing for Byte yesterday? Chapter 76. What will you call the company? Regardless of Qin Fan's origins, he remains the individual renowned as the Emperor of Shanghai. His resources and connections are relatively extensive, making the information he possesses remarkably accurate. Are you truly prepared to invest? Qin Fan remarked with a slight disdain. I advise you to remain calm. This venture involves over $1 billion, and it is far from simple. Zhang Yan, standing to the side, felt her heart constrict. $1 billion in US dollars. She gazed at the young and poised Zhou Xing, her heart trembling. Zhang Yan had long been aware that Zhou Xing's account held $500 million, an amount that many could scarcely hope to achieve in a lifetime. Now, he expressed an intention to invest, and it was a staggering sum exceeding $1 billion. How could an 18-year-old possess such wealth? Zhou Xing discerned the implications of Qin Fun's words, sensing that new information was emerging. It had become almost certain that the financing news had been released by ByteDance, which intended to offer 10% of its shares. This is unprecedented, Qin Fun stated. In the previous 3 rounds of financing, ByteDance relinquished less than 30% of its shares. He shook his head. However, the news has been circulating for several days without any significant response. I inquired with some friends in investment firms, and they're generally not optimistic about this project. In 2014, ByteDance raised $100 million for a 20% stake, with the company's valuation at only $500 million at that time. After securing that funding, 2 years passed without any notable achievements, aside from rampant expenditure. Not only did they fail to identify a revenue model, but their valuation also saw a little improvement. Qin Fun gestured a guaranteed $1 billion. Yet they are only prepared to release 10% of their shares. By calculation, that would imply a valuation exceeding $100 billion for the company. ByteDance has been burning through cash at an alarming rate, and their appetite is insatiable. It is not something an average person can manage. $1 billion is an amount you could keep for a lifetime, and investing here might not even create a ripple. I think you should reconsider. This venture seems rather murky, and getting involved may not yield favorable outcomes. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xing stroked his chin, his expression inscrutable. Do you know when their financing will commence? The commotion created by ByteDance was evidently designed to attract the attention of venture capitalists. Qin Fun pondered for a moment. According to the circulating information, it may take more than 2 months. However, conservatively speaking, it could be 3 months or more. Such a substantial sum depends on how ByteDance owner persuades those venture capital firms. 3 months, Zhou Xing nodded. At least $1 billion would be a considerable burden for him. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, if there was an opportunity to board this behemoth of the internet, he would certainly seize it. Not only would he join, but he would also aim to acquire these shares entirely. Fortunately, time remained on his side. Over a month had passed since the system was activated. 3 months would be ample time for the system to upgrade. He was confident that post-upgrade, $1 billion investment would be a trivial matter for him. Otherwise, with his current $500 million, he'd barely made a dent. To monopolize ByteDance shares was utterly impossible without freeing up funds to establish an investment company. While ByteDance was paramount, ventures in influencer marketing and film could not be neglected either, all requiring substantial financial backing. Understood, Zhou Xing replied. At that moment, Chen Maohua entered with a contract. A smile plastered across his face as he respectfully stood before Zhou Xing. Mr. Zhou, here is the contract for your review. Zhou Xing took the contract, glanced through it briefly, and then handed it to Qin Fun. After a cursory examination, Qin Fun closed the contract and nodded at him. Zhou Xing did not dwell on it, considering that such a leasing contract was relatively straightforward and unlikely to harbor any hidden traps, at least not from someone as timid as Chen Maohua. Zhou Xing accepted the signing pen from Chen Maohua and swiftly signed his name on all 3 copies of the contract before leaving his fingerprint. He then proceeded to the company's finance office with Chen Maohua. With a swipe of his card and the input of a password, over $8 million was instantly deducted. Chen Maohua handed the contract, the password, and the company keys to Zhou Xing. Mr. Zhou, welcome to our Hucheng Central Tower. You may now proceed to establish your company. Zhou Xing nodded, and Zhang Yin perceptively took the documents. Accompanied by Chen Maohua, they reached the entrance of the tower. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave as I have some matters to attend to at my company, Qin Fun remarked to Zhou Xing. Thanks. Zhou Xing expressed his gratitude. I'll treat you to a meal another day. We're brothers. There's no need for formality, Qin Fun chuckled. Once you've settled your company, I'll treat you to a hearty meal, and then we can discuss that influencer company. Absolutely, Zhou Xing replied without hesitation. Qin Fun promptly walked towards the parking lot, where he drove away in a rather understated Rolls-Royce Wraith. After watching Qin Fun's departure, Zhou Xing turned to Zhang Yin beside him. Let's go. Sure. Approaching the McLaren, Zhou Xing settled into the driver's seat, while Zhang Yin, holding the contract, took her place in the passenger seat, and fastened her seatbelt. Zhou Xing ignited the engine, and the air conditioning gradually dispelled the heat. However, he did not rush to leave. Instead, he turned to Zhang Yin and said, "Now that the office space has been confirmed, the next step is company registration, and I will need your assistance." "Of course, I will handle it promptly," Zhang Yin assured him. "I will register the company as a bank, and the expected process should take about 3 days for the company to be established. However, there's a minor issue." "What issue?" "What name do you wish to give our company, Mr. Zhou?" Chapter 77. Capital contribution of 2 billion. "Let us name it Nile Crocodile Venture Capital," Zhou Xing proclaimed. "Nile Crocodile Venture Capital Limited?" Zhang Yin inquired with a hint of curiosity. Zhou Xing nodded slightly, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. The Nile crocodile, the largest of all crocodilian species, undeniably reigns supreme among its kind. In the arena of venture capital, Zhou Xing was determined to stand out from the mundane. The battlefield of capital is inherently brutal and merciless. He aspired to be a formidable player, a giant in the investment realm, seizing opportunities from the grasp of others. "Understood," Zhang Yin replied, then asked, "What is the intended registered capital for the company?" Zhou Xing raised 2 fingers. 20 million? Zhang Yin nodded. "A registered capital of 20 million is indeed considerable." "Not 20 million, Zhou Xing shook his head, "but 20 billion, fully paid." 20 billion? Zhang Yin gasped in astonishment. "And fully paid." The registered capital of a company can be classified into subscribed and paid-in capital. The subscribed capital merely reflects what shareholders claim they will contribute, without necessitating the actual transfer of funds to the corporate account. As long as the company exists, the subscribed amount is entirely at the discretion of the shareholders. Thus, many companies opt to inflate their registered capital to project an image of greater strength. However, fully paid capital is an entirely different matter. Upon registration, the actual funds must be deposited. While companies with lower paid-in capital do not unequivocally indicate weakness, those with substantial paid-in capital undoubtedly possess formidable strength. Zhang Yin, accustomed to the affluent clientele at the bank, had encountered individuals with paid-in capital of 1 or 2 billion, which already classified them as formidable. Yet, she had never encountered anyone in reality with a paid-in capital of 20 billion. Zhou Xing offered no further explanation. The paid-in capital status is verifiable. One can easily discern between paid-in and subscribed amounts. As a newly established venture capital firm, competing with industry titans is an arduous task. Few would readily place their trust in a nascent company, inevitably hindering business expansion. However, once the capital of 20 billion is fully paid, the situation transforms entirely. A company capable of injecting such a sum into its accounts commands undeniable respect, regardless of its status as a startup. If one is to become a giant, it is imperative to showcase one's armor and fangs. Zhang Yin took a deep breath, gradually regaining her composure. The figure of 20 billion was enough to leave her feeling somewhat dizzy. "I understand," Zhang Yin responded. "There are no further issues. I will expedite the necessary arrangements and will report to you once there's progress." "Good," Zhou Xing said, having concluded matters regarding the company registration. He prepared to start the car and leave. Just as his foot pressed the brake, he paused, turning to Zhang Yin as a thought struck him. "By the way, I need to trouble you to reach out to a headhunting firm to help me select a few high-caliber managerial talents. Currently, the company is rather empty, apart from myself. There are no employees at all. Being a venture capital firm, one cannot afford to be frivolous." Zhou Xing's knowledge in this area was limited, but that was of little concern. As the owner, one does not need to possess extensive operational knowledge. Mastering the art of employing the right people suffices. By hiring a few specialists to manage the details, Zhou Xing could oversee the broader picture. "Absolutely," Zhang Yin replied without surprise. The core mission of China Merchants Bank is to resolve all financial issues for its clients. They have extensive experience in recruitment and headhunting services, which is part of the bank's exclusive offerings for VIP clients. "Is there any specific requirement for the talents you wish to recruit?" Zhang Yin asked. "Requirements?" Zhou Xing pondered for a moment. "Preferably younger candidates, regardless of gender. As long as they possess capability, I'm open to acceptance. I will note your requirements. Fortunately, Our cooperation with several high-end headhunting firms allows us to provide you with suitable candidates. Should you have any further thoughts regarding the employees, feel free to reach out to me for adjustments. Zhang Yin smiled. Once the headhunting firm presents options, I will send you the list for your confirmation before proceeding with interviews. Thank you for your assistance. Zhou Xing replied with a smile. Mr. Zhou, you are too kind. It is my duty to serve you. Zhang Yin responded with a smile of her own. Speaking of which, since it is due to me that you were transferred to whose city, I wonder how you are adjusting? After addressing the business at hand, Zhou Xing slowly drove out of the parking lot while casually observing the road ahead. I'm quite accustomed, actually. There is not much difference from Jiang City. In fact, thanks to you, I've had a rather leisurely time lately at the bank. Zhang Yin chuckled, covering her mouth. That is a relief, as I would not want you to feel resentful about being relocated away from your familiar surroundings. Zhou Xing laughed. How could I? It is precisely because of you that I have this opportunity to work at the branch in whose city, which can be considered promotion. Both in terms of benefits and salary, there's been a significant improvement compared to before. I owe you my gratitude. Otherwise, I may never have had such an opportunity. Zhang Yin said sincerely. Zhou Xing chuckled lightly. So, does that make me your benefactor? You could say that. Zhang Yin conceded. Now that the benefactor has a request, Zhou Xing continued. Please go ahead. Just refrain from addressing me as you all the time. It sounds rather awkward. Just call me by my name. As I mentioned earlier, we are contemporaries and can interact as friends. Wouldn't that be somewhat rude? Zhang Yin hesitated. Zhou Xing glanced at the rearview mirror. I am unconcerned about such formalities. It would be unwise to maintain a distant demeanor when we will be seeing each other frequently. Well, all right then, as long as you don't mind. Zhang Yin reluctantly agreed. It is nearly noon. Allow me to treat you to a meal as a token of gratitude, Zhou Xing suggested. There's no need. It's my duty, Zhang Yin quickly declined. Do not refuse too hastily. After lunch, there are matters we need to attend to, Zhou Xing insisted. What matters? Buying a house. Chapter 78. Kurogi buying a house? Indeed. Zhou Xing nodded. This had been his plan for quite some time. With military training concluded, it was impractical to stay in the dormitory, and residing in a hotel long-term was not an option either. Although the hotel offered impeccable surroundings and service, it often lacked the convenience of one's own home. Thus, he took this opportunity to explore several properties, ensuring that Luo, Qianqian, Anya, and the others would have a place to settle. Zhang Yin, as an employee of China Merchants Bank, possessed ample resources, so there was no need for Zhou Xing to run around. He merely needed to instruct her to filter through options and schedule appointments for viewings. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yin, despite being accustomed to wealthy clients at the bank, had never encountered someone like Zhou Xing, spending money with such abandon. He was about to inject $2 billion into the company account and was concurrently preparing to purchase a house. In comparison, the $8 million spent on leasing an office that morning seemed trivial. However, as Zhou Xing's personal secretary, her foremost duty was to heed his every command. Minimizing her own remarks. All right, I will call the bank now to have my colleagues assist with the selections and appointments. Zhang Yin immediately took out her phone. Not so fast. Zhou Xing interrupted her. Zhang Yin looked up in confusion, only to realize Zhou Xing had already parked the car. They had arrived at their destination, the Boli Jia Hotel. Zhang Yin turned to him, puzzled. Weren't they supposed to be dining? Why had they suddenly come to the hotel? This felt a tad too hasty, and she was far from prepared. Moreover, during their first meeting, Zhou Xing had brought a female companion, who, despite her evident shyness, shared a significant bond with him. Did Zhou Xing have a girlfriend? Why then was he bringing her to the hotel? Her thoughts became a whirlwind. Let us go. Zhou Xing offered no explanation, unbuckled his seatbelt, and exited the vehicle with an air of calmness. Zhang Yin, feeling apprehensive, followed suit, her demeanor a blend of anxiety as they stepped into the Boli Jia Hotel. Upon entering, Zhang Yin was struck by the stark contrast to her expectations. The expansive dining area unfolded before her, and her cheeks flushed. It seemed she had completely misinterpreted Zhou Xing's intentions. He had no ulterior motives. Biting her lip in embarrassment, she mentally scolded herself. Zhang Yin, what on earth were you thinking? This was utterly awkward. It was merely due to her recent arrival in Shanghai that she was unfamiliar with the locale, unaware that the Japanese restaurant was situated on the hotel's first floor, leading to this misunderstanding. Stealing a glance at Zhou Xing, she noticed he was blissfully unaware of her inner turmoil, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness she had refrained from voicing her thoughts earlier. Otherwise, the imagined scenario would have been enough to make her want to dig a hole and hide, leaving her uncertain of how to face Zhou Xing in the future. Once composed, Zhang Yin still felt slightly out of sorts in Zhou Xing's presence. By the time she regained her composure, they had already entered the restaurant. A server approached, pouring them hot tea. Observing the tranquil and elegant ambience of the restaurant, Zhang Yin sensed an air of exclusivity, indicative of the high costs associated with dining here. A venue renowned for its pricey Japanese cuisine. Previously, when hosting Zhou Xing, all expenses incurred by Lin Yuxing had been charged to the company account, with no one feeling the pinch regardless of the amount. However, Zhou Xing was treating her personally, bearing the costs himself, an entirely different nature of engagement. Zhang Yin parted her lips to say something, but ultimately swallowed her words. Although she felt a psychological burden regarding the prices, as each dish was presented, showcasing fresh and exquisite ingredients, she found herself tempted. Tuna tartare, foie gras sesame tofu, seasonal sashimi, sake steamed black-throat fish, crab roast sushi, salmon platter. The array of dishes was beautifully displayed, with the simplest cooking methods highlighting the food's natural and freshest essence. Zhang Yin instinctively reached for her phone to capture the moment, but abruptly halted upon realizing Zhou Xing sat across from her. She was a mere bank employee, and as she had stated herself, without Zhou Xing, she might never have had the opportunity for advancement. She spent her days dealing with money, booking various high-end venues for clients, yet rarely found herself in such places. Even when she did, it was typically for business entertaining a prestigious bank client like Zhou Xing. To avoid appearing timid or displeasing her guests, she generally refrained from touching her chopsticks, let alone taking out her phone for photos. Feel free to take pictures. There is no need to hold back, Zhou Xing remarked, noticing her hesitation. No, that would be rather impolite. As your personal secretary, I must maintain decorum, and any lapse in etiquette could affect others' perceptions of you, Zhang Yin quickly replied. It's mealtime, not work time, Zhou Xing chuckled lightly, unbothered. Taking photos is a common pastime for girls. I have no objections and find it quite agreeable, so it's of no consequence. Hearing this, Zhang Yin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she reluctantly took out her phone. However, after snapping just a few pictures, she hastily put it away. In Zhou Xing's presence, she could not bring herself to act as casually as she would with colleagues or friends. Zhou Xing, seeing her discomfort, said nothing further and began to eat. Although he encouraged her to relax around him, Zhang Yin instinctively centered her actions around him, spending more time pouring tea and serving him than enjoying her own meal. Zhou Xing didn't press the matter. Familiarity takes time, and he preferred a natural progression. Most importantly, Zhang Yin's attentive service ensured Zhou Xing enjoyed a pleasant dining experience. They spent less than 2 hours in the Japanese restaurant. After a brief respite, Zhang Yin seized the moment to message her colleagues. Soon after, she had several property options filtered for Zhou Xing, checking the time. Zhou Xing noted it was nearly time to leave. He promptly rose, settled the bill, and they departed. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a property development, where the staff, having received prior notice from the bank, awaited their arrival. Chapter 79. The pinnacle of the skyline, the vehicle came to a halt, and the staff members approached promptly. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, clad in a black suit and sporting a pair of gold-rimmed, frameless glasses. As Zhou Xing alighted from the car, the man stepped forward, extending his hand with a warm yet dignified smile. Good day, Mr. Zhou. I am Lin Weimin, the sales supervisor for Huaqiao City, Suhebei. It is a privilege that you have chosen to visit us here. Allow me to guide you in selecting a residence that suits your needs. As a direct appointment through the bank, they were naturally aware of Zhou Xing's name and status. Zhou nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Weimin continued to invite Zhou Xing and Zhang Yin into the reception room while elaborating, since its launch, Huaqiao City Suhebei has garnered significant attention and acclaim, receiving overwhelming support from the community. Currently, Nearly 80% of our available units have been sold. Our location is unparalleled, offering a sweeping view of the river. Suha Bay employs the most modern glass curtain wall technology, with the exterior composed of glass and premium aluminum materials, capturing both the vibrant skyline of Lujiazui and the enchanting scenery of the Huangpu River. The two glass-top towers are arranged in a point-based layout, ensuring each unit enjoys an extraordinary 270-degree panoramic view. With a subtle smile, Lin Weiman added, moreover, the residential complex features a private club spanning over 3,000 square meters, complete with a rare national standard swimming pool, establishing a new benchmark for private swimming facilities in the city. The club also boasts a sunken courtyard, a fitness center basking in natural light, an upscale lounge, and an underground basketball court, among other exclusive amenities. He proudly declared, indeed, Suha Bay stands as one of the premier luxury residences in the city, favored by numerous successful individuals. Upon entering the reception room, Zhou Xing settled onto the sofa, and the staff promptly provided them with several bottles of Evian mineral water. Lin Weiman accepted the water and presented it to Zhou Xing and Zhang Yan before inquiring, "May I ask which type of residence you prefer, Mr. Zhou?" Our Suha Bay spans over 70,000 square meters, with a total of 470 units, offering two-bedroom apartments ranging from 177 to 200 square meters and three-bedroom apartments from 200 to 300 square meters, with an average price of around $1.2 million. We also have our most prestigious penthouse residences, celebrated as Sky Gardens, with sizes ranging from 511 to 610 square meters, known as the Skyline Penthouse, which commands a slightly higher price of around $2 million. Lin Weiman remarked, "This price is quite reasonable compared to similar offerings." Zhou Xing subconsciously nodded in agreement, acknowledging Lin Weiman's assertion. In today's market, Suha Bay's pricing is indeed quite affordable. With an average price of $1.2 million, a 200 square meter residence would only require a mere $24 million. If memory serves him correctly, prior to his rebirth, the average price here had already reached $2.4 million, nearly $2.6 million, a substantial increase. Investing here would yield a more rapid appreciation than owning properties elsewhere, such as the luxurious Tongshan Yipin or Zhongliang Yihua, which are on par in terms of prestige. Compared to the ubiquitous Tongshan Yipin, Suha Bay exudes a deeper cultural richness. Thus, when Zhang Yan was selecting the top properties in the city for him, Zhou Xing naturally gravitated towards Suha Bay. Observing Zhou Xing's earnest nodding, Zhang Yan's eyes flickered with bemusement. A property with an average price of $1.2 million, costing tens of millions, could hardly be deemed affordable. The world of the affluent was indeed a realm she found hard to fathom. "Mr. Zhou, if you are unable to make a decision at this moment, I can first show you our standard units. Once you have a clearer idea, you can decide how to proceed," Lin Weiman suggested proactively. As the sales supervisor, it was not typically his role to conduct viewings, yet Zhou Xing's remarkable background warranted such attention. The bank's involvement and the presence of dedicated staff akin to a personal secretary underscored Zhou Xing's extraordinary status. Despite his youth, Lin Weiman dared not underestimate him, knowing well that Zhou Xing's likelihood of purchasing a residence here far surpassed that of ordinary clients. To Zhou Xing, what others deemed exorbitant might hold little weight. "There's no need to view the standard units. Please take me directly to the penthouse," Zhou Xing stated calmly. The penthouse was indeed the purpose of his visit. Since this would be his residence, it must embody comfort. A unit of 100 or 200 square meters would scarcely rival the size of his own bedroom. A 500 or 600 square meter duplex, perched high above, would provide a commanding view of the entire city. As he usually resided alone, perhaps with a few female companions, this would suffice. "Very well," Lin Weiman replied, his eyes glimmering with delight, confirming his initial assumptions. A person of Zhou Xing's stature would hardly be tempted by standard units. He promptly rose. "Please follow me. I will escort you to our pinnacle penthouse." Zhou Xing stood as well, following Lin Weiman into the towering building to the right. They traversed the grand and imposing entrance hall and arrived at the elevator area. Lin Weiman explained, "Each building here is equipped with 3 elevators, with direct access to the apartments, as well as separate elevators for drivers and housekeepers. Upon finishing his explanation, he pressed the button and the elevator doors opened. Lin Weimin stood at the entrance, waiting for Zhou Xing and Zhang Yin to enter before joining them. He produced a card and, after swiping it, pressed the button for the top floor, the 26th. The elevator was bright and spacious, moving swiftly yet maintaining a serene atmosphere. Within mere moments, they arrived at the top floor. As the doors parted, they were greeted by a pair of heavy, armored black double doors. "Welcome to our pinnacle duplex residence." The entry door features Bafar, renowned for its 60-plus years of history. This grand double door alone costs nearly $1 million. Lin Weimin beamed as he approached, entered the code, and pushed open the imposing door. "Mr. Zhou, please step inside." He slightly bowed at the threshold, inviting Zhou Xing and Zhang Yin to enter. As Zhou Xing stepped across the threshold, he was instantly greeted by a vast expanse. Chapter 80. Swiping the card. Full payment crossing the threshold of utmost privacy. Zhang Yin was utterly stunned by the scene before her. Her mind felt dazed, and she struggled to find any words to describe it. All that came to mind was vastness, sheer magnitude. The expansive living room, though not ostentatiously decorated, exuded a palpable sense of quality. Within this space, she felt enveloped, for the first time realizing just how small she could feel in her own home. Gazing at the panoramic 270-degree glass wall, the riverbank scenery, along with a distant row of iconic buildings, unfolded before her. Standing beside the glass wall, she experienced a sensation of controlling the world, a euphoric sense of achievement that was intoxicating. At first sight, she fell completely in love with this place. Few could resist such a home. Imagining her return in the evening, illuminating every light, standing by the window, overlooking the dazzling night view of the city, listening to soothing music and cradling a glass of red wine, she felt herself ascend to a realm of sophistication. The imagery flooded her mind vividly. Living here, it felt almost transcendent. "Mr. Zhou, this is our top-floor duplex at Suha Bay. The total area is 610 square meters, with a living room soaring to an impressive 7 meters in height. As a pinnacle residence, we dedicated immense effort during construction, ensuring a classic layout with distinct zones and a prominent sense of style. The interior design was a collaboration with renowned designers from both domestic and international spheres, aiming to carve out a unique living experience in every corner, cultivating a lifestyle that is both prestigious yet understated, exquisite yet unassuming. The kitchen design marries cutting-edge technology with environmental considerations, utilizing furniture from leading international brands. The master bedroom is nothing short of presidential, featuring a sunlit dressing room and a spacious long balcony. We have meticulously refined every detail. Who says breathtaking views are exclusive to gardens? This top-floor duplex allows you to gaze over the confluence of the Suzhou River and Huangpu River, while enjoying the distant splendor of the Bund and the luminous nightlife of Lujiazui, as well as the sparkling charms of Nanjing Road and Huaihai Road. You need not worry about the process. Simply reserve the property, and you can choose to move in with just your luggage, free of any concerns. As Lin Weimin elaborated, a strong impulse surged within Zhang Yin to purchase this residence. Yet, she knew, the price was beyond her reach. With an average price of 200,000 per square meter, the total cost exceeded a staggering 1 billion. Even with a lifetime of hard work, she could scarcely fathom affording even a fraction of this duplex. "What do you think, Mr. Zhou?" Lin Weimin inquired, glancing at Zhou Xing, who sat on the sofa. Although a smile graced his face, a heaviness settled in Lin's heart. Zhou Xing appeared less than satisfied with the property, or perhaps he harbored reservations about the price. After all, properties exceeding $1 billion are not easily sold. Otherwise, why would they still be available? It seemed this visit might yield no results. "If you're not entirely satisfied, I can show you other layouts," Lin Weimin suggested. "In fact, if you're living alone, a smaller unit might be more suitable and cozier." "No need," Zhou Xing responded with a dismissive wave. Lin Weimin felt a slight pang of disappointment. Though he anticipated such an outcome, it was disheartening nonetheless. Despite Zhou Xing's mysterious background and extraordinary lineage, he appeared to be merely in his 20s. Attempting to purchase a property of such exorbitance without parental consent seemed excessively ambitious. Let us go with this one, Zhou Xing declared, his voice resolute. Calculate the total cost. If the price is agreeable, we can sign the contract and complete the payment. Mr. Zhou, you wish to purchase this duplex? Lin Weiman's heart raced with excitement, his eyes sparkling. Rest assured, I will calculate the best possible price for you, ensuring you won't be disappointed. Please wait here while I prepare the quotation. Lin Weiman swiftly exited the residence, stepping into the corridor and retrieved his phone. Even now, his blood surged and his heart raced, making it difficult to regain composure. With over a decade in the industry, he had cultivated an unflappable demeanor. But until the moment of payment, hope remained elusive. However, today felt like a roller coaster of emotions, plummeting from high expectations to despair, only to soar once more. His body, now in his 40s, struggled to keep pace with the excitement. After all, the commission on a deal worth over $1 billion was substantial, a life-changing sum for a supervisor like him. With trembling hands, he dialed his colleague, using both hands to steady himself. The call connected. Lin Weiman cleared his throat. Striving to sound calm, Xiao Chun, prepare the quotation immediately. Yes, for the 610 square meter top floor duplex we just viewed. Ensure it's expedited. We can't keep the client waiting. Understood. Lin Weiman hung up, his demeanor respectful as he returned to the room. Mr. Zhou, I have informed my colleague, and the quotation will be ready shortly. The private banking service for affluent clients even provided personal secretaries. A client under 20 who could effortlessly afford a billion-dollar mansion was a rare breed. Any misstep could be disastrous. Before long, several of Lin Weiman's colleagues arrived, clutching the quotation. He hurriedly accepted it and approached Zhou Xing. Mr. Zhou, please take a look. The current asking price for this duplex is $208,000 per square meter, totaling $1.2 billion. However, as a valued client who has shown such strong support for Suho Bay, I will waive the $800,000 remainder and offer you a 9% discount, bringing the final price down to $1.092 billion. This is our absolute lowest offer, requiring a down payment of $50 million. What are your thoughts, Mr. Zhou? Upon hearing this, Zhou Xing nodded and produced his bank card. Swipe it, full payment. Chapter 81. The Pareto Principle. A little over $100 million acquiring the penthouse duplex at Suho Bay was a remarkably advantageous deal. In my previous life, the price for a 511 square meter unit had already soared to $147 million. The 610 square meter apartments had even breached the $200 million mark. There exists no investment more fitting than this. Zhou Xing expressed his satisfaction with the duplex and, without hesitation, proceeded. Rest assured, I will expedite the process for you. It may take some time, but I will do my utmost to ensure that the property certificate reaches you as swiftly as possible, Lin Weiman assured. Taking a deep breath as he accepted the bank card, Zhou Xing nodded slightly. With Lin Weiman's command, the entire team sprang into action. There was no room for delays for such a distinguished guest. Excess waiting was unacceptable. For clients of this caliber, time equated to money. 2 hours later, Zhou Xing signed the contract and, under the watchful eyes of everyone present, transferred over $100 million. With Zhang Yan, the bank's private secretary, overseeing the transaction, transferring such a sum was effortless. As Lin Weiman received the notification of successful payment, the last remnants of his doubt dissipated, replaced by boundless joy and excitement. Suddenly, confetti erupted as several staff members celebrated, showering the room with colorful ribbons. Lin Weiman stepped forward, expressing his gratitude. Thank you once again, Mr. Zhou, for your support of Suho Bay. Your satisfaction while residing here is our greatest honor. He refrained from uttering any insincere congratulations regarding Zhou Xing becoming a valued resident. Such sentiments were reserved for ordinary clients and served to elevate the brand's prestige. To utter such words to someone who could effortlessly produce over $100 million in cash would be somewhat insulting. Zhou Xing's status and position did not hinge upon Suho Bay. Indeed, the entire establishment paled in comparison to his singular prestige. Having served as a sales director for many years, Lin Weiman was not one to invite discomfort upon himself. Yet, even after acquiring the top-tier duplex at Suho Bay, Zhou Xing felt a lingering sense of unfulfillment. He, along with Zhang Yan, drove the McLaren P1 to procure additional properties at Gubei, Yihao, and Emerald Riverside, each a modest unit compared to his earlier purchase. These were smaller apartments, approximately 380 square meters, averaging around 100,000 or slightly below that with discounts. Since he intended to maintain a few canaries, it was prudent to secure multiple residences. However, he preferred not to cluster all the properties in one location, opting instead for a more dispersed approach. His concern was not that the women involved would encounter one another. Such a sure field was never destined to occur in Zhou Xing's life. Once all procedures were completed, Zhou Xing returned to Suhebei with Zhang Yan, the night having fully descended. Standing before the glass wall, he began to truly appreciate the breathtaking nocturnal view of the city. "Why have you been standing by the window for so long?" Zhou Xing inquired, noticing Zhang Yan gazing longingly at the riverbank. "Because the view is simply too beautiful," Zhang Yan replied, her gaze somewhat dazed. "It is only here that I have begun to grasp just how enchanting the nights in this city truly are." "Do you like it here?" Zhou Xing chuckled lightly. "Of course. Who could resist such a luxurious abode? Standing here feels like a pinnacle of life," Zhang Yan responded wistfully. "Yet I suspect I will never be able to afford a place like this," she added, her tone somewhat melancholic. "Why buy? Since you like it, you may as well stay here," Zhou Xing replied casually. "Stay here?" Zhang Yan was momentarily taken aback. "Indeed," he affirmed. Zhang Yan looked into Zhou Xing's eyes, his handsome features accentuated by the soft light. "Zhou Xing, please do not jest." After a brief silence, she managed a forced smile. The implications of a man and woman living together were not lost on her. "I am not joking. If you wish, you are welcome to reside here at any time," Zhou Xing stated, his smile fading slightly to reveal a more serious tone. "But you have a girlfriend, don't you?" Zhang Yan instinctively queried, only to feel a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she averted her gaze. Her heart raced. Upon realizing Zhou Xing was not joking, her immediate reaction was one of elation. His willingness to let her stay here signified her allure and recognition. To be acknowledged by such a young, handsome, and wealthy man is a source of joy for any woman. Yet, she was taken aback by her own question, which inadvertently implied her interest in him as well. Had he not had a girlfriend, she might have accepted outright. Regret washed over her. She typically never made such blunders, yet found herself flustered in Zhou Xing's presence. Her cheeks flushed, and her ears burned. "Indeed, I have a girlfriend, and not just one," Zhou Xing replied nonchalantly, raising his hands in a gesture of calm. Zhang Yan, hearing this, could not suppress her blush. She looked up at Zhou Xing in surprise. She had not expected him to be so candid. While she anticipated that a man of his caliber would attract admirers, the reality was difficult for her to digest. Isn't that akin to juggling several relationships? She pondered, realizing that by staying here and knowing he had a girlfriend, she might be perceived as a mistress, or perhaps even less. She opened her mouth to speak, but hesitated, her gaze towards Zhou Xing laden with complexity. Zhou Xing continued, "Have you heard of the Pareto principle?" Zhang Yan nodded. The principle states that in any given domain, 20% of the individuals control 80% of the wealth. In other words, resources are finite, dominated by a mere 20% of the population. Wealth is destined to remain in the hands of a select few, Zhou Xing explained. Zhang Yan's expression turned bittersweet. While his words rang true, they felt harsh and stark. But can matters of the heart truly be equated to this? She attempted to refute him, but her voice faltered. "Do you genuinely believe that in society, both exceptional men and women are not resources?" Zhou Xing gazed at her with a playful smile. Zhang Yan bit her lip, struggling to find a counter-argument to his light-hearted yet profound assertions. Zhou Xing stepped closer, wrapping his arm around her delicate waist. She shivered slightly, but did not resist. Instead, she bowed her head, her voice barely above a whisper. "Zhou Xing, please do not do this. Our bank has regulations against secretaries developing feelings for clients. I could be dismissed." Zhou Xing chuckled. "If you were dismissed, it would be fortuitous. You could simply come work for me as my private secretary." Zhang Yan turned to face him, her eyes glistening with emotion. Her eyelids fluttered shut as Zhou Xing leaned down closer. Several minutes later, Zhang Yan, her expression flustered, gently pushed him away. "I need some time to sort through my thoughts. I will head home now. You need not see me off." Upon finishing her words, Zhang Yin hurriedly departed from the scene. Zhou Xing gazed at her retreating figure, devoid of any intention to pursue her. Deep within, Zhang Yin had already come to terms with the fact that his remarks were merely a means for her to gracefully withdraw. The opportunity had been presented. All that remained was to wait patiently for a brief moment. He was in no rush. He promptly retrieved his phone, accessed his contacts, located Min Sishi's number, and dialed. Chapter 82. Did I save the galaxy in my past life? The ambience in Suha Bay was dimly lit. Min Sishi gasped for breath, her eyes vacant as she lay on the bed, struggling to regain her composure. After a considerable time, her fingers twitched, and she felt as though she had been resurrected, her body regaining a modicum of strength. Only then did she have the energy to survey the opulence of the duplex apartment. The opulence was overwhelming, particularly the 270-degree glass curtain wall that provided a panoramic view of the most bustling area of the city. Min Sishi realized that a home could possess such grandeur. Having just arrived, she had not even had the chance to sit down and sip water before Zhou Xing whisked her away for aerobic training, leaving her no time to appreciate her surroundings. Nestling against Zhou Xing, she curiously inquired, "Darling, when did you acquire this apartment?" "Just today," Zhou Xing replied with a nonchalant smile. "This place is enormous, especially in this prime location. How much did it cost?" "Not much, just a little over 100 million. Zhou Xing responded casually. Upon hearing this, Min Sishi, already fatigued, felt her body weaken further, almost slipping from Zhou Xing's embrace. 100 million, she echoed, her voice trembling. Before her family's misfortunes, they had been comfortably middle class in Shanghai, with savings barely reaching 1 million. 100 million was an unfathomable sum to her. She was aware of Zhou Xing's wealth, yet the extent of his affluence exceeded her wildest imaginings. To casually spend 100 million on a property, especially one purchased in a single day, was a stark contrast to the painstaking deliberations most people undertook when buying a home. Wrapping herself in a robe, Min Sishi stepped onto the balcony, feeling the breeze from the river as the city below shimmered with lights. She found herself entranced, standing there, truly experiencing Shanghai's vibrancy. This is indeed a luxurious mansion worth 100 million. It feels different, even more splendid than what one sees on television, she whispered. Eventually, it becomes just another place, merely the novelty of entering a new environment, Zhou Xing remarked from behind her. I doubt I could ever tire of a place like this. Min Sishi countered, shaking her head. Then why not move in and see for yourself? Zhou Xing suggested casually. Darling, would you really let me live here? Min Sishi asked, her eyes wide with surprise. Of course, you're my woman, the mistress of this house. Who else would I allow to reside here? Zhou Xing chuckled. Darling, yes. Zhou Xing turned to find Min Sishi gazing at him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Did I save the galaxy in my past life, allowing me to encounter someone as wonderful as you? Min Sishi expressed, touched. Despite being supported by Zhou Xing, who was not exclusive to her, his kindness was profound. Being with him was a happiness that surpassed even the most genuine romance. Perhaps, Zhou Xing mused, his gaze drifting into the distance, reflecting on his past as a staunch materialist. However, reincarnation and a system had unfolded in his life, prompting contemplation on whether his previous actions had merited such divine favor, granting him a second chance at life and a simplified existence, not to mention the additional advantages he had gained. Unbelievable. Min Sishi wrapped her arms around Zhou Xing's waist, standing on her toes to plant a kiss on his cheek, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Darling, are you ready for battle? Zhou Xing looked at her in surprise. It was the first time she had taken the initiative. Remove the doubt. What are you waiting for? Min Sishi smiled, radiant. Are you certain? Absolutely certain, she affirmed, resting her head against his chest, feeling his heartbeat. Despite her earlier exhaustion, her singular desire was to meld into Zhou Xing's embrace, an unparalleled bliss. Faced with her eagerness, Zhou Xing had no reason to decline. He lifted her effortlessly and headed toward the master bedroom. The two lay entwined in Suha Bay. Zhou Xing awoke to find it was already 2 in the afternoon. Stretching his body, he turned to see Min Sishi still peacefully asleep. He had not anticipated her latent energy, and though she ultimately surrendered, it had surprised him. However, it came at a cost. She did not awaken until 4 in the afternoon. As Min Sishi gazed at him with a hint of reproach, Zhou Xing shrugged. You can't blame me. You initiated the challenge. Though that may be true, you ought to appreciate me. If I scare you away, all that money spent would be for naught, he added. A faint blush crept onto Min Sishi's fair cheeks, a stark contrast to her earlier confidence. Zhou Xing smiled, steering the conversation away. If you're feeling better, let us tidy up and go out. What is the plan? Min Sishi asked, lying in bed, utterly drained, feeling as though the blankets had imprisoned her. We're going out for dinner and perhaps to buy some things. Zhou Xing replied with a gentle smile. Consider it a reward for your hard work yesterday. Just a moment. I'll get ready quickly. Min Sishi responded, her innate love for shopping igniting her energy. Half an hour later, Min Sishi, having donned her makeup and outfit, linked her arm with Zhou Xing's. Shall we? Zhou Xing nodded, taking her out for dinner before heading to Hunglong Plaza. He purchased her an array of clothes, a Cartier watch, and some exquisite jewelry. Indeed, women could never resist Cartier, not to mention the allure of Valentino and Balenciaga. Min Sishi felt deeply touched. Having chosen to spend days in Suhebei, showcasing her graceful dances before Zhou Xing. Thus, 4 days passed in tranquil monotony until a call from Zhang Yin abruptly interrupted. Zhou Xing, the company registration has been completed. Chapter 83. The surface secretary and the secret boss lady. As Zhou Xing descended to the underground garage, he spotted Zhang Yin standing beside his car, holding a stack of documents and waiting quietly. He approached her, unlocked the vehicle, and while opening the door, inquired, "Why didn't you go upstairs directly? Why wait here in the garage? You know the access code to my home." Zhang Yin smiled lightly. "I find this place rather pleasant." A few days ago, she had felt a certain uncontrollable emotion in Zhou Xing's presence. If she were to rush upstairs now, it remained uncertain whether she could leave afterward. Zhou Xing settled into the driver's seat without further comment. It was as if they both understood the unspoken tension between them. Neither dared to fully articulate it. Zhang Yin took her place in the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt. Noticing this, Zhou Xing started the engine and drove out of the garage. At that moment, Zhang Yin organized the documents in her hands. "Zhou Xing, the business license and the company seal are here. Additionally, I have arranged for your personal seal to be made. The 20 billion that the company requires has been transferred from your personal account to the company's account as per your instructions yesterday. Once the company bylaws are finalized, we can commence operations smoothly." Zhou Xing nodded in acknowledgement, his left hand steady on the steering wheel while his right hand casually rested on Zhang Yin's thigh. "You've worked hard." Zhang Yin glanced at his hand, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. "It hasn't been difficult at all. Most of this merely requires communication on my part. I've had plenty of free time. What about the headhunting agency?" Zhou Xing turned to glance at her, his hand remaining in place. He couldn't help but appreciate the sensation of her leg encased in black stockings, the delicate fabric revealing the softness of her skin beneath. Evoking a sense of desire he found hard to resist. Zhang Yin shifted slightly, attempting to divert her attention from his hand. After a brief pause, she said, "The headhunting agency has prepared a list, which I have already filtered through. I will show you the remaining candidates shortly. If they are suitable, we can extend interview invitations." Zhou Xing acknowledged her words. While the company's procedures were in place, it was imperative to have employees, particularly skilled professionals, to ensure smooth operations. "Please ask the agency to find a batch of foundational staff to fill the company initially," he instructed Zhang Yin. "I have already informed them about this. For positions like administrative receptionists, the agency has provided a list that I will need you to confirm later." After a moment, Zhang Yin continued, "However, regarding the accounting team, due to the nature of the profession, I haven't yet allowed the agency to select candidates. But that's manageable. Our bank can allocate some colleagues to temporarily handle this until we find a suitable accounting team." Zhang Yin contemplated and added, "By the way, I've also procured some basic office equipment, such as computers and desks, using the company account. The invoices will be compiled and submitted to you later." What true professionalism! Zhou Xing marveled at how Zhang Yin had taken care of everything he had considered and even anticipated what he hadn't. It was evident that such matters were best entrusted to those who specialized in them. With Zhang Yin by his side, Zhou Xing felt considerably relieved. Let's leave things as they are for now. We can address the remaining details once the company is up and running, he concluded with a nod, recognizing that success takes time, and he was not in a hurry. You've done exceptionally well. Your level of professionalism exceeds my expectations, he complimented. These tasks aren't overly complex. Most of the responsibility falls on my colleagues. I merely need to communicate your requirements to them, Zhang Yin replied modestly. Though her eyes sparkled with undeniable joy at Zhou Xing's recognition of her capabilities, revealing that she was more than just a pretty face. As the vehicle arrived at the base of the central building and parked, they took the elevator to the 106th floor. Upon opening the door of the 800-square-foot office no longer appeared desolate. It was now adorned with office equipment, arranged with meticulous order. In the boss's office, everything had been revitalized. A desk, an Apple computer, a boss's chair, a sofa, and a tea table were all present, complemented by a few oil paintings and a row of small green plants. The placement of these plants was evidently thoughtful, suggesting a careful selection that could only have been orchestrated by a woman's touch. Without a doubt, it was Zhang Yin's handiwork. Zhou Xing glanced at her, and she, feeling slightly bashful, turned her gaze away towards the office decor. I happened to be on leave a couple of days ago, so I came to check things out and tidy it up a bit. If it doesn't meet your aesthetic, I can arrange for someone else to handle it. No need for that. Zhou Xing chuckled softly. I think it looks splendid. Why don't you consider? Zhou Xing said as he settled into the sofa, wrapping an arm around Zhang Yan's waist. Consider what? Zhang Yan's expression shifted to one of mild apprehension. Resigning from your bank job and joining me as my secretary, Zhou Xing suggested with a smile. Having you here would certainly elevate my standards for secretaries. With your skills, my life would undoubtedly be much easier. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yin rolled her eyes dramatically, momentarily forgetting that Zhou Xing was still holding her. So you intend to lure me over to be your unpaid labor, is that it? I want to take part in such a losing deal. She huffed playfully. You may be young, but your mind is full of schemes, just like a capitalist. Who says it's a losing deal? Zhou Xing countered. On the surface, you be my secretary, but behind the scenes, you be the boss lady. The better the company performs, the greater the benefits for you. Wouldn't you agree? Zhang Yin found herself at a loss for words, her cheeks flushing. She quickly stood up, opened her laptop, and logged into her email. Zhou Xing, here's the list from the headhunting agency. Please confirm it so I can send out interview invitations. Chapter 84. High-end talent, the printer beside the computer word incessantly. Spitting out resumes. Zhang Yin meticulously organized these resumes before handing them over to Zhou Xing. These 5 candidates were selected by the headhunting company. They align well with your requirements for young high-end talent. Have you really found 5 already? Zhou Xing inquired curiously, accepting the resumes, still warm to the touch. He had anticipated that locating capable yet youthful high-end talent would be quite a challenge, especially since the company was only recently established. However, upon hearing that Nilo Crocodile Venture Capital had a substantial capital injection of $2 billion, the headhunting firm had begun to engage with a larger pool of candidates. Zhang Yin smiled wryly. Zhou Xing chuckled lightly, remarking, with $2 billion in actual capital, what does it matter if it's a new company? Venture capital firms prioritize capability over credentials. He silently perused the resumes in his hand. Deng Haoyang, 33, graduated from ETH Zurich with a master's in business administration. Previously employed at Sequoia Capital. Su Yanglin, 28, PhD from Princeton University, formerly with Penguin Pictures, Alibaba Investments. Suqian, 27, dual masters in business administration and economics from Caltech, previously at Hill House Capital, SoftBank Group. Zhang Chang, 26, masters in economics from Yale, previously employed at Boyu Capital. Lu Wentian, 27, PhD from the University of Pennsylvania, currently with no work experience. Zhou Xing's expression grew serious. These individuals could indeed be considered top-tier talent, all hailing from world-renowned universities, their educational backgrounds and work experiences impeccable. Glancing at the 5 candidates, each one captivated him. What is their current employment status? Zhou Xing directed his gaze towards Zhang Yin. Zhang Yin promptly replied, according to the headhunting firm, 3 of them are currently seeking employment, while 2 are still in their positions. Which two? Su Qian and Su Yanglin, she replied. Zhou Xing nodded, not particularly surprised. After all, even in ordinary companies, some individuals choose to switch jobs in pursuit of better opportunities. The high-end talent before him was no exception, despite their employment at prestigious firms. Who would wish to remain stagnant? Zhou Xing then instructed Zhang Yin, please inquire if they are available for an interview now. If so, provide them with the company address and have them come over promptly. Right now? Zhang Yin confirmed. Indeed, Zhou Xing affirmed, glancing at the clock, noting that there was ample time. All right, I will call them now. Zhang Yin exited the office, picked up the company phone, and began dialing. Approximately 15 minutes later, Zhang Yin returned. I've contacted all five. Deng Haoyang, Zhang Chong, and Lu Wentian have confirmed they can come over, but it will take them around half an hour. Su Yanglin and Su Qian are currently at their company and need to request leave, so they will arrive a bit later. Su Yanglin can be here before 11, while Su Qian will be the last, arriving by noon. Zhou Xing nodded, willing to wait a little longer. After all, both employer and employee engage in a mutual selection process, especially for high-end talent, who often have elevated expectations of the companies they consider. Half an hour later, amidst the quiet of the office, the landline rang. Zhang Yin, slightly disheveled, rose from Zhou Xing's side, adjusting her attire as she made her way outside. After a moment, she returned. Zhou Xing gestured for her to take a seat beside him. However, Zhang Yin remained standing, stating, Deng Haoyang has arrived downstairs and is registering at the front desk. He should be ready for the interview in about 5 minutes. When he arrives, let him in directly. Zhou Xing instructed, adopting a serious demeanor. All right, I will prepare, Zhang Yin said before leaving the office, seizing the opportunity to retrieve her lipstick and mirror from her bag. She touched up her makeup and tidied her hair before ensuring her outfit was wrinkle-free and putting her belongings away. Before long, a knock resounded at Zhou Xing's office door. Zhang Yin opened it to reveal a refined young man with a black messenger bag, appearing much younger than his 30-plus years. Mr. Zhou, the interviewee has arrived, Zhang Yin announced with a serious tone. Zhou Xing, observing Zhang Yin's demeanor, couldn't help but smile and wink at her, which left her feeling somewhat exasperated. Most of the time, Zhou Xing displayed a maturity beyond his years, often leaving Zhang Yin, who was several years his senior, at a disadvantage in their exchanges. Yet, at times, he could also be quite endearing. Hello, Zhou Xing greeted, standing to address the young man behind Zhang Yin with a serious tone. Hello, Mr. Zhou. I am Deng Haoyang. The young man stepped forward to shake Zhou Xing's hand, his expression revealing a hint of surprise. He had known of Nilo Crocodile Venture Capital prior to his arrival, although it had only recently been established. Its impressive capital of $2 billion had garnered considerable attention within the industry. Many were speculating about the identity of the young owner behind the firm. I've reviewed your profile. You appear remarkably youthful, certainly not resembling someone in their 30s, Zhou Xing remarked with a smile. Zhou, you jest. I consider myself middle-aged now. You, however, are truly youthful to have established such a formidable company at your age. It is quite humbling, Deng Haoyang responded with a hint of admiration. Please have a seat, Zhou Xing said, wrapping up the pleasantries as he gestured for Deng Haoyang to take a seat across from him. Zhang Yin seized the moment to serve them both cups of water before exiting the office and closing the door behind her. Zhou Xing took a sip of water and regarded Deng Haoyang. Since we are all young professionals, let us dispense with the formalities and delve directly into the matter at hand. Chapter 85. Welcome to Nile Crocodile Venture Capital from your resume. It appears that you graduated at the age of 26 and immediately joined Sequoia Capital, where you spent 6 years and eventually rose to the position of team leader. However, you chose to leave Sequoia last year. Zhou Xing turned to Deng Haoyang. Indeed, Deng Haoyang nodded. Could you share the reason behind your departure? Deng Haoyang paused for a moment before lifting his head and responding, Mr. Zhou, I am now 33 years old. As one reaches middle age, there is often a lingering sense of unfulfillment. A hint of self-deprecation graced Deng Haoyang's smile as he continued. In 6 years, achieving merely the position of team leader feels like a significant failure to me. When I first entered the field, after thoroughly studying finance, I was filled with anticipation. Much like the autobiographies of renowned investors, eager to finance companies with potential and witness their growth. The sense of achievement that comes from such experiences is incomparable. However, upon joining Sequoia, the reality was starkly different from my expectations. As a newcomer, I lacked both the capability and the qualifications to determine which companies to invest in. Even after attaining the team leader position, my role was limited to offering merely advisory opinions on projects. Deng Haoyang took a deep breath. Beyond this, I found myself with no other option. It became clear to me that it was time to leave. While I still possess youth and opportunity, I wish to take a bold leap. As the saying goes, people strive for higher ground, while water seeks lower levels. I am unwilling to remain at Sequoia, and thus I began searching for new opportunities, which led me to your esteemed company, Mr. Zhou. The substantial capital of $2 billion is enticing, and I yearn for the chance to invest personally. Zhou Xing nodded calmly. In the venture capital industry, one does not experience the midlife crisis often faced by programmers. Instead, the longer one remains in this field, the stronger their abilities become, with a wealth of experience to draw upon. The number of successful investments in one's portfolio only grows. Individuals like Deng Haoyang, with high education and intelligence, are destined to resist mediocrity. His tenure at Sequoia, without fulfilling his dreams, made his departure inevitable. What position are you applying for? Zhou Xing inquired. May I ask if the position of general manager has been filled? Deng Haoyang responded. Not yet, Zhou Xing replied. I personally wish to assume the role of general manager. At 33, I am at the peak of my vitality, and I believe I possess the capability and energy to excel in this position. Deng Haoyang confidently offered himself for consideration. The general manager, Zhou Xing, raised his cup to glance at Deng Haoyang and smiled. However, you mentioned earlier that during your time at Sequoia, you did not lead investments. With such limited experience, how can I entrust you with the general manager position? Yet I have accumulated 6 years of experience, with my participation in investments totaling over $10 billion. Several companies I was involved with are now on the verge of IPOs, having achieved significant returns, Deng Haoyang explained. Although I lacked authority over investments, my market insight and economic acumen are on par with others. Merely these attributes are still insufficient, Zhou Xing replied, shaking his head. Insufficient? Deng Haoyang murmured to himself for a moment before resolutely stating, I am willing to sign a long-term contract with your company for a minimum of 5 years, during which I will not resign. These terms can be included in the contract. I can choose to forego my salary, with all compensation tied to the company's performance. Zhou Xing observed Deng Haoyang for a moment before standing and extending his hand with a smile. Welcome to Nile Crocodile Venture Capital. Among the 5 candidates, he had already leaned towards Deng Haoyang. After all, he was the eldest and had the most extensive experience, having served as a team leader at Sequoia for 6 years. The lack of direct investment experience was inconsequential. Zhou Xing had a plan in mind and merely needed to follow his intended steps. With a nearly flawless academic and professional background, such high-caliber talent was not something Zhou Xing could afford to let slip away. His previous inquiries were merely to negotiate a reasonable compensation. Yet he did not anticipate Deng Haoyang's audacity, which stirred a sense of guilt within him. Had he been too much of a capitalist? Deng Haoyang, taken aback, stood with barely contained joy. Thank you for your recognition, Mr. Zhou. When can I start? Zhou Xing released his hand and inquired, whenever you are ready. Deng Haoyang felt a long-lost fervor surging within him, eager to dive into work immediately. Very well. Once we finalize the contract, you can commence without delay, correct? Zhou Xing confirmed with a nod. Absolutely, Deng Haoyang replied. Zhou Xing promptly instructed Zhang Yin to prepare 2 copies of the contract. After ensuring all details were accurate, Deng Haoyang signed his name, and Zhang Yin stamped the company seal on behalf of Zhou Xing. Of course, I cannot undercompensate you. It is unreasonable to accept a salary of 0. For now, your annual salary is set at $500,000, while any future raises, dividends, and bonuses will depend on your performance, Zhou Xing stated, patting Deng Haoyang on the shoulder. Negotiating a fair price was essential. He was affluent but not naive. However, if he were not generous to his subordinates, the company would not prosper. Rest assured, Mr. Zhou, I will give my utmost effort, Deng Haoyang replied, touched by the offer. He had voluntarily proposed foregoing his salary, tying his earnings to the company's success, a significant gamble. Having spent considerable time in this industry, he deeply understood the harshness of capital. Yet while capital may be merciless, the owner can exhibit great compassion. At this moment, he harbored no other ambitions, solely focused on excelling in the role of general manager, effectively managing the company, and proving himself worthy of Zhou Xing's trust. I have a task for you. You have 1 week to recruit employees and ensure the company is adequately staffed. Once we are operational, it will be your time to shine, Zhou Xing said with a smile. High-end talent must be complemented by mid-level and foundational strength. All are indispensable. An army without generals is ineffective, and generals without soldiers are even more helpless. Understood, Deng Haoyang replied without hesitation. This was his responsibility. Mr. Zhou, the candidates for interview have arrived, Zhang Yin announced, knocking on the door and ushering in 2 individuals, Lu Wentian and Zhang Chong. Zhou Xing welcomed them warmly. Although they would not receive the general manager position, he assured them of managerial roles in the company, with departmental assignments to be determined once operations stabilized. His current need was for abundant talent, welcoming all who could contribute. After some deliberation, Lu Wentian and Zhang Chong chose to join the company. By around 11 o'clock, Su Yanglin also arrived. Unfortunately, his aspiration was for the general manager position. Unless that was offered, he would not consider joining Nile Crocodile Venture Capital. Zhou Xing politely dismissed him. Although he needed talent, there was no necessity to force the issue. He then confirmed the company's bylaws with Deng Haoyang. It was only until midnight that the final interviewee arrived, albeit fashionably late. Chapter 86. Zhang Yan's touching moment, her cascading long hair, after being permed and dyed, now glimmered with a subtle wine-red curl. A delicate oval face reflected the clarity of autumn waters. Standing nearly 1.7 meters tall, she adorned silver high heels, complemented by a white blazer and a form-fitting skirt that accentuated her perfect figure. When Zhang Yan ushered Su Qian into the room, Zhou Xing's gaze momentarily sharpened. Su Qian had long shed the freshness of youth, replaced by a refined charm cultivated through her experiences in the professional world. Hello, President Zhou. I apologize for the delay. An impromptu company meeting kept me occupied. Su Qian approached, extending her hand in apology. Not at all, Zhou Xing replied as he shook her hand briefly before continuing. I completely understand. I had just interviewed several candidates myself, so the wait wasn't too long. How about this? Since it's lunchtime, allow me to treat you to a meal, Zhou Xing suggested. I know a restaurant nearby with excellent cuisine. We can eat while discussing matters, which also serves as my apology, Su Qian proposed. Zhou Xing glanced at his watch, realizing it was already 12:30. That sounds good, he said after a moment of contemplation, deciding that it was better to address the interview matters over lunch. After all, Su Qian was the last candidate for the day. Rising from his seat, Zhang Yan understood the cue and opened the office door for them to exit. However, upon stepping out, Zhou Xing noticed Zhang Yan had no intention of following. Aren't you coming along? He turned to her. I can manage lunch at the office, Zhang Yan replied, startled by Zhou Xing's suggestion. While their relationship had not been formally established, an unspoken understanding lingered between them. As his partner, Zhou Xing would undoubtedly treat her well. Even if Zhang Yan held no official title, her capability and attentiveness earned Zhou Xing's respect. I really think you should join us, Zhou Xing insisted, maintaining a calm demeanor. No, I'm merely your personal secretary. You both are discussing business matters that pertain to company confidentiality, which I find inconvenient. Zhang Yan shook her head, her eyes conveying a silent plea. If discovered, all her efforts from the morning would be in vain. Zhou Xing, seemingly unfazed by her hint, smiled and remarked, what does it matter? You're not just a secretary. You are also the company's lady boss. What secrets could you possibly not hear? Upon hearing this, Su Qian's previously inscrutable expression revealed signs of surprise as she scrutinized both Zhang Yan and Zhou Xing, deep in thought. Meanwhile, the 3 colleagues who had been working lifted their heads in astonishment. They had always assumed Zhang Yan was just an ordinary secretary, never considering there might be a deeper connection. They collectively inhaled sharply, realizing they would need to be more cautious in the future. Zhang Yin was momentarily taken aback. She had never anticipated Zhou Xing would voice such an assertion. From the outset, she was aware of his relationships, yet she could not resist his allure, eventually acquiescing to their connection. This relationship was inherently delicate, and she never sought any formal acknowledgement. Thus, she adopted a professional demeanor in front of outsiders, wishing to keep their bond discreet. Initially thinking Zhou Xing's earlier comment about her being the lady boss was merely playful banter, she was astounded that he would publicly affirm their relationship, bestowing upon her the title of lady boss. This transformed the nature of their bond entirely. It not only granted her a title, but also afforded her significant standing within the company. While clandestine romances must remain hidden, being recognized by Zhou Xing gave her legitimacy. As Zhang Yin felt the weight of everyone's gaze upon her, she stared at Zhou Xing's youthful, handsome face, her heart swelling with emotion. Her beautiful eyes glimmered with unshed tears. "No need for that. You two go ahead. I have some matters to attend to here at the company." She smiled genuinely, her heart lightened. Seeing her reluctance, Zhou Xing did not press further, nodding as he departed with Su Qian. Standing there, Zhang Yin watched Zhou Xing's retreating figure, her eyes narrowing in delight, as if savoring honey, her heart brimming with sweetness that invigorated her spirit for work. "President Zhou, your girlfriend is quite lovely," Su Qian spoke, breaking the silence in the elevator. She had been somewhat surprised, initially thinking Zhou Xing, being so young, must be one of those carefree, rich heirs. The connection with his secretary didn't strike her as unusual. Yet, Zhou Xing's willingness to openly acknowledge their relationship marked a stark contrast to those who toyed with emotions. "Thank you," Zhou Xing replied with a gentle smile. "M.A.S.A. Su, your beauty is also remarkable. You are among the most distinguished women I have encountered." "President Zhou, you flatter me," Su Qian chuckled, engaging in casual conversation. "You appear quite young. May I ask how old you are?" "Just turned 18, he replied. "Isn't that still during your university years?" she inquired. "Indeed, I am currently in my first year," he confirmed. Su Qian's face reflected shock. To possess a company with a paid-in capital of 20 billion at 18 is truly remarkable. "That is merely family support," Zhou Xing chuckled softly. Su Qian did not hide her envy. "This only proves that your capabilities far exceed your peers, which is why your family trusts you to venture out on your own. Unlike me. Even now, my father still treats me like a child, insisting I be watched over by friends, fearing I might stray." Zhou Xing glanced at her, smiling yet choosing not to elaborate further, sensing that Su Qian's background was also noteworthy. According to her resume, she had worked for major firms like Hill House Capital and SoftBank, both giants in the investment sector, suggesting that her father had considerable connections. As they conversed, the elevator descended to the second basement level. "Let us take my car. You can guide me," Zhou Xing suggested as they exited the elevator. Su Qian had no objections, and they soon arrived at Zhou Xing's parking spot. "I'll McLaren B8. Su Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing the car. She hesitated before speaking. "President Zhou, may I have the honor of trying out your McLaren P1? Chapter 87. With numerous roads, safety is paramount. Do you have a fondness for cars?" Zhou Xing raised an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. While he had encountered many boys who adored sports cars, it was rather rare to meet a girl with a pure passion for driving them. "Indeed," Su Qian replied, her gaze fixed intently on the McLaren before her, as if admiring a masterpiece. "I've always had a penchant for sports cars and motorcycles. Unleashing the vehicle's performance on the track, feeling the exhilaration of speed, and the adrenaline surging through my veins. It's an indescribable sensation." She shrugged, a hint of regret in her tone. "Unfortunately, my family does not approve of me purchasing such vehicles, claiming they're too dangerous. If they discover I bought one, they might just break my legs. So, I can only admire them from afar. Yet every encounter stirs my heart." Zhou Xing was not surprised by her words. Indeed, as a girl with a passion for motorcycles and sports cars, her parents would likely disapprove. "Well then, I entrust this car to you." He handed the keys to Su Qian. "Thank you, Mr. Zhou," she said, her expression brightening as she held the keys. Pressing the unlock button, the car lights illuminated instantly, causing her eyes to sparkle. However, wearing high heels while driving might not be the most prudent choice, Zhou Xing remarked, noticing her silver stilettos as she prepared to enter the vehicle. As a novice driver, he held a strong sense of responsibility. After all, while the car's well-being was important, his own life took precedence. With such a fortunate background, it would be a disservice to fate to leave this world before truly enjoying it. Apologies, Su Qian glanced at her heels and quickly realized her oversight. I got a bit carried away by the car's allure. Please wait a moment. She walked toward a nearby pink Panamera, retrieved a pair of white sneakers from the trunk, and returned, smiling at Zhou Xing. I happened to spot this McLaren while parking and was curious about its owner, not expecting it to be you. Zhou Xing smiled back, saying nothing further as he opened the passenger door and buckled his seatbelt. Su Qian took her place in the driver's seat and started the engine. The roar of the McLaren P1 was deafening. Enveloped in the sound, she felt intoxicated. This is the feeling. Buckle up, Mr. Zhou. We're about to take off. Zhou Xing felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding as the car sped out of the parking garage. Su Qian's lips curled into a mischievous smile as she glanced at the rearview mirror, pressing the accelerator down hard. The car surged forward like a wild stallion. Racing down the road, Zhou Xing leaned forward, the powerful thrust of acceleration pushing against him. Woo! Su Qian exclaimed, exhilarated, as she pressed the accelerator again, the speedometer climbing higher. 10 minutes later, they arrived at a Western restaurant. Su Qian reluctantly returned the keys to Zhou Xing. It truly lives up to its reputation as one of the 3 legendary cars. The power is remarkable, and the handling is exceptional. It's a pity that we were on the road. I couldn't fully unleash its potential. Zhou Xing accepted the keys in silence, feeling a churn in his stomach as he regarded Su Qian. He finally understood why her family threatened to break her legs if she dared to buy a motorcycle or sports car. If he had a daughter bold enough to make such a purchase, he might very well consider the same course of action. Once behind the wheel, Su Qian transformed completely. The demure girl became a force of nature, and the McLaren felt as though it was racing on a track under her command. If they were truly on a racetrack, the car would undoubtedly take off. After settling into their seats at the restaurant, Su Qian shifted from her earlier demeanor and began discussing cars again. Honestly, Mr. Zhou, if you have no plans this afternoon, I could take you for a few laps at the track. There's a place I frequent. The track is quite nice and not crowded. I often sneak out to borrow a friend's car for some thrills. Zhou Xing remained contemplative, taking a sip of water before responding. Let us save that for later. We should focus on the matter at hand first. All right, driving the P1 was such a thrill that I nearly forgot I came here for an interview. Su Qian exclaimed, tapping her head in realization. Your qualifications seem impressive. What made you decide to join our company? Because my experience at SoftBank Huaxia has been far from enjoyable, Su Qian replied candidly. As I mentioned earlier, my family is quite strict, providing me little opportunity to explore on my own. Even at SoftBank, it felt like being at home. Everyone there treated me kindly, and I learned much, but I never had the chance to apply my knowledge. After studying abroad for years, I found myself with no practical outlet. The environment was stifling, no different from home, as they still viewed me as a child. Thus, I seek a change, one that offers me the chance to take initiative, while also proving to my parents that I could be independent through my own efforts. She smiled. Of course, achieving results would be the icing on the cake. Zhou Xing nodded slightly. This was a reasonable perspective. After all, many affluent families raised children like delicate flowers in a greenhouse. Meanwhile, those from ordinary backgrounds envied their circumstances, while the privileged yearned for the freedom of a simpler life. Zhou Xing wouldn't dismiss Su Qian's capabilities based on her thrilling display of driving. Enjoying speed was one thing. Avoiding issues at work was paramount. What position are you seeking? Zhou Xing inquired. The specific title matters little to me. As long as it satisfies my requirements and allows me to take charge, particularly in investment matters, Su Qian replied. That is entirely feasible, Zhou Xing acknowledged. The general manager position is already filled, but I can offer you a department manager role. You will have full authority over your department's matters, specifically overseeing investment projects and reviews. However, all projects must receive my approval and signature before you can proceed with funding. Fosin Vigardit Sukian, are you in agreement? What department will I be overseeing? She asked. The film department, focusing on film industry investments. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Xing nodded. Of course, as the company owner, you hold the final say on project investments. I simply require the authority to manage. Then, welcome to Nile Crocodile Company, Zhou Xing said with a gentle smile. I'm looking forward to it, Zhou Xing replied, casting an eager glance at Zhou Xing boss. Do you have any plan for the afternoon? What is it? If you have some time, how about taking your car for a few laps around the track? Upon hearing this, Zhou Xing's hand, which was slicing the steak, trembled slightly. Chapter 88. Supercars born for the track inside the car. Zhou Xing gazed at the increasingly desolate scenery and couldn't help but inquire. Where are we headed? They had already departed from the city of Shanghai and reached the outskirts. During their meal, Zhou Xing, with her persistent enthusiasm, managed to persuade Zhou Xing. After all, few young men could resist the allure of maneuvering a supercar on the racetrack. Supercars are inherently designed for the track, where their performance can truly be unleashed. On the racetrack, a McLaren P1 is akin to a powerful tiger, while on city roads, it resembles merely a playful kitten. With the afternoon free, Zhou Xing decided to take a few laps. Zhou Xing was eager to race, and Zhou Xing was indifferent, as he wouldn't be in the passenger seat. If an accident were to occur, it would be fortuitous. After all, Zhou Xing could sign a contract for a high-end talent in exchange for a P1. Thus, he thought it wise to explore this somewhat mysterious racetrack, especially since he had never had the opportunity to do so in his previous life. You might not know this, but professional racetracks are prohibitively expensive. The land even more so. That is why they are built on the outskirts of Shanghai. We are headed to Tianma Mountain Circuit, a substitute for the Shanghai International Circuit, Zhou Xing explained. Though smaller, it is still FIA certified as an F3 track. It's convenient for us regular folks, unlike international circuits that remain closed unless significant events are scheduled. Zhou Xing nodded slightly, realizing he had previously overlooked this aspect. Even someone like him, who was not well-versed in racetracks, understood that the costs were exorbitant, not just for construction but also for maintenance, particularly for F1 circuits. Major tracks could at least recoup expenses by hosting international events, ensuring a steady flow of clientele, while smaller circuits had to open regularly to attract everyday enthusiasts. We've arrived, Zhou Xing announced, pulling the car up to the entrance of the Tianma Mountain Circuit. A staff member approached, and Zhou Xing rolled down the window to present a white membership card. After the staff member registered it and returned the card, the gate lifted. Zhou Xing glanced at Zhou Xing, noting her possession of a membership card, which suggested she frequented this place more than just occasionally. As she drove into the circuit and parked, Zhou Xing surveyed the surroundings. The environment was pleasant, yet the track seemed somewhat diminutive, stretching a mere 2 kilometers in total. It was far from what he had envisioned. Don't be deceived by its size. This track is FIA certified for F3 racing, which is quite an achievement, Zhou Xing remarked, sensing Zhou Xing's disappointment. Despite its compactness, this is the only open track around Shanghai. Other venues either require waiting for international events or are entirely off-limits to outsiders unless you own the track. Zhou Xing chuckled softly, but remained silent. How about we take a few laps now that there are no other cars around? Ce qui proposed. Zhou Xing considered the track and felt a surge of excitement. Although small, it was still a racetrack, perfect for a novice like him. He nodded, settled into the driver's seat, adjusted it, and ignited the engine. With a press of the accelerator, the McLaren P1 roared to life, the engine emitting a beastly growl as he surged down the lengthy straightaway. Speed climbed rapidly, 100, 150, 200. The scenery blurred past him, and he felt an exhilarating rush. His senses heightened to the point where he could no longer hear Zhou Xing's voice beside him. The McLaren P1 thrived in this environment, awakening from its slumber in the city, where it had been restrained. As he navigated the corners with seamless precision, the car's superior balance became evident. A brief straightaway allowed for another exhilarating burst of speed. In less than a minute, he completed a lap, still yearning for more. He continued to circle the track, reveling in the experience. Indeed, supercars were meant for the racetrack, offering true exhilaration. After parking the car, Zhou Xing eagerly said, "Let me take a turn. You were driving a bit too slowly. There's no need to brake so hard in the corners. Watching you made me anxious. My grandfather drives faster than you." Zhou Xing, though aware of his novice skills, was taken aback by the unexpected critique, especially coming from a girl. He chuckled, choosing not to respond. He knew his abilities paled in comparison to those seasoned enthusiasts who spent their days at the track. He unbuckled his seatbelt, exited the vehicle, and Zhou Xing followed suit. Seeing Zhou Xing standing aside, she asked curiously, "Aren't you joining me? I can show you how to drift through corners." "No, thank you. I've had enough laps. I just need some fresh air," he replied bluntly. The thought of riding in her car seemed absurd, especially since he had already experienced the thrill on the city roads. As her boss, he didn't want to embarrass himself in front of her. "That's a pity," Zhou Xing said with a hint of disappointment. "Even though I'm a girl, my skills on this track are among the best." She took the keys from Zhou Xing and prepared to climb back into the car when a voice suddenly called out to her from a distance. "Zhou Qian." Turning around, she spotted several individuals approaching them. Chapter 89. No need for acquaintance. There were 5 individuals in total. Standing at the center was a tall man, whose muscles subtly bulged beneath a white tank top, suggesting a regular presence in the gym. He wore black casual pants, the brand indiscernible, yet the fabric and sheen indicated their exceptional quality. With a square jaw, he appeared to be around 30 years of age. As he approached, he came before Zhou Xing, wearing a smile, and said, Qian, what brings you here? You didn't even bother to inform me. If I hadn't spotted you, I would have been unaware of your presence. Nothing much. I just felt like having some fun and decided to come over, Zhou Xing replied, her expression remaining rather indifferent. Oh, the square-jawed man shifted his gaze to Zhou Xing, then discreetly assessed the white McLaren behind him, taking note of the license plate. This brother seems a bit unfamiliar. The man maintained his smile as he addressed Zhou Xing. Is this a new friend of yours? Care to introduce us? This is not merely a friend, but my new boss, Zhou Xing said, her demeanor still calm, albeit tinged with impatience. Your new boss? The man's expression shifted slightly, and he inquired, Aren't you working at SoftBank Huaxia, as your father recommended? How did you suddenly switch jobs without my knowledge? Do I need to report everything to you? Zhou Qian finally snapped. Li Guoxing, you are not anyone significant in my life. Do I need your permission to change jobs? Qian, I'm only following your grandfather's advice to keep an eye on you, Li Guoxing replied, still smiling. After all, your vivacious nature and sheltered upbringing make you somewhat naive, susceptible to deception. I just want to understand the situation. It's for your own good. Besides, you were doing fine at SoftBank and suddenly changing jobs to someone we do not know. What if they turn out to be unreliable? Zhou Yan's anger flared. My grandfather is my grandfather, and I am me. My family's concern is one matter, but it has nothing to do with you. I'll warn you once more. This is my boss, not some shady person you imagine. His capabilities far surpass yours. Instead of worrying about me, you should mind your own affairs. Zhou Qian's words offered no courtesy. The sense of superiority that Li Guoxing had, masked under the guise of concern, made her feel utterly repulsed. He glanced at Zhou Xing, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes before he returned to his previous demeanor. Instead of continuing the argument with Zhou Qian, he approached Zhou Xing brother. Let's get acquainted. Li Guoxing. You seem a bit unfamiliar. You're not a local, are you? Yet. Acquiring a Hui license plate shows some capability. Since we are not from the same circle, perhaps it is unnecessary for us to get acquainted, Zhou Xing replied coolly, having heard every word Li Guoxing had uttered. The man was ostensibly warning Zhou Qian, but the barbed remarks were clearly directed at him. The mention of the license plate indicated that he was not intimidated. He had ample confidence and an extraordinary background. With that name, Zhou Xing quickly grasped the situation. However, just because others were afraid did not mean that Zhou Xing would cower. In the local circles of Hu City, few could overshadow him. Did they truly believe his father's heavy industry group was built from mere clay? Li Guoxing was simply not up to the task. Li Guoxing smila falterat instantly. His previously cheerful eyes now cold. Zhou Xing turned to Zhou Qian, stating, You two chat. I'll take a few more laps. Without looking back, he entered his car, starting the engine and speeding onto the track. Brotherly, it seems your reputation is waning today, one of Li Guoxing's companions remarked with a laugh. It appears he doesn't acknowledge your status. Who would have thought that even you, the local big shot, could be looked down upon? That newcomer is audacious. Not even a local, and with a license plate like 5'6", being so young, a bit of temper is expected. Li Guoxing et sa compagnons chocolat. Their gazes filled with mockery. Listening to their laughter, Li Guoxing's eyes fell upon the white McLaren, his expression darkening. Rubbing his chin, he muttered, "Indeed, it has been a long time since someone has dared to disregard me." He promptly turned towards his black Porsche 911 GT3 RS. Li Guoxing, what are you planning to do? Zhou Xing sensed something amiss and rushed forward, but a few boys accompanying Li Guoxing blocked her path, grinning. Qian, you needn't get involved in this. Brotherly merely wants to introduce himself, nothing more. Get out of my way. Zhou Xing exclaimed angrily, but they remained immovable, forming an invisible wall that prevented her from advancing. Li Guoxing, I warn you, if you act recklessly, I will not let this go. This is my boss, and he just received his license a few days ago. If anything happens, I will hold you accountable. Zhou Xing was fuming. Li Guoxing, however, seemed oblivious. As he settled into the Porsche, the car roared to life and sped off like a bolt of lightning onto the track. As Zhou Xing drove, he observed the approaching curve, instinctively applying the brakes. The carbon ceramic brakes, having warmed up after several laps, were now performing optimally, quickly reducing his speed. Suddenly, a black car surged past him at an alarming speed, showing no intention of slowing down. It was dangerously close. Zhou Xing instinctively swerved and slammed the brakes, narrowly avoiding veering off the track. He cast a cold glance at the Porsche, which had provocatively slowed, coming to a halt in front of him. Zhou Xing pressed the accelerator, returning to the track's course. The Porsche began to move slowly alongside him, leading by a mere fifth of a car length, their cars almost touching, less than 10 centimeters apart. Zhou Xing reduced his speed to 30 or 40. The Porsche mirrored his pace. Damn it, Zhou Xing muttered coldly, turning the steering wheel sharply to the left. Bang! The front of the McLaren collided forcefully with the Porsche's door. Chapter 90. Are you really grieving for the car? The black Porsche 911's passenger door was instantly dented, creating a significant hole. The tremendous force of the impact caused the car to veer uncontrollably off the track. Creaking. Li Guoxing, seated within the vehicle, instinctively slammed on the brakes, the tires spinning on the ground and emitting clouds of smoke. However, Zhou Xing felt somewhat unsatisfied. He straightened the steering wheel and reversed a few steps before ramming into the Porsche once more. Bang! Both vehicles shook violently, carbon fiber debris scattering everywhere. The passenger side door of the Porsche was completely caved in, precariously hanging on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, the front bumper of Zhou Xing's McLaren P1 was already damaged, its headlights shattered. Yet, he remained indifferent. Are you seeking death? Li Guoxing's body jolted. Despite being secured by his seatbelt, he lurched forward, his head striking the steering wheel with a heavy thud, instantly causing blood to flow. Drops of blood trickled down, accompanied by sharp pain. Li Guoxing ignored this. His gaze fixed on his beloved car, now reduced to such a state, his fury boiling over. Blood pressure soaring, his eyes turned crimson with rage. From a young age, he had harbored a profound affection for cars. As a teenager, he frequented various racetracks, honing his exceptional driving skills. Even now, in his early 30s, his passion for automobiles had only intensified. Almost everyone in the city of whom knew of his devotion. He cherished his cars as if they were his very life. Should anyone dare to scratch his vehicle, he would surely retaliate with fervor. However, due to familial constraints, he was compelled to adhere to a principle of modesty and restraint. The higher one's position, the more careful one must be with words and actions. His family would never permit him to flaunt his love for cars, let alone purchase luxury vehicles. Every time he ventured onto the track, it was done clandestinely, unbeknownst to his family. This Porsche 911 GT3 RS was his dream car, acquired through immense effort, hidden from his family's awareness, registered under a friend's company. After obtaining the vehicle, he lavished it with care, spending months on meticulous modifications, immersing himself in the racetrack. He was so protective that even friends who wished to take it for a spin were met with refusals. Now, witnessing his prized possession being smashed by Zhou Xing, he could hardly contain his fury. Zhou Xing, however, remained cold and resolute. He reversed several meters, aligning the front of his vehicle with the Porsche's body. The tires rolled on the ground, generating friction and smoke, accompanied by the roar of the engine. The car was poised to charge forward. The collision would surely reduce the entire vehicle to ruins. "Are you trying to scare me?" Li Guoxing Skufa, sitting firmly in his car, daring Zhou Xing to make the move. Given the force of the impact, even if he remained inside, he would suffer considerable injury. "I'm not easily intimidated, but I wonder if you possess the audacity." Li Guoxing, seething with anger over the destruction of his vehicle, was now at odds with Zhou Xing. With his status, few dared to challenge him. The destruction of his car was an egregious offense, and should he face any personal harm, even the mightiest figure would be unable to save Zhou Xing from the consequences. In the next moment, however, the smile on Li Guoxing's face froze. His pupils dilated in shock. As someone who had long navigated the racetrack, he possessed an intimate understanding of vehicles. Observing the tires on the ground subtly shifting forward, he realized that Zhou Xing was genuinely intent on colliding with him. "Damn it!" Li Guoxing Kursa, hastily unbuckling his seatbelt and nimbly leaping out of the driver's window. He landed heavily on the ground, sustaining numerous scrapes and cuts. His white tank top now smeared with dirt. Blood streamed from his forehead, rendering him a pitiful sight. Just as he regained his footing, Zhou Xing's vehicle crashed forcefully into the side of the Porsche. Boom! The deafening sound echoed throughout the racetrack. The Porsche was propelled off the track, colliding with the concrete barrier. The vehicle was beyond description. The passenger side had vanished, fused with the door, and the entire car resembled a compressed wreck, shrunken in size. Yet Zhou Xing showed no signs of stopping. The car continued to slam into the Porsche with a series of thuds. The spectators on the racetrack stood in stunned silence, witnessing the relentless assault from the white McLaren. After what felt like an eternity, Zhou Xing finally halted, leaving the Porsche utterly unrecognizable, a heap of scrap metal. Repairing it was out of the question. While his McLaren had also sustained damage, Zhou Xing was unconcerned. "It's merely a car worth over 10 million. I find it worthwhile to trade such a sum for my satisfaction," he mused. Attempting to open the car door, he found it slightly damaged and difficult to maneuver. Without hesitation, he lifted his foot and kicked the door. The door shook slightly, and after 2 more kicks, it finally swung open. Zhou Xing stepped out with an air of nonchalance, adjusting his clothes, emerging unscathed. He looked up to see Li Guoxing, now covered in dirt and blood, a stark contrast to his own pristine appearance. Li Guoxing noticed Zhou Xing's gaze, and their eyes locked in a tense standoff. Regaining his composure, Li Guoxing clenched his teeth and stormed towards Zhou Xing. His companions, who had previously shielded Su Qian, quickly encircling Zhou Xing, Su Qian rushed over, pushing through the crowd to stand before Zhou Xing. "Li Guoxing, what do you intend to do? I warn you, if you dare to lay a hand on him, I will inform my grandfather. You were at fault first. You cannot blame Zhou Xing." Li Guoxing ignored Su Qian, his gaze fixed on Zhou Xing, muscles taut and fists clenched. "Do you have any idea what the consequences of your actions are?" He spat. His beloved car lay in ruins, and he had been forced to leap from the vehicle, sustaining injuries. He had never endured such humiliation in his life, all thanks to this audaciously young Zhou Xing. "Seriously?" Zhou Xing retorted with a scoff. "Are you truly lamenting over the car? It's just a wreck after all. It's merely a vehicle worth over 10 million. An outsider, couldn't he care less? Surely, you, a local brimming with superiority, aren't losing your temper over a mere car?" Chapter 91. "I will accompany you if you feel heartbroken. You should promptly sell that wrecked car." Zhou Xing cast a glance at the dilapidated Porsche. "Clean it up. Even scrap metal can fetch a fair price. By the way, if you find it insufficient, you could also take my car." The combined value of these 2 heaps of junk should amount to a considerable sum, enough to purchase another vehicle for daily use. Zhou Xing remarked nonchalantly, "Just be cautious next time you drive. Not everyone possesses my level of forbearance." As these words hung in the air, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Such arrogance, utterly outrageous. The entourage accompanying Li Guoxing looked on, their expressions filled with astonishment. As prominent figures in whose city, they had encountered their fair share of insolent wealthy scions, yet none had dared to collide with Li Guoxing's vehicle and respond with such insolence. This was a first. Su Qian also turned her head, looking at Zhou Xing in surprise. From this brief interaction, she discerned that Zhou Xing was not devoid of intellect. On the contrary, he exhibited a level of maturity far beyond his peers. Yet, his brazen actions indicated that he was entirely confident, possessing sufficient backing to support his audacity. Su Qian fell into silence. A capital of 2 billion is indeed impressive. However, in China, there are many capable of amassing such funds. Li Guoxing's familial background was extraordinary, and Zhou Xing had likely noticed this long ago. Yet, he appeared unconcerned, suggesting that Zhou Xing's own background was somewhat formidable. Li Guoxing, let us consider this matter concluded for today. Su Qian spoke up. Escalating this incident would serve no one, and truth be told, you were at fault initially. Your car is totaled, and so is my boss's. Thus, we are even. Even? Li Guoxing's ire intensified at Su Qian's evident favoritism towards Zhou Xing. And what about my injuries? Were it not for my quick departure, I might well be lying in a hospital right now. Why don't you address that? If I were to swallow this slight, how could I ever maintain my standing in whose city? What face would I have to claim my identity as a member of the Li family? Su Qian inhaled deeply, suppressing her impatience. So, you intend to make this personal? Zhou Xing is with me. If you have issues, direct them at me. I will handle it. Whatever you wish to discuss, let us lay it all bare. This matter is unrelated to you. Do not involve yourself. Li Guoxing pointed at Zhou Xing. He crashed into my car, and while I could let that slide, I cannot overlook someone who disregards human life. If I were to let him go, he would only continue to wreak havoc in whose city. Such scum should be dealt with swiftly. As for you, I will speak with old Master Su, ensuring you exit this company post-haste. Being around such people is detrimental to you. Su Qian wished to say more, but Zhou Xing placed a hand on her shoulder, gently pulling her back and stepping forward. What are you pretending to be? Zhou Xing scoffed. You claim not to value human life. Why not acknowledge that you instigated this? You speak of concern for others. Perhaps your mother failed to teach you well. When driving, remember to prioritize safety. If you value your life so little, you might as well donate it. Spare us your repugnance. Your worthless life is not worth the trouble of others. Li Guoxing's forehead throbbed with rage. After exhaling a deep, heavy breath, he gradually regained his composure. He glared at Zhou Xing with a dark expression. Youthful arrogance can be commendable, but it must be tempered with discernment regarding people and circumstances. Remember, many issues cannot be resolved with money alone. Excessive hubris will only lead to dire consequences and painful repercussions. Li Guoxing articulated his warning slowly. I will not lay a hand on you, but remember this is whose city, not your rural abode. You do not have the liberty to act recklessly here. I will remember this debt. You cannot escape its repayment. Zhou Xing chuckled lightly, his gaze laced with disdain. At your age, still resorting to such tactics, yearning for the world to recognize your family's background? Today, I shall see what you are truly capable of. Did you not claim my modest license plate was inconsequential? Let me see how much power you wield while clinging to this dilapidated vehicle like a lifeline. Li Guoxing was incensed by Zhou Xing's words. He gritted his teeth. Fine, I had intended to allow you to frolic a bit longer, but since you were so intent on courting death, I shall oblige. Li Guoxing immediately withdrew his phone and opened his contacts. Su Qian, sensing the escalating tension, felt a surge of alarm. If this continued, it would undoubtedly become the talk of the town. Li Guoxing, Su Qian called out. This is merely a dispute among juniors. Do you truly wish to escalate it into something more? It is not that I disregard propriety. This is all of his own making. Li Guoxing sneered, dialing a number. Zhou Xing, let us depart. Su Qian swiftly grasped Zhou Xing's hand, attempting to leave. Do not worry. This is all my doing. I will call my grandfather to handle it. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Do not let this man provoke you. It is entirely unnecessary. Treat him as if he is mad. As Li Guoxing was dialing, he suddenly noticed Su Qian holding Zhou Xing's hand. Having cultivated a friendship with the Su family for years, even with the encouragement of their elders to foster their relationship since childhood, he had never held her hand. She had unhesitatingly sided with Zhou Xing, a relatively new acquaintance. Intense jealousy and rage consumed his rationality. Li Guoxing cast aside the last vestige of pretense. Surround them all. No one is to leave until this matter is resolved. Li Guoxing commanded his entourage. Li Guoxing, do you truly wish to escalate this to a bitter end? Su Qian glared coldly at him. Fine, I shall call my grandfather now. We shall see how this unfolds. With that, she retrieved her phone, ready to contact her grandfather, but a pair of hands restrained her. Su Qian looked up, realizing it was Zhou Xing, his expression revealing a hint of confusion. It is fine. Let him make the call. Zhou Xing's demeanor remained calm. I happen to be rather bored lately. Finding something to entertain myself is a splendid choice. If he wishes to play the background game, I shall oblige. Should he not kneel before me in supplication today, I shall invert my surname Zhou. Chapter 92, Dad. Someone is causing me trouble. Zhou Xing's words resonated with conviction, clear for all present to hear. Li Guoxing's four companions could not help but chuckle. They simply could not fathom who in this bustling city could compel Li Guoxing to kneel and plead for mercy. Initially, they had presumed Zhou Xing to possess some capability. Otherwise, he would not be so audacious. However, it now appeared that he was merely another reckless rich heir, accustomed to tyranny in his own territory, mistakenly believing he could maintain that demeanor in the city. Their eyes sparkled with schadenfreude, recognizing that this brash young man had undoubtedly landed himself in trouble. Li Guoxing showed no restraint in his contempt, addressing the voice on the phone with urgency. Tianma racing circuit as soon as possible. Immediately. Right now. With that, he hung up, paying no heed to Su Qian's words beside him, and instead directed his gaze toward his damaged Porsche, his expression darkening. The grip on his phone tightened. Zhou Xing, however, remained remarkably composed. Su Qian, observing Zhou Xing's lack of immediate action, felt a sense of urgency. Leaning closer, she whispered, Zhou Xing, I understand your family background is not simple, but Li Guoxing is not as easily dealt with as you might think. His family connections are intricate. Even my family, mere merchants, are dwarfed in their presence. You must promptly reach out to your associates to resolve this matter, especially since we are in this city, far from your home. Su Qian continued, if your people cannot arrive in time, I will notify my grandfather. He has a good relationship with their family and could certainly leverage his influence to resolve this issue, ensuring Li Guoxing will not dare to trouble you again. Not necessary, Zhou Xing replied nonchalantly, shaking his head, dismissing her concerns. Su Qian cast a doubtful glance his way, her heart tinged with worry. Was Zhou Xing stubbornly maintaining his pride, unwilling to seek assistance despite the gravity of the situation? Even a 30-something like Li Guoxing could be blinded by rage. Zhou Xing, despite his mature demeanor, was still an 18-year-old youth. Su Qian hesitated, wanting to speak but ultimately refraining. Since Zhou Xing was unperturbed, she decided not to rush. If things escalated and he could not handle it, she would not hesitate to seek her grandfather's help. After all, Zhou Xing had been dragged into this. Because of her, she could not stand idly by while he faced any repercussions. Half an hour later, several vehicles entered the racing circuit. Leading the convoy was a black Audi A6. A middle-aged man clad in a gray jacket and polo shirt exited, documents in hand, striding directly toward Li Guoxing. The two engaged in hushed conversation. Following closely was a police car, sirens flashing, from which 3 uniformed officers emerged. They first glanced at Zhou Xing before shifting their focus to the battered racetrack. The Porsche and McLaren lay in ruins. Approaching the wreckage, they snapped a few photographs and documented the marks on the ground. What? No results. Are you joking with me? Li Guoxing's voice cut through the air, capturing everyone's attention. They turned to see him glaring incredulously at the middle-aged man, who was bowing repeatedly, attempting to explain something. Li Guoxing, realizing his tone had escalated, cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Xing and lowered his voice. How could there be no results? He is merely an upstart from out of town. Did you truly investigate? The middle-aged man, his expression etched with bitterness, replied, Young Masterly, how could I dare deceive you? I have indeed conducted an inquiry, but with my limited authority, I could uncover no information about him. All that is available is that he operates a company in this city with a paid-in capital of 2 billion. Beyond that, I know nothing of his family or background. Li Guoxing's cold laughter echoed. It seems this fellow possesses some talent. No wonder he dares to speak so defiantly. He was not surprised. After all, The middle-aged man's position was not high enough to access pertinent information, which was entirely reasonable. Zhou Xing's audacity suggested he must have some backing, but it did not concern Li Guoxing. Young Masterly, for safety's sake, should we not investigate further? The middle-aged man suggested. If he truly has connections, it could complicate matters. Li Guoxing scoffed. What connections could he possibly have? If he had significant backing, I would surely know of it. This fellow exudes the aura of a nouveau riche. He likely has only a slight support. Your inability to investigate is only to be expected. Let us confine him for a while and see how he endures. As for the rest, I shall handle it myself. I refuse to believe that a provincial bumpkin can stir up much trouble. Li Guoxing dismissed the matter entirely. Although his family did not wield absolute power in this city, they had long since established themselves as a formidable presence. He had incurred the wrath of many in the capital, yet an upstart from Jiangcheng was hardly a concern. No matter how wealthy, in the face of true power, mere financial resources were but hollow words. Very well, the middle-aged man nodded, approaching the uniformed officers to share a few words. They responded with slight nods before turning toward Zhou Xing. Comrade, we have reason to suspect you of intentional injury. You must accompany us for further investigation. Li Guoxing stepped closer, standing by. Up to this point, Zhou Xing had shown no reaction, clearly indicating that he was merely posturing. Despite possessing some capabilities, the concealment of his information was the source of his arrogance. Li Guoxing spoke up. Do you truly believe that finding a shield grants you immunity? I shall confront him and see if your backer is willing to protect you. Zhou Xing sighed softly, disappointment evident on his face. He had waited so long, only to be met with this. He had hoped for surprises from Li Guoxing, for an engaging encounter, but now felt disheartened. Ignoring Li Guoxing entirely, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. After a brief moment, the call connected. Zhou Xing spoke first. Dad, someone's causing me trouble. Chapter 93. Slap him hard trouble with you? On the other end of the phone, Zhou Jianpain responded with a hint of exasperation. Then just slap him hard. As long as you haven't initiated the trouble, if someone has bullied you, strike back first. If something goes awry, I will take care of it for you. There's no need to call me. Zhou Xing's lips curled into a faint smile. Even though Zhou Jianpain's status had changed, he remained the familiar father in his eyes. However, this time, the situation was far from simple. The opponent had considerable influence and was currently attempting to detain him. Zhou Xing chuckled lightly. Not a student from school? Zhou Jianpain sensed something was amiss. No, tell me the specifics, he said, his tone turning serious. Young Masterly. A middle-aged man noticed the change and exchanged glances with Li Guoxing, silently questioning whether to interrupt Zhou Xing. Yet Li Guoxing shook his head, a look of disdain on his face. Let him make the call. I'm curious to see what tricks he can conjure and how formidable his backing is to dare confront me so brazenly. The conflict between them had escalated beyond a mere personal dispute. Once Zhou Xing began leveraging familial connections, the nature of the conflict transformed, entering the realm of power struggles common among the second-generation elite. Engaging in physical confrontation was beneath them. They preferred to measure whose influence was more potent. However, Li Guoxing held Zhou Xing's actions in contempt. The mere appetizer he had prepared had rendered Zhou Xing utterly helpless, forcing him to reach out to his father. The disparity in their standings was glaring. Li Guoxing pondered, if he were in need of his father's assistance, what monumental events must have transpired? The thought was unfathomable, let alone seeking help from his grandfather. He shook his head, realizing how he had previously been racking his brain to ensure Zhou Xing paid a fitting price. It now appeared that Zhou Xing was nothing more than a paper tiger. With a flick of his wrist, he could ensure Zhou Xing lived a lifetime of regret. In his eyes, Zhou Xing was merely a cornered individual feigning composure while clinging to the last vestige of dignity. He had overestimated Zhou Xing's capabilities. Zhou Xing cast a sidelong glance at Li Guoxing and resumed, narrating the unfolding events to his father on the phone. However, he stumbled mid-sentence, suddenly realizing that he could not adequately explain the situation regarding his McLaren to Zhou Jianpain. After arriving at the racetrack, you can continue. Zhou Jianpain's tone remained unperturbed. Then this person actively sought trouble with me, driving a Porsche. In response to my car, I smashed it into a wreck. Now, He leveraging connections to have me locked up, intent on making me suffer, and afterward he delve into my background to ensnare you as well, Zhou Xing recounted. Pursing his lips, he had no intention of withholding information, knowing Zhou Jianping's capabilities would inevitably uncover the truth behind matter. A slight headache washed over him as he pondered how to explain the origins of his funds. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on that now. He would concoct an excuse once the ordeal was resolved. Zhou Jianping fell silent for a long while before finally asking, "Have you met your grandfather?" Grandfather? Zhou Xing was taken aback. He had never heard of such a figure in his life, let alone met him. The sudden mention of a grandfather from Zhou Jianping was bewildering. Yet, Zhou Jianping continued, "Given your company's substantial capital and the fund for your car, unless it were your grandfather, no one would have provided you with such financial support. He's certainly doting on you." Zhou Jianping reflected for a moment before adding, "It was wise not to contact your grandfather, but rather to reach out to me. Remember, let me handle this matter. Do not let your grandfather know. Otherwise, things will become far more complicated." Understood. Zhou Xing nodded, his mind swirling with confusion. After Zhou Jianping learned Li Guoxing's name from Zhou Xing, he ended the call. "How'd it go? Finished your call?" Li Guoxing crossed his arms, sneering. "Let us see if your father has the capability to handle this." Zhou Xing blinked, sensing inadequacy in the situation. He waved his hand. "Wait a moment." He then retrieved his phone and dialed his mother, Jean L'Enfant. "Mom, someone is bullying your son." Zhou Xing blurted out as soon as the call connected, then recounted the situation. In contrast to Zhou Jianping's calm demeanor, Jean L'Enfant erupted with fury. "In whose city? There are truly all sorts of rogues. How dare they bully my precious son? Just wait. I'm calling the Who City branch right now and sending a lawyer over. Rest assured, as long as I'm here, no one dares to bully you. I want to see who has the audacity to call our Zhou family a bunch of nobodies." Zhou Xing ended the call, a smile emerging on his face. "How theatrical." Li Guoxing scoffed, casting a cold glance at Zhou Xing. "This is merely a desperate struggle of a toothless tiger. Even your parents are rallying to your aid. How amusing. Perfect timing." He mused. He could ensnare them all in one fell swoop. Until Zhou Xing faced complete ruin. He could not quell his anger and solidify his standing in Wu City. "Take him away," Li Guoxing instructed calmly. Zhou Xing offered no resistance and willingly entered the vehicle. Su Qian followed closely, her face etched with concern. "Zhou Xing, don't worry. I'll call my grandfather right now. You'll be out in no time. Don't involve your grandfather. I've already spoken to my parents." Zhou Xing replied with a serene smile. "But you, Su Qian hesitative. Trust me," Zhou Xing assured, leaving her with those words before the door closed. As she watched the vehicle gradually depart the racetrack, she wasted no time in dialing her grandfather. No one would resort to invoking their parents unless they were truly out of options. Ultimately, it was pride that had come into play. Zhou Xing's refusal to let her intervene only fueled her determination, as all of this had originated from her actions. Chapter 94. The Mysterious Grandfather in the Car. Zhou Xing contemplated his recent dialogue with Zhou Jianping. It became evident that Zhou Jianping, with his remarkable acumen, had seen through Zhou Xing's actions. His establishment of a company had not escaped Zhou Jianping's notice. Zhou Xing felt no surprise, given Zhou Jianping's capabilities. It was likely that any minor disturbance he caused would reach Zhou Jianping's desk within half an hour. Zhou Jianping appeared remarkably calm and did not pursue the matter of the substantial funds Zhou Xing had at his disposal. It seemed that there was some misunderstanding regarding the source of those funds, which required no explanation from Zhou Xing. He attributed everything to a grandfather he had never heard of, and Zhou Jianping's tone at that moment hinted at complexities yet to be unveiled. There is undoubtedly more to the story. Otherwise, the sudden emergence of this enigmatic grandfather, whose influence seemed extraordinary, would not have caused Zhou Jianping to regard the 20 billion in capital as anything but reasonable. Zhou Xing vaguely recalled that in his previous life, he had once inquired about his grandfather. Upon posing the question, Zhou Jianping, typically reticent, fell silent, refusing to answer. He would merely sit quietly at the door, lighting a cigarette and staring into the distance, his expression inscrutable. Gradually, Zhou Xing ceased to ask, dismissing the notion of his grandfather as a mere consequence of his early demise, a subject that touched upon Zhou Xing's sorrow. However, it now appeared that the matter was far more intricate. The system had optimized Zhou Xing's background, yet had only adjusted the professions of those closest to him, leaving the personalities and progression of characters unchanged. His parents remained the familiar figures he had always known, implying that he had a mysterious grandfather whom he had never encountered. Shaking his head, Zhou Xing decided to set aside these thoughts. He resolved to inquire about Zhou Xing after the situation had been resolved. This approach would also provide a plausible explanation for the origin of the funds, which would be a Herculean task to justify to his parents, given the magnitude of the sum involved. Thus, it seemed that the burden of explanation would fall upon the shoulders of this grandfather, whom Zhou Xing had never met. Once he collected his thoughts, the police car had already entered the urban area of Hu City, eventually arriving at a police station in the Putuo district. Zhou Xing exited the vehicle and entered the precinct, where he was led to an office. The air was thick with smoke, and a middle-aged man with a serious demeanor was frowning at the documents in his hand. Lin, a young officer, stepped forward to address him. Lin raised his head to assess Zhou Xing before turning back to the young officer, who reported, "This individual had a conflict at the TMR racetrack, driving a McLaren that collided with a Porsche. By the time we arrived, the Porsche was severely damaged. We suspect intentional injury and reckless driving, hence we brought him in. Here are the photographs for your review," the young officer added, handing over the device. Lin glanced at the images without lifting his gaze, inquiring, "What about the other party?" After a brief hesitation, the young officer replied, "The other individual sustained minor abrasions and has been taken to the hospital for treatment. Additionally," he lowered his voice, "the person involved is Zhou Xing from the Li family." Upon hearing this, Lin raised an eyebrow, but maintained a neutral expression. He glanced at Zhou Xing and instructed the young officer, "Once the other party has received treatment, we will conduct an interrogation." "Understood. Has the footage from the racetrack been retrieved yet?" "We had colleagues remain on site to liaise with the relevant authorities for the video." Lin nodded. "All right, I understand. For now, take him to the lounge to wait until the other individual arrives." "Forget it," Lin said, rising. "I'll handle it myself. You continue with your duties." He waved the young officer off, who promptly exited the office. "Come on." Lin gestured for Zhou Xing to follow him to the lounge, where he served him a glass of water. "Have a seat," he said, before settling down to review the incident report. He rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. This case was, on the surface, quite ordinary. However, the involvement of Zhou Xing changed the dynamics significantly. He glanced at Zhou Xing, who sat there, aware of the young man's wealth, evidenced by his possession of a McLaren P1 adorned with a prestigious license plate. The damage to the multi-million-dollar vehicle did not seem to faze Zhou Xing in the slightest. Yet, wealth does not always equate to power. Fortunately, there were no serious injuries. Zhou Xing only suffered minor abrasions. Lin's best course of action was to mediate between both parties. If Zhou Xing chose not to pursue the matter further, Zhou Xing could settle by compensating him, thus resolving the issue amicably. However, if Zhou Xing insisted on pressing charges and applying pressure, Zhou Xing would find himself in a precarious situation. Given Lin's position, he would lack the authority to influence the outcome. Should Zhou Xing face multiple charges, it could spell ruin for the young man's future. With a resigned sigh, Lin reflected that this was an unavoidable consequence of Zhou Xing's reckless behavior at the racetrack. Youthful folly often exacts a steep price. "Let us discuss the events that transpired," Lin began, intending to conduct the proceedings in a professional manner while seeking any opportunity to alleviate Zhou Xing's potential penalties. Young as he was, Zhou Xing deserved a chance for redemption. At that moment, a knock sounded at the lounge door. The same young officer stood at the entrance, reporting, "Lin, a group of lawyers from Juna law firm has arrived." Lin's brow furrowed. It was evident that Zhou Xing was unwilling to let Zhou Xing off the hook, having promptly engaged the services of a law firm. The situation had just become considerably more complicated. They claimed to be Zhou Xing's defense attorneys and demand a meeting with him immediately. Lin's response hung in the air, the gravity of the situation settling heavily upon them. Chapter 95. The Origin of the Monster. As team leader Lin stepped outside, he was met with the sight of over 10 impeccably dressed lawyers standing at the entrance. They stood there, briefcases in hand, back straight as arrows. The collars of their attire bore the embossed emblem of June Law Firm. Passers-by could not help but cast curious glances at this assembly of elite lawyers. Lin was somewhat taken aback. He certainly recognized the esteemed name of June Law Firm. However, dispatching such a multitude of lawyers prior to the case's formal definition seemed rather excessive. Team Leader Lin, I am Shirley, a senior attorney from June Law Firm. A middle-aged man in the center stepped forward with a warm smile. He was tall and slim, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an aura of elegance and charm that had matured with age. Lin furrowed his brow slightly as he shook Shirley's hand. Among the individuals he least wished to encounter during case proceedings, lawyers undoubtedly rank high. Team Leader Lin, I am here as the legal advisor for Zhou Xing to address some legal uncertainties he may have. I trust you will handle matters fairly, but as a lawyer, it is my duty to raise reasonable inquiries on behalf of my client. I hope for your understanding in this regard. Shirley's words were impeccably articulated, leaving Lin with no grounds for objection. He could only nod in acknowledgement. Then may I trouble you, Team Leader, to allow me to meet with my client now? Shirley requested. Lin did not refuse and led him to the lounge. This was their legal right, unlike his usual interactions with ordinary lawyers. Lin felt no sense of resistance with Shirley, who maintained an exceptionally polite demeanor throughout, never resorting to an overbearing display of legal jargon. In the lounge, a dozen lawyers surged in, choosing to stand behind Zhou Xing rather than taking seats. Greetings, young Master Zhou. I am Shirley, the head of the Shanghai branch of June Law Firm, here on behalf of General Zhang as your legal advisor. Shirley initiated the conversation with Zhou Xing, his tone exceedingly respectful. Thank you for your assistance. Zhou Xing replied with a nod. Not at all. It is our obligation, Shirley responded with a smile. General Zhang is a co-founder of our firm, and as his son, you are considered our esteemed young master. It is both my duty and privilege to ensure you receive fair treatment under the law. Lin's eyes widened in surprise at this revelation. Zhou Xing was the son of the firm's founder. No wonder he had the audacity to confront Li Guoxing. It appeared that Zhou Xing was not merely youthful and reckless. Rather, he had no fear of Li Guoxing. Lin had initially contemplated how he might mitigate Zhou Xing's penalties, but it seemed that such considerations were entirely unnecessary. Under the scrutiny of the assembled lawyers, Lin felt the pressure mounting. He cleared his throat and addressed Zhou Xing with a serious demeanor. Let us return to our previous discussion. Please describe the events as they transpired. Forgive me, Team Leader. Shirley interjected suddenly, stepping forward. To my knowledge, the incident involves my client and another party who were involved in a car accident at the TMR racecourse. May I inquire where the other party is currently located? He sustained injuries and is presently receiving treatment at the hospital. It will take some time for him to arrive. Lin explained. Since the other party is not present, my client is under no obligation to comply with your request. Shirley maintained his calm demeanor. Before the case is officially closed, your inquiries may inadvertently cause distress to my client and lead to inaccurate representations, which could complicate your ongoing investigation. We have captured photographs and are retrieving video footage from the scene. Lin frowned. Based on the circumstances at the scene, it appears that Zhou Xing had a confrontation with the other party, whose vehicle sustained significant damage, resulting in injuries. Reckless driving cannot be dismissed, and any willful misconduct would only exacerbate the situation. I am merely seeking to understand the details, and your lack of cooperation may further complicate your client's predicament. Team Leader, as a public servant, your investigation must rely on evidence, Shirley replied steadily. Evidence is what defines the case. Your assertions are mere conjecture. Furthermore, according to my client's account, he was driving normally at the TMR racecourse when he was deliberately cut off by the other party. In a moment of panic, he mistakenly pressed the accelerator instead of the brake, leading to the collision. Under traffic law, my client did not engage in reckless driving. Rather, it is the other party who exhibited dangerous driving behavior. After a brief pause, Shirley added, if you proceed with such hasty judgments based solely on your own interpretations, I have every reason to question your impartiality as a public official, and I will not hesitate to pursue legal action against your precinct. Lin found himself momentarily speechless. Shirley's tone was calm, Yet the underlying implications were sharp, methodically leaving no room for rebuttal. Team leader, there is another group outside requesting to see Zhou Xing. A young officer knocked on the door again. Lin glanced at Shirley and then at Zhou Xing, feeling somewhat resigned as he waved a hand. Let them in. Moments later, a bright voice rang out from beyond the door. Zhou Xing, I have already spoken with my grandfather. You needn't. In the next instant, Su Qian's figure appeared at the entrance. Upon seeing the cluster of lawyers standing in the lounge, her voice faltered. Blinking in surprise, she seemed momentarily at a loss. After Zhou Xing had been taken away, Su Qian had relayed the entire situation to her grandfather, who assured her he would personally handle the matter to resolve the conflict between the two young people. Feeling reassured, she hurried to the lounge to see Zhou Xing and share this good news, hoping to alleviate his worries. However, upon entering, she was confronted with this scene. What is this? Su Qian looked at Zhou Xing. This is the legal advisor sent by my mother, Zhou Xing clarified. Su Qian nodded in understanding, realizing her initial assessment had been correct. Zhou Xing's family clearly lacked the means to address this situation independently. Otherwise, why would they only send lawyers? While lawyers may appear intimidating, should Li Guoxing truly decide to act with malice, they would be of little consequence. Taking a seat beside Zhou Xing, Su Qian was about to offer him some comforting words when the young officer knocked on the door once more. However, this time he did not address everyone. Instead, he hurried to Lin's side, whispering urgently in his ear. What? Lin's eyes widened in shock. Where is the chief? The chief has gone out to meet someone. The officer replied. Lin sprang to his feet, swiftly heading for the exit, casting one last astonished glance at Zhou Xing, his expression betraying his disbelief. Where on earth have these monsters come from this week? Chapter 96. A visit from your grandfather at the entrance. A sleek black Passat came to a halt. The car door swung open, revealing a refined gentleman in his 30s. Although he stood at just under 1.7 meters, an air of authority emanated from his demeanor. The station chief, a man in his early 50s, had been waiting nearby. Good day, Secretary Liu. I am Wang Tianli, the station chief here. It is quite daunting that you have taken time out of your busy schedule to inspect our work, he said with a broad smile, instinctively bowing his body slightly. Inspection is too grand a term. I merely happened to drop by, Secretary Liu replied with a gentle smile. As an international metropolis, the stability of whose city amidst the constant flow of people is largely due to your efforts. Not at all. It is our duty, as public servants. Safeguarding the populace's safety is our solemn obligation, Wang Tianli quickly asserted. Secretary Liu nodded. It is reassuring to see your commitment to serving the people. Our positions are entrusted to us by the citizens, and our sole duty is to devote ourselves entirely to their service. However, do remember to remain connected with the community. Wang Tianli's expression shifted abruptly. Having held his position for nearly a decade, he was acutely aware of the implications behind Secretary Liu's words. This was not merely a casual visit. It was a summons for accountability. A cold sweat broke out on his back. Yes, he stammered, nodding fervently. Secretary Liu, if I have faltered in any regard, please offer your guidance. I shall reflect and amend my ways. It is not as grave as that. Secretary Liu waved his hand dismissively. It has simply been reported to me that two young individuals at your station had a dispute today, which was handled by your team. It was not a serious matter. A simple mediation would suffice, as youth often act impulsively. However, I understand that only one of them was brought in, while the other was disregarded. Secretary Liu turned to Wang Tianli, his words light yet heavy as a hammer, striking hard at Wang's heart. He was taken aback, having received no prior information about this incident. The implication was unmistakable. He had mishandled the situation. Sweat trickled down his brow. Rest assured, I'm not here to blame you, Secretary Liu said with a calm smile. Yet, as representatives of justice, your attire signifies impartiality. It is imperative that you do not betray the trust bestowed upon you by the community. At that moment, Lin, the team leader, rushed out. Upon seeing the station chief and Secretary Liu together, he abruptly halted, hesitating as his usually decisive nature faltered. Lin Ping, your arrival is timely, Wang Tianli called out, desperate for assistance in navigating the unfolding crisis. Chief Wang, Lin Ping replied, steeling himself as he approached. Wang Tianli wasted no time. Did we receive a report today regarding a dispute between two young individuals? Indeed, Lin confirmed, but we only took one into custody. Wang Tianli's frustration ignited. And what of the other? Lin Ping hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts. In front of the station chief and Secretary Liu, he could not resort to the excuse of the injured party needing hospital care without facing dire consequences. Who was responsible for this case? Wang Tianli's voice turned icy. That would be me, Chief, Lin Ping admitted, lowering his gaze in shame. What were you thinking? Do you possess the intellect of a fool? Why did you only apprehend one? Wang Tianli's anger flared. He could hardly believe that someone he considered a capable ally would make such a blunder without informing him. You have half an hour to rectify this. Retrieve the other individual, or consider this your last day in uniform, Wang Tianli declared, devoid of any compassion. At this moment, he could not afford to show leniency. His own position was precarious, leaving no room for him to concern himself with Lin Ping's fate. Wait, Secretary Liu interjected. This is not a matter of such severity that it requires drastic measures. This individual has remained in this line of work for quite some time and likely has valid reasons for their actions. Realizing the truth could no longer be concealed, Lin Ping spoke up. The other individual is Zhou Xing from the Li family. He sustained some injuries and mentioned needing to go to the hospital, which is why we did not bring him in. Secretary Liu's expression remained inscrutable as he inquired, where is the other individual now? He's not detained. He's in the lounge. Lin Ping responded swiftly. Secretary Liu nodded, a slight smile breaking through. Ah, a son of the Li family. With that, he turned his back to Wang Tianli and Lin Ping, making his way inside. What are you waiting for? Go fetch him at once. Wang Tianli, filled with fury, kicked Lin Ping lightly and barked, regardless of family names, all are equal before the law. He then hurried after Secretary Liu. Secretary Liu, allow me to escort you to the lounge. Lin Ping, sensing the urgency, wasted no time in rallying his colleagues and swiftly driving away. Wang Tianli had given them a strict 30-minute timeline. Inside the lounge, the door swung open abruptly as Wang Tianli entered alongside Secretary Liu. Are you Zhou Xing? Secretary Liu's gaze settled on the young man seated there, his voice warm and welcoming. Zhou Xing looked up, a hint of confusion in his eyes. My name is Liu Changqing. I come at your grandfather's behest to visit you. Chapter 97. What a grand presence, grandfather. Zhou Xing was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Liu Changqing chuckled. Your grandfather has always been deeply concerned for you. Upon receiving news, he was worried you might be wronged and made several calls to the mayor's office. Even our mayor received a scolding from him. The mayor, occupied with official duties, was unable to spare time, which is why I specifically came to see you today. Upon hearing this, the room erupted in astonishment. Su Qian sat beside Zhou Xing, her gaze towards him filled with complexity. It turned out he was not merely boasting. He genuinely possessed the capability to manage this situation. Reflecting on her earlier panic and attempts to reassure Zhou Xing, Su Qian felt an overwhelming urge to find a hole to hide in. She had underestimated Zhou Xing. Wang Tianli, standing nearby, felt a chill as the hairs on his body stood on end. This was not merely an arrest. It was as if Lin Ping had brought back a ticking bomb. Liu Changqing's words hinted at much. Even the mayor of whose city had been scolded by Zhou Xing's grandfather, too intimidated to protest. Wang Tianli's face turned pale, wishing he could dismember Lin Ping for his actions. How could he afford to offend such a person? The so-called Li family was utterly unworthy in the presence of someone like him. Zhou Xing looked at Liu Changqing with a sense of surprise. He had initially thought this man was sent by his father, but he had not anticipated that it was his grandfather, whom he had never met. As he contemplated seeking out Zhou Jianping for a thorough understanding after this matter was resolved, it became clear that his grandfather was no ordinary figure. Thank you for your concern, Zhou Xing managed to say politely. It's nothing, Liu Changqing replied with a smile. If you have faced any grievances here, feel free to share them with me, and I will convey them to your grandfather. He will address them accordingly. Wang Tianli's heart raced as he silently prayed that Lin Ping had not committed any outrageous acts. Otherwise, even 1,000 deaths would not suffice for his vengeance. I have not been wronged, Zhou Xing chuckled lightly. What grievances could I possibly face here? Captain Lin is quite responsible and has not acted unjustly merely because of the opposing party's influence. He held a positive view of Captain Lin, noting that throughout the ordeal, Lin Ping had not targeted him due to Li Guoxing's connections, but had instead sought ways to mitigate his punishment. Wang Tianli breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as though he had been deflated. His back was already drenched in sweat. He looked at Zhou Xing with gratitude. Had Zhou Xing uttered even a slightly negative word, he would have been in a far worse predicament. He found himself gritting his teeth at Lin Ping. Although he did not know Zhou Xing personally, it was evident that Zhou Xing was a strikingly handsome young man with a noble character. It was perplexing that Lin Ping had chosen to detain someone like him. Regardless, if Zhou Xing emerged unscathed from this encounter, he would ensure Lin Ping spent a good while at home, alongside all those responsible for this case, to reflect on their actions. As long as you have not suffered any injustice, I would have a difficult time explaining to your grandfather. Liu Changqing took the initiative to shoulder the responsibility, saying, "It falls under my jurisdiction as the Secretary General of whose city. Such occurrences under my watch warrant a scolding from your grandfather." No, this is my oversight for failing to manage my subordinates adequately," Wang Tianli quickly interjected. "Secretary Liu, please do not say that. All the blame lies with me." Zhou Xing observed Liu Changqing and Wang Tianli discreetly. It appeared his grandfather possessed extraordinary capabilities. The mayor had been scolded, and the Secretary General was taking responsibility. Zhou Xing chuckled lightly and said to Liu Changqing, "This matter is not related to you at all. It is merely a conflict between me and Li Guoxing. Everyone here is just performing their duties without overstepping any bounds. After all, Li Guoxing, as far as I know, is quite well connected." Liu Changqing's expression turned disdainful at the mention of Li Guoxing. Li Guoxing, huh? His family holds some influence in whose city, particularly his father, who has now stepped back and is left with merely connections. As for Li Guoxing's parents, Liu Changqing smiled knowingly. Though my position is modest, they fall under my jurisdiction. I am their direct superior. Isn't that a coincidence? Rest assured, since this is your grandfather's wish, I shall handle the matter appropriately. Liu Changqing continued, "The Li family needs to be reprimanded. With such arrogance displayed by the younger generation, allowing this to continue would turn all of whose city upside down." He straightened, turning to Wang Tianli, his smile now subdued. "Zhou Xing is young and kind-hearted. He does not blame you, but you must understand gratitude and maintain fairness. Know what is right and what is wrong. Understood?" Wang Tianli stood upright, saluting Liu Changqing. "I promise to oversee this case thoroughly, ensuring absolute fairness and justice, leaving no one disappointed." This was Liu Changqing offering him a chance to redeem himself. If he failed to seize this opportunity, he would have wasted his time in this position. Zhou Xing felt even more grateful towards Liu Changqing. Had it not been for Zhou Xing's few words, his situation might have been far more dire. "Very well." Liu Changqing sat beside Zhou Xing and calmly stated, "I shall remain here today to observe how you handle this matter. Why can't I find anything?" Li Guoxing sat in the car, hanging up the phone, growing increasingly anxious. After sending Zhou Xing to the police station, he had been busy leveraging connections to investigate Zhou Xing's background, intending to resolve it all in one go. He merely wanted Zhou Xing to endure some hardship, but he could not allow him to retaliate. What he did not anticipate was that Zhou Xing's background yielded no information. Frustrated, he scratched his head, wondering if he needed to tap into his father's connections to uncover this. However, that would certainly alert his father, who would not spare him. A light punishment would be a blessing. At that moment, someone knocked on his car window. Irritated, he looked up to find several uniformed officials. "What is it?" Li Guoxing asked as he exited the vehicle. Leading the group, Lin Ping held a device, comparing it to a photo. Nodding, he instructed his colleagues, "Cuff him and take him back." In an instant, several colleagues surged forward, swiftly subduing Li Guoxing and placing handcuffs on him. Li Guoxing was momentarily stunned. What is the meaning of this? "Do you know who I am?" "I'm Li Guoxing." "We know. You're the one we're arresting." Lin Ping replied curtly. "Just behave yourself for now. We'll discuss this at the station." Given Li Guoxing's reputation, he was bound to receive a severe reprimand from the station chief. Lin Ping, having shown restraint by not resorting to violence, was already demonstrating considerable professionalism. "What crime have I committed that warrants this arrest?" Li Guoxing regained his composure and addressed Lin Ping, stating, "I am Li Guoxing, the eldest son of the Li family. You have apprehended me without justification. Can you bear the consequences?" Lin Ping merely scoffed. Had Lu Chongqing not intervened, he would indeed be unable to take such responsibility. However, now, the situation was uncertain. Without responding or granting him a chance to make a call, he drove straight back to the police station. Observing Lin Ping's demeanor, Li Guoxing sensed something amiss, a foreboding feeling rising within him. Upon being escorted into the police station, Lin Ping led him directly to the lounge, knocking on the door. To Li Guoxing's astonishment, he found Zhou Xing seated within, with Su Qian beside him and a dozen lawyers standing behind them. Among them was a somewhat familiar figure. "Wait, Lu Chongqing. Secretary Lu, what brings you here?" Li Guoxing's complexion turned pale. Lu Chongqing glanced at him, his expression devoid of emotion, and remarked, "Li Guoxing, you certainly have quite the influence." Chapter 98. A crisis unveiled. Li Guoxing's face turned pale. He certainly recognized Lu Chongqing, who was the superior of his parents and held the ultimate power over their fates. The well-being of his parents rested solely on Lu's whims. Even the esteemed Li family paled in comparison to Lu Chongqing. If Lu desired to target their family, he could easily crush them without any chance of resistance. Even invoking his retired grandfather would be futile. Lu Chongqing was on the rise, while another was on the decline, completely incomparable. Thus, during previous New Year celebrations, his parents would often take him to Lu Chongqing's home to pay their respects. However, he never anticipated that Lu would appear here, his countenance marred by anger and dissatisfaction directed at him. "Secretary Lu, what brings you here?" Li Guoxing asked cautiously. Lu Chongqing scoffed. "You should know very well why I am here. If I did not come, would you continue to act with impunity in this city, Li Guoxing? Would no one check your excesses?" With a heavy thud, Lu slammed his palm onto the table. Li Guoxing's heart raced, and he nervously inquired, "Secretary Lu, is there some misunderstanding?" He couldn't recall having offended Lu Chongqing in any way. While pondering, he inadvertently glanced at Zhou Xing, who sat there calmly, causing a twitch in the corner of his eye. It seemed implausible that the incident involving Zhou could have attracted Lu Chongqing's attention. "Misunderstanding?" Lu Chongqing sneered, pointing at Zhou Xing. "Now that everyone is present, why don't you explain what this misunderstanding is? Is it your blatant disregard for the law, maliciously targeting others, treating lives as mere trifles? Or perhaps you feel empowered by your family's connections to act arrogantly and eliminate your adversaries?" Li Guoxing's legs trembled. Even the most obtuse individual would have realized by now that Lu Chongqing was defending Zhou Xing. Yet, he could not fathom how this outsider could possibly have any connection to Lu Chongqing. Moreover, Lu's personal intervention on Zhou's behalf indicated a relationship far beyond mere acquaintance. The fear that had never before gripped him began to swell uncontrollably. Zhou Xing's connections with Lu Chongqing not only jeopardized his own future, but potentially endangered his family's standing as well. In that moment, Li Guoxing lost all semblance of composure. Raising his voice to Lu Chongqing, "Secretary Lu, our conflict is merely a trivial matter. Surely, you need not intervene. My parents work under you, and I have often visited your home during the New Year." "Trivial matter?" Lu Chongqing regarded him with an impassive expression. "Your so-called trivial matter involves disregarding another's life and utilizing your connections to bring him here. I have already learned of your reckless investigation into Zhou Xing's background, intending to eliminate him completely. Is this what you call a trivial matter?" Li Guoxing's lips quivered, yet he found himself at a loss for words. The Li family was regressing, and his reckless actions threatened to ensnare his family in his folly. Lu Chongqing's words struck him with a jolt of realization. His family could very well suffer repercussions as a result of his actions. "Secretary Lu, these are merely matters between us juniors. How could they implicate our families?" He stammered, thoroughly panicked. "Matters between juniors? Once you begin to wield connections, it ceases to be a simple affair." Lu Chongqing replied coldly, "You have grown accustomed to your arrogance, believing few in this city could challenge you. But when a minor conflict arises, you seek to destroy others and involve your families. Perhaps you should reconsider the nature of this being a mere disagreement. You wish to eliminate the Zhou family? I now offer you the opportunity, Lu Chongqing declared, rising from his seat. Call your parents, and let me see if they possess the capability to bring down the Zhou family. To you, young Master Li, this might seem inconsequential, for after all, it is merely Zhou Jianping, chairman of Jianghan Heavy Industries, along with Zhang Lanfang, founder of Junhe Law Firm, and Zhou's grandfather, a figure in the capital. Lu Chongqing turned to Li Guoxing. These should not pose any significant challenge to you, considering you are the most esteemed young master in the city. Li Guoxing's eyes widened. With each word Lu spoke, it felt as though his heart was being struck with a hammer. By the end, he became numb, his gaze vacant. Zhou Xing was indeed Zhou Jianping's son, with a mother who founded Junhe Law Firm and a grandfather prominent in governmental circles. His lips trembled as he finally comprehended why he could not uncover Zhou Xing's background. The Heavy Industries Group was formidable. Even the most powerful figures in the city would hesitate to challenge them. Coupled with the presence of Junhe Law Firm and Zhou Xing's grandfather, he felt like an insignificant insect, easily crushed without consequence. He finally understood why Zhou Xing exuded such confidence all along, while he had foolishly boasted about eliminating him. Zhou did not need allies. He himself was a monumental support. Li Guoxing opened his mouth, instinctively wanted to argue that it was Zhou who had wrecked his car, and had he not fled, he might have sustained serious injuries. Zhou's actions bore clear signs of intent to harm, yet the fault was increasingly evident on Zhou's side. But the moment for debate had long passed. In the face of Zhou Xing's formidable background, a sense of helplessness washed over him. He had always relied on power to achieve his goals, but now, encountering Zhou, he felt like a hunter who had been preyed upon. Li Guoxing slumped helplessly to the ground, fully aware that he had stirred a monumental crisis. Chapter 99. A son like Li Guoxing could never have anticipated that a mere young man he encountered at the Tianma racecourse would possess such an impressive background, a formidable presence standing before him like an insurmountable mountain. Such a background is indeed rare throughout all of Huaxia. It was laughable, in retrospect, that he once harbored the audacious thought of relying solely on his own strength to bring this individual to ruin. As an international metropolis, Shanghai is replete with power and prestige, the significance of which is self-evident. His father, although still influential, and both of his parents serving in politics, were merely secretaries. Over time, this cultivated in Li Guoxing a habit of arrogance, allowing him to act tyrannically within the city. He regarded outsiders with disdain, viewing wealthy second-generation heirs merely as custodians of his wealth. Whatever he desired, he needed only to voice, and it would be delivered to his doorstep the very next day. Thus, Li Guoxing's sense of superiority grew unchecked. In Shanghai, there were only a handful of individuals he dared not provoke, most of whom he was acquainted with. The others were simply inconsequential. This arrogance emboldened him to act rashly against Zhou Xing without fully comprehending the latter's familial background. This time, however, he had encountered an immovable obstacle. To be precise, it was not merely an iron plate, but a titanium alloy. Secretary Li Guoxing turned to Lu Chongqing, his gaze imbued with desperation, akin to a drowning man clutching at a final straw. The conflict between him and Zhou Xing was, in essence, trivial. If Lu Chongqing were willing to mediate, it was plausible that the situation could be diffused, transforming a major issue into a minor one. At the very least, his family would not suffer significant repercussions. Yet Lu Chongqing, observing Li Guoxing, could only shake his head in disappointment. After so many years of nurturing, this was the result? It was no wonder he had stirred such a calamity. At this juncture, he could not even distinguish between the significant and the trivial, nor see the larger picture. The turmoil was entirely instigated by his quarrel with Zhou Xing. What good would it do to seek his assistance, even if Lu Chongqing wished to help? Without Zhou Xing's acquiescence, he, merely a lowly secretary, had no standing to intervene. With Zhou Xing's father having spoken, the matter was settled, his words in the morning, and the person departed by afternoon. Seeing Lu Chongqing's indifference, Li Guoxing felt his last glimmer of hope extinguish. Clenching his fists and grinding his teeth, he turned to Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing, I concede today, I am outmatched. and there is nothing further to discuss. Li Guoxing lowered his proud head, acknowledging a young man a decade his junior. Zhou Xing narrowed his eyes at him, then stood up, stretching his body before smiling and saying, I preferred your former defiant demeanor. You wished to see if my connections could protect me, did you not? Well, now my support has arrived. What about yours? Li Guoxing's face flushed crimson. Zhou Xing's light-hearted remarks felt far more humiliating than the panic he exhibited at the racecourse. I acknowledge my faults, whatever retribution you seek. I accept. Li Guoxing's internal fury surged, yet, with his head bowed under the eaves, he had no choice but to relent. But let it be known that family should not suffer as collateral damage. This is an unspoken rule in our circle. I will compensate you for all your losses and host a banquet for the Shanghai elite, publicly apologizing to you in front of everyone. I have made ample concessions. Can we not put this matter to rest? Zhou Xing, however, appeared to have heard the most ludicrous joke in the world. Family should not suffer? If memory serves, it was you who first breached the rules. Is it that those with less power can disregard protocol, while those stronger than you must adhere to it? It seems your rules are rather flexible. Li Guoxing's hypocrisy was laid bare. What further demands do you have? Speak freely. Li Guoxing's expression shifted dramatically as he inhaled deeply, suppressing his inner fury, and gazed at Zhou Xing with a calm facade. I have no demands. Zhou Xing replied coolly, I have tasted your appetizer, and it left much to be desired. I am rather eager to sample the main course. Zhou Xing. Li Guoxing fixed his gaze on him. Do you truly wish for this to escalate beyond repair? Beyond repair? Zhou Xing shot him a sidelong glance. It appears you still do not grasp the situation. Currently, you're being thoroughly crushed. How can you speak of irreparable damage? Know your place. Show me mercy. Do not overstep. Li Guoxing gritted his teeth. You may insult me. Harass me as you wish. I am indifferent. However, should you lay a finger on my family, who would dare associate with you afterward? As soon as he finished speaking, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Upon glancing at the screen, he saw it was his father calling. His hand trembled slightly, the weight of the phone feeling as heavy as lead. After a prolonged hesitation, he finally answered. Hello, Dad. His voice was hoarse. You wretched beast. What have you done out there to stir such a calamity? His father's furious voice echoed from the other end. In his memory, his father was always composed, never displaying such rage. Li Guoxing glanced at Zhou Xing, an unsettling heaviness settling in his chest. Dad, what? What happened? Do not call me Dad. I have no son like you.